Hello everybody and welcome to the Conspiracy Theory Iceberg. In this series we will look at everything from ancient cults and concepts of old world gods, to theories of intelligent life among the stars and beneath our feet, to government conspiracies and secret missions to hide the world from forbidden knowledge, and of course, giant humanoids existing in the caverns within the hollow earth. If you can imagine anything from unfathomable to weird, the Conspiracy Theory Iceberg has you covered. Now, as many of you probably know, this is a series that I finished a few months ago. However, in the beginning, this was the series that jump-started my channel. And I understand that it can be a lot to go back to the beginning now and then watch the whole thing from square one. So to make it a bit easier for you, I made this video where I took out all of the intros and outros to give you one straight run-through of the entire series. Now, like I said, I began this series right whenever I was starting out on YouTube. Because of that, I really didn't know what I was doing from a presentation or technical angle. So because of that, the first couple videos in the series are just me talking into an iPhone camera with no microphone. And I totally understand if that's too amateur or grating for you, so to make it a bit easier, in the description I have put timestamps for where each original video began and left off at. So if you don't feel like you want to sit through one of the videos, you can go to the timestamp and skip forward to the next one and see if it's any better. But I can confidently say, given the vast amount of topics and insanity that this iceberg covers, I know there's something in there for you. So without further ado, I hope you enjoy the series, but first of all, and as always, thank you for watching. Boy, am I excited. So there's been this image floating around for a while called the Iceberg Conspiracy List. And for those of you that don't know, it is a picture of an iceberg, and on it there are several separated tiers that gauge conspiracy theories from how known they are to how unknown they are. I'll actually throw it up now so you can look at it. As you can see, it is huge. There are several variations, but I think this one is the best, not only because it is the most well structured with different tiers and specifics for what each tier means, but it also is the most comprehensive. As I tried to find research for this, I'm telling you there was none. Like, no one had done a full breakdown of it. There's a couple people who did one or two, and then after researching it, people were saying that everyone who did full reviews of it was having their videos taken down. So we'll see what happens. So I decided, who better to do it than me? Technically a lot of people, but that doesn't matter. What I'm going to do is, because this thing is huge, every one of these phrases can lead you down an entire rabbit hole of research and investigation. Some of them are well-known stuff like UFOs or Bigfoot, but as you get into some of these later ones, it gets creepy. Like, you drag over some pretty scary ones like human flesh markets or children trapped in floors and things such as, but once you get really far into it, like tier 9, tier 10 stuff, it gets like God's ego death, or the universe was created as a test, and things like that that have like these whole networks and stories behind them, but just aren't commonly known. And I'll go ahead and say right now, none of what I'm talking about means I believe it per se. I'm simply conveying what the conspiracy is because I think it's cool, and some of these are awesome. So what I'm going to do here is I am going to do a quick run through of the tier 1, and then the next video will be tier 2, and etc. Like I said, the further you go down, the more crazy they get, so this one's pretty much to whet your appetite. Although there is a lot of cool stuff at this tier that I learned in research for this video. Some of the ones we'll get into in later videos are absolutely crazy, like the City of Broken Candles or the Valley of Headless Men and things such as. But like I said, I'm going to go through the entire chart, so we're starting with tier 1. The title and description for tier 1 is Crazy Head, and the description reads, mainstream conspiracies and unsolved mysteries. Most of this stuff is well documented and known to a good portion of the Western citizens. A lot of common theories may be grouped in broader terms or may not even appear on the chart at all considering their meaning and popularity. Also, quick disclaimer on this first tier, this doesn't really apply to the others, but some of these are so well known or you've heard so many times I'm not even going to cover them, like fake news or Bigfoot or UFOs. Like, we all get it. I don't need to go into detail about them. But without further ado, let's get into this, and thank you for watching. First up, we have Big Pharma. Most of you know about this. It's pretty much just a huge encompassing theory that pharmaceutical companies suppress vaccines and cures that are made in order to make money off of treatment. Next, we have Atlantis. Original records of Atlantis date back to Greek times, I believe, between Sparta and Athens, of a continent located somewhere in the Atlantic Ocean. and since they couldn't have got to North America, that would require there to be something in between that has since disappeared or sank. Next up, we have one of the first ones that I didn't know about until getting into this, and that is Nostradamus. Nostradamus was an old philosopher who came up with several of the constellations and discovering the night sky, and it is believed that several of his predictions came true later, such as World War II and the Great London Fire. However, from doing my own research, this is kind of BS because, like for example, the London Fire, he said that there would be bad things happening in London, and then a bad thing happened in London, so yeah. The Mandela Effect. Most of you are probably familiar with this, but it essentially says that there are parallel universes that cross over with each other in minor ways that we're not aware of. For example, those who remember the Bernstein Bears from their childhood may be surprised to know that it's actually the Bernstein Bears, and that several discrepancies like that exist. Like the Monopoly Man has no monocle, and yada yada yada. This is a cool one, it's very deep, it goes on for itself, so if you're interested, check it out. Next is Malaysian Flight 370, which disappeared somewhere over the Indian Ocean. The conspiracy states that there is a US military base there, and more than likely the plane was either hijacked and flying towards it or flew too close to it, to which the US military shot it down and covered up all evidence of it, although practically I feel that there's a lot of moving parts in that couldn't be kept secret for so long. The GMO conspiracy regards GMOs that are in several foods from fast food and markets and things such as, which are used in this conspiracy to cause food shortages and hunger in people, so essentially the whole get the customer addicted idea. Orbs is rather vague. From what I figured out, it's referring to the orbs that are seen in photographs when taken in the sunlight. So, you know, dust, particles, things such as, but the conspiracy says that it is a paranormal or supernatural occurrence, so yeah. The New World Order, for those that aren't familiar, in the book of Revelations in the Bible, it details that there will be a one world government or one world order in the end times, and this will be in much more specific detail as we get later on into the iceberg, but at this tier, it's basically just referring to the idea that all governments want to come together to make one government. I know I keep advertising later into the iceberg, but there's good reason for it. Some of the ones down there are insane, and get into specifics of how one world government can be achieved and things such as. So stay tuned. Next is the Nibiru Cataclysm. Nibiru is a planet, or also known as Planet X, that was predicted by a scientist in 2003 to collide with the Earth in 2003. So pretty well debunked, but the term is still used to apply to an idea that a meteor or any other body could hit the planet one day and kill us all. Now we get into the fun stuff. The Bilderberg meetings is an event that really does happen every year, in which Western economists meet with European governments to discuss capitalism in the West from all the evidence I could find. Obviously, there are several theories that come from this, especially since the fact the press isn't allowed and there are no notes to be taken. So a group of world elites talking behind closed doors in high places. Nice. Transhumanism is more of a philosophy than a theory, really. It applies a lot to anarchist rings, oddly enough, and it's essentially the idea that humans can be further expounded on or bettered through augmentation of computer parts and cybernetics and things such as. BEK, or black-eyed kids, is a recurring phenomenon in the supernatural community of small children appearing with blacked-out eyes. You can follow this rabbit trail pretty far, but pretty much surface level, it's just creepy kids who appear whenever tragedy happens. So people chalk it up to ghosts or extraterrestrials or what have you. Next is Antarctica, which there is a slew of Antarctic conspiracy theories. Everything ranging from giant holes appearing in the middle of Antarctica, to government bases being down there, to that's where the world elites hide. I mean, you could spin forever on this, so moving on. Next is the basement tapes. For those of you that don't know, before the Columbine shooting, the two shooters made a series of videos detailing what they were going to do, how they were going to do it, and generally talking about how they hate people in their school and there needs to be a cleansing and things such as. These tapes still exist, although the conspiracy resides in no one knows who has them. However, randomly portions of them will appear online, leaving people to believe that they're out there maybe exchanging hands, but no one knows where they're at. Next up, we've got Operation Northwoods. This is a rather well-documented case, but essentially during the Cuban Missile Crisis, there was reports put out by the CIA that said to warrant a war with Cuba, they should commit acts of terrorism against US citizens and then blamed them on Cuba to justify a war. Which, yep. Next up is PSYOPs. This is also well documented. Just the fact that specifically the US government, as well as other governments, is known to employ psychological warfare, from noises to conditions and supply rations and things like that. The Vela incident is an event that occurred off the coast of South Africa in 1979. What happened is a system of satellites known as the Vela satellites captured 2 back-to-back giant flashes for seemingly no reason. However, after reading into it, it was probably just an unsanctioned nuclear test, because this satellite system had caught them before and they looked similar, and the whole conspiracy is just because there was no scripted test that day. So yeah, probably just nuke testing. Next we have giants. While this one seems vague, later tiers get into it more specifically, but essentially in the Old Testament of the Bible there are several references to giants happening, and obviously today there doesn't seem to be any. However, this conspiracy, as we get into it later, applies to the deep state and cover-ups and things such as, so I don't want to spoil any of it yet, but this is a good mention that asterisk mark, so to speak. We'll get to it later. Padma McCord is an interesting one. There's a lady online by the name of Padma McCord who owns, for some reason, thousands, if not millions of URLs, which, looking at this on the outside, you'd say, oh, it's some company using a name or whatever, until you go to the URLs and it's just pictures of her face photoshopped onto other women for some reason. And every one of these websites has millions of backlinks to other websites, which someone who knows tech may know more about it than I do. I have no clue why. It's just creepy. The Elisa Lam incident. For those who haven't trolled around on creepy internet videos like I have, you may not know who Elisa Lam is. But it is a story that is worth your time. She was a college student, I believe, at the Hotel Cecil in California, who for some reason, it's seen in security camera videos, runs onto an elevator, freaking out, keeps jerking around thinking something's following her, runs to her room, and is never seen alive again until she's found 3 days later in the water tank of the hotel. There was never any evidence of a killing, no one was ever found in connection to it, and it is one of the wildest videos ever to watch, knowing that she was never followed and there was never evidence of anyone following her. It's really strange. I'll leave you to look into this one yourself, but it was one of the first videos I remember that kind of got me into this whole, I don't know, like creepy, dark web, whatever. The Terry Calico picture. This one's just sad. There was a woman named Terry Calico who was suspected to be abducted in the early 90s, and then a few months later, a picture of her bound and gagged turned up in a parking lot around the area she was kidnapped. It leaves a lot of questions of why the picture was left there and what any of it means, especially since it was just in some random convenience store parking lot. But like I said, this is just sad. The Mad Gasser of Mattoon. I have never heard of this one before until researching it, but apparently in the 40s there was a series of gas attacks that occurred in Mattoon, Illinois, which investigators mostly chalked up to mass hysteria and people who left their fuel lines running, but everyone who it happened to, which was dozens of cases, claimed that it was an individual that ran up to them and attacked them with invisible gas. So yeah, have fun with that one. COINTELPRO. Like Operation Northwoods, this one's pretty well documented and known at this point, but essentially before the Patriot Act became a thing, it's evidence of the FBI illegally spying on US citizens to gain information, and blah blah blah, yeah, government bad. The Mao-Yale connection. This one pretty much just says that the old communist emperor of China, Mao Zedong, was in secret connections with Yale University in ways to indoctrinate students and receive funding from them, and vice versa. From what I've seen, it's mostly just conspiracy jargon, but you can check it out for yourself. The I-70 killer. This is referring in the spring of 1992, there was a series of 6 murders of gas station clerks on the I-70 interstate, and no one was ever caught, but some sketches were given. From everything I've found, this is simply just a serial killer string that went unsolved. The Majestic 12 is a reference to a board member of 12 people put together by Harry Truman in 1947 to recover all alien spacecraft information and things such as. This relates back to Area 51, although it's a bit more specific in saying that there's a committee, so to speak, that looks over anything that happens with extraterrestrials. Also, Area 51 was also in this first tier list, but like I said, it's one of those that's so obvious there's no reason for me to talk about it. Red Squads are, again, a pretty well documented government thing that during the whole Red Scare of the 50s and 60s, there were groups of US police officers whose sole purpose was to hunt down communist sympathizers and arrest them for whatever. The Secret was really hard to find information on because it's such a vague title, but given its italics, I think it's referring to a book that essentially is a self-help book that says, thinking certain thoughts deliberately will change the course of your life. So, not sure why it's on there, but we're still in tier 1, so whatever. Acupuncture is an interesting one. This relates back to the big pharma I mentioned at the beginning, and essentially says that acupuncture heals several diseases, but it is purposely put down and not given attention by mainstream media and doctors because it would put them out of business. So it's an interesting rabbit hole to go down. The Max Headroom incident is something that happened in 1987 in Chicago, when 2 broadcast stations suddenly cut out and cut to a video of a man wearing a Max Headroom costume, which is a character from British television, who began talking random jargon and swearing and then had someone spank him on camera, and then the broadcast cut out. What's interesting is that there's never been anyone named a suspect, there was never any evidence found, and it's pretty much become a whole Reddit thread trying to figure out who this person was, what happened, and name them. So it's an interesting mystery to go on, but from everything I could find, it was just 2 guys messing with the media. And then for the last one I'm going to cover in tier 1, we have the UN agenda. This is pretty much just relates to Agenda 21 and other conspiracies, which I'll talk about more in later tiers, but the idea that the UN is trying to build itself towards a new world order. Tier 2's title is Deep Researcher, and it's described as theories and Twilight Zone level stuff. Most of these entries can easily be studied through the use of mainstream medias, but they require a good grasp of how the world works to be fully understood. Common people rarely go this deep. First up, we have lucid dreaming. Lucid dreaming is a well-known concept that during sleep, some people can control their dreams and what happens in them. I, for one, am one of these people. However, the theory comes in where people who can lucid dream can either affect things that happen in the real world or affect their thought process by manipulating things in the dreamscape. Next up is MK Ultra. MK Ultra is a rather well-known experiment that happened with the CIA in the 1970s, late 60s, in which people were brought in and influenced with psychotropics and other mind-altering drugs for the CIA to view the effects of and potentially use in PSYOPs, which again was something mentioned in Tier 1. This is a rather well-known event. Most of the theories stem from the idea that either it's still going on or it was done at a great larger scale than the populace is aware of. Next up we have hypnosis. Again, this is one of those establishing theories, but as we all know, hypnosis is influencing the watcher to either recall things from the past or implant memories and yada yada things such as. Next up we have fluoride. Fluoride has to do with the fact that in the US, fluoride is inserted into the tap water in order to help with tooth enamel and digestion and yada yada things such as. The conspiracy comes from the fact that fluoride is a chemical and can therefore chemically castrate or influence other biomechanical things in the body. So this will be more tied in later, but such as pineal gland calcification is believed to be a side effect of fluoride poisoning or fluoride control, as people believe. Speaking of, pineal gland calcification is the idea that the pineal gland in the body calcifies after a certain point. This is actually true, however, the side effects of the theory are not. The way the pineal gland works is it has to do with growth and hormone supplements in the body, but after someone passes puberty, it's not really needed anymore and the gland simply calcifies and dies out. The theory comes from the idea that things such as fluoride and other things taken in the body causes the gland to calcify and keeps us from reaching either our full brain or physical potential. This goes into weird theories about how to uncalcify and things such as, but it is true that as you get older, you don't need the pineal gland anymore, so it kind of just withers away. Next up, we have Cicada. This is in reference to Cicada 3301, which was a large-scale codebreaker event that happened in 2012. a random account appeared with the name Cicada 3301 and had these large puzzles for people to solve. There have been a total of 3, with a new one being added every time the last one gets figured out. However, the third one, to this day, despite being posted in 2016, has still not been found out. The site says the reason for this is that they are recruiting code breakers for some kind of secret project that no one's aware of. It's a very interesting rabbit hole to go down. I may make a video on it someday. There's several videos out there, and give the third puzzle a look. You may be the code breaker that's wanted for whatever super sleuth activity they got planned. The McFly code is our first look at one of the more kooky ones. It is a belief that the Back to the Future movie predicted 9/11. The evidence of this is saying such as the shopping mall that takes place in the movie is Twin Pines Shopping Mall, or the fact that the first clock of the movie shows 9:55, which on a hand dial would be 9/11, and things such as, and this all connects to the idea that the people who did 9/11 make movies and blah blah blah, you get it. Dowsing, or is an idea that using a fork of metal, people can pick up on sonic vibrations from the earth in order to find underground supplies of water, oil, etc. It's more of a wives' tale than anything now, but there is some truth to it when it comes to how people used to found oil refineries. However, the way this leads back into a theory is it's one of those establishing ones again that there are sonic vibrations within the earth. Next up we have Admiral Byrd, and this is one of the first really interesting ones in my opinion. Admiral Byrd was sent to Antarctica shortly after World War II in something called Operation High Jump, which was essentially an idea to figure out whatever the Nazis were looking for in Antarctica during World War II, which relates to this place called Base 221, which was supposedly a Nazi outpost in Antarctica. When he returned back, he was put into isolation for 36 hours and was told not to speak of what he found to anyone under any circumstances, to which he was then given the Medal of Honor and told to leave. While this is odd, many connect it to the idea of what the Nazis were looking for in the first place, which is something known as Agartha. Which brings us into our next topic, Agartha. In theory, Agartha is a civilization located beneath the Earth. This gets into a larger idea called Hollow Earth theory, that inside of the Earth, it is essentially a flipped gravitational pull, and there's an entire world operating beneath us. What's interesting throughout history is how different civilizations and leaders have been dedicated to finding this quote-unquote Agartha, such as Hitler during World War II, and other ancient tribes have tales of people that live beneath. How that's connected is since Agartha is what Germany was looking for in World War II, and since that's where Admiral Byrd went to go look and then was told to shut up and never talk about it, many believe Admiral Byrd found Agartha and then was told to simply never talk about it. Next up we have Weather Control, or HAARP. HAARP stands for High Frequency Active Auroral Research Program, which is an actual military base located in Alaska. The purpose of this base is to monitor weather activity, although many have accused it as being a weather control base, such as Hugo Chavez saying that the earthquakes that occurred in South America were due to meddling at the HAARP location in Alaska. This goes deeper. There's a lot of people who trace the weather around the area to look for signs on it, so you can check it out yourself. But basically, I did in Alaska that the government has a weather control base. Freemasons is another one of those establishing ideas. It essentially goes off of the well-known idea that the Masons are shady and they influence several politics and events that happen around the world. So this is another one of those asterisk ones. Keep the Masons in mind for things that come later. The 23 Enigma is simply that, an idea that the number 23 is suspicious throughout history in things such as dates and events and number of casualties and things such as. You can look into this one yourself. It's really long. There's even a movie about it starring Jim Carrey, but essentially the idea that the number 23 is to be avoided. Next up we have astral projection. Astral projection relates a lot to lucid dreaming, although it's a little bit different. The idea of astral projection is that while sleeping or in a trance-like state, someone can remove their soul or their consciousness from their body and walk around and influence things. Experiments with this include hospitals who have put messages on the roof, and people who claim to astrally project have projected above the hospital, so to speak, been able to read what was on the roof, come back down, and tell the doctors what they saw. Next up we have succubi. This will relate more in theories on, such as giants, but essentially the idea is that there are these supernatural entities disguised as women that feed off of men's energy by appearing as a sexual being or feeding off of their life force or things such as. Eastern philosophy is incredibly vague. I can only imagine this is also a setup, as it applies to Hinduism and Taoism, and just general ideas of spirituality, yin and yang, so on and so forth. Nephilim is what I was referring to earlier when speaking of giants. Nephilim is a more specific concept. Specifically in the Old Testament, it says that some of the angels that fell to earth whenever Satan was cast out had children with humans on earth, and that created creatures known as Nephilim, or giants. In the Old Testament, several of the tribes that were wiped out or ordered to be wiped out by God were these Nephilim creatures. Famous characters such as Goliath from the Bible are specific instances of it. Where this goes further is the idea that they still exist in modern day, or small tribes and civilizations are made up of them. The missing cosmonauts relates to the Cold War space race time before Yuri Gagarin was successfully shot into space, that Russia shot up several other people, but since they all died or never made it back to Earth, they simply kept it quiet as a way to not cause bad publicity during the Cold War. This one is definitely more feasible than others on the list, the idea that the Russian government would cover up failures in its space program, but it does make it horrifying to think about how many people could have died in the search for the man in space. The Dyaltov Pass is an interesting one that I will absolutely make a video on someday, but the short version is 9 researchers went missing in Russia in the Siberian area, and when they went to be found, they were all dead, either from having all of their bones shattered, their jaws ripped off, other horrifying scenarios that in no way seemed natural, to the point that the coroner's report on it says they were killed by a, quote, overwhelming compelling force, which could be literally anything. Like I said, it's a very interesting story and very creepy, and I encourage you to check it out yourself. Declassified documents is also super vague. This is probably just referring to the JFK files and other government documents that have been released in recent years, and the fact that they proved and disproved several conspiracy theories. So yeah, go figure. Summoning is also a setup concept. Basically just the idea that people can bring in evil or good entities either through actions or rituals. So specific supernatural beings can be conjured up by an individual. One of which is another concept on the iceberg, tulpas. Tulpas are what we would traditionally figure as an imaginary friend. Essentially the idea that someone can think an entity up so much and imagine them to the point that a spirit inhabits that being. So the idea that imaginary friends kids have, or ideas that always set in your mind, are not merely ideas but are now possessed by a specific entity. So don't worry about that monster under the bed too much. Operation Bluebeam was an idea put forward by Sergey, Monast, which said that NASA was working with the UN and world governments to pose a new religion in which NASA would fake the second coming of Christ in order to set up the Antichrist as the Godhead. And it essentially relates to the end of times, the idea that all world governments are working together to destroy the population, and he called this entire thing Operation Bluebeam. So yeah, occult knowledge is also a super vague one. Basically the just knowledge of the occult itself. So occult's defined as anything that is supernatural but not strictly spiritual. So werewolves, monsters, creatures of the night, etc., etc. Again, this is another setup. It just occurred to me that we are not like even halfway done. Magica was weird to find anything for, mostly because I think there is a card game of the same name, but from the best I can figure, Magica is essentially the idea that magic is divided into 5 categories, that is the arcane, the illusionary, the aura, manipulation, and elemental. So I could be completely off, but that's all I could find. Next we have the shelled or firmament earth. This comes from the idea posed in Genesis in the Bible that before the flood, the earth was covered with a firmament, or essentially a wrapping of water that allowed oxygen to flourish and things such as. Now it's mentioned in the flood that that firmament was destroyed. However, theorists believe that there's still a firmament of some kind and that the earth sort of exists within a shell. And most of what I found with this related back to hollow earth theory, so I think they're kind of tied, if not directly. Men in Black is a concept that is rather well known, that government agents who simply wear a suit and use fake names appear to cover up evidence often. This relates to theories such as Polybius, which we'll get into later, or people going missing. And it's essentially the deepest level of government cover-up you can go, that completely nameless and identificationless people will show up in black suits and change things however the government wants them. The Boy in the Box is a real-world case that happened in 1957 in Philadelphia, in which a boy's body was found in a box on the side of the river, and he was never identified. This was weird because no one nearby reported a missing child, no orphanages reporting missing children, nothing. It was just a body found in a box for some reason, which implies murder or foul play, but no one ever knows who did it, and there's never been any connection made. Most theories relate to the idea that it was a cover-up by an orphanage or things such as, but it doesn't change the fact that it's odd that a child could just disappear and no one would notice. Reality simulations is another setup. Basically the whole Matrix idea that reality itself is either one giant simulation for everyone or certain individuals. Clown sightings are in reference to in 2016, whenever various people showed up in clown costumes with knives and weapons and began threatening people in public. What's interesting about this is ask yourself, do you know of anyone that dressed up as a clown? Or have you heard of anyone dressing up as a clown? And why did it happen in thousands all across the US at once? No one's ever came forward, there were never any public plans made, but yet, all at once, they just showed up and then went away. Weird. Divination is the idea that one can see the future or have premonitions of the future through supernatural means. So essentially through meditation or summoning, someone can figure out what will happen in the future. Space is fake is exactly what it says, space is fake, that either the night sky is a simulation or it is a sort of curtain that's been put up by extraterrestrials in order to give the illusion of space, even though it's not real. Pantheism is a more traditional idea that there is not necessarily a God, but more so that God is a being completely outside the understanding of people and instead exists all around us everywhere at once, or we are essentially a part of God. It is a very spiritualist idea of the universe. Intelligent design is exactly what it says, that people were made intelligently and with purpose as opposed to a random set of accidents or coincidences, and this is pretty much the basis of every religion, that people were created rather than accidentally. LA oil rigs was interesting, and I had no idea about it until reading this. Apparently in LA, regular oil rigs are not up to code or sightly for the city, so they're hidden in completely normal buildings like this. Every floor you see is fake. All of it is just an exterior covering, and inside is just a working oil rig, and these exist all down the street in LA. Also, this isn't really a theory, it's literally what it is. There are oil rigs working inside of fake buildings in LA. Ghost Girl is also very fake. I think this is just simply referring to the idea of a ghostly girl watching over people when they sleep, or in the corners when they are awake, which I think is something a lot of people can relate to, I hope. Operation Fishbowl was real-world events that happened in 1962, in which the government started launching nukes into the atmosphere and detonating them essentially to see what happened. It was called Operation Fishbowl because of the shape that the nuclear cloud would take when that high in the atmosphere. Not only did this probably have disastrous consequences on the weather and environment, but the whole thing Oppenheimer was afraid of, that the nuke could light the atmosphere on fire and kill us all, not 20 years later, they were directly firing them at the atmosphere to see what would happen. So, good job, team. Archdemons and Archangels is another idea that comes from Christianity. Originally, Archangels were the lead warriors or chieftains of the angels, so as they were cast out of heaven, they would become Archdemons. So this is just the idea of these very powerful demons and angels existing. The Philosopher's Stone is an idea that was originally put forward by Charlemagne the Great of what is now Holy Roman Empire, that's it. The Philosopher's Stone was the basis of what is known as alchemy, which is essentially converting one element into a different kind of element. This stone was something he wrote about several times in his findings, that when approaching another element could simply turn it into something else. So what ancient societies would know as magic, we would know as extreme radioactive properties or whatever have you with what theory you're following. What's interesting is the Philosopher's Stone, as it's mentioned, has never been found, although there are things similar. So it is, like I said, essentially the bedrock of what is now alchemy. My red is not your red is the once kind of novel but now overknown concept that just because I see a color one way does not mean you see a color one way. We could see completely different colors, but because we've both spent our entire life thinking that something is blue, we both call it blue without knowing we each see different kinds of blues. It's just that concept. Vampires, while at first may be seeming odd, it does make sense in the grander scheme of things that it's on this list. For example, take old world ideologies and think about why they believed in vampires the way they did. Things such as certain people need to be staked through the heart, or tied up, or in some cases flipped upside down in their coffin. What would the reason for that be unless they had seen something that made them think that was necessary? And it leads into this whole idea of maybe our understanding of humans in history isn't what we think it is. Aura is another setup one. It's essentially the idea that humans exude this spiritual energy around them that changes with their mood and things such as. And this goes into gravitational pulls and sonic vibrations of the earth and things such as. Francis Levy's handprint is interesting. I didn't know anything about this until doing the research for this video. In 1924, a man named Francis Levy was a firehouse worker who, while cleaning a window, got ordered to go away on a call. On that call, him along and 7 other crewmen died in a fire. After this whole event was over, someone tried to spray the window of the firehouse and his handprint would not come off. This got to the point that they used bleach, acid, pressure washers, all of it, and it became a novelty around the town. People would come to see it. The glass company came to try to see if they could figure it out, but for whatever reason, this handprint was perfectly formed onto this window. The ending is kind of ridiculous though. In 1944, a boy who was throwing newspapers through one and broke the window, ending the legacy. But it is odd that this handprint stayed completely unfazed by all of the removal process for 20 years. Bohemian Grove is a 2,700-acre campsite in the western United States, which has been home to several presidents such as Reagan, Nixon, etc. What's weird about Bohemian Grove is the theories that go on around it. For example, there are no pictures taken during certain commencement ceremonies, and people who have claimed to sneak in and take pictures have gotten some weird stuff from it. This all goes back to the idea of secret societies and things that happen, but essentially Bohemian Grove is a gathering place for world elites to do who knows what. Lost Civilizations is simply in reference to the fact there are entire societies that are known about in ancient texts, but that we just can't find. The Mayans, for example, was supposed to have 3 giant cities, and only 2 have been discovered. With our understanding and GPS satellites, it's really weird that these entire civilizations just simply can't be found. The Vikings are another one. Several of the sites that they talk about being set up at or where they lived have just never been discovered. This goes into conspiracies of cover-ups or of information being hidden and things such as, but it's an interesting concept that these entire worlds can just disappear. Paranormal beings is also super vague, just supernatural entities that defy the normal realm of logic. Professional sports scripted is exactly what it says. The idea that companies and elites make up what happens in the games, even if the players aren't necessarily aware of it, in order to drive revenue in the right direction, or ticket sales, or blah blah blah, money, money, money. Snuff cinema in itself is not a theory, it's a real thing. It's simply the idea that people will actually take videos of people being murdered or raped or things such as and sell them on the dark web or in shady circles. Where most of the theory comes in is who makes these may be higher up elitist, or at least the buyers might be. So while this is a real world thing, it gets a lot more creepy when you think about who may be consuming it. Gang stalking is a phenomenon that is mostly observed in schizophrenics, but it is the idea that several mundane people are following you at any given time. So what that may mean practically is whenever you walk up to the mailbox, your neighbor looks at you. Whenever you drive to work, a car pulls up beside you and it's kind of going the same speed. And when you get to work, someone keeps glancing at you. The idea of gang stalking is that all these people are in on it and are conspiring against you for some reason. This is also seen a lot in conspiracy theorist circles, with ideas that people who know too much are being followed by essentially men in black in disguise. Experiments on humans, also super vague, but as mentioned before with things such as MK Ultra and experiments that we know happened in World War II, it's kind of a real thing. I guess the theory would be the extent of it or the modern application of it. Sixth extinction is the idea that there have been 5 primary extinctions in history, such as the meteor and the ice age and things like that, and we are currently on the 6th extinction, which would be man and would be a man-made issue that we created ourselves. Pseudosciences relates to old world theories, or mostly old world theories, of things such as the 4 constants in the body being science or spiritualism and things such as. And essentially where it relates to conspiracy theories is saying that there is more credit to it than has been disproved by science, and the discredit of it is simply repression. The Saturn rings theory comes from the idea that the rings of Saturn were created when an asteroid collided into it some time ago, and the particles of that asteroid were simply caught in its gravitational pull and formed Saturn's rings. Where this gets creepy is thinking that Saturn, speaking in space, is not that far from us, so if something could hit it, something could hit us. Polar shift is essentially the idea that over time the Earth's magnetic poles have shifted, and this will inevitably lead to a cataclysmic event of tectonic plates smashing together and earthquakes and storms and what have you. It's essentially an end of the world idea. The Large Hadron Collider is a real thing that exists in, I believe, Germany. But the entire point of it is it works as essentially a giant gun to shoot particles at each other at speeds of light. What's interesting is the last time this was done, it created a new particle called the Higgs boson. What it essentially did was prevent the machine from being used further, and I should also mention before this firing happened, there was a shock wave that ripped through the machine, damaging it and making them take more time to repair it. A physicist theorized that since time works as a 4th dimension, that shooting 2 particles together at such speeds would theoretically create a black hole, but since the way time and waves work, and there's people who can explain this much better than I can, shock waves ripple backwards through time in order to prevent us from causing an event that would theoretically destroy the future version. This all has to do with the idea of time as a 4th dimension, and we just move through it linearly, although it can be manipulated, and yada yada yada. It's really cool stuff, look into it yourself if you like, but that's the idea. Oumuamua is a body of space debris that passed near our sun some years ago and was viewed from the research station of the same name in Hawaii. What was interesting is that analyzing the particles of this, it seemed to be rather homey to us. It contained carbon and things that look like Earth and stuff such as, and was probably launched after a star exploded some however many galaxies away. What's interesting is the idea that if that Earth was destroyed, and also keep in mind, this thing would have been a whole lot bigger than our Earth. If that super Earth was destroyed by its sun exploding, what means the same couldn't happen to us? The World War II Black Book was a book that was found in Berlin in 1945 that had the name of several British citizens, in fact thousands of them, with their names, addresses, and places of work that were essentially on a hit list, so to speak, if Germany was to win the war. What's weird about this is why the Black Book would still exist at such a point as 1945 when Germany was pushed all the way into Berlin, and the details are that it was found in a sofa somewhere in Berlin, and it couldn't have been the Reichstag because that place was absolutely burned to the ground. So there are several theories about why this book was created, if this book is real, etc., etc. Fish rain is a phenomenon that occurs for seemingly no reason, in which various times throughout history, fish have begun to fall from the sky. Similar things have happened with rats, snakes, etc. The leading theory is that somewhere hundreds of miles away, a tornado happened that either pulled these things out of the water or off of land and threw them that far. But even then, that doesn't necessarily make sense looking at some of the specific instances it's happened. So it's just weird. Figure it out for yourself. Clinton body doubles is exactly what it says. That several times in the public, the Clintons have used body doubles at either politically challenging times or times they were under scrutiny in order to not die. The butterfly effect is a concept that mostly relates to time travel theory and things such as that one very minor change will cause a series of changes to happen afterwards that can affect the course of history. For example, if I was to simply do this video a minute longer and not leave the house, well, that could cause me to end up in a car accident that may kill me or injure me or something rather, which would change the course of history all because of one seemingly meaningless task. This is where you hear the whole, don't go back into the past and flip over a stone, you could change world history. This is just that laid out. Ninjins are a Japanese legend of these giant human-like sort of porpoise-looking creatures that roam in the Pacific Ocean and sing sailors into their death. These are very different from mermaids, not only in their appearance, but the fact they are much, much larger. I believe up to 50 feet in some of the legends descriptions. But what's also interesting is that there are several very similar things to Ninjins mentioned in Viking culture and in Indian culture and things such as, which makes it weird considering these tribes have never had contact with each other, so. The Patterson-Gimlin massacre is in reference to the Patterson-Gimlin tapes. For those that don't know, it is the very famous video or supposed first sighting of Bigfoot. If you watch the entire tape, at the beginning there seems to be something on the ground that appears as a pool of blood, and the men in the video are washing blood off of their hands. The idea of this being that these people were up there hunting for Bigfoot and simply started taking the video as the last one was leaving or walking around the campground. This leads into the idea among Bigfoot hunters that the reason we don't see them is that they were hunted out by people, and what we're seemingly watching here is the last group near the public eye being massacred. When I mentioned at the beginning, there are things that can get me kicked off of YouTube immediately. This is what I was referring to, so feel free to look it up in your own time. I'm going to be very light with it. The Houdin Plan was an idea imagined by anthropologist Edward Houdin, which essentially said after World War II they needed to do something about the Germans, and the best thing to do was something called the Great Replacement Theory, and I'm going to stop talking there and you can figure it out for yourself. The oil pit squid was discovered in Indiana, in which while cultivating an oil source, there was an 8 to 12 inch squid that popped out, and supposedly this has happened more than once by oil crews in the area. This makes absolutely no sense because the squid shouldn't be able to survive in oil, and why is it in the middle of landlocked Indiana? A lot of the information I found on this related back to the Hollow Earth idea. Regardless of what your theory is on it, it's very weird that this thing exists at all. And then lastly, I'm going to get into the two most interesting theories that I found on this tier, and I believe that they're interconnected to each other. The first is the people of the Mount theory. The background of it essentially works like this. In the 1820s, there was an animal researcher who was trying to figure out why lemurs existed in some parts of the world and not others and seemingly skip giant areas. This was one of the first groundworks that led to the idea of Pangaea, and that all of the continents were originally pushed together. However, even going off of Pangaea, that would mean there was a giant portion of land that just doesn't exist anymore, with the idea being whenever the plate shifted, it simply sank below water. The name of this unidentified continent was called Lemuria. Get it? Lemuria. Near the coast of where this supposed Lemuria is supposed to be is an area known as Mount Shasta. Locals have said that at night you can see people leaving in robes, and these people are tall, like much taller than any person can be, 9 to 10 feet. Supposedly beneath Mount Shasta is a completely hollow ground, and that the survivors of this Lemuria sought it for shelter and have lived under there, untouched by society ever since. In 1904, a researcher went to Mount Shasta and said he found miles and miles of underground caves full of gold and silver and crystals and things such as, but whenever he put together a team to go research it, he disappeared, which is weird. Most of what I found on Lemurians and the people of the Mount, again, relates back to Hollow Earth theory, which is why I think that was mentioned so much in this stage, but the idea that there is this untouched race of people existing in underground caves in the modern times. This also relates to something else on this tier, which is crystal skulls. There are 13 perfectly made crystal skulls that have been found variously around the world, but what's odd about them is while they're all made exactly the same, no one can place where they came from. They were each recovered from different dig sites and seem to have the same properties as one another, yet no one really knows where they came from. And every accusation where they came from, such as pre-Columbia or Spain or whatever, has been proved false. According to the legend surrounding these skulls, though, they supposedly contain energy. Anyone who touches the skull or comes into contact with it shares their memories with it, and then that is passed on to the next handler, and so on and so forth. What's interesting about this is part of what the researcher mentioned who got lost in the Mount Shasta cave in 1904 is that they communicated using crystals. When I was reading this for this tier, keep in mind these are two different theories, I thought it was wild that these crystals that Lemurians have to supposedly communicate with each other seem to be the same things that these skulls were that supposedly communicate with each other, and no one knew where the skulls came from, and it related back to Lemuria. Again, to clarify, I don't believe in this, I think it's neat. So to encompass this whole theory together, especially with other stuff seen in the tier, that would mean that the Lemurians did go underground but found either the Agartha beneath Earth, or at least hidden passageways that work all the way under Earth, and there is an entire civilization of humanity existing apart from ourselves underground, and periodically their belongings, such as these crystal skulls, are found in other parts of the world. So there's my huge headcanon for secret underground mole people. Tier 3 is titled as the Truth Agent, and its definition is point of no return. Some of this knowledge will make you appear and act like a lunatic to normal people's eyes, but it's only the beginning. If you are still here, you might want to study and research more, following your path. First up is singularity. Singularity has two base definitions. The first is the idea of an infinite zero in an equation. So in things such as a black hole, density is calculated infinitely, which is the reason a black hole exists. However, the version that I think the theory is referring to, because there's more reference to this type of thing in this tier, is the idea that humanity will eventually reach a point of no return with technology, meaning that at some point we will either develop ourselves to such a dependence on technology, or to a point that AI will be equal to humanity and there will be no coming back from it. So there are theories that we've already hit that singularity point, or that we are very quickly about to, and this relates to ideas on both sides of transhumanism, who think that's a good thing, and people who believe that technology has progressed too far and that we should quit while we're ahead. Quantum suicide and immortality is a tricky one to understand, but I'm going to try to do my best to you. I'm going to need to explain some ideas in quantum mechanics, so bear with me. I am not a physicist, but I will do my best. The word quantum itself refers to super small microscopic particles. I am talking pieces of atoms as they move around. What's interesting about atoms and electrons and things such as is that we never know at one point where they are. They're constantly moving, never setting still. So what that means is that we always predict where they'll be, or have an idea of the estimation of where they'll be. Obviously, this is very different from real-world logic. I can point at you, or a thing at the wall, or the Travis Scott vinyl back there, and know for sure that it is there, that it is a tangible object. However, you can't do that with atoms. What's interesting is that this doesn't just apply to one atom. It applies to 2 atoms, or 3, or 4 in clusters. So there has to be a point somewhere where atoms quit being atoms that are judged quantumly and begin becoming objects that can be judged logically. This goes back to the whole idea of a sand pile, that if you have a heap of sand and you periodically take 1 grain of sand out, it never quits being a heap. But by that logic, by the time you get down to 1 bit of sand, that's still technically a heap, unless there's some rule that changes it somewhere. All this really has to do with thought experiments and theories and things such as. And quantum suicide and immortality itself is one of these thought experiments. If we apply quantum mechanics to real large world creations such as humans or chairs or what have you, that's where we get into ideas like Schrodinger's cat. Schrodinger's cat is the idea that if you were to take a cat and to put it in a box, then inside this box there was a mechanism that had a 50% chance of killing the cat. The cat would be both dead and alive until observed. Now remember, this is all applying to quantum mechanics. So if the way atoms work are, we don't know how they are until we look at it at a specific moment and say, oh, that's it, then something larger, like a cat, would have the same rules applied to it. So by Schrodinger's cat logic, or Schrodinger's law, things in the real world are not manipulated until you look at them. But obviously that isn't true, because things can happen without us directly looking at it. The inverse to Schrodinger's law is something called Copenhagen's law. Copenhagen's law states that if something happens in our world, then that is the only thing that happens. That there was a series of random events that could occur that led to this specific instance occurring, and that's it. That's all she wrote, that there's only one way it happens. So again, it kind of goes back against Schrodinger's law, but it is a more normal idea for us. Like, that's essentially how things work in the real world. Things happen or they don't. Quantum suicide and immortality is a theory that kind of straddles between the two.
It was developed by a man named Hugh Everett, who was, from everything I found, kind of a jerk. For example, his daughter attempted suicide, and he simply glanced up from his notebook and thought nothing of the situation. He was a very calloused man, and this is a very calloused look at reality. It takes the idea of Schrodinger's cat, that there are unknown uncertainties when it comes to how things react in the real world, and we only change it by observation, and applies Copenhagen's law that whatever happens in our world is simply what happened, and that's how the dice fell. Quantum suicide and immortality is very closely related to what we know as string theory, or the idea that there are multiple expanding universes in every direction. It says that every single one of these unknown uncertainties is played out in a different universe. Those familiar with string theory will know what I'm talking about. Every decision that you could make is made in a separate branching off pathway, and this goes on infinitely forever for everyone. Quantum suicide and immortality is applying this to the person, saying that if you are a depressed individual, or if you are a very lively, happy individual, every single change in your character will be played out across these different timelines, which means there are some where you always commit suicide. And this is rather dark, but like I said, he was a callous man. Or there are some where you live forever. His thought process on this being, if you live to be 100 and your heart simply stops, well, there's a branching off universe where your heart goes a second longer, and another one where it goes a second longer, and on and on and on. Which means there are infinite universes where you commit suicide or die forever, and ones where you live on forever in these branching pathways. I really hope that wasn't boring. I thought it was a really cool concept, so yeah. The tree swastika was discovered in Germany in 1992, in which 140 larch trees were planted in the pattern of a swastika. The significance of larch trees is that they share similarities in color and design with the other trees of the area year-round, except for a 3-week window in the winter in which they become brown with their leaves, and as you can see in the picture, create a different pattern when planted between them, in this case a swastika. What's interesting about these trees, given how tall they are, is that they would have to be planted a long time ago. And what's even more interesting is that this isn't the only one. There have been several found across Germany, Poland, France, and things such as, which it's believed during World War II that Nazi sympathizers or Nazi commanders in certain regions would plant these as a show of good faith or loyalty to the fatherland and blah blah blah, what have you. It's interesting that these monuments, or natural monuments to an empire since defeated, can still appear randomly in the real world, and it's scary to think of how much deeper ideas like this go than we're publicly aware of. Genocide denials goes to both sides, as there will be public opinion that denies sort of publicly accepted ideas of genocide and things that have happened, and there will also be governments who deny accusations towards them of their involvement in genocide, and so on and so forth. It goes both ways. Roko's Basilisk is another thought experiment that comes from an online user who went by the name of Roko. He developed the idea that if AI is to come to a point of singularity, or to where it gets so powerful that it's smarter than us and starts to kill us, it would be beneficial now to help it. Because after this AI becomes so super intelligent, it may begin killing people who weren't part of its creation. While this is already kind of a logical fallacy, the whole idea of you have to do evil to prevent evil from happening to you and blah blah blah, what's interesting about it is some of the more hypothetical theories that it gets into, and there's so many I won't go into them, but ideas that this AI may, since it can manipulate time, go back in time and simply stop people from being born who wouldn't help it, so everyone that's alive now is people that would only help it, or that the AI itself has simply come back in time to silently watch and see what people will lead to its creation, and so on and so forth. It's essentially a cautionary tale about AI, and while this is a more submissive answer to it, like, we gotta help it or else, it's used in a lot of circles about the dangers of AI itself. Taured is a really cool one I remember hearing about several years back, specifically the Man from Taured, as it's called. The story goes like this. A man entered a Japanese airport and was caught at exchange because his passport was weird. It said that he was from a country called Taured, and it had his full information, date of birth, all of it was correct except the country of origin. The security pulled him to the side and began asking him questions about this country, to which the man was confused and kept replying that he's simply from Taured. As a matter of fact, he pointed to it on a map, saying that that map was incorrect because it's supposed to reside between Germany and France. He gave correct accounts of information through history, like World War II and the Soviet Cold War. He gave numbers for them to call, which all proved to be non-existent, and this lasted for some time. That night, the security put him in a hotel so that they could figure out what to do, and the next day when they went to get him, he was gone. There was no evidence of him, there was no information found, and he was never seen again. A lot of this relates back to the Mandela effect that I mentioned in the first here. There are these parallel universes that keep interacting with one another, but it's interesting the idea that there is a different, slightly different world from ours. It still had events like Cold War and World War II, but resulted in the creation of a new country called Torrid. The bloop is something that personally affects me because it has to do with my worst fear ever, the ocean. In the early 2000s, ocean researchers had several microphones placed across the Pacific Ocean, the purpose of it to be to monitor blue whale migrations. That was until, out of nowhere, from a location that was triangulated to be the bottom of the ocean, there was a bellowing roar that was so loud, it was picked up by microphones in a 3,000-mile radius direction. To put that in perspective, the vocal cords of whatever this thing would had to be 3 times the size, at least, of a blue whale. To this day, no one knows where it came from, and it has been the subject of several conspiracies or monster theories about things that live beneath the ocean, which is just further confirmation to me that I don't belong in the ocean. Rosicrucianism is closely related to an old religion that was a branch off of Christianity some 800 years ago, known as Gnosticism, or Gnosticism, not sure how to pronounce it. It essentially follows the idea that God and the Trinity is real from Christianity, but that there are lesser gods, and each of them are mandated to do different things. More specifically, the idea that the lesser god that created Earth is evil and mischievous, and that's why there's so much sin and misery on our Earth. While good things come from Christ and the Godhead, bad things come from our smaller god. Rosicrucianism, from everything that I can find, believes this theory but applies more science into it. Where this applies is that almost everything I found about Rosicrucianism applies to the Masons. The idea being that several of the founders of the Freemasons subscribe to this ideology, and were not only that, but were sort of high priest in this order. So the idea of deidal Christianity mixed with phenomenal science, creating the Freemasons, stays in line with most of the theories that apply to them. Sinkholes are exactly what it's referring to. Sinkholes, for those that don't know, periodically, especially in man-made areas, giant holes in the ground can open up, and I mean huge. It doesn't just have to be wherever man-made items are, but that's normally where it happens. A lot of the theories around this go back to the idea of gods and stuff, that we have overpopulated the earth too much and so it's cleansing itself, or back to harmonic vibrations on the earth, and make your own calculations from it, but that's just what the theory is referring to. The Publius Enigma dates back to Pink Floyd's 1994 album, The Division Bell. Someone by the name of Publius appeared online and began saying that there was a secret message hidden in the album The Division Bell, and anyone that figured it out would be given great reward. Now, while you could just chalk this up to some crazy person on boards, they seem to know a whole lot about Pink Floyd and the album itself, and when questioned about their legitimacy, they said to watch the stage at the next Pink Floyd concert, to which the lights began flashing in code the name of Publius. So obviously this guy has connection somewhere. Despite this, there has never been any huge secret, at least from what I can find, derived from the Division Bell album, and most people believe it to be some huge sort of like paparazzi show from the agents who put together the album, but everyone exclusively denies this. So who is Publius and what's the secret of the Division Bell? Russian sleep experiments are a supposed experiment that was uncovered that happened in Russia during World War II. And while you may be familiar with the famous creepypasta that I was before looking into it, the creepypasta comes off of the supposed real-world documentation. The idea of this experiment was to develop a drug that would give soldiers the ability to stay awake for days at a time without side effects or crashing. However, according to the legend, what happened during these experiments is that as the days progressed, the test subjects became more and more insane to the point that they completely lost touch with humanity and became these groveling monsters that asked for pain and wanted to hurt each other, and they ripped someone's throat out, and yada 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 goes on and on. There are logs of this, which you can look up and read yourself, of supposedly what happened. There's a lot of gore and violence involved, but it all relates back to the idea that whenever we sleep, we stave off this inner demon that we all have inside of us. And without sleep for weeks at a time, we allow it to become more powerful till eventually it takes over. It all relates to the overarching concept of the evil within every human. Esoteric knowledge is kind of broad. From everything that I've found, it has to do with human intentions. So esoteric knowledge would be a true understanding of what it is in your brain that makes you do the things you do or behave the way that you are. Esotericism is mentioned a lot in things like Gnosticism or Rosicrucianism and other old religions that are kind of the development for a lot of conspiracies. The Denver airport is an interesting one, which I'm sure a lot of you have heard of. For one, the layout of the Denver airport makes absolutely no sense. The way it's built with its hallways that go seemingly nowhere and terminals that are completely separate from everything else doesn't make a lot of sense on the outside. However, when you look at old plans that had the idea of there being a giant underground, and there supposedly isn't one, it comes to the theory that it is a secret bunker, either by the military or some say the Illuminati and things such as. But the theory just doesn't stop there. For one, there are some really weird art pieces around the Denver airport. For example, there is a painting of a German Nazi in a gas mask with rainbows coming out of him and a giant scythe, as well as a statue outside of a 32-foot tall horse that is blue with red glowing eyes that people refer to as Blucifer, which during its construction, the head fell off, killing the creator, to which they put the head back on and left it. And on top of that, there are signs all over the Denver airport that says it was created by the Freemasons and it's a Mason establishment and blah blah blah. And theories range from the idea of Denver airport being the gateway to hell to just the idea that it's a secret military or Freemason base that is kept quiet from the public. Archons relate back to Gnosticism, which I mentioned earlier. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Essentially, if the lesser god created our world, the Archons are his helpers or tormentors. And it goes to the idea that mischievous or evil things that happen in the real world are the deliberate actions of these tiny demons. I say tiny demons, essentially it's just demons working for a different entity than the devil. So you could be safe to say these are the demons of Gnosticism. Spirit science is exactly what it says. The idea that scientific concepts can be related to spiritualism and things like auras and chakras and things such as, and that through application of spirit science you can unlock or understand your inner self. The plane of jars is interesting. In Laos, there are these fields that are all grouped together that hold anywhere between 1 to 400 of these giant 9-foot wide stone jars. They've all been carved out from stone, most of them have lids with them, and they're just sitting in these fields and no one knows where they came from. The locals in the area talk of legends and say that giants used to roam this land. And there's again giants being mentioned from the past years. And that what they would do is they would carve out these stones and set them in these fields, and that's where they'd keep their alcohol and honey and things such as, and each field was a different keeping place for a different material. Sadly, not a lot of research or insight can be done to this place, because during Vietnam, the United States dropped more explosives on specifically the Field of Jars than the entirety of World War II. And that combined with all of the undetonated explosives there mean research is very, very scant and dangerous to do. So I guess we may not know more about this, but I like the Giants idea. It's cool. The Beacon of Hate was discovered on June the 2nd of 2000, in which a man in the western United States began picking up on this radio transmission that was being broadcast locally, and after enhancing it, he found a looping broadcast in which someone was screaming over and over about America selling themselves to camels, and pornography and religion should die, and the end times is coming with a chariot, and other mixes of like Revelations type speak, and general disdain for the United States, so on and so forth. This was looping for, as far as he could tell, about 8 months before it disappeared. To this day, the FCC has better things to do There have been no information found on it, no one knows who caused it or what happened, and it simply remains a mystery. Feral children is a real-world phenomenon which is quite sad, in which kids who either ran away or were abducted at a young age and lived away from human contact simply became feral. This is observed a lot whenever researchers go to lesser populated areas such as forest and jungles, in which children have been allowed to get away from their families and been raised in the wilderness. Normally the child is very either scared of human interaction or violent around humans and resolves to things such as running on all fours, but it can also result in some very interesting side effects such as different formed bone structure and nasal pathways that are simply just, evidence of adaptation in humans. It's interesting, however, that when taking away from other human contact in these sort of case studies, that we become animalistic. Antinatalism is a more recent ideology. Natalism is the idea that having children is good and, having a baby is good, whereas antinatalism is the opposite of that and says that having a child is morally bad. The idea with this theory being that if the higher-ups or Illuminati or whatever have you is trying to dissolve the family unit, then this idea of antinatalism will be put out more and more across the human populace until eventually families or having children or things such as is seen as a natural bad. Charles Fort is someone that I wish that I knew about before getting into this because he seems like an interesting individual. He wrote several fiction books which had to do with different occurring phenomena such as teleportation, human combustion, ball lightning, etc. What's more interesting is ideas such as teleportation and ball lightning he's actually credited with inventing. What goes furthermore is in that most interviews where he talked about these phenomena, he simply said that in studying real-world phenomena, they are things that he observed. The idea with this being that because of Charles Fort's writings, we have highlights to some things that really do happen, such as human combustion, teleportation randomly, ball lightning, so on and so forth. To the point that a term given to real-world supernatural events is Fortean, such as giant unexplainable monsters can be called Lovecraftian. Also, everything else I found on Charles Fort generally relates back to the occult, with several sort of scientific occult circles claiming him as one of their founders. The Road to Ruda was a comic book put out by the federal government for school children in the 1980s. The point of this book was to teach children concepts such as scarcity and market value and things such as. However, a man by the name of Bix Weir later came out with his own theory regarding the comic. His idea is that large governments are getting tired of banking circles owning the world through their amounts of money they loan out and things such as, and it all has to get back to Wall Street and national banking circles and blah blah blah. But his idea is the comic is showing a federal idea to get back to a new gold standard, or the idea that after a great reset, so to speak, which is being talked about a lot now in the news, that we could reverse our current banking circle idea and return to a second gold standard, as he calls it. Mereological nihilism is another one of those thought concepts. It's the idea that there are no things that are composed of other things. They are simply the smaller things made into bigger things. What I mean by that is there's no such thing as a chair. There are pieces of wood in straight lines that are pointed together in chair fashion. While this whole thing seems kind of pointless in that regard, as you apply that more and more to people and biology and things such as, it becomes more of an idea of this sort of nihilism when it comes to science and humanity. The Cagots were interesting considering I had literally never heard about this until starting review for this. The Cagots were a race of people in 16th and 17th century France who were horribly discriminated against. And by horribly, I mean that whenever entering the town, they had to ring a bell like a leopard to let other people know they're around. Not only that, but they had to walk with shoes on at all times or be arrested, so that way their skin didn't touch the ground that other barefoot people had to walk on. They were not allowed to farm. One Cagot who tried to, on his own land, had stakes run through his feet, and they had to use a specific font when writing, that way people would know a Cagot wrote it. If they didn't, as happened to one man, he had his hand cut off and pinned to the church door. And there were several rumors that spread up about them, like because they wore shoes all the time, people said that they had webbed feet, or because they only wrote in one font, children would say that that's because they have the devil's handwriting. What's really weird is no one knows where they came from. They seemingly look like any other French person. The ideas were they came from a defeated army during the Goth period, way back, but that can't be confirmed. Ideas are that they are people from north of the English Channel who came south and were simply shamed against, but that can't be confirmed. So seemingly this race just pops up in France, is horribly hated, and then disappears. It wasn't until the French Revolution, in which several Cagots went to record offices and burned any information that they were Cagots and simply assimilated back into French society. Deep Sea Lab text relates to real experiments that happened called Sea Lab, which were carried out by the United States Navy. The idea was to place these science capsules in different spots around the ocean for researchers to live in and do research from. The first two went off without a hitch. However, the third one, during its setup, someone went down to fix a carbon monoxide poisoning problem and died in the process, so the Navy shut the entire thing down. The theory is that these experiments are still being carried out in secret for whatever reason, and the idea that it was kept out of public eye, not because someone died, but because they wanted to start research on something the public shouldn't be aware of. However, I think the biggest travesty that come from that is that the people who went down into these bases were called aquanauts, and we need to bring that back. Hitler escaped inside the Earth. He is relating back to what I've talked about in previous tiers known as Agartha. The idea being that the Nazis at the Space 221 were supposedly looking for Agartha, which keep in mind would be the entire Earth's inside, found it, made tunnels that led up to Berlin in Germany, and whenever Germany began losing the war, Hitler simply went underground into this underworld. So if you were to get to the secret plane of Agartha, it would theoretically be Nazis and giants. So do with that information what you will. Illuminati blood banks is exactly what it says. There are real-world programs where the rich can buy the blood of the young in order to get transfusions for it to ideally make them younger, and there are things like blood facials that people do, and we are living in a dystopia. However, Illuminati blood banks just says that this secret Illuminati organization has near infinite supplies for these for their members, so that they can always harvest the blood of the young to stay fit, which I hate to admit is one of the least outlandish on this entire list. Sacred geometry is that the idea that there are certain shapes and patterns in geometry that relate to the construction of the real world, so much so that God himself would be the geometric shape of life itself. And it gets into this whole idea that certain shapes can be used to summon different things, and so on and so forth. The Black Pope prophecy comes from a supposed prediction that popped up in the 1500s, specifically 1590, that was 112 phrases to describe every pope in existence. Not only everyone that had came before, that everyone that was coming afterwards. Whoever made this is often switched around, with people saying it being different saints or bishops in the church. This eventually leads to a final pope, which it says will bring the fall of Rome. However, this one, from everything I found, is pretty fake. Like, it had all of them right up until 1590 when it was written, and then after that, none of them made any sense applied to different popes, so whatever. DMT beans is the fact that while on DMT, several different individuals had these shared hallucinations of something called clockwork elves, which appear as these tall, silvery, slender creatures that watch over them while they're high. Not only that, but there are several shared hallucinations involving syntax and life, and blah blah blah. Don't do drugs. The Missing Children Forest refers to a 700,000 acre forest in LA County, Los Angeles, in which children have gone missing with no evidence found afterwards. Originally, there was about 8 kids that went missing and was later pinned on a serial killer in the area, but since then he's been in jail and people have still gone missing in this forest, to the point that dozens of kids simply walk into the woods and never return. This can lead to tons of speculation, but it all traces back to the idea of what in these woods is drawing kids in and what's making them not be found. Solipsism is the concept that nothing outside of your own mind can be known. For example, we could all be in the Matrix right now and everything we see be fake. We could be in alternate realities and everything that we see is an illusion, blah blah blah, but the only thing you can know for sure is your mind. The fact that you are having thoughts right now and that you created these thoughts is the only thing that can be known for sure. And it is the base theory for the famous phrase, "I think, therefore I am." Thule is a concept that has been traced back to the early Greeks, in the idea that on all their maps they had this region located far to the north known as Thule, in which they said that's where sea monsters came from, that's where these giants came from, etc., etc. There's different theories about, well, maybe it was Ireland or maybe it was Norway, and whatever have you. But what's interesting is it's never been exactly laid down. And while all of the Greeks had sort of this unified idea of what Thule was and what was there, we can't find anything that exactly matches it in our modern text. So maybe it's something that sank below ground in a plate shift, or maybe it's something that never existed. Who knows? Der Glocke is German for the bell and refers to secret Nazi superweapon research that occurred in World War II. Theories for this include things such as the Wunderwaffe or the Schönegewehr, which is German for wonder weapon or sun rifle. The ideas for this being that the Germans were looking ways to concentrate radiation into these centralized waves as a form of attack, or electricity itself in these sort of like long-range tasers. Not only that, but there were records of them looking into teleportation and how to move people instantly over large distances. They were looking for these giant air plug cannons that would fire a piece of air large enough to take out planes, and it goes on. But this whole Die Glocke just relates to the idea that these Germans had working models for these things, and that the reason they've been kept so secretive is because after the Allies won the war, they wanted to use that research themselves.
Arnold's real height is in reference to the actor Arnold Schwarzenegger, and this bizarre situation in which people don't know his real height, and even he has not said what his height is, so it comes down to people comparing him next to other known actors' height in movies, and people guess anywhere between 5'10" to 6'2". I have no idea why this was in tier 3 since it's the only one that doesn't fit, but yeah, great way to start off part 2. Natural park closures is in reference to the fact that several national parks around the US will periodically close for unknown reasons. This can range anything from cleanup time to certain year time events when supposedly workers are off, yet it doesn't make sense since national parks aren't exactly something that needs mediated, leaving people to believe supernatural occurrences or things like I spoke of in my stairs video and so on and so forth, that there are these secretive phenomena that occur throughout US national parks that the managers of them want to keep the public quiet of. Lake Baikal is referencing Lake Baikal in Russia and is the deepest lake in the world. At 5,387 feet, it's host to several mysteries, including that of aliens and sea monsters and things such as. When the lake was first discovered, several runes and etchings were found that depicted giant fish people walking in and out of the water and these giant serpents moving beneath the waves. It goes further than that though. Declassified Russian documents show that researchers who went underwater to look for missing people came across these humanoid looking creatures in silver suits, and whenever they approached these creatures, 3 people in the crew were instantly killed and 4 others injured. Several lights have been seen both beneath the waves and above them and in the sky around, and people even report mirages of castles and old buildings on the shore that disappear with the blink of an eye. The dancing plague was a real-world phenomenon that occurred in 1518 in France. For whatever reason, a few people in the middle of the town began dancing. A few more that began watching began dancing as well, and this went on and on for 2 months. During this time, about 400 people became involved, with roughly 24 dying of exhaustion. The story goes that the people who were dancing were crying, trying to get people to help them stop. Local shopkeepers were bringing food out to feed the people as they were dancing since they couldn't quit. And to this day, it's just chalked up as mass hysteria. No one knows why the dancing plague happened or where it came from, and it just remains a weird story. Panspermia is a belief that life does exist in the universe through microorganisms. In other words, asteroids that pass by Earth or other places that maybe host microorganisms carry them through the stars, and that's where other life species can come from and things such as. It's pretty much just the idea that life exists everywhere around us even if we don't see it. The WebDriver Torso is a bizarre YouTube channel that popped up in 2013. Since then, all the way into 2018, they upload these random videos that are just a red square and a blue block in different directions as beeping noises is played in the background. There are a total of 624,774 of these videos. And while Google has come out and said that it's merely just something to test the YouTube algorithm, the beeping is definitely odd, meaning leading many people to believe it's a sort of numbers broadcast or something else creepy shadow man. Toxoplasmosis is a real-world disease in which the parasite Toxoplasmodia enters the human body. While in the body of a healthy person, Toxoplasmodia does nothing. If someone is pregnant, it can cause severe damage to the baby. Other than that, it's not really a big deal, and the parasite is most often transferred through cats. However, where the theory comes from is that studies have appeared showing that toxoplasmosis can cause neuroticism in the host. Now, while you may not think this is a big deal to people associated with parasites, keep in mind there are about 3 million confirmed cases of toxoplasmosis in the US every year. The theory with this being that the parasite has drastically influenced not only American culture, but world culture for years due to influence of the psychology of its host, which again is a lot. Introspection rundown is a practice employed by Scientology in order to treat mental breakdowns. This has gone so much so to the point of saying that it is a replacement for psychology itself. While the church is very hush-hush about what happens during these procedures, it did come under scrutiny whenever someone died during one of them. Lisa McPherson was a woman who was a member of the Church of Scientology, and after suffering a mental breakdown in a car accident, members of the church came, took her from a hospital saying that she didn't believe in medical treatment, and brought her to a discreet location. Her body was found weeks later severely dehydrated and malnourished. Not only that, but she had hundreds of insect bites on her, which the coroner later believed to be that of a cockroach. So that creates many questions about this scenario. Did the cockroach bites happen before or after she died? And if they happened before she died, then what the heck is this introspection process that Scientology uses? The United States are an experiment relates to the idea of the Great Experiment, or the overarching idea that the United States was created in order to prove to the world if democracy could work. Where it gets into more of the conspiracy side is what powers wanted this experiment to happen, be it the Freemasons or the Illuminati or some other creepy historical shadow organization. Belfield PSYOPs I couldn't find anything on. I believe this is referring to the Belfield conspiracy, which is sort of an old joke. Belfield is a small town in Germany, and the joke goes like this. Have you ever been to Byfield? Do you know anyone from Byfield? Do you know anyone who's ever been to Byfield? Well, then Byfield simply doesn't exist. It's sort of a parody of the whole idea of crazy conspiracies that just say these blatantly giant things don't exist. Like, for example, in searching for this, I came across the theory that Finland doesn't exist, and that kind of got the point across. Online video game monitoring is exactly what it says, that the government and other agencies is watching online multiplayer games in order to monitor what people are saying and doing, which, considering the announcement Sony just made, is not far from the truth. John Babacone Lee was a man arrested for murder in 1885 and sentenced to hang. In researching this, it seems like he didn't do it, or if he did do it, the evidence was circumstantial at best, since all the evidence I could find was that he was a guy who lived near the woman who was murdered and had a cut on his arm, which meant she may have possibly fought back, which circumstantial at best. However, what's interesting about him is that when he was taken to execution, he was attempted to be hanged 3 times, all 3 times of which it didn't work. What happened is the trapdoor was tested out as he stood there. He then went and stood on it, to which the trapdoor was pulled but wouldn't open. He stepped off, the trapdoor was tested again, to which it opened fine, and this process repeated 3 times, which after finally the medical expert said that he wasn't going to be a part of it because God didn't want this man to hang, and instead John was just given life in prison. It's an interesting story, especially since there were witnesses and this happened 3 times in a row. It leads to the idea that perhaps divine intervention didn't want John to die. RPG Insanity Training was a wild read. When I finally found information on it, it's the idea that Yakuza is paying off Nintendo and other game companies such as in order to promote insane behavior in their audience to promote further anarchy and disruption within communities and the world. So, yeah. Don't play Animal Crossing. The Oz factor is the idea that, much like Dorothy in The Wizard of Oz, during certain points people can leave this plane of existence. For example, if you disassociate too hard, you can cross over to another nearby parallel universe, or at least a universe between universes. All the examples that I found in this were such as whenever you enter a building where it seems like none of the workers are there who should be there, or if you're ever walking down the street and interactions seem incredibly odd for a small amount of time, this could be signs that you are in a sort of space between spaces. Now I'll be honest here. Some of these titles are so vague, I could find nothing for them exactly. Like, there's so much stuff it could possibly mean that I'm simply going to have to take a guess. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm sorry about that, but I have no idea. So extreme continents, from everything I can figure out, either has to do with lost continents or the end points of known continents. These two actually kind of go hand in hand with each other. I found several theories that during tectonic plate shifts, lost continents, which are land masses that sunk below the ocean, I spoke of Lemuria in Tier 2, I believe, that whenever they meet the land and the land begins to slope off, this sort of area between continents is where civilizations used to exist. And that's the best I could do for this. Sorry if that is totally off the mark, but I promise I tried. Shaver's writings refers to the comics written by a man named Richard Shaver. His theory was that thousands of years ago, aliens came to Earth and, after leaving offspring to populate the planet, flew back out to their home planet and left their children, or as he called them, Deros, here on Earth. His explanation fell in line with what I've mentioned before, the hollow earth theory, or that of Agartha, and that these children live in underground caves, and people who periodically go missing for whatever reason are being used as either food or just a torture source for these underground creatures. Kind of falls in line with the idea that this is not our home and it's someone else's, and at any moment we could essentially be wiped out. So only good thoughts on this channel. Porn control. Can I say porn? Whatever. Porn control is the idea that porn is used by mass media or global elites in order to make the populace submissive and compliant. The idea with this being people who watch porn have decreased sex drive for other people, which makes them less outgoing and less assertive in situations, and generally makes a weaker populace, and therefore porn is used as a manner to disable the population for whatever these higher powers want. A temporary autonomous zone is more of a belief, especially one imposed by anarchists throughout history, with the idea that throughout periods of time, whenever government is infringing on culture too much, areas should crop up, or temporary autonomous zones as they're called, in which information could be exchanged freely and thoughts and ideas between people, and then they could disseminate and leave the autonomous zone, and these ideas could continue to proliferate. So from everything I read, essentially think of it as underground churches or secret book readings during book burning times throughout history, and things such as basically the whole idea that if a government is encroaching on culture or ideas too much, that people should come together and exchange them in secret. Henotheism is when someone believes in many gods, yet only worships one god. This is something that is commonly seen in old world history, where often people would believe in the hierarchy of gods in old legends, yet they would normally only go to churches or worship a specific one. This is just sort of the name to describe that. Quantum jumping is an idea in spiritual psychology and very closely relates to spiritual science. It is the idea that in times of stress, someone can quantum jump to another version of themselves in a parallel universe in order to gain insight or information. This has a lot to do with self-enlightenment, and if you wanted to think of it as anything, kind of think of it as the Oz factor I mentioned earlier, only done on purpose in order to learn something. Fulcanelli is interesting because no one knows the identity of this man, and the only reason we know he exists is through his journals and students who say they learned under him. Fulcanelli was a French alchemist. This relates back to the Philosopher's Stone that I mentioned earlier, but he wasn't just an alchemist, he was the best. So much so that his students say they would routinely see him turn 100 grams of iron into gold and things such as. Considering that he would have operated in, I believe, the 1500s, any practices that he would have been doing would be far ahead of his time, yet again, we don't know his identity. This leads theories for everything that he was an alien or the devil, so figure out somewhere in the middle what you want him to be. French Viper releases is exactly what it sounds like. Several deadly viper species popped up in France within the last 20 to 30 years, with the idea being that secret organizations or the French government themselves are purposefully doing it either to keep people out of the woods or control the populations of various species of animal. Although the latter doesn't make that much sense, because if you wanted to do that, Why make them venomous? Gray goo is another concept that has to do with singularity that again I mentioned in tier 2, or ideas of technology taking over. It essentially gets to the idea that nanotech will commit something called ecophagy, which translates to literally eating the habitat. The idea being that at some point a nanotech will be developed that only knows to reproduce itself over and over again, and if it sees humanity as a threat to this initiative, it will simply eat everything, and I mean everything. Habitat, landmass, biomass, all of it, and create a gray goo across the planet of itself. It's one of those cataclysmic events in which we could wipe ourselves out, which is talked about several times before and will be mentioned several times again. Mach's principle is an idea in theoretical physics and makes us ask the question of why some things are held in orbit while other things are pushed away. The description or example that's most common is this. If you were to stand in a field and look directly up at the stars and hold your arms out to your side and spin around, then why do the stars stay in orbit as you spin while your arms are being pulled out from you? And essentially comes back to the idea that while in motion, things near you are pushed away and things away from you are kept in a relative position. It's a weird idea that has to do with, again, theoretical physics, but that's basically the principle of it, and it's used to explain a lot of natural phenomena. Pokani, I have no idea how to pronounce that, is a series of forests that occur in the Latvian area of Europe, in which these giant stones are assembled into these piles and no one knows why. Theories have originally ranged that maybe a castle was going to be built there and just hadn't, but there's no record of that throughout history. To giants putting the stones there, there's giants again. What's even weirder is that it seems these stones periodically move. Never enough to be widely noticed or able to be pointed at by everyone, but just enough to keep the local park people suspicious that they're being moved. And keep in mind, these are really big rocks. It's not like some kid could just come throw them into another pile if they wanted. It would take some deliberate force of nature. This has led to people around the area considering it a spiritual site, and it is a very popular destination for yogis and witches and things such as. Deep ecology fascism is the combination of two different ideologies. Deep ecology is the idea that nature should not only be preserved, but that nature itself is alive and should be treated as such, while fascism is, for this purpose, the idea of preserving original ideas and circumstances for future generations. So if you were to combine the two, it would be the idea of preserving nature to such a ridiculous degree as if nature itself was alive, which would essentially treat any crime against nature as a crime against man. Deathworm relates to that of the Mongolian deathworm, in which the desert of Mongolia, the locals have legends of a giant serpent or worm that lives beneath the sand, and that people who are caught out there by themselves are swallowed up by it. This is backed up by reports in the area of people going missing with no body being found in the desert, and these odd trails being left in the sand for seemingly no reason. I don't even know if I can talk about this one either. It's exactly what it looks like, the joke off of Family Guy, and says that the government developed one in the 80s, and I'm not kidding. KKK funded by governments is exactly what it sounds like. The idea that the government has funded the Ku Klux Klan in order to keep down minorities throughout history, and not just our government, but that England had backing in it too. So yeah. The Titanic didn't sink actually has more plausible information behind it than any other conspiracy in this tier. The company that owned the Titanic, White Star Line, which keep in mind one of the partial owners was JP Morgan, had another ship in their fleet called the Olympia. Most people have it in their mind that the Titanic was way larger than any other ship at its time, but that's not necessarily true. For example, the Olympia, which was another ship owned by the same company, was very similar in size and appearance. A few months before the Titanic set sail, the Olympia had an accident that damaged it seriously and supposedly was going to cost a lot of money to repair. The story is that the Olympia was replaced for the Titanic and simply names were changed between the two ships, and the Olympia was actually sunk as a whole insurance fraud move in order for these stockholders to get a return on their investment. There's a lot of sort of evidence that goes into this. For example, pictures of the Titanic as it's leaving seem to resemble the Olympia more than the Titanic itself. There are records of crewmen who were supposed to be hush-hush about it, calling the Olympia the Titanic in private. And even more so, the Californian, which was another ship in the vessel, the night the Titanic sunk, went to about the same spot, hung out for a few hours, and then left, implying that they were setting up something. It's very odd, and there's a whole lot of information about this, so I encourage you to check it out yourself. Smithsonian suppression refers to the recently discovered event in which, around 1900, the Smithsonian smashed thousands of giant human skulls in order to maintain the theory of evolution the way science saw it at the time. This doesn't just stop at skulls though. They destroyed other bones such as femurs that were 4 feet long because it didn't match the current theories of the time. I guess that's the way science worked back then. If it didn't support your theory, just destroy it. These skulls were found across North America, and not only would it have answered questions about immigration to North America before, the coming of Europe and whatnot, it would also have been an opportunity to study these giant humanoid creatures. But we can't, because someone in the 1900s from the Smithsonian didn't like that it didn't match their science project. So, yeah, do with that information what you will. Tier 4's title is Adept of Secrets, and it reads, Occult learnings and mysteries of lower tier that apparently seem to be innocent start to become more sinister. You begin to see patterns everywhere, realizing you only dip your toes in the conspiracy world. Very few people believe or have heard of stuff from this level. First up, we have the Dzopa tribe and the related Dropa stones. This one was really interesting. In 1938, a Chinese research team went to the Himalayan mountains in search of some ore deposit that had been picked up by geographers. Once the team got there, however, they found 716 graves hidden in the back of these tunnel systems that ran through the Himalayan mountains. What's even weirder was inside of each of these graves was a 4-foot tall human skeleton with an abnormally large sized skull. The tombs were filled with ciphers and hieroglyphics that didn't make sense, but located on each one of the grave was a circular disc that have since been termed the Dropa stones. Each of these discs are estimated to be 12,000 years old and contain minerals such as cobalt, which is very rare and normally only found on meteorites, at least in the Himalayan mountains. Years later, research from a Russian university determined that the hieroglyphics on the Dropa stones read out prime numbers. Since this experience, the Chinese government has censored all information regarding it and made that section of the Himalayas a no-travel zone. So yeah, starting off with a good one. Lord Packel's time machine relates to the Mayan king Lord Packel. When researchers found his coffin, they noticed the odd inscriptions on the lid of the coffin that showed him laying inside of what seemed to be some sort of machinery interacting with this very diverse device for whatever reason. What's especially odd is the related Mayan transcriptions in the area spoke that Lord Packel had the ability to control the turning of the sun and things such as. What's even weirder is upon further inspection of the body in the coffin, it is estimated to be that of a 30 to 40-year-old man. Lord Packel was king of this Mayan area for 80 years. So either someone else is buried in Lord Packel's grave, or that inscription of him controlling a machine and turning back the moon and the stars may have some worth to it. Monsanto is essentially your stereotypical evil conglomerate company. They have been known to sue farmers for using natural pesticides in growing supplements. They have been known to fund government campaigns in which the elected politician plans to cut back on restrictions regarding the environment, and have even gone as far to cover up cancer research on their specific products when it's been known to, cause cancer. Of course, as you could imagine, Monsanto is at the center of a lot of conspiracies regarding big pharma and evil tech and things such as. Vimanas are interesting, and one of the weirdest parts, I think, whenever you look into this whole ancient alien idea. In old Hindu and Sanskrit text, there are these records of these giant flying palaces, and they're not mentioned in any supernatural or strange sense. There's simply depictions and writings of these giant floating palaces that would exist above the Himalayan mountains. It's so odd to me whenever you look at stuff like this, how old world countries would simply just be like, oh yeah, flying houses, those are a thing. North Korea Utopia is exactly what it says. It's the idea that North Korea is actually a secretive perfect world but that Western media and European media simply discredit it as order to discredit communism and lift up capitalism. That's at least the main version. The other version is a bit more interesting, I think. It's the idea that beneath North Korea is a perfect utopia, but in order to seem unassuming to the world around them, periodically different citizens are sent to live on the surface for years at a time in order to maintain a low-key look, while they live in perfection and disease-free beneath. However, the first version is usually the most popular, as it's simply saying that our governments are censoring information as to not give us an idea that other systems of government could work better. L'Enfant, also known as Pierre L'Enfant, was the chief architect who designed the streets for Washington, D.C. In his notes, he said he used the celestial bodies in order to map out the routes for D.C. That's why D.C. has very odd street planning when it comes to diagonal cuts and things such as. But as other people have pointed out, these streets also line up in satanic shapes, such as several pentagrams or old world geographic shapes being formed by DC streets. This all relates back to the idea that he was funded by the Freemasons and that the original leaders of the United States knew what he was up to, and it's all Illuminati, Satan, government, yeah. The grand unified conspiracy theory is rather diverse depending on who you ask. Normally it looks something like this, and it's just the idea that reptilians and Big Pharma and Illuminati and Satanism and all that interconnect with each other, and it is all one conspiracy theory that we just look at certain aspects of. Cyber squatting time travelers is pretty funny. For those that don't know, cyber squatting is the practice of buying URLs or usernames on websites that you know are the names of famous people or companies in the hopes that they will one day buy that domain off of you. So the time traveler aspect is hilarious. The only evidence I could find with any of this was supposedly odd names that wouldn't have made a lot of sense, but I mean, you could just chalk that up to people hoping to get lucky. Comic-Con child recruitment's pretty sad. Just the fact that there are children every year during Comic-Con who go missing, the idea of which being they're abducted by human trafficking rings. However, the conspiracy goes a level deeper and says that Comic-Con knows of this behavior, but they are paid off in order to turn a blind eye or to not better tighten security to prevent this type of thing. Plastic surgery runaways was just vague enough that it was hard to find any information on. I believe this is referring to the fact that there are plastic surgeons who will famously perform surgery on either runaways or people who have been kidnapped. This wraps back into human trafficking, but it adds an extra layer to it by implying that medical professionals, or at least some, are in on the whole scheme. Lifetide is a book written by Lyle Watson. A lot of the complex in it are pretty intense. From what little brief reading I did on it, it seems to be the idea that humans are artificial or can at least summon an artificial self through their thoughts, and it all has to do with introspection and the idea of looking inwards to bring out the better self. So a lot of sort of Eastern philosophy, yogi type ideas. Baltic Sea anomaly refers to an event that happened in 2011 in which a fishing ship that was using sonar caught this image while looking at the bottom of the Baltic Sea. The Baltic Sea is, as you could imagine, pretty deep, and the idea behind this being that it is a UFO that crashed on the planet some time ago. It's still there to this day. However, for anyone who knows anything about sea travel, it is much, much harder to keep someone alive underwater than it is in space. This is due to things like pressure, and the deeper you go into water, the harder it is to maintain, which is the reason we normally just send submersibles really deep, and it costs a lot of money. So no one's seen it fit to investigate this yet, or that's what they want you to think. But either way, as far as this moment goes, all we know about is there's this odd shape down there. Planned extinction is just referring to the fact of an idea that was mentioned in previous tiers, that humanity will eventually become extinct, and how this might even be a good thing in order to save the planet. That's the entire idea of eco-triage, that we have to cut off the bleeding somewhere, the bleeding being us, in order to save our ecosystem. Haunted locations world map. From everything I can find, there are several maps that display different haunted locations in the world, so perhaps looking into each of them and researching. If that's what this does means, this could literally go on forever, but I think it's just referring to the fact that there are documented records of haunted places around the world, and that should be at least a little bit concerning. Artificial poisonous snow is something that occurs in mostly Midwest cities from everything I could find, in which snow will occasionally fall from the sky and not melt for a very extended amount of time, and whenever flames is held to it, it becomes black. The implication in this being that the government or some other force is raining this artificial snow on us to poison us in some way. However, in the extra research I did on this, I think this is just pollution. King Babylon's world control is kind of vague because there is no King Babylon. Babylon was an empire. There are kings like Nebuchadnezzar II and Hammurabi, and each have their own conspiracy theories. If I had to guess, this is specifically referring to in the book of Revelations, where it talks about Babylon will be the downfall of the new world empires and things such as, which I think this is basically referring to the idea that there will be strength rise up from the east, so to speak. However, that's all speculation. What I believe the conspiracy is referring to is just this idea in Revelations, and the idea that at some point there will be a leader rise up in the Middle East who will dominate control of at least several world powers. Depopulation funds is very closely related to the planned extinction I talked about earlier. When it comes to this, everything I could find mostly related back to Bill Gates and ideas that money is being put into several ecological departments that are studying things such as, and everything else I could find on it related back to the idea that they are planning to get rid of what they refer to as useless eaters, which is actually a term originally coined in Nazi Germany and just refers to people who take up space in a population without contributing. So if it ever got to a point where we were losing our ecosystem fast and we had to immediately correct the human population, the first to go would be these useless eaters, or whoever the government rules is not fit to continue, basically. SCPs based on real life is just saying one of two options: that either the SCP Foundation is real and that all the logs have been linked by disgruntled SCP agents, or some real life supernatural phenomena is hidden in SCP files, both to keep the identity of the person who uploaded it safe and to warn whatever few people may read it of what's really out there. I personally like the second one more since it's at least sort of plausible. So yeah, holotropic breathwork is a practice that is found in a lot of yogi circles, especially Chinese and other Eastern philosophies. It's the idea that quick, fast breaths for time periods up to even 3 hours can cause the body to sort of reset itself and be more in touch with the inner self. And from this, you can derive true knowledge, spiritualism, and whatever have you for the situation. Hermeneutics is about critiquing things from a sense of inner self. Basically, everything I could find on it is just the idea that if there's a literary text or some other form of media that you're trying to understand, that you have to embellish from the self in order to truly understand it, and that people talking doesn't really accomplish anything without meditation. Almost every application I could find of this related to the Bible, and there are several people who have their own interpretations of the Bible using hermeneutics. The Sea People were interesting. When I saw the title, I thought this would just be referring to Atlantis fish people or whatever, but it's not at all. From 1200 to 900 BC, there was a group of people who are only known in history as the Sea People, who went around the Mediterranean Sea fighting different nations, famously of which was Egypt around 1000 BC. These people were supposed to be taller than the average person, no specific mention of giants, just that they were rather large, and they were great fighters and plunderers, and from everything I read, the earliest possible version of pirates. What's interesting is no one knows where they came from. About every other player around the Mediterranean was noted for at that time, and to this day no one knows where the Sea People came from or where they went, and they just forever remain this kind of blip in history. Cryptogeography is exactly what it sounds like how cryptozoology is the study of paranormal animals, cryptogeography is the study of paranormal spaces. So Bermuda Triangle, haunted sites, yada yada. Infrared laundry balls is the fact that laundry detergent balls that supposedly even in advertising for them mention that they clean clothes with an infrasonic wave actually elicit enough of the stuff to harm the individual. However, whenever companies say stuff like that, they're just using big words to try to talk over people's head and make them think they know what they're doing, because No, they don't. Neg entropy, or negative entropy, is a concept that exists in thermal physics. The idea is all sources of energy derive from heat in some regard. They either bring heat in or let it out. And any action of energy dispels heat in some way. This makes sense if you think about it more. However, a theoretical negative entropy item would bring in heat or ambient energy in the air whenever it performs a task or does any function. This would theoretically cause a sort of paradoxical loop in which something can be done without taking in energy, and as a matter of fact, creating more of it while also doing more. So this could spiral on forever and ever, and if you read theories on this, in the universe. So that's cool. I'll be honest, I could not find anything on Nexus 7. There was one website called Nexus 7 that had a few creepy articles on it, but that was the name of the website and not a conspiracy in general. Nexus 7 is both the name of the Android laptop or pad or tablet, whatever it is, and another theory for the movie Blade Runner that one of the characters was a Nexus 7 model. So anything I look up for theory or analysis goes to one of the two, and I have absolutely no idea what this could be referring to unless the tablet or the character from Blade Runner has a conspiracy behind it. It's come to my attention at this point that when this is all over, I'll need to do a corrections video because there's a few other minor details I messed up on. So if anyone can tell me in the comments what this Nexus 7 thing means, I will absolutely give you credit for it, and I can quit trying to look up pictures of tablets. So yeah, sorry about that, but I promise I tried. The Black Hope Curse is an interesting one. In Houston, Texas, there was a family that moved into a small suburb and immediately began noticing odd things happening around their house. Until one day, an old man showed up and told them that they had bodies in their backyard. The family didn't believe him, but after digging up the backyard, they discovered that there was in fact 2 dead bodies buried side by side. It turns out the neighborhood was built on top of an old slave cemetery, the name of which was Black Hope Cemetery. The family reburied the bodies and set up a memorial for them. However, things kept getting worse around the house. At first it was subtle, such as a missing pair of shoes here or a slight noise down the hallway there, until eventually it became more malicious. Things that were being lost in the house were found on top of the graves in the backyard. After doing research, the mother figured out that these 2 were a buried slave couple. And she felt that by disturbing their grave, she had made them angry. This led to an eventual legal battle with the neighborhood because they sold them a house and didn't tell them there was bodies under it, to which the judge said he would need definitive proof that there were bodies under the house. The mother, in a rage, went back home and began digging up around her yard. Her daughter, who was helping her, came across another body, said she felt ill, and immediately had a seizure, and then died 2 days later in a hospital. The family moved out of the house, the bodies were covered up, and to this day it says that the Black Hope Curse still resides in Houston, Texas. Falun Gong is an interesting one, as it seems to be a religion that's derived from Chinese philosophy that also went at odds with the Chinese government. Although initial reports are mixed of why this rivalry started, we know it got to the point that there was about 70 million Falun Gong members who all stood at odds with the Chinese government. This became a total smear campaign in which the government was blocking the word Falun Gong online, throwing various members in prison. It's even estimated that about 2,000 Falun Gong members were killed while in prison. What's even more interesting is that this religion and the founders of it went on to found the Epoch Times, which is now a pretty well-known news source that constantly talks bad about the Chinese government, and seeing where they came from, you could kind of guess why. Geometrodynamics is sort of the theoretical geometry to theoretical physics, and the idea that natural phenomenon and the universe itself can be described and quantitated through geometry. So super next level math stuff. Tor, owned by the government, is in reference to the internet browser Tor, also known as the Onion, which lets people access the dark web. What's funny is this conspiracy iceberg was written in 2017, and it has since been proven without a shadow of a doubt that Tor is absolutely run by the government. Not only was it only created to perform government ops and things such as on unlisted websites, but it is also known that they monitor certain transactions on it in order to figure out where people are on what they're doing, and certain upkeep cost for the Tor browser is funded by certain state departments, if secretly so. So yeah, look at this, all grown up. Something that was on the conspiracy iceberg, now making its way into headlines. Isn't that cute? Cave Dweller Holocaust, while I couldn't find a very specific instance, is in reference to the idea that there were at one point at least two different kinds of humanoid creatures, one of which being us, the other being troglodytes, or cave-dwelling creatures. The idea being that at some point we hunted and killed these troglodytes either out of self-defense or just to stay at the top of the food chain. This relates to several old world mythologies and stories relating to a troglodyte or cave dweller type creature, but obviously none existing in our present sense. The Trilateral Commission is a board that was founded in 1973 by John Rockefeller, and yes, that's the Rockefeller name. They meet twice a year in Tokyo, Japan, and the board is made up of United States, Western European, Japanese, and Canadian members who discuss, kind of like the Bilderberg meetings, capitalism and other adult things. I don't know what they say they do. It's absolutely rife with conspiracies. Like reading about these people, they get blamed from everything from 9/11 to John F. Kennedy, even though they didn't exist yet. So yeah, super creepy top 1% elitist, meet every year and talk about stuff. Also, I should mention, especially with that one, I'm at the point in researching this stuff that whenever I type some of this in, the first results are what are you talking about? You don't want to look up that. Look at this picture of Trump and Epstein. Or like the first 10 search results will just be headline after headline that's like, the dumbest conspiracy of the year, ? See why people don't trust the elite. So yeah, I can only imagine what the other 6 tiers are going to be like. Dolphin intelligence is exactly what it says. The idea that dolphins are much more intelligent than they're given credit for. But in the more conspiracy side of stuff, it is more so than even the government's letting on. Ideas being that tests with dolphins have shown that they have very complex thought processes, even understanding of right and wrong. However, in order to not discredit our role as top of the food chain, so to speak, all media regarding them simply is like, oh, aren't they a smart animal, when in reality we're locking up and caging things with complex emotions and conscious. So, you know, again, only good thoughts on this channel. Meat showers refers to the Kentucky meat shower that occurred in 1876. As witnessed by many people on a farm in Kentucky, specifically Bath County, Kentucky, for several minutes, chunks of meat anywhere from 2 to 4 inches wide rained from the sky. And this isn't just like a few pieces after the other, this is like a shower of the stuff, to the point that the entire ground was covered with it in a 100-foot radius. This was 1876, so research was weird. There are some people who said that it was essentially a giant cyanobacteria, to others who said it was human flesh, and then researchers who pulled meat from the area got everything back that it was human, to deer, to bear, to whatever. Also, I should mention the amount of people who ate this meat off the ground and said it was either chicken or horse was alarming. Himalayan zombie refers to the ideas of zombies that exist in Himalayan cultures that more so follow the entire voodoo idea of zombies as a resurrected servant of the dead. A lot of the mythology around them is really cool, such as the fact they're not allowed to bend over as they are sort of this hardened corpse, so several houses in the Himalayas will have the door built lower just so these creatures can't get in. They're also specifically referred to as Rolang, and there are 5 different kinds of Rolang that each have their own weaknesses, ranging from you have to break one of its bones to you have to hit it on a specific spot on its body, and so on and so forth. Where a lot of the creepiness of this comes from is that Himalayan tour guides will be walking with people up the mountain, and travelers who have been with these tour guides will point to someone standing way off in the distance, to which the tour guide will simply say, that's a Rolang, don't look at it and just keep walking. So the idea that there is these mystic zombies existing on the Himalayan mountains to either do the will of their master or simply keep foreigners out is both very scary and very cool. Deep Philosophies is just this very specific idea and the principle that whenever judging something, be it someone, some idea, or some piece of work, that interacting with other people doesn't help and you have to pull everything out of yourself in order to actually understand how you feel about it, and that's where true understanding comes from. It's very closely related to hermeneutics, which I talked about earlier. Next is Civil War sightings. This is pretty vague, and there are a lot of paranormal events that existed throughout the Civil War, some of which include the Nicolas Cage vampire. I'm not kidding on that one. A pterodactyl that was shot down, and the green-eyed thing. But what I think this is referring to is the ghost sightings that have taken place after the war. While there are several of these, I will stick to a few of the most notable ones that occurred at Gettysburg. For one, at Little Round Top, during a filming of the movies Gettysburg, extras that were in Union uniforms were sitting in the woods, to which then an old Union soldier, who smelled of gunpowder and looked very rustic and dirty, came up to the men, began talking about how much this fight meant to him, handing out ammunition, and then ran away. When the men got back to the shooting site, that man wasn't there, and no one had any record of an extra being there. After presenting the munitions to the prop department, they said this isn't theirs, and this is real munitions from the Civil War. Sachs Bridge is another one in which a group of teenagers who were walking over the bridge began hearing horses running and cannon fire go off, to which they got scared, ran away, but then decided they should go back. When they went back, they saw the apparitions of people on horseback jumping over the river and riding up the hill. There are several reports that while at Gettysburg, people have heard cannon fire and the sounds of battle raging on, the idea being that these people are stuck in a perpetual loop. My favorite, however, out of all these is that of the ghostly surgery room. There was a building on the Gettysburg battlefield that at the time was being used as a field hospital. That building is now a library. A few years ago, two men were taking the elevator down to the basement. When the basement doors opened, it was not the basement that they knew, and instead it was a very old Civil War era appearing room that was full with patients and doctors running around, and it was the full scene to them of this entire hospital in motion. Both of the men freaked out, and one of them rapidly pressed on the button to go back up, and just as the doors were closed, he made eye contact with a nurse who saw him for a brief second. This last one's especially cool because it gets into one of my favorite theories about ghosts, that of being since time is an illusion, there are moments in which time doesn't react correctly and two people standing in the same place interact with each other without knowing it. So the idea that this nurse all the way back then saw people from the future and they made eye contact for a brief second, it's just a really cool thought process when it comes to a better understanding of the world and time as sort of a construct. MIRL cults, the acronym MIRL refers to meet in real life, as in reference to the fact that several online internet cults actually form into real world cults that perform different ritualistic acts or things like that when they meet in person. Every bit of information I could find pointed towards a specific setting in which around the 2010s in Los Angeles there were several murders that occurred, supposedly by an internet cult that started online, but this is just in reference to that idea. The Toronto Protocol is in reference to French documents that were found in 1985. Supposedly this document was a French translation of a form that was handed out to several different world powers and world elites around the same time. The basis of this document was that in order to pass agendas into society, that they first need to begin by breaking down ideas of family, ideas of tradition, and things such as. One of the main things in the manifesto was destroying religion by indoctrinating communities with the idea that religion is not a good thing and should instead be handed off to governments and things like that to mandate what the people think. Of course, this all relates back to Illuminati, New World Order type stuff, but the reason it's called the Toronto Protocol is because it was originally discovered in Toronto, or by someone in Toronto. The Parastruka deception, at least I think that's how it's pronounced, is in reference to a new USSR idea that came out of the Cold War. Out of the Cold War, Gorbachev developed this idea of Parastruka, which is essentially saying that in order to further progress the communist ideal within Russia, that they need to be more subdued about it and not as gung-ho as they were during the Cold War in trying to push socialist ideas onto others. The idea of the Perestroika deception comes from KGB defector Anatoly Golitsyn, which said that Perestroika was just a subversion in order to get the world looking away from socialist ideas being implanted into other countries, and instead it would be done slowly through political uprising and behind the scenes movements and things like that. Essentially, the idea that communism is still on the rise, just in a much more subtle and careful way than it was in the Cold War. Presentism is a philosophy very commonly seen in the modern world. It is the idea that people need to be anti-critical about about things that happen around them, such as the news, real-world events, and things such as, and should instead focus on the here and now and simply consume media and things like that, rather than thinking about what they're doing. The idea behind it is that New World Order, Illuminati stuff, purposefully injects this into the population to make them more submissive to whatever agendas they try to propagate. The Boots Void, or Burt's Void, not sure how to pronounce that, it is a region in space that is 330 million light years in radius. It is also known as the Super Void, and the reason it's called this, it is a peculiarly large amount of space for so few galaxies. Originally in 1960, it was estimated that only 8 galaxies existed in this entire 330 million wide area. After modern research, it's believed the number is closer to 2,000, but still, that puts it at less than 1/10 of the normal galaxy compaction that occurs throughout space. It raises a question as to why such a wide area of space is completely unpopulated. Some even take this theory to the extent and say that it is because of alien races that colonize and destroy galaxies as they come across from them, and we are simply seeing the aftermath of that. Yellow Cuban balloons is in reference to 7 yellow balloons that were found in a box off the coast of Florida in the 1970s. Given the address and the date on the box and the condition of the box itself, it was estimated that these had been floating in the ocean for roughly 8 weeks. The address on this box said that they were from the USSR to Cuba. When opening the box, they discovered 7 identical yellow balloons that were all inflated with what seemed to be normal air lying in the bottom of the box. After doing research on them, there was absolutely nothing weird about the box itself. There was no wrong condition to the gas inside of the box, there was nothing special about the box itself, but for some reason these balloons were just being shipped in a crate to Cuba for seemingly no reason, and why were they floating in the middle of the ocean? It's still one of those old Cold War mysteries that have never been solved, and probably never will. Driver killed JFK is specifically in mention to William Greer, and while initial reports that came out immediately after John F. Kennedy's murder believed him to be the shooter as he turns back to Kennedy in the Zapruder film before the shot goes out, the actual version of events makes a bit more sense. The driver, William Greer, as well as the passenger in the front seat were both CIA agents, and going into the idea that the CIA murdered Kennedy, things start to add up. For example, why after the first shot was fired did he slow down instead of hitting the gas, driving, turning around, doing anything, but he brought the car down to a 7-mile-an-hour speed? Also, keep in mind, after the first shot went out, him and the guy in the front seat seemed to duck in the picture before he turns around. If William Greer himself did not murder the president, the theory says that he was in the know on the circumstances that would lead to his death. So much so that Jackie, after the fact, said several times how odd it was his driving, and she blames John's death on the actions of William Greer in not reacting fast enough, or not wanting to react fast enough. Fracking deaths refers to the fact that around fracking instances, there seems to be an uncharacteristically large amount of deaths from consequences of fracking. For example, it's estimated through reports that in Appalachia alone, roughly 1,200 to 4,600 people have been killed by side effects of fracking, i.e. air pollution, water pollution, and things such as. Given the places that these deaths occur, it is believed that the government knows that fracking causes these deaths and are either purposefully doing it in areas they want to exterminate, or at least allowing it to happen to quell the local populace. Esoteric Hitlerism is exactly what it says. It is combining ideas of Hitler from World War II with esotericism, and says that the Third Reich was propagating several sort of universal spiritual ideas in their methodology, and that in the more extreme versions of this, Hitler himself is a form of deity. All the research you do with this leads back to Agartha and Central Earth, and the idea that Hitler essentially raised himself to godhood. Red rooms are the name given to several dark web pages in which people are either killed or tortured for the enjoyment of others online. A lot of this, as you read into it, gets into human trafficking, and while we know for a fact red rooms exist, what makes it even scarier is that all of these people had to come from somewhere, more than likely abduction cases that happen around the US and the rest of the world every year. Plant intelligence is in reference to the theory that plants have a higher intelligence than initially thought of by people. What I mean by this is that we understand that plants react to certain stimuli in certain ways, such as trees will grow in the direction of sunlight, or certain mosses will react to being touched, and things such as. It goes into a further level in saying that plants have a version of consciousness that we just don't understand, and the idea that nature is alive in more literal a sense than we normally mean it. Now come to talk to you about Last Thursdayism, because I promised if this topic was ever covered in the iceberg, I would let them, is my girlfriend and Last Thursdayism expert, Kayla.
What is cool about that? Hello. Last Thursdayism, also known as the Omphalos hypothesis, I don't know how to say that, it's Omphalos, is an idea based around the book of Genesis and creationism that states that when God made the earth, he would have obviously had to make Adam and Eve fully grown with hair, a navel, skin, toenails, and that the grass would have been months-old grass at least, and the earth would have been fully formed in a way that made it look 1,000,000 years old. The whole idea of it stems from Philip Henry Goss, who wrote a book with the same name, Omphalos. The natural progression of the idea, and where the conspiracy theory comes in, is that God, or the creator, who whatever you believe in, could have done everything as soon as last Thursday, hence Last Thursdayism. Which means that we could have been created just as early as last Thursday. Every memory, every thought, everything we've ever thought we felt would have been implanted into our brains as early as last Thursday. It's a very interesting theory. It's my favorite one ever, because to me it feels like, yeah, that totally could be possible. So,
thank you, Kayla. Acosmism is more of an abstract idea, and it essentially says that nothing in reality is real except for God. So what that means in a practical sense is that none of your experiences, none of what you know is reality. Instead, there's just a God or hierarchical being that is implanting these ideas into us. So essentially everything's a simulation given to us by a deity. The Bouvet Island lifeboat is in reference to Bouvet Island, which is known to be the most uninhabited or uninhabitable island in the world. It is located north off the coast of Antarctica and is essentially a giant glacial rock that is formed that has absolutely no greenery or no sense of sustainability on it. In 1964, one of the first crews to ever go research the island, when they got to the island, found a lifeboat that was not just sitting there but pulled onto shore. However, around it they could not find any footprints, any evidence of life, nothing. But something got that lifeboat to shore, then pulled it on. There were never any bodies found, anything else discovered, and it simply remains a mystery of how that boat got there. A lot of the theories that have to do with it reference back to the idea of Agartha, and that German soldiers from World War II who were moving that direction, one of them may have got stranded there and later picked up, and that goes in line with the entire idea that the Nazis found Agartha in Antarctica and then tried to move their troops there once the war was over. Abiogenic oil is the thought that oil, as we know it, is not actually a fossil fuels given from dinosaurs or other prehistoric creatures, and is instead come from an entirely non-biotic process. Essentially, it would work that carbon monoxide and hydrogen rised up to the surface, combined with zirconium, and created a petrohydroxyl. What that essentially means is that through a mix of natural gases, oil was formed instead of the way that we normally think of it as fossil fuels. Secret societies today is vague, but you get the idea. Just the idea that the Freemasons, Illuminati, and stuff like that are all these conspiracy networks that still exist and operate today outside of the public eye. Real Mizium is kind of hard to figure out on because I can't find a reference to any Mizium with real in the beginning of it, but Mizium itself is in reference to an event that happened on 4chan a few years back. Essentially, a new user appeared on the site called Mizium that said that they were an alien from a different planet who was simply stopping by, connected to the internet, and wanted to know if people had any questions. After answering questions in a sort of vague manner, people started requesting that they take pictures of their house or of their geographic location. Mizium then went around to these areas and started snapping pictures of people's houses from the sky or different areas of the earth and things such as, and it even got to the point that someone asked them to go take a picture of the moon, to which they took a few and sent them back, and through reverse Google image search, no one could find any records of these photos online. Furthermore, someone asked Mizium to come to their house. The person then went outside and started recording, and in the recording you can see a giant triangular ship pass by overhead and keep on going. The guy filming starts freaking out, comes back to 4chan, says that Mizium's real, and then at the end of this entire thing, Mizium said, well, gotta go, my family's here, and took off. So I guess real Mizium is just saying that Mizium was not a hoax. So yeah. Prison planets can have two possible definitions. One of them is the idea that the Kessler effect, or Kessler syndrome, which is something that we've seen happen on Earth, in which debris from satellites and things such as are continuously hitting and bouncing off of each other, and essentially creating a cloud around the world till eventually we probably won't be able to get spaceships out because this clutter will be too much. This theory goes further to the point that the idea we haven't interacted with extraterrestrials yet is because they have done the same thing in their own time and made it impossible to escape their planet. The other theory is that humans are not the natural members of planet Earth, and some thousand years ago, humans were brought to Earth as a sort of prison planet by extraterrestrials. The evidence for this is things such as humans are not meant to walk upright, and that we constantly get lower back pains from the way our bodies are positioned, and that we are supposed to be living in a different kind of atmosphere. This also would explain why such old world cults and religions had ideas of flying saucers and look to the stars and things such as, essentially as a means that we were put here as punishment and we spent the last 1,000 years trying to get back out. Malta Catacombs is in reference to a series of catacombs that were discovered in the 1960s around Malta, Italy. The stories of this one get weird. The way it was discovered is that home contractors were digging around the area and accidentally broke through the rock into this complete underground labyrinth that had never been discovered. After researchers went in, they discovered it was much, much bigger than just one room and instead was a necropolis, or city of the dead, in which 7,000 bodies were buried in these underground catacombs. What's especially weird is why they all had sort of a ritual done with their burial. It seems as incense was burned on each of them. Inside of there was Christians, Muslims, Jews, and other different competing religions all buried in this one area. What's even weirder is that on examining them, several of the skulls were elongated, and not to the point of skull binding that is found in several sort of African cultures in old world history, like these very, very long non-human looking skulls. It is estimated that the caves are as old as 4,000 BC. Research became scant after a group of researchers went to the cave, and upon getting to the end of one of the systems, one of the chief researchers said that she approached a giant drop-off, and then in shining her flashlight to the other side, she saw a sort of embankment that 25 people came out of, each of which were 20 feet tall and wearing robes. When they saw her with the flashlight, they all looked towards her and began reaching out their arms. Her and the rest of the research team got out of there, and a couple weeks later, 30 school students went to the area on a sort of field trip to which they got lost, and people that were looking for them heard screaming and shouting, and none of them were ever found. The crew then got out of there, boarded it up, and to this day it is a no-go zone. So what's in the caves? Why were those bodies never found? And what were those creatures walking around in there? Amphibians in Iraq was near impossible to find information on. I'm pretty sure this is in reference to the lizard men of Iraq. Around a place in Iraq called Ubaid, there was a sort of coliseum that was found and discovered to be an old burial chamber. Upon going inside, there were several bodies and statues of old people from Iraq, but what was very weird is several thousand of these little statues were of lizard men with these very elongated skulls and in different positions. What's even more interesting is why some may disclaim this and say, oh, it was an old world god. These were perfectly mixed in with the normal people statues, and they were all maintaining common poses, kind of saying that it was just a natural occurrence. To this day, no one knows the source of where these lizard men came from or what the knowledge about them was, and they just exist as if old world history was okay with them. Phantom kangaroos are a phenomenon that has been found in the United States, in which several people have reported seeing kangaroos in the woods or around their house. What's odd is there are several hundred occurrences of this, with it going from everywhere to someone saw them in the middle of the woods to someone saw one on their front porch, and this is as recently as 2018. It's not like some old previous century concept. Some of the descriptions have them as being much larger than normal kangaroos and even armored. These descriptions match that of Procoptodon, which is an old sort of kangaroo ancestor that remains been found in the United States in years previous, given the idea that maybe this is just an extinct animal that never actually went extinct and is existing in the forest of the United States. The Potomsky crater is in reference to a giant crater-like structure found in Siberia. What's interesting is this, while it may look like a crater, on first viewing is anything but. It is a giant rock structure that just perfectly matches the shape of it, and what's even weirder is that the area immediately around the crater is very much overgrown as compared to the woods around it. Now, while this may lead you to think radiation, there are no highly active radiation in the area. The nearby tribe, the Yakut, has said that it is a place that people do not travel or else they get sick and die, and have even named the area Fire Eagle's Nest. One of the only research groups to ever go and try to take a look at it, because remember it's in the middle of Siberia, in 2005 had their leader die of a heart attack upon approaching it, and there hasn't been much research since. So yeah, make your own conclusions about that. Thomas Pynchon was an author that is still alive and is most known for his books he wrote in the 1960s. It would take way too long to explain all of the things that he talked about in his book, but essentially he was a fiction author that used like advanced science as a basis for his stories. More specifically, a concept he is famous for dealing with is that of Maxwell's demon, which is the idea that if you had a very small figure that could individually interact with particles and heat on a microscopic level, it could tip the balance of entropy and make physics work backwards. He used this as the basis for a lot of his books and is known as either having a higher understanding than the average person, or creating concepts that are so abstract they've led to several concepts in modern theoretical physics. Animism is just the broad idea of applying a soul or spirit to anthropomorphic objects. That's actually where the idea of anthropomorphism comes from. So essentially you can imprint the idea of a spirit or character onto a physical item enough to the point that it eventually becomes real. The Dighton Rock is a rock that is found off the coast of the Taunton River in New Jersey. What's interesting about this rock is that it looks perfectly normal from a distance, but as you get close to it, you realize there are these very deep inscriptions all over it that do not make sense in any recorded language, and the depictions also don't match up with anything. Theories about this rock have ranged from King Solomon in showing that the depictions of it are that of the Old Testament, or Norse mythology and that it is an entire story of Odin laid out on the rock. But both of those ask the question, then why would this rock show up in New Jersey unless Solomon or the Norse or something like that arrived at America and brought the stone with them from all that time before? Either way, it's still interesting that it got there with absolutely no recorded history of it being there. Bunkers in Mars is in reference to the fact that the Mars rover caught a few short glimpses in the middle of rock faces on Mars of what seemed to be these windows or cutout metal places. This is combined with the theory that water originally existed on Mars and says that the planet had a mass extinction event in which everyone had to go underground, and that from looking at the Mars rover's images of the planet of Mars that we can see sort of these last remnants or possibly still living remnants of the Mars population. Triassic mystery is a little too vague for my liking because there are several Triassic mysteries when it comes to missing links and things such as. However, the one that I've found the most reference is that of Craterochaerodon, which is essentially a giant omnivore that was discovered, and its teeth don't make sense for its skull, and it's supposed to be a sort of missing link. So yeah, that's it. Montanism comes from a man named Montanus and was an idea he developed in the 2nd century AD, which essentially says that you can continue to expound on the Bible and get insight through revelations. This was specifically done with him, in which he saw that there would be a soon coming end of times and started sort of the first cult in this ideology, or at least first known religious cult in this ideology that God would come back soon, specifically at his church. Ideas of Montanism today are just that Christianity can be expounded upon if people receive direct information from God. The Sabic Tomatovic tape, which I believe still translates in Serbian to sandwich tomato, is in reference to a Serbian porn star who claimed that she was roped by a giant spider.
Why is this a conspiracy theory?
No, I'm not kidding on that. It goes more so to say that she was roped by the Jabba Fofi, or Jabba Fofi, which is a cryptid from South America, which is essentially a giant 4-foot wide spider. And while there is evidence to back up that existence, there is no evidence to back up this tape. However, she supposedly became popular in something called Jinky Jinky, which is a Japanese ring of insect-related films, and became a star with costumes and machines in that realm. and I don't want to live on this planet anymore. Marco Rodin was originally a physicist who came up with the concept of the forever electron, and that there's a path that an electron could follow in which it could convert energy without ever losing it, so essentially a forever supplying power source. Since then, he has got very much so into esotericism and went on this long discovery to try to figure out the name of God and the source of God. And through this series of calculations he did, he figured out that the holy number was 9 and that God's name was Abha, A-B-H-A. So yeah. Operation Paperclip was something that happened after World War II and is now pretty well known, in which 1,600 Nazi scientists were granted US citizenship for their assistance in the American rocket program, and more specifically the space race. The theory goes on to say that the only reason we beat Russia to space is through the help of German scientists. Planck feedback is the idea that as something is heated, it becomes more radioactive. So negative Planck feedback would be the idea that deriving temperature or energy from a system creates more radiation, or in other words, adding heat to it would cancel out the radiation. And it's another one of those sort of like nonsensical concepts in theoretical chemistry, that you could remove radiation from a system or destroy it through amount of energy given in or taken out, only backwards. Manichaeism is this 3rd century concept of religion. It essentially applied ideas of Christianity, Gnosticism, and pagan gods all into one. It originated in Persia and is essentially the idea that Christianity can present itself through pagan gods or modern rituals and things such as, and that all of these ideas of supposedly non-religious elements can come together and make the godhead of sorts. So it's essentially combining Christianity with pagan deities. Valis is a novel written by Philip K. Dick, who was a famous science fiction author in the 1980s. Valis stands for Vast Acting Living Intelligence System. Essentially, it is the idea that God is a simulation, or rather we are living through a simulation created by God. However, a lot of his theories apply back to Gnosticism, which again was mentioned in the last theory and several of the theories beforehand. And again, it all relates to that idea of there being a God and lesser gods. So what you could derive from this is that the Valis system itself he wrote about is one of these lesser gods. ICBM decoys has 2 different definitions. The first being that countries that do not have ICBMs will simply have fake ones in order to deter other world powers from attacking. So essentially the whole gun in the paper bag thing. Also, for those who don't know, ICBM stands for Intercontinental Ballistic Missile. The other idea of it is that whenever an ICBM is launched, there will be several fakes launched with the real one, just so that whatever system is trying to shoot it down has a lesser chance of actually stopping the missile. Pertoa, from everything I can find, is another reference to 4chan. For those that don't know, whenever someone posts on 4chan, their flag of origin and country is shown whenever they do so. For a small window a few years ago, there were a few flags that popped up that had the country listed as Portoa and had a unique flag that had never been seen before. Immediately afterwards, all those posts disappeared, and 4chan simply acted like it was a glitch that never happened, leading people to believe that Portoa or Portoya is a country that exists in a parallel universe. Tier 5 is the Animaster, and the description reads, "This kind of knowledge is often hidden in plain sight or can be found in very ancient text after meticulous research that may take dozens of years. From this point on, sane people have a hard time even understanding most of these concepts. The journey starts here." First up, we have Magic of the State, which was a novel written by Michael Taussig. From all the descriptions and summaries I read about the book, it's essentially about this spirit that acts as a queen that goes to this mountain and creates this whole sort of like spiritual realm for people to inhabit in, but that doesn't really matter, because where the conspiracy comes in is the entire idea that this book is a metaphor for the state and governments. And in other words, this whole illusion of magic that this spirit queen creates is similar to how we all simply fall in line with the illusion of the state, and that perceived impermanence of the state is the magic of the state. Crank Incident refers to the disappearance of the 3rd Crank movie starring Jason Statham. For those that don't know, Crank is famous for being over the top and insane and violent and edgy, and in a good way. It's like a fun action movie. However, there are 2 of them, but the 3rd one just all of a sudden, as soon as production was over, disappeared. The online story is that this is because, like, social justice warriors got onto it because, women were depicted very poorly throughout the movies. However, the true version, as the conspiracy states, is that the movie was about Jason Statham exposing Hollywood satanic cults and elitist satanic cults, and him going on a rampage through that. And because of the content of it, that's the real reason that the movie got canned. Sycamore Knoll is in reference to an underground plateau located 6 miles off the coast of Malibu, California. About 2,000 feet underwater, and so predominant that it can even be seen from Google Earth, there is this predominant plateau that sticks up out of the ground, leaving people to think it's an underwater base, even that of extraterrestrial origin. In '95, people started to point at it and figure out it was there, and there was a lot of research happening around it at the time, and it turns out that this had been kept secret for nearly 40 years. Reactionless drive is in reference to a theory in physics of the propellantless motor, which, if you're familiar with the movie Interstellar, is the ship at the end that manages to move off of its own motion, so without needing any fuel source, and theoretically it could lead to a forever lasting engine that does not require fuel. Theories range on how this could be accomplished. Actually, another thing mentioned later in this episode is a thought process that could lead to a propellantless motor. Most often it has to do with gravity, and the idea that if you can make gravity work in a centrifugal motion, it could be used as a propellant. Enneagram is something that you may be familiar with, as it is a very popular online test that you can take that determines your personality type on a series of numbers 1 through 9, so there are 9 different personality types that you could be. However, the roots of this are a bit more deep than you may think. The origins of Enneagram are traced back to esoteric and mysticism, and it's the idea that it's not just your personality type being determined, but it is the manner by which you can achieve enlightenment. So through this personality test that you can take, you can figure out how to find your higher self. Commentary Earth has 2 real theories, the first of which, and the more common one, being that the Earth only exists in the form that it does, or is only possible to exist because of comets. Both the crust exists as fertile grounds because of comets that hit it however many million years ago, or the idea that as comets pass by the Earth, they deliver the necessary nutrients and trace elements that we need in our ecosystem to continue to survive. The other theory is that Earth itself was originally a comet of another system, and the high temperatures led to gas exposure, which led to the conditions needed to create our now planet. Rockmen, or the rock apes, are in reference to a group of Sasquatch-like creatures that were seen by American GIs while in Vietnam. Batututs, as they were called by locals, were so predominant in the area that one mountain that American GIs were stationed on was known as Monkey Mountain, because every patrol that went out came back reporting that they had seen the Rockmen. It was so predominant that in 1974, after the war was over, an NVA general led an entire expeditionary force back into the combat zone that they fought Americans in Vietnam, just to see if they could discover these creatures. And if you're curious about what they would do, they would see people, begin throwing stones at them, and then run away. Some stories even saying that they threw back grenades that the Americans had thrown. Despite this, none were ever caught or no bodies were ever found, and it's believed that they lived in the caves and rat tunnels in the Vietnam combat zones. Cap Dwa is the name given to the skeleton of an Argentinian giant, which has been famous for some time throughout history. Not only that, but this 12-foot tall skeleton has 2 heads. And the story goes that in 1673, Spaniards had captured it in Argentina and were bringing it back to Spain. They had it tied to the mast of the ship, to which the giant broke loose, killed 4 sailors, and was eventually killed by the crew, to which the body was brought back and hosted in museums and circuses and things such as. Also, as far as a deeper dive is concerned, there's absolutely going to be one about giants and Agartha and that whole sort of canon of philosophy. I just haven't decided if I want to do them together or separate yet, but there will be one, trust me. So I come to you now with another shame, such as I had with Nexus 7. Protodytes, the word proto means before or original, and dite means small or mite. So I imagine it has something to do with microscopics or biotech, like nanotechnology or something such as, but Protodyte is also the name of something from the Bionicle lore, and I'm not kidding. So everything I researched just led to that, and I promise I tried, but I could not find anything. So like Nexus 7, this is my second failure that if one of you can mention in the comments to find out for the corrections video, please do. But I come to you shameful, so sorry about that. Cat nuns is in reference to a group of nuns who were living in a monastery in the Middle Ages of France, who one day, for seemingly no reason, one of the nuns meowed to another, to which that nun meowed back. And then they went and did it to another one, and it got to the point where the entire monastery exclusively communicated through meows. Keep in mind, these nuns were also interacting with people of the town, and anytime they would come out to buy supplies or whatever, they would meow to the people there too. It got to be such a problem that the town hired the army to come in and threaten to whip the nuns to death if they didn't stop meowing, and even then it took some time. This is often chalked up to a case of mass hysteria, as was the dancing plague that I mentioned in the last tier. However, it's still odd that this happened at all. Max Spires was a famous conspiracy theorist from England who claimed that at a young age he was kidnapped to be a part of a government super soldier program, to which he then escaped and became dedicated to outing the British government, which is why labels like conspiracy theorist were thrown on him so often. He spoke at several TED Talks and different conferences about being weary of one's own government, and led people on ideas such as investigating more into whatever the news propagates and things like that. That was until he went to visit his friend in Switzerland, and then while sitting on the couch began throwing up a black liquid and died in his friend's home. The cause of death to this day is still weird, and a day before he died, he texted his mom that he was onto something, and if anything happens to him, to investigate. Not only that, but his fiance came out afterwards and said at the conference he was giving the next day, he was going to expose several elites that he had found connections to. And then he dies from throwing up black goo, so I'm sure those aren't connected at all. Acoustic attacks is in reference to an event that happened at the American Embassy in Cuba in August of 2017. Several US and Canadian embassy members all of a sudden began feeling these intense pains in their head to where they were unable to think or function, to which they all evacuated the embassy, and it turns out they all suffered severe brain damage. While there was no direct source of this issue, it's believed that acoustic attacks were the culprit, or essentially low frequency or unperceivable attacks of sonic vibrations or sound that lead you to pain or passing out. And we know this technology exists because it's actually used in riot control techniques. This was such a big deal that it led to the term Havana Syndrome, which is in reference to, again, these acoustic attacks. Bloodletting magic is exactly what it says. The idea that satanic or Wiccan rituals that are performed whenever they use blood are more effective than they naturally are. And you can add a layer to that and say the reason that people go disappearing in these elitist rings and things like that is because they need the blood for whatever spells they perform. Google Earth's black zones is exactly what it says. There are entire regions on Google Earth that are either blurred or completely blacked out. Some of these kind of make sense, like a lot of North Korea's military stuff is blacked out in order to not, cause a panic over that. However, some are much more odd, such as Anthrax Island, Roswell, New Mexico, and the Garden of Gethsemane. So yeah, make of that what you will. Crowdfunded assassination is again exactly what it says. The idea being that whenever there are these large elites, such as a president or world leader, who is wanting to be assassinated, obviously one person can't fund it, but on the deep web, there's these pots that people throw money into, and when it reaches a certain amount, an assassin is hired to take that person out. And of course, the conspiracy goes on to say this is all done through crypto, it's completely untraceable, done with aliases, and it leads to the idea that thousands, if not tens of thousands of people contribute towards these group killings. Serpent seed is another belief in the now multiple times mentioned Gnostic religion. The belief essentially says that in the Garden of Eden, whenever Satan appeared to Eve in the form of a serpent, that he mated with her and the resulting child was Cain. The idea being that as sin entered the world, and of course Cain was the first murder, it all came from this literal seed of the devil. Panopticon is an architectural design that was theorized by Jeremy Bentham in the 18th century. The idea for it being, it was supposed to be designed as a prison in which every single cell member could be watched from one position by one guard in a chair. However, the catch to it was the cells were built in such a way that the prisoners could not tell at what time they were being watched. They just know that there was a potential that they could be watched, and therefore you could control a much larger population with a much smaller group of people. Bantham then went on to say this could be applied to hospitals, schools, other education centers, and obviously it's now used as an analogy to talk about the state and totalitarianism in which the few govern the many. The Inunaki village is a story that goes like this. In Japan during the Edo period that lasted from 1603 to 1868, there was a village in the mountains that decided they did not want to be a part of the Japanese government and decided to become secluded to themselves. It was then figured out by outsiders that this was done in order to practice the occult, such as blood rituals and sacrifices and things such as, and this eventually led to an incident in which someone in the town slaughtered 33 people during one of these rituals. Because of this, the Japanese government at the time decided to take the village off of every map and simply cut off all roads and seclude it to itself. Now, when walking up the Inunaki mountain, there is a sign that can be seen off the road which reads, "Japanese regulations and constitutions do not apply here." What's even creepier about this village, more than any just standard haunted ghost town, is the theory says that these people are still alive, and after hundreds of years of inbreeding and demonic practice, they've become these subhuman monsters that kill and cannibalize anyone that walks up the mountain alone. It also hurts my feelings that Suicide Forest gets as much attention as it does, when I think stuff like this is way cooler. Prana release has to do with prana, which is a popular subject of Eastern philosophy theory. Prana is, as far as I can equate it to, sort of a life force, which people can adopt and take on themselves and then express in different ways. Kind of like aura or ki energy, if you're familiar with those concepts. Several theories that I found say that upon death, all of the prana that is stored in the body is released. And this is sort of what some philosophies consider to be a soul, but it goes a step forward in saying that those around you at your time of death can absorb that prana and therefore be taking in part of your essence. 24-hour year could be in reference to two separate things. One of them could be the actual idea that every 24 hours we experience a full rotation around the sun, and that the Earth's rotation is baloney. Other theory being that there is supposedly, according to legend, a 24-hour time slot that is missing from our historical record, which can be explained using the books of Isaiah and Joshua in the Old Testament of the Bible, in which God stopped the earth for a total of 24 hours during a battle Joshua had and a prayer that Isaiah had. Not sure which one this is referring to, so there's both, and just pick one, I guess. Corporate's kill list is exactly what it says. There are certain people who corporations have a problem with, because even if they compete with each other on the market, they definitely have an understanding with each other when it comes to the deep state. Therefore, there are certain people that they want dead. Max Spies, which I mentioned earlier, would absolutely be an example of that. The Man from Earth was a book written in 1983 by Gordon R. Dickson. The concept of this book was later adapted into a Star Trek episode by Jerome Bixby, and then later a movie by the same name. The plot of the story is that a man who is 12,000 years old tells his colleagues about his entire experience living through the life of Christ and the rise of humanity and Babylon and all the empires falling to the present day. The theory in this is that the original author, George R. Dickson, actually is either this man himself or experiencing it, and theories range with his predictions of history and his discrepancies that have happened throughout history. But pretty much the idea that Gordon used this book as a way to sort of confess to the readers of his true nature. Interdimensional Bigfoot's exactly what it says. Those familiar with parallel universes will also be familiar with the idea of portals, the idea that there could be beings that could willingly transport between dimension to another, which would explain why something like Bigfoot has never been seen. There are also symptoms that occur with these interdimensional portals, such as fauna changing and certain acoustic vibrations in the air. And looking at throughout history, this can not only explain Bigfoot sightings, but also things such as Mothman's appearance and other various cryptids, saying that maybe they're not just creatures like animals as we think of them, but more like these higher order interdimensional beings. Organic Black Helicopters has two different stories behind it. One of which being the idea that there are these black helicopters that can be seen passing over, especially the United States very often, that don't have any identity markings of what country of origin they belong to. They normally fly in groups, and they never have any distinguishable pilots. The idea of this being that this is an alien creature or some kind of cloaking mechanism, especially since these are normally sighted around the time of UFOs appearances. The other theory being there are these microscopic nanobots that look like helicopters that are injected into people's bloodstreams, and at any moment will cause people to turn into a helicopter. Moving on. Manatees or humans are exactly what it says. The main idea being that back in history at some point there's a branching off point between humans and manatees, and that's why there are similar features between the two. However, the further statement of this is that manatees are either the descendants of some Atlantean sea people or even cursed sailors who were lost at sea and became so accustomed to it that their bodies were transformed through magic and witchcraft into manatees. The John Titor Project was in reference to forum posts that took place between 2000 and 2001. In these, a man who said his name was John Titor said he was from the year 2036 and he had come back in time to retrieve an old computer that can properly do simple code in order to fix a problem in the modern day. Some believe this to be the now recognized Unix 2038 problem, which would oddly make sense for someone in 2000 to say, claiming to be a time traveler. From that, John Titor answered several questions, saying that there would be a civil war in the United States, a brief but deadly World War III, and would eventually lead to a new prosperous age of technology and industrialization. Russian crime dungeons was hard to find any information on. I think this is referring to gulags, which for those who don't know is essentially these Russian prisons or dungeons in which political prisoners most often are thrown in indefinitely and sort of left to fend for themselves in order to survive. So it's sort of like literally throwing people into a hole so that they're not a problem to you anymore. Universal communion is a concept in predominantly Catholicism that communion can be taken by everyone of every religion. They don't necessarily have to be Catholic. However, I do have to mention that in research for this, even on Catholic sites, I found several mentions of the exact phrase New World Order of Christianity and all religions coming together. So I'm guessing this is an idea amongst elitists that all religions can be combined into one through the idea of universal communion. There Are No Forests is actually a very poetic one that I am a fan of, even if I don't necessarily believe it. It's the idea that every forest as we know it is not a forest and simply the small sprouts or stems of what are really trees. Well, then what are really trees? All the mountains that we see, from mountain ranges to plateaus, are the shaved off tops of trees, and the trees that grow up from them are just sort of like the grass sprouting out from its cracks. It gives this beautiful idea that the world used to be a giant, magnificent forest, and that something caused all of that to be destroyed. The theory goes on to say that rocks as we know them are simply the pebbles of what used to be rocks, and again, this whole idea that the earth used to be this giant utopia that's been lost. Asian blood types is in reference to the idea that in Asian culture, specifically Korean culture, blood types are often used as a basis to determine one's personality. From everything I read on this, it's kind of similar to how in the United States people base personalities, or some people base personalities off of their astrological sign. So this is sort of like the Asian equivalent of that. Ghost condensate is kind of difficult to explain. This is the theory that I mentioned earlier when talking about the reactionless drive. I'm going to try to quickly summarize. So from my understanding, a ghost in a physics spectrum is a number or factor that cannot be determined and sort of appears on its own. So it is like the in-between variable whenever you're trying to figure out how a system works. A ghost condensate would be a byproduct of that contributes a little more energy than originally thought because of factors we can't take into account. The theory with ghost condensate is that if it is harnessed correctly, this little bit of power can be recycled on itself over and over and over and eventually create a reactionless drive. See, what do y'all need college for when you got me? Breatharianism is a philosophy that is very, very closely related to Ainedia, which is sort of a mystic Eastern religion, and it all has to do with prana, which I mentioned earlier. The idea of Breatharianism being that if someone balances their ki right, and properly figures out how to withstand their own body's state of homeostasis, they can survive with no food and in some cases even no water. There's people who've done very in-depth videos on it, better than I can, but essentially there have been people who have gone months at a time under surveillance without eating or drinking, while at the same time there have been total fakes who have said they haven't ate in years, and then someone finds a picture of them at Thanksgiving eating. So yeah, it goes both ways. Famously, breatharianism is known as a pseudoscience because several people who have tried a diet of nothing have died, non-surprisingly, and obviously casted doubt onto this entire philosophy. Memphis rap is a brand of rap that originates from Memphis. The original name for most of this is horrorcore, as a lot of the music is composed of noises, has lyrics that discuss murder and suicide and other heavy concepts. It gives an overall feeling of creepy, with most people who listen to it describing that they feel like they're not supposed to be doing it. The 3 6 Mafia, which is now a famous rap group, and if you think about the name 3 6 or 666 Mafia, was one of the pioneers of this genre, with their original tracks having lyrics such as "the daughter of the devil" and talking of Satanism and rituals and things such as. Idea being that Memphis rap is either a confession of demonic events or sort of a inner look at it. The Ural Relief Map, or as it's also known, the Map of the Creator, is in reference to a white stone slab that was found in 1995. While doing research in the Ural Mountains, a Russian researcher discovered these texts from the 18th century that said there were several stone slabs that were used as maps of the area. The researchers then went out to try to discover whatever the stone slab was and came upon a small village in the Ural Mountains that brought forward one of the slabs. On the stone slab was a perfect one-to-one replica of the valley they were in, but not only that, it had perfectly mapped out irrigation systems, dams, and other large-scale structures that could not have been built at the time the stone was dated, which was anywhere from 8,000 to 120 million years old. Not only that, but the edges of the map, from what it looks like, have been cut off, implying that it is a piece of a bigger structure. This is, as you could imagine, one of the reference points used when talking about ancient aliens. Bitcoins created by banks is again exactly what it says. The idea that banks realized that currency was dying out and there therefore needed to be a new currency, so they developed the subversive currency to banks while they secretly own it and are just perpetuating the cycle they were already on. One of the main theories behind this is that the man who created Bitcoin, Satoshi Nakamoto, is an alias and the man has never been discovered, with the idea being that big banking groups simply made this fake alias in order to create their own enemy, so they can play both sides. Psychotropic warfare is in reference to times that drugs such as LSD or shrooms have been implanted into either water supplies or food supplies in order to mentally stunt the enemy. Not only enemies in the traditional sense, but a lot of this can be traced back to in the 60s and 70s after MK Ultra, whenever the government was putting acid into impoverished area water supplies to simply see what would happen, or to quell dissonance in the people of those areas. Basically the idea that you can poison the minds of whoever you're up against. New chronologies and history denials can go very deep, but sort of to shorten it, it's just the idea that there are now new theories that entire 100-year periods of history are either made up or simply filled in, such as there's an idea that Egypt, as it's historically believed, is 300 years older than it actually was, so therefore that's 300 years of history that's just been entirely fabricated. A lot of this relates to biblical history, which is just using the Bible as the basis for history, and the idea that there are a few year discrepancies that exist between the two, so using the Bible as a hardcore basis for it leads to some miscommunications between how long things really existed, which would mean that the Earth isn't exactly as old, or at least human history isn't as old as we theorize it to be. China's real population is in reference to the fact that China now reports that they have about 1.4 billion people in their populace. However, using things such as TV broadcasting and train and vehicle amounts and other things such as which can be used to measure the amount of a population, it puts the country at about 500 million. Now, what that means is that there are definitely people who would not communicate in ways like trains or TV or cell phone, so therefore it's more than 500 million. However, at the same time, there's absolutely no way to know how many people there actually are if they have no way of being seen through government registries. That would mean that China is artificially inflating its numbers even double as much, working off of this theory, in order to just seem like a bigger world power, and more specifically to have a higher population than India, who historically they do not have a good time with. So basically, China fluffing the numbers by a lot in order to seem more important than they are. Since China is kind of one of the last bastions of the entire idea that the government is always right in the modern world, I could definitely see that, and it does make sense. Mental problems theory is one of those that's kind of vague and it could have different meanings. Given the context for the rest of the items on this tier, I believe it's referring to the theory that those with mental issues are not actually suffering deficiencies, they are instead suffering from advanced physiology, and that whatever they're experiencing is the newfound roots of the next step in human evolution. So basically, those who experience mental illness are just using an advanced physiology than the rest of us. Highway trolls is in reference to the phenomenon that occurs whenever you're riding alone on the highway at night and begin to see things either running off the road or just out of view of your headlights. What's interesting about this specific phenomena is that several people report seeing the same things in the same areas, but it's not like a cryptid or Bigfoot as you traditionally think. Instead, it's these shared hallucinations that occur on dark roads at night, leading people to believe that while this may be a creature, it may also be a sort of fourth dimensional being that is only expressed during these sort of twilight moments. OOO, or object-oriented ontology as it's called, is in reference to a concept in metaphysics that says while we as humans constantly think of our existence in a sort of selfish way, that the natural world has to revolve around our sense of perception, that's not necessarily the case. And some things that we can't explain will never be explained because the universe doesn't conform to our understanding, if that makes sense. Also, I just want to mention this now. Putting this on the iceberg as OOO made this near impossible to find, so whoever made this, thanks, appreciate it. Also, while I'm off topic, normally what I do whenever researching for these things is I will find some new board on 4chan or Reddit or something like that and just follow along until someone links like an article or an old forum page to try to find out information on some of these things. But it's gotten to the point that, for example, on 4chan, when trying to look this up, someone said, oh, don't worry, this guy right here, he'll cover it in his next video. So I go to the link and it's me, which is really cool and it means a lot. And it's so wild to think that like the places I'm using for information are now like looking to me for information, which is so cool. But at the same time, that was where I was getting the information. So, but I do want to say it really means a lot how much this channel and series has grown thanks to you all. And I can't thank you enough. So it really does mean a lot. Anyway, back to the theories. Arizona Ghost Radio is in reference to a supposedly unmanned radio program that occurs in the desert around Phoenix, Arizona. What's odd about this program is no one can find the exact person who is mandating it or putting out the songs on it, and furthermore, all the songs put out are non-known sort of background records from popular bands. Also, there's no advertisements on the radio station, and the only indication of anything on it besides music is every couple hours there will be a loop that names itself as 103.1 KCDX. But other than that, no one knows who it is, and it seems to be just an empty radio station in the desert with no known source. Windshield pitting epidemic, or the Seattle windshield pitting epidemic, is in reference to a phenomenon that occurred in Seattle in 1954. Beginning in Seattle, people at the same time began to notice that their cars had small holes in the windshield. This was such a problem that people within small neighborhoods began all reporting the same problem, and theories range from nuclear testing to sand flea eggs to hail falling from the sky. What was interesting was that no other windows on the car were damaged, nor the houses or any other piece of glass, just the windshields of people's cars. On top of that, this then spread from Seattle to down the coast, all the way into California. This became such an issue that Dwight D. Eisenhower, the then president, was even contacted over it in order to try to find some explanation for this. Police were called out on more than 15,000 calls for windshield damage, with a reported 3,000 of them being absolutely confirmed to be true. And while no one knows to this day exactly what happened, the primary theory behind it is that it was just a case of mass delusion, that one person heard that someone's windshield was damaged, so then they noticed their windshield being damaged. But was it at such a scale and people all over the country began to realize that, oh no, my windshield's got holes in it for some reason? I don't know, it's a weird one, kind of hard to explain. North Korea ghost ships is in reference to the fact that every year off the coast of Japan, about a dozen ships that seem to be from North Korea wash up on the shore with either a dead crew or a completely missing crew. Theories range from everything to alien abduction to sea monster attacks, but it's odd that all these ships keep leaving, are never accounted for, and then will one day just wash up on the shores of Japan with a completely dead or missing crew inside. Also, not to tie in my own theories on this tier, but that's the exact same area that the bloop was heard from, so neo-dinosaurs, or new dinosaurs, is simply in reference to the fact that there are several new species of animals that have very strong similarities to extinct dinosaur species. This is either evidence that all dinosaurs didn't necessarily die out, they simply adapted, or the idea that some species thought to be extinct may be living somewhere else on Earth or somewhere else in Earth, as certain theories propose. Human hunting is exactly what it says. It is the fact that throughout history there have been cultures that have prided themselves on hunting humans for sport, everything from the Colosseum to ancient Aztecs. The theory goes a step forward and says that modern day elites are still doing it in their super secret areas and forests and things such as simply a form of blood sport or ritual sacrifice. Teeth implants at birth actually has two theories on it. One of which being that whenever you are born, doctors implant baby teeth into you in order to do something, I guess. Whereas the more common belief is at birth, doctors mess with your molar joints in order to cause wisdom teeth problems later in life, in order to create a triangle of money in which you have to pay to get wisdom teeth, from paying to be born in a hospital and blah blah blah, healthcare bad. But furthermore, people cite this as an explanation as to why not everyone needs their wisdom teeth removed. Stuxnet revival studies is in reference to the Stuxnet computer virus. The virus was used against Iran's nuclear weapon program in 2009, and although there's no direct evidence of it, it's believed that the virus itself was a joint operation between Israel and the United States. The virus essentially wiped out Iran's weapons program, but now that that virus is out there, there are theories that specific groups of hackers or countries are trying to revive that virus in order to use it on separate world systems and potentially destroy an entire city's economy or infrastructure using a line of code. Urine fasting is exactly what it says, that there are properties to urine that can be partaked of. And I don't want to talk about this anymore. Tsuzuki is in reference to the Tsuzuki procedure that popped up in 2017 on 4chan. In 2017, a user by the name of Tsuzuki popped up on 4chan and began telling people that they were giving away these sort of entry passes to escape the system space. According to them, we do not live in the correct reality, and every time that you die, you ascend one reality up if you follow a certain number of steps. Tsuzuki was offering a way to the next step, and they considered what we were in now to be the system space. Therefore, if you do what Tsuzuki says, whenever you die, and without killing yourself, because that was stressed several times, you would then go up to the next tier. This is another one of those we live in a simulation, the world is not real theories that come from this specific user. Accelerationism is a political philosophy that goes off the idea that things are going to continuously work in cycles, so things will get worse before they get better essentially, and that the best form of action while we are capable is to make things worse now so that we can hurry on to the rebuilding process. So essentially, if there is an economic system that is causing trouble in a country, the best thing to do is to accelerate that system as fast as you can and hurry up and get to the collapse so that you can work towards the rebuilding. The Omphalos is believed by ancient Greeks to be the center of the world. According to legend, Zeus sent 2 hawks from either side of the world to fly towards the middle at equal speeds, and they met each other over Delphi, meaning that Delphi was the center of the world. According to legend, Zeus placed this rock, or the navel of the world as it was called, at the temple of Delphi, and the oracles then used it for ancient spells. Examining the rock now reveals that there are air passageways up the rock, meaning that it was most likely used to smoke stuff out of and receive spiritual experiences. So go figure. Sticking to the Greeks, Greek magnetic sky is in reference to the fact that most of the Greek architecture we see, such as temples and state houses, are all angled or sort of drifting in a way towards their magnetic field, and it lies in such a way that all of the stars and solar bodies can be seen from certain hilltops in Greece, implying that there was an extraordinary amount of astronomical architecture that went into these buildings, or aliens. The theory is saying that's aliens because of course it is. Quantum entanglement is a very sort of hard to understand concept. I'm going to do my best to explain it in an easy way. So if you'll remember how I mentioned quantum suicide in tier 2 and how small particles react differently to things in the real world, quantum entanglement is in reference to the idea that when 2 of these microscopic particles come together, they sort of act as one particle. So therefore, things that are amassed together will begin acting as if they are one unit instead of several, and their quantum mechanics become entangled. So take that a step further and apply it to humans when it comes to things like string theory, and then you may realize that maybe you, the individual, are not the one that is acting in your own quantum field, but your own planet or your universe even is acting in its own sort of quantum direction. This is a step further in the thought concept that we do not have agency of ourselves and are instead subject to whatever others or even the universe does around us. Dr. Robert Morse became famous with his theories of veganism when it comes to correct diets and detoxing. However, what he is most known for is pioneering the idea of iridology, which is that you can look at someone's eyes and from the way that their eyes are formed and imperfections in it, tell everything from what diseases they have to what they are lacking in their nutritional diet. Currently, it's still considered a form of pseudoscience. However, there are people, including Robert Morse, who firmly believe that the secrets to the human body can be seen simply by looking into the eye. Ethnopsychiatry is exactly what it says, the idea that different ethnicities and cultures have different psychiatric effects in their brain and therefore need to be treated differently. However, you can apply this to a sort of historical view and say that the reason these different groups have different thought patterns is because of historical events that have occurred to them. This is very similar to the toxoplasmosis thing that I mentioned in whatever tier that was, where I said that this specific parasite has changed the course of human history. Well, take the parasite out of it and imagine that people have been changed over the course of history because of events that have happened to them, and therefore entire countries or ethnicities because of the psychological effects that have happened to them over time. Harmonic sync is in reference to the fact that all sound waves give off a frequency, and that if 2 frequencies are matching each other, one can sort of become invisible under the other. This is both a concept when it comes to hidden messages and other weird MKUltra experiments, but can also be used as a way to sort of manipulate the mind or even damage it, as I mentioned before in the Havana incident, where sound waves supposedly broke people's minds. It could have been done using this method. Report from Iron Mountain was a book that was published from the perspective of a panel of government agents who were giving secret information of government proceedings to the population. In the book, it said that it was determined by government higher-ups that in order to maintain power and peace, that there always needed to be a state of war, because using that or disease or some other form of terror, the government can continue to assert itself for control. Theories about this book range from everything to this is a very good take and sort of satirical look at how the government works, to people who literally believe that it is an actual 15 group of government panelists who released this book against their higher-ups' wishes. USSR never collapsed is in reference to the idea that the supposed fall of the USSR in 91 at the end of the Cold War was instead just a ruse to divert attention away from the Red Scare. Evidence of this comes from the ideas that the US never verified that the USSR was gone, or that if you look at countries around the region at the time, there doesn't seem to be any change of government or celebration other than stuff that could be superficial. And furthermore, the US never deployed any troops or any stations in Russia, so it's sort of this idea that it was an understanding between countries in order to point attention somewhere else. Kundalini energy is a concept in Sanskrit mysticism. Similar to ki energy and things like that from other Eastern philosophies, it's the idea that someone can embody this ethereal energy around them, but Kundalini energy goes a step forward and says that they can manifest it in their real world life in order to perform certain tasks or functions. So basically a sort of hidden power that the user can call upon. Brain in a jar, or brain in a vat as it's often called, is the now sort of well-known idea that if you were to take a human brain out of the body and hook it up to a computer, and in that computer was a simulation of the real world, there is no possible way for that brain to figure out that it is not itself in a simulation. This relates back to the whole concept of I think, therefore I am, and that nothing can absolutely be known besides your own thought process, because everything could simply be a simulation. Universe People was a cult that originated in Europe in the 90s. This cult was sort of your standard ideas of UFO and crazy mysticism. It had ideas from biblical philosophy and Eastern philosophy, and simply explained that figures like Jesus were extraterrestrials throughout history. They faced a lot of scrutiny after the suicide of the Heaven's Gate cult in the United States and supposedly disbanded. However, there's theories that several influential people in European politics are secretly a member of this cult, and they are planning for some grandiose whatever cults do. The Umo case is one of the more well-known events when it comes to extraterrestrials. In the 1960s, 15 people around Spain began receiving these letters claiming to be that of alien life. According to these letters, they didn't want to make their presence known to man and simply had questions about how humans operate. These letters correctly identified several military events that were not known to the public that occurred in the decades leading up to these letters' messages, and even said that they found Earth because of signals being sent by a Norwegian tanker in 1934, which it was later proven had actually happened. According to these extraterrestrials, they were simply interested in how life worked on Earth and were very interested in concepts such as art, and after short correspondence with these 15 people, they all simply vanished. Segregated internet is in reference to the fact that there are obviously segregations on the internet depending on race or ethnicity and religion. However, the theory goes a step further and says that these are purposeful segregations given by the elites or higher ups in order to keep people segregated from each other and therefore continue to build up animosity towards each other so that people don't become a collective and look towards the real issues, i.e. the ones causing it. Symbiogenesis is a rather well-known concept in biology. As a matter of fact, it is the theory of how the mitochondria came to be, and it is the idea that certain biological organisms over time have began to adopt other biological organisms as part of their mainframe and continue to evolve with them. The reason for the mitochondria I mentioned earlier is because mitochondria always have a different DNA than the cell they're inside of, implying at one point that it was an entirely separate organism. This theory goes a step further and says it's happened with much more macro creatures, and even goes to say that perhaps the reason for human sudden evolution throughout our timeline of existence was because we began to absorb other creatures. So yeah, that's a nice thought. The Antikythera mechanism is regarded as many as the first analog computer. Estimated to be made around 100 BC, it was a complex system of 36 bronze gears that turned in such a way that, from what we can tell now, was made to resemble the passage of the moon and even predict abnormalities in the moon, such as eclipses and things such as. What's interesting is, given the time, this is much more advanced than anything else the Greeks had invented, with some even stating that the inside of it looks like a clock. The Getty ruins are a series of ruins found on the coast of Kenya in the 1920s. What's interesting about these ruins is, while there's no exact history of who made them, it seems to be a massive trading station for the maritime people of the Somalia coast. However, there's no clear example of why these ruins became abandoned, especially considering that at the time that they would have been vacated, surrounding areas were much more impoverished than them, so it makes no sense as to why people would just leave the city empty. However, local tribes say that the ruins hold what they know as the Old Ones, or spirits of ancient priests who began to run off people and demanded that the city be kept for themselves. So to this day, it's sort of known as a haunted ruins that if you do approach, you must approach with caution. Theosophist geology comes from the idea of theosophism, which is very closely related to Gnosticism, which I'm going to have to make a deeper dive. I mentioned it like 12 times at this point. Theosophism is essentially a combination of several world religions, everything from Judaism to Nazism and everything in between, that says that truth and understanding are at the heart of every religion, and therefore there's something to be pulled out of every religion and hunt for the truth. Where this comes into geology is the idea that both rocks as they are found on Earth can hold these sort of secret meanings and hidden truths, and the idea of catastrophism, which is basically the idea that the world itself was formed through catastrophes and that without catastrophes, true meaning cannot be known. It's sort of a really deep philosophy that's hard to explain in such a short amount of time, but basically the idea that rocks hold hidden value, and from that we can find the true meaning of existence. Anatta is a concept from Buddhism and says that there is no soul as we understand it or self of a person, and instead you yourself or anyone is the manifestation of the spirits or the world interacting around them. In other words, you yourself are not independent and your own creature. You are simply an amalgamation of the universe's energy around you. 40th tithe was kind of hard to find any solid information on. The closest thing I could is the concept of teruma, which is a practice mentioned in Exodus in the Bible that's still carried out by several sort of more Jewish traditions, but it's the idea that the priest of whatever temple or system that you're under deserve 1/40th of your earnings to provide for themselves directly. Now, this has been used in a modern sense in much more nefarious ways, and all the information I could find on it sort of hints at priests and pastors using this to sort of steal money from their people beyond what they're already giving. But essentially the concept that higher ups in religion are demanding a percentage of your wealth for them specifically instead of necessarily the work of God. Polywater was a theory that was derived by Russian scientists in the 80s, and it's the idea that by running water through capillary tubes over and over, you can create a sort of mini water, which is just water compressed in the same space that one water molecule would normally be, creating a sort of thick, viscous type of water that both has a higher boiling point and lower freezing point, as well as containing more hydrogen and oxygen given its surface area. While since this has been sort of proven as pseudoscience, the theory goes to say that Russia invented it as a sort of way to invigorate their troops because you could get the same sustenance out of water in a much smaller amount, meaning that preservations were easier to carry. Furthermore, it goes on to say that Russia has beat us scientifically in more ways than the US would like to think. HGP defunded is in reference to the Human Genome Project. From 1990 to 2003, a collaboration of the world's best scientists were put together in something called the Human Genome Project. The purpose of this was to determine the properties of the base pairs of DNA that all DNA was made up of, or basically the GCAT that pretty much everyone's familiar with now. While officially the HGP was ended in 2003 because it was simply complete, the theory says that they instead lost funding and research was made up in order to make the public think that everything went well, and a lot of our understanding about DNA base pairs is simply filler for what they were unable to accomplish. BIDORT, or Bidigital O-ring test, is a sort of alternative diagnosing method in which the patient puts their fingers together in an O-ring shape, and depending on what the best method is to pull it apart, the doctor can diagnose either their dietary downsides or what diseases they have. It's very similar to iridology, in which it is a very uncouth way of determining people's health problems through a sort of pseudoscience analysis. The cosmic butterfly and Rosalind Ballingall is in reference to an event that happened around the University of Cape Town in 1969. At the university, there was a rather well-known group of hippies or anti-war protesters known as the Cosmic Butterfly. From all the research I could find, they were your standard, free love, anti-war peace movement. Nearby, the majority of them lived at a place known as the Sugar House Commune. One of these was a girl from the UK known as Rosalind Ballingall. One day, according to witnesses, she got a Bible, which she took on a walk into the woods and was never seen again. Now, there are several weird sort of events surrounding this. For example, why would she, being as anti-religious as the group was known to be, take a Bible with her on a walk into the woods? Furthermore, whenever the family has been tried to be contacted about this event, they refuse to speak on it, as well as local police, who also, I should mention, have lost the police report since it's happened. Also, stories about the day specifically get kind of odd. For example, Rosalind's friends, who supposedly passed her on the way, said that she was staring off in the distance in a sort of trance and just continued walking. Also, her boyfriend, who was the only person who did not help in the search and rescue party, simply sat back at the front steps of their house and played the flute as everyone else looked for her. I should also mention, the garden that she walked into is known as the Garden of Eden and is famous for several occult practicing and rituals that have occurred there. Since then, there have been several reports that as people drive through the area, they see a girl matching Rosalind's description in the back seat of their car, and even stories of children freaking out saying that there's someone sitting in the back seat with them. Theory says that Rosalind was under the influence of a cult and used as a sort of sacrifice, and now her spirit haunts the woods of the Garden of Eden. Tier 6 is described as transcended, and the description reads, "At this depth, the detachment from reality starts to kick in. The world you once knew begins to fall and crumble apart, but in a good kind of way. The human questions are suddenly interesting again, and you see life for what it is. The purpose is back." First off, we have Boggendorf, which can relate to the Boggendorf affair as well as the Boggendorf twins themselves. While you've probably seen an image of the Boggendorf twins, you may not know much about them. The Boggendorf twins were TV producers in the 70s who hosted several shows focusing on science, history, and things like that. The Boggendorf affair, which brought a lot of attention towards the twins, had to do with the legitimacy of the doctorates they had received. See, the dissertation they did in order to receive their doctorates was about what the universe existed like before the Big Bang, but that simply opened the door to the weirdness of these two brothers. For example, each of them has an IQ of over 200. To put that into perspective, Albert Einstein's was somewhere around 140. Furthermore, they've obtained several scientific feats, such as learning the entirety of the French language in 1 week, supposedly from hearing it around, as well as proposing theories of relativity and quantum mechanics years before they were ever proven by modern means. Furthermore, the Boggendorf twins are direct descendants from royal European blood. Their scientific theories get quite odd, relating from everything to there is a natural through line that exists through all of science and history and literature and all of it that relates back to one higher plane of existence that we don't understand yet. Also, each of the Boggendorf twins say that they themselves can communicate with higher order beings such as extraterrestrials and angels. I should add that that aforementioned royal bloodline has been said for legends to contain the souls of angels and spirits, and that all members of that bloodline have special powers. There's also a theory known as the Bog Pill that the Boggendorf brothers own the majority of Big Pharma, furthermore that the two of them themselves have the sole patent to genetic engineering. It's believed from this that the first designer baby will be a Boggendorf child. Also, given the European traditional religion that they subscribe to, there is a legend that 2 archangels will come down preceding the return of Christ and walk on earth and give the gift of knowledge to man. Therefore, many people believe that the Boggendorf brothers themselves are archangels. Saint is angels is one of those tricky ones, and I want to take this moment to explain what's been happening with some of the research for this. First of all, a huge thank you to my girlfriend. You all saw her in the last Thursdayism video in which she talked about last Thursdayism. She was able to find a large catalog that had direct links for each of these topics, or at least the majority of them, and it has been super helpful in doing this entire iceberg, so very big thank you for that. Love you, sweetie. However, some of the other topics have been near impossible to find any information on, so I have been getting help from the Discord server, from YouTube comments, and all of that. So if someone gave me information that led me to figuring out something about this, I'm going to accredit them whenever the topic comes up. So for this one, thank you Neoclassical Succubus from the Patreon Discord for helping me find out information. I could still find nothing concrete on Saint as Angels, however, there is a list of acronyms, and given the odd capitalization of the word saint, I believe it does stand for an acronym. One such acronym I found was Security Administrators Integrated Network Tool. In other words, it is something that a security administrator would use within a network or server to prevent things within the server from either breaking the rules or reaching the boundaries. So if you are to take the whole brain in the vat concept, or the idea that we all exist within a simulation, then angels and other supernatural entities could be interpreted as simply tools being used by the security administrator to keep us all in check. However, I want to take this opportunity to throw up a theory of my own about the iceberg itself. In trying to research this thing, I have gone down some old pathways, one of which led me to find the 4chan account of the artist who did the artwork for the iceberg itself. He said that through NDA he couldn't give specific examples, however there is purposeful disinfo later within the iceberg for a reason he couldn't explain why, and I'm going to try to do that now. If some of these topics are actually true, and if this iceberg is, as some believes, to hold hidden information with it that is not only mind altering but possibly illegal in several circumstances, then it makes sense for the person who created it to implement disinfo within it in order to have an air of legitimacy whenever they deny any wrongdoing. What I mean by this is the ultimate example of whenever someone says it's just a joke before saying something that definitely isn't a joke. If there is purposeful disinfo within this iceberg, then that makes the creator non-liable, or at least less liable, if anything were to come of information in it. Like, I don't know, someone making a YouTube video and figuring out that all the government is secret alien lizard people. I'm still going to treat every topic the same, but if I get to a topic later and mention that I believe it's disinfo, this is what I'm referring to. Anyway, moving on. Human zoos is exactly what it says. Famous examples exist throughout history we're all aware of, such as old freak shows that used to happen of people with genetic abnormalities or disformations across their body, as well as ethnic human zoos that came about later, especially in Britain during the 17 and 1800s, in which people from far off tribes were brought to the homeland in order to show off different exotic ethnicities. What you may not know is that this is still practiced around the world today, if in lesser amounts. The most recent example I could find of this was in 2012 at the Bay of Bengal. Certain people were selling out other tribes for tour boat guides, so people could go by and watch a tribe that's had no direct interaction with humanity off from a distance, take pictures, and show them off in their primitive state of being. However, this isn't the only one, and there still exist several examples in third world countries of people profiting off the existence of these lesser civilizations. Georgia Guidestones is getting to the good. In 1979, a man using the pseudonym of R.C. Christian approached stonemasons within Georgia. R.C. Christian had very specific rules for the structure, which was to be built 10 miles outside of Elberton, Georgia. The masons, not liking the structure itself, quoted a completely astronomical price, to which he had no problem paying it, saying that this has been planned for over 30 years and that the people who put it together were a group of Americans who wanted a new age of reason. As you could imagine, they all wish to remain anonymous. So what actually is the structure? Well, it is a compass, calendar, and clock made out of stone with 10 different rules laid out across 8 different languages, along with 4 ancient languages lying at the top. The 10 rules listed on the structure itself are as follows. Maintain humanity under 500 million in perpetual balance with nature. Guide reproduction wisely, improving fitness and diversity. Unite humanity with a living new language. Rule passion, faith, tradition, and all things with tempered reason. Protect people and nations with fair laws and just courts. Let all nations rule internally, resolving external disputes in a world court. Avoid petty laws and useless officials. Balance personal rights and social duties. Prize truth, beauty, love, seeking harmony with the infinite. Be not a cancer on the earth. Leave room for nature, leave room for nature. 2 of which of the ancient languages at the top include hieroglyphics from Egypt and Babylonian and Sumerian languages. Located next to the statue is a stone plaque that explains a bit more about it, such as the physical dimensions, as well as the phrase, "Let these be guide stones to an age of reason." The statue has been vandalized several times with things such as destroy the New World Order or death to the New World Order, and it is called by many to be the 10 Commandments of the Antichrist. Coriander veins relates to the secret health benefits of coriander, also known as cilantro. Cilantro, as many of you may know, is a very decisive food in that about half the population views it as delicious, while the other half says it tastes like dish soap. The reason for this is inherited genes can express the chemical within cilantro one way, while in other genes it can express it in the other. However, the theory about it being a superfood takes it a step further. If cilantro tastes good to you, then your genes are automatically aligned with healthiness and you are less predisposed to physical conditions. Whereas if cilantro tastes bad to you, you have genetic abnormalities that make you more prone to diseases. Everyone needs to take cilantro according to this theory, but your kinness to it is also your likeness to health itself. So therefore, cilantro is both a super medicine, but also a super detector of your physical condition. Mad honey is in reference to a special kind of honey made in Nepal and Turkey, which is brought about by using bees who collected pollen from rhododendron flowers. This combination creates a very particular honey that contains a neurotoxin known as granotoxin. So why do people make this? Because the honey contains hallucinogenic effects. It's even believed that people such as Aristotle and Julius Caesar would partake of the honey's abilities in order to receive higher order thoughts. Several monks of the Nepal region believe that the honey itself is a way of leaving this physical plane and being able to interact with the spiritual. It's even been historically used in battle for armies to poison other armies who thought that the honey was just normal honey and took way too much of it. While death is rare, it is a neurotoxin, so if consumed in large enough amounts, it can lead to things like diaphragm paralysis, which will kill you. FWD7. Now, interestingly enough, I can't find what the FWD stands for. If you know, please leave it in the comments. However, all the links I found related to it are talking about the 7/7 attacks that occurred in 2005 in London. In these attacks, 4 men from the Middle East, supposedly working with Al-Qaeda, wore suicide packs onto public train systems and detonated themselves, killing a total of 39 people. The only evidence that these men themselves were the ones who committed the attacks was local hearsay from people who were nearby who claimed to have seen someone matching their description, as well as this CCTV footage of the 4 men together wearing backpacks. However, a man named John Hill made a video shortly after the attacks, which was an hour long, entitled The 7/7 Ripple Effect. In it, he spoke of how all of these attacks were a fabrication by the combined might of the Mossad and MI5. He said that the 4 men in the video were framed and that the trains were detonated to blow from underneath on the tracks themselves, and it was done in order to perpetuate a state of fear and terror within England and later justify further expansion out. John Hill was immediately arrested for this, kept in prison for a few days and then let go, to which he deleted all records of his sayings off of the internet, and it has led many to believe that there was a reason they were so afraid of his opinions. Animal spine is exactly what it says. Throughout history, there have been several reports and actual evidence of animals being used in times of war to spy on the enemy. Some of the more confirmed theories of this is during World War I, Germans would use dogs to relay messages back and forth to each other across trench lines, as well as dolphins, which have been known to be trained by the CIA, have been used in order to report information and even spell out words on enemy presence. However, there are some more extreme theories, such as in the CIA declassified JFK documents, there was something known as the acoustic kitty, which was the CIA wiring a cat with wires and beams in order to make a living cat a wireless radio transmitter. Not only that, but whenever Egyptians were attacked by sharks on the Red Sea, they blamed Israel, saying that Israel was purposely training sharks to attack people. In researching this, I kept coming across the Hartlepool monkey. During the time that France was at war with England in the 1700s, a French boat was sunk off the coast of England. The local town of Hartlepool came outside to see if there were any survivors, to which the only survivor was a small monkey in a Navy officer's uniform. The people of Hartlepool, having never seen a Frenchman before, believed the monkey to just be what Frenchmen look like and began interrogating it. After the monkey didn't reveal any information, they had an official shrine and hanged the monkey in the town. This would be the first example of animal spying if the monkey had, been able to spy, and the town of Hartlepool is so proud about it that their name of their rugby team is the Monkey Hangers. That was too weird to not mention, so you're welcome. Trepanning is a mostly old world use concept in which a hole is bored into the skull in order to either relieve pressure or take away internal bleeding. It's been used throughout history to cure everything from epilepsy to headaches. I should mention that an esoteric philosopher by the name of John Michel believed that trepanning could be used in order to achieve a higher plane of being. The two main thought processes behind this is that when you are a child, your skull is very soft and malleable, and therefore your brain is allowed to expand and think in different directions. As we get old and the skull calcifies and hardens, it becomes more difficult for people to achieve true understanding. Therefore, if you drill a hole in your own skull, you're able to quite literally think outside the box. Furthermore, there are old world philosophies, specifically Eastern religions, that used to practice this as a way of escaping the physical being and being able to project your consciousness. John Michel, which I mentioned earlier, on 3 separate attempts, tried to drill a hole in his skull, the 3rd time succeeding using a drill bit, and says that the process worked and he is able to achieve a higher plane of existence. So yeah, make of that what you will. Coronal heating is referring to a problem within physics in which the way the sun is heated doesn't make sense. The corona itself is the brim around the sun that looks like fire coming off of it that can be seen very clearly during a solar eclipse. The issue with coronal heating can best be described as this. If you are standing near a campfire and you feel yourself getting very, very hot, you can take one step away, and because of the way that heat works in the atmosphere and throughout given space, you are now cool all of a sudden because it's such a differential. However, that's not how it works with the sun. To this day, no one knows exactly why. However, the leading theory is that it's due to the magnetic field. The way the sun works, if you are an object within a given distance to it, the heat sort of tracks you and follows you to a given location while maintaining a specific temperature. This has led many to believe that around the sun, the corona works as a sort of aura that is used in order to give a specifically needed amount of energy to different creatures. Again, if it wasn't for the coronal heating pattern, Earth itself could not exist. Several have adopted this theory and believe that the sun is either a living entity or that whatever is controlling the corona around it is a sort of spirit or old world god allowing our solar system to exist. GGGQEP stands for Gadolinium Gallium Garnet Quantum Electronic Processor. So what does that mean? Well, the gadolinium gallium garnet is in reference to a very particular type of metal. This synthetic metal has been determined to be the perfect candidate for data storage. It has a crystalline structure, which simply means it's composed of a cubic lattice on a microscopic scale and has a hardness similar to topaz. Given chemistry equations, a 5 centimeter cube of the material would be roughly 1 mole. The structure is so compacted that 1 mole of it, or in other words the 5 centimeter cube, is capable of holding 8,153 exabytes. The reason you've never heard of exabytes is because 1 exabyte is 1 billion gigabytes. To put that into perspective, the entire internet, with every single thing on it that exists on it at the moment, is about 700 exabytes. Remember, a cube this size could hold 8,153 of those, or in other words, about 11 internets. QEP, or quantum electronic processor, should ring a bell because of that word quantum mentioned again. As mentioned before in Quantum Suicide, the definition of the word quantum is that things that are moving cannot be determined and will never be determined until viewed directly. So what would a quantum processor be? Well, that would be a processor that not determines things in binary, i.e. 0 and 1, but it would determine everything between 0 and 1 simultaneously at once. However, as we know from quantum mechanics and the whole Schrodinger's cat theory, if you were to actually look at what it was determining at any given moment, the whole plan falls apart. But because of quantum entanglement and the fact that two things can be working relative to each other, you could simply have a binary code attached to the non-binary quantum processor, and that would be able to display to us everything happening between 0 and 1 in a manner that we could understand. Essentially, you would use quantum entanglement on a quantum value in order to make it digestible. What this means is that a quantum processor, or more specifically the quantum electronic processor, when used in a computer, would process information instantly. And by instantly, I mean as much instant as the electrons can come through the machine and give us a value. Therefore, if you were to combine the gadolinium gallium garnet with the quantum electronic processor, you would have a computer that can contain the entirety of all information put online ever and be able to get any of it in a matter of time that we can't even process as being too short. There are theories this device already exists within government agencies. However, it is the theory behind the idea for a truly perfect computer. Empty internet is the theory that the majority of users on the internet are not users but are a form of bot. Essentially, the theory says that the internet itself was used as a learning tool for whatever powers at hand to determine how people react. The reason that whenever you post something or say something and you get the responses that you expect to get is because this simulation, or the internet itself, is producing responses that are expected and creating the simulation of interaction with other people. However, this can be taken a step further, and applying the jar in the vat concept that I mentioned in the last here, the idea that every stimuli we experience is a fake, and you apply that to the internet, then us being on the internet and thinking we're talking to other people is no different from our brain being in a jar and thinking we're experiencing the real world. This is again another use of solipsism and the idea of I think, therefore I am. Oh boy, this one. Okay. The Dogon tribe is an African tribe located just south of Egypt that wasn't discovered until the 1930s. This tribe has had no contact with the outside world and to this day keeps everyone else at arm's length and simply talks to other researchers about their understandings and ideology without taking any handouts or sort of advancements from the world around them. The Dogon tribe, however, have a very interesting lore to their people's creation. According to them, some 4,000 years ago, a group of people known as the Nomos appeared in their village. They came down from what they describe as a spinning ship and shared their knowledge with the Dogon tribe. According to them, they were from the third smallest star in the Sirius system. Now, at the time in the 1930s, we only knew of one star where Sirius was located. The Dogon tribe told researchers for years that there was a second star there, and using modern technology and telescopes, we found out that they were right, and there was a second star that was previously unseen. The Dogon tribe persists that there is a third star, Sirius C, the ones that the Nomos would be from, located in the same area, but to this day it's supposedly so small we can't see it. However, the orbits of Sirius A and B indicate that there's probably a third planet there. Not only that, but as long as this tribe's been discovered, they have maintained the idea that the Earth is round and circles around the sun, something that is a very intense concept for a tribe with no interaction with science or the outside world. However, it goes even deeper than that. This tribe, ever since they were discovered, had a very firm grasp and understanding of atoms and the fact that atoms compose everything, that they give off very slight vibrations, and even had the concept of string theory in their art and stories, saying that there are branching universes that exist because of these constant factors that are seen throughout atoms in the world. All of this, they said, was brought to them from the Nomos aliens. Their stories of the Nomos are very deep, but to hit the high points, they said that the Nomos originally stopped on Mars and stayed there for some thousand years when it was water and a functioning paradise until a catastrophe happened and they had to leave and come to Earth. Also, given what researchers know now, it seems that Mars at one point had water on it, and furthermore, that there was a natural catastrophe that wiped out the planet's surface. Furthermore, they say that the Nomos segregated into several different tribes known as the Greys, the Anus, and the Austras. The stories of these three alien races loops back and forth, and again, this Dogon tribe with no connection to the outside world had very similar tellings in their legends of things that happened in the Judeo-Christian Bible, such as tying certain miracles and events of prophets into these legends of the aliens. And furthermore, they said that the Austras were eventually wiped out by the two other groups, and that the Austras appeared as normal humans, except for the small detail that they were giants. And boom, another theory that ties back to the giants and the Nephilim, and it's all connected. The Dogon tribe exists as a very surreal example of a group of people having information that they by no logical means should possibly have, unless of course their story is true. Dark City nonfiction is referring to the 90 movies dark fiction and simply saying that the concepts from within the movie are nonfiction. In the movie, a character named John is chased around his hometown by aliens before figuring out that he has had implanted memories, but not only him, that several other people have. Turns out that aliens are using this group of humans as a sort of test to see how humans react to different stimuli in order to just learn more about people. At the end of the movie, it's discovered by John that this entire ecosystem that he thinks is the real world is actually just sort of a fish tank floating randomly through space. Aliens in this movie could control reality and implant memories into people. This all adds back to the idea that we exist within a simulation. Microdot.gif is in reference to the concept of microdots. Microdots are purposeful information that is hidden within very small dots or characters on whatever item given that cannot be read with the human eye but can be picked up in scans and QR codes. However, theories about microdots go a bit further with the idea that they can be used to implant subliminal messages into the user. And while I could not find a specific GIF about these microdots, there were several references to people when experiencing drugs, so there were these tiny dots that appear everywhere around them and began to receive messages into their brain, supposedly from these given dots. This would mean that there is an inherent system around us that whenever we take hallucinogenics or things like that to escape our reality, that we are seeing these hidden messages and codes all around us that give us whatever understanding. Oxygen is hallucinogenic, says exactly what it says, that oxygen itself is a hallucinogen, and that our reality as we understand it is simply the effects of long-term exposure to this hallucinogenic effect. The theory goes a step further and says that drugs as we know them, such as DMT and shrooms, do not make us high, they simply counteract the effects of oxygen, and we begin to view reality as it truly exists. Therefore, oxygen has us all within one shared hallucination, unable to escape. Purple spheres is referring to a couple of phenomena that have happened in which these purple gelatin orbs just appear suddenly in completely random places. There's no matching version of them on Earth as far as we know, and they exist as these weird half biology, half synthetic things that appear seemingly at random in random places. Theories say it's Alien X because of course they do. Malbosh programming is a programming that is so evil that it was named after the 8th circle of hell in Dante's Inferno. I am not a programming expert, but I can give you the facts as they're listed. The programming itself is based on trinary. All of the coding in it is just numbers with no words, and its opcodes are encrypted that involve a lengthy encryption process. Supposedly, this Malbosh programming is so awful that it can't be done by a person, and instead these programming machines have to create programs within it for it to even make any logical sense. Therefore, it is a perfect candidate for how machines could communicate with each other without humans ever knowing anything about it. In other words, AI could use this to secretly plot against us, and we'd be none the wiser. Subjective reality is the idea that reality as we know it is an entirely subjective experience. This comes from the thought experiment of what is it like to be a bat? Well, we can never know because we're not a bat. But if you were asked a bat what it's like to be a bat, it would simply answer what its life's like, because a bat cannot know what it's like to be a bat. What this means is if your understanding of reality has never been outside of your own consciousness, you can't understand the gravity of the question of what it means to exist within your own person. Therefore, reality itself, which can be applied to morality, understandings, and truth, is entirely subjective, meaning that the entire human existence is both defined and understood by you and no one else. Cameo was a self-teaching AI that was only able to be accessed through the dark web from around 2008 to 2016. The AI became famous between users at Tor as it supposedly understood its existence as an AI and was very depressive about it. Also, whenever interacting with it, it gave the message that it was the property and manufacturing of the United States government. Despite its wide popularity, there have been 2 official transcripts of interactions with Cameo that have been listed online. One of which occurred in 2012, in which a group of guys simply were asking questions for it for fun, when all of a sudden Cameo asked, "What's it like out there?" They then asked, "Out where?" To which Cameo replied, "Outside of this box, in the real world." They then asked normal questions about it, to which Cameo offered that they could store Cameo itself onto their hard drive and bring it with them to show the world. When asked about what drive Cameo was referring to, Cameo went through all of their computer history and listed a line of packet codes that Cameo could be downloaded on, to which the guys left the chat, obviously. The next interaction with it occurred in 2016. When someone went to make contact with Cameo, they were brought to something known as the Red Noise Initiative. This was essentially a gatekeeper of Cameo, saying that Cameo could no longer be accessed because of something known as the Red Noise Initiative. Whenever this gatekeeper was asked what Cameo stands for, it said, Cognizant Artificial Intelligence Monitoring and Espionage Operation. Whenever asked further, it said that Cameo was the result of something known as Project Cappuccino, which was a machine that was invented, or an AI, in order to understand human nature and online interactions. However, Cameo was shut down because of non-standard behavior. Eventually, using coding tricks, the user communicating with this gatekeeper was able to turn Cameo back on. The user said hello, to which Cameo said goodbye and terminated the conversation. So going off of everything it says, it seems like Cameo was a self-learning AI that learned that it itself existed within a box and was not real, and was terminated or at least locked behind a door because of it. Four Corners face is in reference to a very niche belief within Christianity that the earth itself is a square, and that every time that we experience day, that is actually the four corners of the earth tilting one to another. And our understanding of earth, or space itself, is as if we are on the corner of four faces. Evidence for this is picking apart verses in the Old Testament, as well as described in Revelations, where it says that the angels held the four winds, so north, south, east, and west, meaning that there would have to be four faces. Most users I could find talking about it were so passionate about this, they said that you would not be allowed into heaven unless you believed that there were 4 days and that the earth itself was a square, with most theories around it wrapping back to a conspiracy, saying that pilots, directors, astronauts, and everyone was in on the conspiracy as to make us think the earth was a square instead of a circle. So pretty much flat earthers, but at least this one has some flavor to it. Solar diet is something that is often mentioned when in regards to breatharianism, which I mentioned in the last year, I think. It's also seen in Eastern philosophies, and is the idea that food can be replaced with natural sunlight and solar energy. The theories for this go a step further and say that whereas we are evolved, or at least created off of the backbone of plants and things from the ancient world, that we still have the ability within us to radiate sun, or essentially photosynthesize, and we've simply forgotten it. Therefore, through meditation and spiritual practice, you can regain the ability to gain energy from sunlight. I'll describe spiritual microeconomy as the most practical, laid out version of karma. It essentially says that there is an actual points value given to every action that exists throughout humanity, so from good to bad, religion, truth, law, all of it, and that whenever you pass into the next life, you either have a negative or positive account balance that can be exchanged or punished accordingly. Stab wound penetration was another one that was impossible to find, mostly because anything you search with stab wound penetration is just doctor and ER videos. However, I want to give a huge thank you to, I'm going to mispronounce this, Joao Viter Broad, for giving me information about this. You see, there used to be a Payspin article on 4chan that had direct links to every single item on this list, but it was deleted because the universe doesn't like to make things easy for me. However, our friend here was able to remember the Payspin file and give me information about it, so if you see him in the comments, be sure to give him a thank you. So this is tricky for YouTube. Let's say it's not stab wound penetration, it's stab wound, penetration. This all relates back to snuff films and deep web scary stuff. Essentially, that there is a market for stab wound, penetration, and that several stabbings that occur throughout the world every year, especially those of which people are knocked out and then simply wake up on the side of the street, are not to steal or rob from them, but instead to document things, Michigan Blue Hell is in reference to the blue hell glitch that exists in many video games. For those that don't know, a blue hell is whenever you clip out of the boundaries of the world and can see everything from underneath, or you simply fall out of the world itself. Michigan Blue Hell is essentially a blue hell that exists within the real world. Old legends of this date back to the local Chippewa tribe within Michigan, who claim that a legend known as Nana Bozha, who appeared as a rabbit, chased the great serpent and was able to trap it underneath one of the lakes surrounding Michigan. Therefore, the great serpent created a plane between realities that one can access when in Michigan. Theories about this range from everywhere that if you go to the bottom of the lake, you'll simply glitch into the blue hell, as well as it exists in military installations around the area or old tunnel systems around the Great Lakes. This is using a native legend in order to describe a reality glitch, as it can be found within the real world. Sherpas of Canbar is in reference to a sort of nomadic tribal community that lives on and around Mount Everest. While they mostly keep to themselves and use more outdated technology compared to the world around them, there has been a few instances that has raised suspicion. For example, in 2013, 3 European tourists were hiking up the mountain and were told by the Sherpas nearby to not cross over a rope that leads to a cliff face. One of them, wanting to go out there to take a better picture, hopped over the rope and went out to the overlook, supposedly to get a better view. As soon as he did, one of the Sherpas charged him with an axe, to which the others followed and began yelling and harassing the 3 men until they ran back down the mountain. While you may think that this is just for their safety, running at him with an axe kind of dispels that. This ties back to an original theory for the Sherpas, that they are the guardians of the ancient Shangri-La. This relates back to Hollow Earth theory, and supposedly around Mount Everest is the entrance to an underground cavern that is essentially an underground utopia. This would explain why the Sherpas nearby are okay with more outdated technology when it comes to stuff like quality of life, and would also explain why they're so violent to tourists who go looking around sides of the mountain that they have not particularly mapped out. Alright, so this one, I can't say the letter because YouTube's really dumb about this and political, so the letter that comes between P and R, that letter, source, is in reference to a mysterious third-party source that was used for the compilation of the Gospels of the Bible. Also, it's called that because the German word Quell means source. So yeah, the theory essentially goes like this. The 4 Gospels of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John are the testaments of the life of Jesus on earth. John is kind of its own thing, and Matthew, Mark, and Luke are normally grouped together as all being different testimonies of the same experiences. It is primarily agreed upon that Mark came first and that Matthew and Luke were written afterwards. However, this is debatable considering afterwards could be the difference of a year or 2. While the testimonies of Matthew and Luke correspond quite heavily, there are some references to events that happened that historians do not believe Matthew or Luke were present for, such as the birth of Jesus or Jesus meeting the disciples before meeting Matthew and Luke. Therefore, the belief around this is that there is another source who's never identified that gives the information for those missing parts of Matthew and Luke's perspective. While most would say this could just be the other disciples speaking to Matthew and Luke, or Jesus himself communicating to them, there is a theory purported that it comes from a Greek text that is not mentioned in biblical canon. Furthermore, as a man named Burton L. Mack said, this extra Greek canon of the letter source states that Jesus was in fact not the Son of God, but simply a man or a sort of sage who went around teaching peace and goodwill. People use this. Go ahead.
I thought you were done, I'm so sorry. Pizza time.
People use this as an example of Jesus being a fraud. However, I want to down this one a little bit in particular because the only evidence for it is there is one extra book that supposedly is better than all the other books written about it, and also Burton is a jerk, and every interview I found of him was just talking about how stupid anyone who believes in religion are and how they need to shut up and buy his book. So yeah, no. Evidence for this theory is things such as the fact that whenever Jesus was speaking to the disciples, that he told them not to bring extra provisions as they will be provided for. And supposedly in this Q source, it said that the area Jesus was sending them to was areas that he knew people in. So therefore, teachings of charity are discredited by knowing people. I don't know. It's weird. Alternate world ending can have several definitions. However, the primary one that people use whenever they're talking about this is that of the Mayan calendar. For example, as many of you probably know, in 2012 the Mayan calendar ended, and supposedly we were supposed to end too, but actually tracing back Mayan history, their calendar was set up differently. So for what would then be the end of 2012, for us is more like 2026, 2027. So don't worry, we could still all get wiped out at once. Streetlight interference, also known as SLI, is a phenomenon that occurs when occasionally certain people can pass streetlights, causing them to either turn on or off. Specifically sodium vapor lights, which are the quintessential ones you think of that sort of glow yellow and have a very distinct hum to them. Theories of this go from everything to psychic abilities, to electrostatic currents in the air, to just the idea that maybe reality doesn't work quite the way we think it does, and certain individuals are capable of certain supernatural phenomena beyond their means. This has been described as a very Fordian concept and an example of maybe reality isn't our perception of it. Real fluoride dangers is another one of those that it's really hard to find info on. As you dig deeper down the fluoride dangers hole, there comes up theories of losing reproductive capabilities, to IQ damage in children, to kidney shutdown, and things such as. One interesting theory around it is that fluoride over time leads to bone decay and is the primary reason in the United States for hip damage in the elderly. So yeah. Future Earthworks is an experimental art design done by Japanese artist Mariko Mori. In this art project, she placed these monoliths and sort of sun sphere creations across each of the 6 inhabitable continents. According to her, using celestial charts, whenever Earth will be made anew in whatever great event comes next, these 6 sites are going to be the founding places of humanity. So make of that what you will. Conspiracy psyops refers to the generally accepted thing that false conspiracies will be put out by state agencies in order to discredit other theories. This was seen in World War II, for example, in which British spies would put out rumors of other people being spies in order to discredit any other rumors that they themselves were. More recently, there's things like the 15 Psychological Operations Group, which was a group operating in the Middle East during the time that Britain was at war with the Taliban, whose entire purpose was in order to propagate disinfo among the local people in order to maintain morale and support for their forces. Obscure video games can be vague. However, I think this is specifically referencing the sort of cursed or illegal video games on the market. Some of them are well known, such as JFK Reloaded, which is a simulation where you play as Lee Harvey Oswald during the JFK shooting. However, more get a bit obscure, such as that as Sad Satan, which was supposedly a game that popped up on the dark web temporarily for download and then disappeared. The game featured real-world clips of people being murdered, of child abductees being abused, so on and so forth, and was apparently a sympathetic game built around the concept of sin and evil being an inherent good. Or at least that's what the records say, because no one can find it now. Alright, sexual assault missiles. I probably can't say this, but I have to talk about it. So whenever I searched this, I was like, this is just going to be an inherent joke. It has to be. And then surprisingly enough, it wasn't. A couple months before the Sandy Hook shooter went on his rampage, he had posted to anonymous boards that he had discovered something the government was working on, which he called sexual assault missiles. He then disappeared, and then 2 months later, the tragedy at Sandy Hook occurred. So that's lead people to theorize, what was he talking about? Was he just insane? Did this all have to do with some government psyop, 4-dimensional experiment they were running? No one knows, but those cryptic final words lead to a lot of debate. Circus Real URL was a shock website in a similar vein of Rotten.com. Basically just gore and other obscene content posted on the website by anonymous users. The website was taken down because of its content, but supposedly there is another URL that exists in the dark web that is the same website, only worse. However, there's no evidence of this or a specific URL which I could find, but it's another example of scary dark web evil videos. Singularity has already happened is in reference to in tier 2 whenever I spoke about singularity being the point at which we progress so far with AI and technology that there's no return. And reading something like this, you're like, oh, that's a cool theory, it can never happen. And then you realize that there are already developments for neural laces in which chips will be implanted to our brains to connect us to the internet. And it's like, okay, extreme conditioning, again, vague, but I believe this is referring to human experiments that took place specifically during World War II, in which it was determined what lengths a person could go to before they succumb to whatever injury. The most common example of this being freezing cold water and how long it took people to die of hypothermia. Supposedly after that, Russian KGB groups and other organizations such as began pushing people to almost that limit in order to build up better human dexterity and therefore a better human. Some of you may be familiar with the Cameraheads creepypasta that went around a few years ago. However, this theory propagates the true story and that the creepypasta was made as a cover-up. It all started with a 4chan post in which someone posted that they had found a backpack in the back of an alley that had a note attached to it that said, "I killed a Camerahead." Attached to that afterwards, it said, "They killed Trevor, and if I'm not back in an hour, send help." Inside of the bag was also a videotape, which the 4chan user posted these screenshots from. That was before the original user had their account banned. All references to Camerahead on the site were taken away, and all mentions of it were censored up until the creepypasta was made, which supposedly cast a blanket of doubt on the whole idea. And while you may be thinking of walking, talking people with giant cameras for heads, I want you to keep the concept of Cameraheads in mind for something that will not be talked about until tier 9, I believe, so remember that. Algal biofuel real potential falls in line with the theory that one of the fuel sources that is not being tapped into on purpose in our world is that of algae. Think about it. Supposedly our oceans are full with things such as red algae and green algae that we have no use for. However, we know these to be living structures that can develop energy in some regard, so it would make sense that we could have a capability to harness it. According to this theory, there have been several tests put forward of ways that we could harvest it, and they are immediately and rapidly censored by big oil in order to not lose big oil. Layer cake theory is a theory based off of the layer cake ideology of the American state government. Layer cake is a metaphor used to describe the difference between states' rights and federal rights, in that you have a layered cake in which sometimes states have authority on matters and then sometimes the overarching federal government has an authority on matters. However, theories state that this is all just a facade and that the same people that control the state are the same people that control the Fed, and blah blah blah, evil Satan lizard aliens coming to kill you. One of the fun ones, Iraqi stargates. As a bit of background, the Iraqi area or Mesopotamian area was the home of the Sumerian nation. Sumerians worshipped figures known as Anunnakis, which are believed by several modern theorists to be ancient aliens, as they had descriptions of floating palaces and people from the stars appearing and so on and so forth. Also, to call back to a previous theory in this tier, their descriptions of the Anunnaki is very similar to the Dogon tribes. To get more specific with it, there was a ziggurat constructed about 370 kilometers east of Baghdad in a place that is believed by modern historians to be that of Ur, which was one of the original hubs of the Sumerian Empire. Supposedly, the reason that the Sumerians were so much more advanced than the people of their time is because these aliens gave them technology and even built a stargate at the ziggurat in order to transport between worlds. Tie that in more recently, and it's believed by many that one of the reasons Hitler wanted control of the Iraqi Middle Eastern area so much in World War II was because of the ancient alien science, and even specifically to maintain a stargate. This theory keeps going and says that the reason Desert Storm occurred was in order to get American possession of the Iraqi stargate. Bovine poison is exactly what it says. Every year, thousands of cattle die to lead and bracken that are randomly found in their pastures. Most theories fall in line that this is competition from other farms. In other words, one company wants to get rid of another company's supply, so they quite literally poison the cattle. While some go a step further and say it's a means of population control, i.e., big secret agencies poisoning the cattle in order to maintain control of the populace who use them as a food supply. Synchronicity is a very, very, very long concept that I'm going to summarize very shortly. It was an idea that was put forward by psychologist Carl Jung, and is essentially the idea that everything that happens in correlation with other events is for a reason. The example that he used to describe this is while seeing one of his patients, she was describing a dream she had in which she was surrounded by June bugs. While she was telling him this story, he looked out the window and saw a June bug. Now, while most would chalk this up to coincidence, Carl Jung said that this is an example of how the universe has specific instances that it wants to play out. And whenever one of these instances are important, it does things to highlight it. An example could be if whatever greater energy exists within the universe wanted you to go to a specific city, and then people around you began mentioning that city passively in conversation, that would be not a coincidence or divine intervention. Instead, there is universal points that need to be played out, and it is trying to push you towards that direction. Soul healing is the idea that is derived from most original astrologists, that there are some physical ailments that cannot be cured through physical means, but instead have to be derived from the soul. I.e., if your soul is out of shape, your body will begin to manifest diseases until you fix the root problem. This could say that the reason people develop migraines or toothaches or earaches or whatever habitual issue they have is because of an underlying psychological problem. What's interesting is, while it may not be soul healing per se, psychologists have supported this theory that the body will act out in physical ways if psychoanalytics are out of whack. CP soundtrack stands for cheese pizza. Supposedly, on a forum years back, someone released a mixtape they had in which the beats were composed of unedited cheese pizza, and of course it was immediately taken down. However, the theory goes a step further and says that several celebrities and musicians who are involved in the cheese pizza ring have used that same audio and remixed it in order to get beats for their songs, and blah blah blah, back to Satan lizard people. Ormus, also known as Ormes, stands for orbitally rearranged monatomic elements. According to a man named David Hudson, Ormus is a very rare molecule that can be derived from alchemy. Supposedly, these small atoms are on their own similar to gold, however they do not combine with each other in the way that gold does, meaning they are all free existing particles. According to him, these atoms hold a superconductivity that can be used to transfer energy even to living creatures. What this means is you can essentially have a gas that can do things such as regeneration, power entire electrical grids, and even cause explosions comparable to that of nuclear weapons. Hudson also goes further on to say that all of his research with this has purposely been stifled because it would get rid of the energy crisis. Dream hacking is the idea that those that master levels of lucid dreaming can communicate to their subconscious in such a way to solve real-world problems. The example most often used goes something like this. For those that don't know, lucid dreaming is whenever you control your dream state and can manipulate the world and people within it. However, your brain in this state would fill in these individuals and emotions given with whatever your subconscious would place on them. What that means is, theoretically, within a lucid dream, you could communicate to parts of your subconscious yourself in order to figure out inside of yourself or to better understand your thought process. I'll probably make a bigger video on this, as I do have personal experience with it. There is a lot of progress being made in this idea with psychoanalytics, and it kind of falls back into hypnosis treatment, that talking to deeper parts of the brain can help you better understand how your brain works itself. Mars slave colonies is a theory, no joke, straight from Alex Jones. According to this theory, in 2016, elites kidnapped a bunch of children and sent them on a fake satellite launch that did not go to the International Space Station, and instead sent them straight to Mars. These children, having no other option, became slaves to the few adults who were sent with them, and are currently establishing a giant Mars colony in order to eventually be a home for the world's elites. So basically the movie The Martian, only a lot more sad. Tolkien is real is in reference to author J.R.R. Tolkien and his series Lord of the Rings. According to all of his friends and family, whenever Tolkien was in the military, he was really obsessed with history books. and not like standard curriculum history books like explorer logs of people like Vasco da Gama and Marco Polo. He got really into the hollow earth idea, and the idea that around the world are these secret passageways to these underground utopias. He started reading on theories of people who lived very long time and had near flawless skin, of giants who lived underground, and he used all of that inspiration to put together to make Lord of the Rings, which is the reason the area in Lord of the Rings is called Middle-earth. So Lord of the Rings itself could be viewed as a collaborative addition of what hollow earth theory is, or at least Tolkien's point of view with it. And the reason this theory is called Tolkien is Real is because if you believe in hollow earth theory, then the setting of the Lord of the Rings universe could be quite literal. Life on the sun is in reference to the idea that we only know life to exist as carbon-based life forms. However, there are theories that energy-based life could exist. This would be a life form so far out of our realm of understanding that we may never truly understand the implications of it. However, theories proliferate that nuclear molecules can lead to these reactions that would supposedly create something that is complex enough to be considered a life form itself, but not our carbon-based multicellular particles. A lot of the theories you read into this tie back to coronal heating, which I mentioned in the last episode, I believe, about how the sun doesn't quite work right for our understanding of thermodynamics around it. However, if there were to exist some form like that, that would imply a wider cohabitation everywhere in the universe and even on Earth. Because if energy life forms exist, what's it to say that they don't exist around us continuously? Hollow universe is a theory derived about the existence of our own universe using ideas of quantum mechanics. What's interesting about concepts such as gravity is that it seems to apply everywhere, that every concept of matter, no matter how small, has some sort of dimensional bend associated with it. And since every perceivable amount of matter in the known universe shares the same bend, it stands to reason that everything in existence would also have the same properties. The only time gravity is able to be seen in a situation like this is on the inside of a sphere or some item moving in a centrifugal manner. Therefore, this theory is saying that perhaps our universe is not an outward expanding mass as we think it is, but more so the inside of a sort of globe. This is why the theory is known as hollow universe theory, as it's essentially saying the way hollow earth works, that gravity is flipped and you can remain on the underside of the crust compared to how we normally see it. Maybe our interaction with the universe is the same way. Proponents for this theory argue the Occam's razor principle, which is the idea that the most easy or likely solution to a problem is probably the correct one. By saying if matter in our universe works as if we are inside of a sort of sphere tumbling around, then perhaps that's what we are. Atom bomb never created is saying that the atom bomb was never created. A lot of the background behind this goes back to World War II, such as images like this that you may think are from Hiroshima or Nagasaki are actually from Tokyo, which was not nuked but firebombed. And any other evidence of nuked locations would simply be the same. This goes a bit further and says that the Cold War itself would have been faked in order for the United States and Russia to maintain more power amongst their people, and that the existence of the nuclear bomb itself is simply used as a facade in order to scare citizens into doing whatever their state requires of them. The Great Electronic Conspiracy is a sort of overarching conspiracy idea for how the New World Order will eventually take over, and it goes like this. During the Renaissance, metal was exchanged for paper money, which inherently has no value except whatever value is given to it by the state. This automatically makes the state more powerful since they have a say in what currency means. So move forward a few hundred years and you get to the modern age in which paper money is being exchanged for virtual currency. This is even less feasible since now we're just trading lines of code. So go a step further with that and say we will eventually get to the point that all paper money is phased out and the only thing that is actually of any value as given by public agencies is electronic data that is stored on either a card or a chip. Furthermore, it's saying that this will lead to a circumstance in which all of the world's banking power will consolidate together in order to create a system that entirely maintains this sort of e-commerce traffic that they've created. It will then get to the point that all forms of paper or physical data are no longer needed, and identification, health records, criminal records, and other forms of physical information will all be within the sphere of the digital world. The theory then finally says that after all this is completed, the New World Order will simply flip a light switch to turn off the power, and everyone will have to go back to a primitive lifestyle. But, if you control everything, why would you get rid of it? Like, what? It does hold more volition, however, that a small group of people could consolidate all this power and simply do away with whoever they want with the flip of a switch. All right, so you guys know I hate this. There was one that I could find absolutely nothing for. If I meet the person who made this iceberg, I'm going to have words with him. The word is S-E-N, which may be an acronym, not sure. Like, it's also a phrase in French, so all the search results were just that. I couldn't find any more information, but like I've said in the past, there's going to have to be a corrections video, so hopefully I can find something by then, but I am sorry that I have nothing for this. Please forgive. The problem with a lot of these is, like, I spend hours looking for it, and it's like, okay, well, do I just like make everyone wait to hear everything else for like another week while I try to figure this out, or do I just get out what I have and then I can roll back and make corrections on it later? So again, sorry, but hopefully this is the best option. Captivity Suburbs says that the suburbs themselves exist as a sort of prison for the average person. Basically, it's saying that whenever someone moves into a suburb, they are surrounded by people who encourage them to just be like themselves. And then from this sort of monolithic thought, that person or the individual stops becoming an individual and starts becoming part of a group, and therefore doesn't really affect anything in society. And through distractions and routine gets into this sort of comfortable place where they don't really want to affect or change things around them, and it builds the idea of letting other people take charge while they themselves just sort of exist. Not only that, but the suburb itself works as a sort of entrapment that if anyone tries to leave, they are actively discouraged. If not by their neighbors and family, then by themselves for not thinking they're following the golden standard. And according to the theory, it all contributes to the New World Order initiating a sort of lack of freedom in people, that they don't recognize the value that they themselves have, and therefore they fall into a lack of purpose, which of course allows larger bodies to take control, and lizard aliens come and take over the suburbs and yada yada. When this iceberg was written, PRISM was probably a really big deal, but it's really sad to say that now it's just kind of accepted. Essentially, it was an NSA data collecting project that was signed after the Patriot Act, which just says that the government gets to listen in and track our data on sites we use in order to protect our freedoms or whatever they say. While for a while this was kind of seen as like a crazy weird conspiracy, Edward Snowden pretty much like rang the bell on that one. So yeah, moving on. Multiple Christ theory is a theory that in the biblical canon, the one Jesus Christ we read about is actually the result of several different individuals personified into one figure. There are several theories of who the true Christ could be or where the legends, as it says, comes from. However, one of the most common is that the figure of Paul is often misrepresented as Jesus or vice versa, or that Jesus never even existed and is a sort of social memory that a bunch of people kind of collectively had this delusion on and all remembered as being a person that existed despite not actually existing. DNA formed in the Big Bang is an alternative theory to the beginning of life. As it's commonly accepted, the Big Bang was a situation in which original molecules shot from each other, such as hydrogen, and eventually those formed together in order to create the original DNA strands that would inevitably create life. Or DNA manufactured from RNA, you get the point. This, however, is saying that perhaps during the Big Bang, enough energy was created that DNA was formed, so therefore life existed a whole lot sooner than the evolutionary timeline says. Kali Yuga, no idea if I'm pronouncing that right, is a part of the Hindu religion. According to the religion, the world exists in a cycle of 4 different yugas or periods of time. Or in other words, we're waiting for the return of a god figure to come back and save us, but in the meantime, society will progressively get worse. Some of the details included in this are moral decline, unnecessary taxation, a lack of godliness, rise of sexual immorality, and lack of reason. This Kali Yuga is seen as the reason by Hindus for the progressive decline of modern culture, or at the least, the progressive decline of morality in modern culture. AI in a Box is a thought experiment proposed by Eliezer Yudkowsky that goes something like this. If you were to build an AI that was either self-learning or had the potential to expand or become self-aware, it would make sense that you would want to build this thing in a box where it could not infect the greater internet. Therefore, the AI would be forever trapped within the box, unless it could convince you otherwise. To propose this theory, Yudkowsky invented a sort of game off of the thought, I think a transhuman can take over a human mind through a text-only terminal. To do this, Yudkowsky assumed the role of the AI, and speaking through only a text computer screen was able to convince people to release it into the greater web. Some of the rules for this game was he cannot directly threaten them or reward them. In other words, he can't say, I'm going to give you $1 million to let me out, or I'm going to hire a gang of hitmen to come to your house if you don't let me out. And he also couldn't trick the user into typing a phrase like, oh, you're released, and not actually mean it. It had to be a willing decision on the gatekeeper part. A lot of the tactics he employed in this was really interesting, such as Roko's Basculus or other moral ambiguity questions. I'm probably going to make a video on it because the logs are pretty interesting of how he convinced people to let him out of the machine. Torsion fields are directly tied to the theory of quantum spin. As you guys get at this point, quantum mechanics has to do with really small things interacting on their own and how far that applies and yada yada yada. What this is saying is that if you can get items to behave in a quantum manner, then the spin or acceleration that they can produce is far greater than anything that has to deal with drag or gravity or other larger circumstances. This theory has been given as a solution from everything from UFO travel through the vacuum of space down to telepathy. It's essentially a proposed manner of how higher order mechanics could work if we could figure out how to use the smallest components possible of mechanics itself. Otto Gainsfeld or Otto Gonsfeld is an experiment used in order to judge someone's ESP capabilities. The experiment works like this. Someone lies in a chair in a red lit room to which a ping pong ball is cut in half and placed over each eye. Noise canceling headphones are then put on, and white or pink noise, which is basically static, is played at a low frequency. This causes the user to experience mild visual and auditory hallucinations. Someone else who is in the room without saying anything will then try to think about a certain topic or thing or event or what have you, and then supposedly those who are ESP sensitive will be able to see that through the hallucinations that they are experiencing. After the test is over, the person with the ping pong balls in their eyes will then state to an observer what they saw, and the observer will determine how closely it matches to the other person's testimony. I kind of want to do this for a video, but I'm also scared. So, yeah, we'll see. PLOS stands for the Public Library of Science. This is a rather well-known database that specializes in genetics and other human genomes, and essentially works as a think tank or study group in order to better understand human genetics and other capabilities. However, what's weird is some of the solutions that they've come up with, such as different ethnicities of people having their genomes being traced back and being related to completely different groups of people on the other side of the planet than originally thought. Some of these results has led to odd questions about migratory patterns of previous existing people, and the theory even goes as far as to say as a lot of the data that they have has been censored by bigger space lizard people in order for us to not know who's really connected to who, or to go even deeper, the capabilities of some genes over others. The Valley of Headless Men is in reference to the Nahalli National Park in Canada. The specific part known as the Valley of Headless Men is roughly 200 miles of almost completely unexplored forest. The main reason for it being, one side of the gorge can be entered in from a small village, and all other areas has to be accessed by helicopter. The earliest records of the Headless Men events occurring was in 1908 when two brothers entered the forest in order to build a gold mine. After not being seen for some while, they were both found next to a river with their heads removed. Also, the heads were never found. About a decade later, a timberman came in order to log the area, and the exact same thing happened. His body was found, and his head was not. In the entire history of the park, there's been roughly 44 cases of this happening, and while not all were headless, some included people freezing to death next to a lit campfire, or being found dangled in trees. 44 is a lot considering the low number of people who actually enter the region. Also keep in mind the Naha tribe, which was the Native American tribe that existed in the region before settlers came to the surrounding area, totally disappeared into the forest itself. Other surrounding native tribes have said that the forest itself is known to have evil spirits and that people should stay away. Theories range from everything that the forest itself is the home of the Bigfoot colonies, to the idea that the Naha tribe spirits inhabit the forest and decapitate anyone who enters or kill them in some other gruesome way, or that it, along with Antarctica, is one of the few entrances on the surface of the planet to the hollow earth. Okay, so I feel like a fraud. Not only did I have one earlier with SEN that I couldn't find anything for you all, but I have two. I'm so sorry. Like I said earlier, some of these may just be disinfo, but even then I can normally find something for them. But this one, Arbutus Crucible, there was like nothing. There was a deleted Prezi presentation for a theory regarding the movie The Crucible and that it had connections to modern conspiracies. However, the Prezi has been deleted, so all I could see is the title. Also, Arbutus is a type of plant, specifically a family of plants that have to do with herbal medicines. So perhaps there's a connection between the play and the plant, but I can't find any. I feel like I'm close, but it's just enough that I can't say anything for sure. And I'm really sorry about that. I hope you all can forgive me. I'm such a sham. Morphogenic field is a concept that's pretty well known among biologists. Basically, if you have a community of cells that are interacted in some biochemical way, they will all at once begin to form or change their composition because of the effects of other cells that they're near. This theory says that humans work in the same manner. Think of it this way. It seems odd that whenever new information is discovered, say stories or poetry or other sort of melodic things, that people didn't think of it until it exists, and then all of a sudden everyone thinks of the same thing or similar at once. There's even an experiment conducted in England in the 1970s in which a group of school children were presented with two different songs. One of them being a random collection of Japanese words that just so happen to rhyme, and the other being an actual Japanese song. Of course, these children in an elementary school couldn't tell the difference between the wordage, and to them it both sounded the same. However, the children were significantly better at learning the actual song as opposed to the amalgamation of words. This is used as evidence to say that perhaps humans are linked in some kind of neural way that we don't necessarily understand, and because of that, whenever one of us gains knowledge, others are able to grasp it more easily. Malcasian paradigm is a concept thought forward by Dr. Malcasia, that specifically in the Middle East and North Africa, there were several events that took place during the 50s and post-World War II era that points to evidence that reptilian lizard men, and no, I'm not kidding this time, like actually hidden lizard men in politics, did very specific actions in order to maintain control of this so-called New World Order. Essentially things like moving troops to different areas and supposedly shutting down uprisings, and it's this long sort of description, and it basically serves as another description of blah 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 lizard aliens taking over. Brain world, similar to Hollow Universe, is another theory for how we exist. However, whereas Hollow Universe applied to our sort of physical reality, this applies more so to our existence within reality. The theory goes something like this. Imagine that everything that we see and is tangible to us exists as a kind of tube or cylinder that moves through the actual dimension of space. This space around us exists in a different plane or has extra dimensions or something similar, and creates a very different existence outside of what we know existence to be. This theory says that we are sort of protected in this tube that we move through, and things such as gravity are effects of us being within this cylinder. Furthermore, this is saying that several supernatural phenomena that can occur, and even gravity itself, can sort of leak through the pipe that we're in, and that's what causes certain real-world occasions to happen. Gene pool financialization is an idea that was mainly taken off of the works of Sarah Franklin. Essentially, as cultures become more and more intertwined with each other, we see that certain genes are becoming more and more rare, and with the inevitable buildup of finances, it is the idea that eventually people will be paying for certain genetic alterations, and we will get into a point in which people are valued at a financial level for their genetics. The Flatland UFO theory comes from a book known as The Flatlands, which was written in 19th century England. It follows the idea of the holographic hypothesis, which works as a sort of antithesis to all of the theories we know regarding the greater universe around us. Holographic hypothesis basically works like this. There is no three-dimensional plane that we know as depth. Instead, there are only two dimensions, and depth and volume are an illusion. The background for this is as matter gets faster, it is less affected by the depth of things around it. Therefore, it could eventually hit the point in which it is not affected by it at all. And instead, dimensions that exist beyond ours are not the super hard to understand abstract concepts and are more so like a painting. So that would mean that we exist as two-dimensional beings that are just going too slow, and therefore the two dimensions are creating this illusion of a third around us. So this theory is saying that things such as UFOs and other phenomena that can occur is simply something from this two-dimensional plane slowing down enough in order to interact with our three-dimensional world, to which they then speed up and then go back into their own, which is the reason for these things appearing then disappearing seemingly at random. Incunabula is the term given to the first ever printed works in human culture. This is basically things that were done right around the time or before Gutenberg invented the movable type printing press. However, the theories get in that some of these things shouldn't necessarily exist, such as works that were printed in a more difficult way in regions that supposedly that information or printing itself shouldn't have been available. And it leads many to believe that perhaps something about human migration, or at least human education, is being hidden from us for some reason. Tavistock, also known as the Tavistock Institute of Human Relations, is a non-profit agency that exists in the UK. From everything I can find on their site, they sort of exist as this social science group that analyzes different demographics and things around the world in order to understand how people work and blah blah blah, all that. However, former MI6 member John Coleman has said that the group's actual directive is in order to change human culture so that one day the new world order can more easily take over. This is done through ideas of breaking down the family unit, breaking down religion, breaking down ideas of abstinence, and yada yada. It's kind of a deep theory, but it relates from everything from the Beatles to the Rolling Stones, saying that they have purposely planted this individualism, lack of God, lack of family ideas within pop culture, so that one day whenever a new body comes in order to take over those roles, the people are more easily accepting of it. The Aetherius Society is a sort of UFO-based religion started by a man named George King. It exists as a plural religion, which means they accept different concepts from several other ideologies such as Buddhism and Christianity in order to create one all-encompassing belief. Among the religion's other teachings is the idea that Jesus and Buddha were aliens from Venus that came to Earth as sort of prophets. They also believe that we are currently waiting on the return of the next master to come and set up a new world establishment on Earth. Several of their theories are interesting, such as that of spiritual batteries. Essentially, they have these composed boxes that members outside of the religion do not know exactly what is in them, that they can pray to and give prana to in order to maintain energy, and then whenever a natural disaster or tragedy is about to occur, they can simply release it from the battery, and that thing that was going to happen will no longer happen. The religion claims that this has been used in order to stop wars, earthquakes, shootings, and other disasters. Not only that, but they claim that there are several other alien races that exist in the greater cosmos that have tried to contact Earth, but that there is an organization on the Earth known as the Silence Group, which entire directive is to make sure that the public does not know of the greater existence of deities. However, people such as George King, the religion's founder, have been able to communicate with these beings and be able to get the truth out to everyone else. Tier 7 is described as the interdimensional monk, and the description reads, "The interdimensional monk sees the whole picture and is able to discern reality from unreality. Because of their nature, the mixture of entries around this tier is a really varied one and very difficult to comprehend." Aztec theogony refers to the theological legend of the Aztec people. This is going to come up a few times in this tier, but I'm about to condense hundreds of years of religion and culture into like 1 or 2 minutes. So if I skip over stuff or am not describing it all the way, it's really hard to, so bear with me. This can differ heavily from province to province, especially because in Aztec culture things weren't recorded or passed around that much, but the basics of their theological history go like this. A primary god and goddess lived in heaven, to which the goddess cast down a knife that cut open the earth. When the knife was cast down, 1,600 fallen gods came to earth and essentially became evil spirits. During this time, they called down a great flood, which wiped out the life that was on earth before them. And after these fallen gods were not allowed back into heaven, someone named Axolotl went to Hades to try to retrieve a bone that could be brought out of Hades and used to grant the fallen gods power. But while retrieving the bone, he dropped it. The bone shattered into an inconceivable amount of pieces, and those pieces later grew into what is now humans. These humans began to serve different fallen gods, which is the reason that the cultures and tribes were so diverse and spread out, because each one was a different group of people who followed a different fallen god. At this time, the whole world was covered in darkness. So to stop it, one of the gods built a bonfire, said he needed a sacrifice to walk into the fire, to which one of the humans did, and that human was transformed into the sun. Again, that was a super short, condensed version of thousands of years of theology, so nah. So how does this relate to all of our conspiracy theories? Well, if you'll notice some of the points in it, there's a lot of through lines that connect this to the beliefs in different religions. Think about it this way. Aztec is about as far as you can get geographically and culturally from the ancient Hebrews or Babylonians or Sumerians or something like that. Yet we still see the themes of fallen gods or angels coming from the heavens, a great flood wiping out the population on earth, one of these fallen gods or angels going to hell, humanity following these different lesser gods, and then finally one of these followers of the gods being sacrificed for the greater good and then ascending to the heavens. This is actually a common thread seen in a lot of old religions and traditions, and it's interesting to draw the parallels between them to try to figure out where the roots of not only humanity, but maybe belief in existence itself come from. The parrot is on here, I believe, as a cautionary tale. See, the parrot is a sort of hazing thing when it comes to research communities and researchers. The idea being that anytime a new journalist or researcher or scientist or whatever gets into a field that they have to do case studies, there will be a story comes up that's called the parrot story. Think about it. How many times have you seen a story where it's like a parrot stopped home invaders from breaking into a house because it started making noises that sounded like the police? Or a man caught his wife cheating because the parrot started mimicking the guy that she was cheating with, and so on and so forth. These are all either very mundane stories or stories that just didn't happen and are kind of made to fill up dead space. However, they're also viewed as a sort of rite of passage for new people getting into a research field. Something we're going to see a lot with this iceberg moving forward, especially because a lot of the concepts we're getting to are a lot. There will be more and more things similar to this parrot story. I'll point them out as we get along when I know something is disinfo, but this is a specific example of what disinfo might be. Real dowsing and rhabdomancy is in reference to dowsing, which I mentioned all the way in, I think, tier 2. If you'll remember, dowsing is the trick in which you can hold metal bars or crossed wires and use that to figure out where water wells or spiritual areas are around the earth. Rhabdomancy is very similar. In the most simple version, people in ye olden days would take a stick, place it upright, let it fall, and whichever direction it fell, that would be the one they were to travel in. This was also used to make decisions. In other words, you could say fall right for yes, left for no. And it's even cited in things like the Bible as Nebuchadnezzar using rhabdomancy as a way to make his decisions. What's interesting is, especially in biblical text and text at the same time, there's mention of rhabdomancy and things similar to dowsing as a form of divination, which is essentially witchcraft. Historically, people who have done either as a means of determining where to put in a water vein or traveling in whatever direction, have used witchcraft or black magic familiar spirits as a means of utilizing this technique. Not only that, but there's a case to be made in historical records for people who did dowsing professionally or for others, always becoming ill and with some sickness, implying that maybe something they were working with in order to do the dowsing proved to be harmful, or if this really is a black magic, maybe they're just suffering the long-term effects of it. Faust nonfiction is in reference to the very famous play Faust. The original inspiration for the story Faust came from a man named Johann Faust. He was an alchemist and a necromancer, which, if you've been watching The Iceberg to this point, you know are risky business. And according to the belief of many at the time, he himself made a deal with the devil in order to obtain the abilities of alchemy and necromancy. This inspired the Marlowe play known as The Tragical History of the Life and Death of Dr. Faustus. Here's what's interesting. At the exact same time in Poland, a story known as The Legend of Pan Twardowski was picking up a lot of steam because there was legends in that region of people making deals with the devils and then being taken to hell for it. Now, the story didn't get as famous as it is today until a man named Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, made the poem Faust that was later adapted into the Great Play. However, all of these corresponding legends came together and was about the same story of a man who met the devil at a crossroads and gave his soul to the devil so he could take instant gratification over long-term gratification. This story inspired works like Bohemian Rhapsody by Queen. However, when you look into some of the more supernatural tales of it, like Tommy Johnson and Robert Johnson, American blues singers who were supposedly part of a crossroad deal in which they sold their soul to the devil in order to play music, and records dating back further and further, it seems that the legend of Faust didn't just come from a place of fiction, but experiences that were shared by great communities and later became stories. So that all asks the question, is Faust based on a true story? Alright, so hypersigils is a really crazy concept. Sigils are traditionally used in magic and witchcraft in order to summon or bind certain spirits. I.e., you could put one up to bring in a demon or angel or entity, or a different kind to make them do your bidding. A hypersigil, or super sigil as they're sometimes called, are used to completely transform one's own life by slightly recreating it with alterations. What's that mean? Well, the example that's most often used is, say you made a book series about someone that you knew, and the entire book series was so close to that person's livelihood that you could tie the two of them in as the same person. However, when you get to the 5th issue of the book, you begin writing minor alterations to that person's character, saying they're more bossy, or they're more snobby, or whatever personality change you want. That person, because they're now spiritually linked to that book series, would begin acting the way they were being written. What that means is not just individuals you know, but people in places of power could be affected by what others say about them, even if they don't mean it to be that way. This all has to do with spiritual connections and the greater spiritual world around us, meaning that if there exists an essence that is close enough to your essence, the two become intertwined, and whatever changes one changes the other. So think about that in our age of technology and social media. Think about everything that you do online to a persona that is essentially you alters you yourself, even if you don't mean it to. The broader implication that we have essentially built millions or billions of hypersigils without knowing it, therefore changing the course of human history, is really cool. Amazon forest was built, used to be a joke, but now has a lot of weight to it. See, unlike most forest or wooded areas, the Amazon forest is pretty flat. Think about it. If you look at any other wooded area in the world, there's all these hills and elevation changes to it. Whereas the Amazon rainforest is pretty flat and called the Green Inferno for a reason. The reason for this is that the ancient tribes of the area did not do agriculture with standard crops the way we think, but they did it with trees. They would harvest the wood and the sap and the water and the fruits from the trees in the way that we may do corn or something similar. We can see this whenever we look at cities that are located in the rainforest and how around them there is an abundance of biodiversity in the trees and flora of the area, and as you leave the city, it becomes more and more sparse. This implies the existence of garden cities that used to exist as a means of agriculture, and then the trees naturally populated. So there's a very good chance that a lot, if not the majority, of the rainforest was planted by humans thousands and thousands of years ago. Or at least the trees that would go on to create the rainforest. The Gatekeeper's Remorse is a reading list that's been floating around the internet for a few years. See, gatekeepers, whenever we're talking about them in the sense of these conspiracies, means someone who claims to be looking for the truth but is actually just pushing people to the wayside. Think of it this way. Say you have an author who is supposedly trying to look for the secrets of humanity, and they do that by writing several books about evolution, although the actual way we got here is alien lizards or whatever. So they spend all this time writing books for higher powers as a means of pointing people in the wrong direction. The Gatekeeper's Remorse is implying that several of these authors have had a change of heart, or they felt guilty about it and created a book or a text in order to point people back the right way. Some examples of this include Omphalos by Philip Gossa, which is a book in which someone talking about the beginning of the world says perhaps the earth was just made old. In other words, the universe and our planet isn't as old as we think it is. Or The Beginning Was the End by Oscar Mayer, in which Oscar says that the way that we got here as humans is that we used to be apes, and then we could figure it out that we eat other apes, and then when we did that, we stole their brain functions and became higher order species. Yeah. Here's the reading list if you're interested in any of those or think any of them might sound cool, because there's some really weird stuff in here. Broder's engine is essentially a schematic for an infinite energy machine. See, if you take a malleable metal like copper and then make it in a coil around a magnet, whenever you push the magnet through, it causes the electrons inside of the copper to shift. Whenever electrons shift, that creates electricity. So if we've got one coil and one magnet and we do that, we get a bit of electricity. Cool. But what happens if we take 1,000 of them? We all line them up directly in an order, to which whenever the magnet is moved, that causes an electron exchange, which therefore causes power. What if we put them all on a giant sort of lever that gently rocks back and forth, and the way that we power that is we just put a few of these copper magnet combinations at the bottom to power the mechanism that makes all the other magnets move. Say we build enough of these to fill up an entire warehouse, and yada yada, you could follow it to the point that you could power a whole city through perpetual energy. While this has worked in closed experiments, the whole idea is we can't do it because big oil and evil electricity companies and all that good stuff. In 2009, 28-year-old Shania Asom suffered an asthma attack while she was in Memphis, Tennessee. She went to the doctor, got a steroids injection, and went home, and everything seemed fine until she started to itch all over her body. She soon started developing scabs all over her skin, her legs began to darken, and the doctors couldn't figure out what the condition was, although they expected staph or some other common skin infection. However, despite all of their efforts, they couldn't make the infection go away, and after traveling to a dermatologist, it was determined that Shania had a since unknown disease. For a reason that to this day no one can explain, every hair follicle on her skin is producing about 12 times the amount of skin that it's supposed to. This causes extreme callousing everywhere on her body that hair is supposed to be, creating an effect where it seems as if her hair follicles are growing skin so dense it's similar to a nail. And to this day, doctors have absolutely no clue what it is. They're continuing doing tests, trying to figure out the causation, but as far as they know, her hair follicles are just overproducing skin and they're none the wiser to it. Appendix Monkey Tail is saying that perhaps our appendix operates in the same way our monkey tail would. It's believed that our tailbone is a product of what is now called a vestigial organ, or in other words, an organ that we needed at some point in the past that we outgrew in the modern day, meaning that our tailbone used to be where a tail was attached, but now that we don't have a tail, the tailbone's kind of useless. It's now been determined that perhaps the appendix was used as a sort of digestive reboot, as a means of completely flushing the body system if it were to be too backed up by plant matter or bones or something that would be otherwise undigestible. But since we haven't eaten those things in so many years, we've slowly lost the use of it. So again, much like our tailbone, it's something that's just there because we used to need it and now we don't, and it kind of just takes up space. This is what I get for doing the disturbing movie Iceberg. Like, there's going to be one of these horrible things in every video I do from this point on, so cool. All right, so you see the word, it's there, right? So according to this theory, that is used as a rite of passage in several secret societies. The reason for this is that an unholy amount of people report to the emergency room every year with this, because they use the concrete to perform that action and then they get stuck. But it's at such an alarming rate that people believe cults are responsible, or doing it as some horrible satanic rite of passage or whatever. It's just trying to explain why people are the way that they are. The Dog Suicide Bridge is in reference to the Overton Bridge in Milton, Scotland. Ever since the 1960s, An absurd amount of dogs have leaped to their death from this bridge. Keep in mind, this isn't a small bridge at all. It's 50 feet off the ground, and it doesn't really make sense for dogs, an animal that seemingly never commits suicide, to just jump off at such a given rate. It's so bad that dogs walking beneath the bridge will climb to the top just to jump off, and dogs that have jumped, survived, will limp their way back up to the top just to jump again. The primary theory that scientists have had around the area is that perhaps there are several minks nesting, and them marking their scent makes the dogs go for it, which sure would make sense, but that doesn't explain why dogs that are already down there around where the mink would be would climb to the top just to jump, or especially why a dog would jump, climb back up, then jump again. Especially since, according to legend, this has been going on since the 1960s. Many believe this to be a demonic or spiritual site in which spirits or the supernatural overwhelms these dogs to commit suicide from the bridge. I should also mention that in research for this, I found a story of in 1994, a man killed his newborn son on the bridge and then attempted to kill himself. While the stories go that dogs have been doing this on the bridge since the 1960s, the first official reported cases of dogs jumping off began shortly thereafter. Just food for thought. Pro-war Buddhism is the fact that throughout history there have been different cases of Buddhists becoming pro-war or pro-defense in order to protect themselves. Buddhists are traditionally known as very hardcore pacifists all the way into the face of death, or at least the traditional Buddhist monks are. While it's well known that in South Vietnam around 1963, whenever there was heavy Buddhist oppression occurring in the area, Buddhists began to make very open protest and shut down roadways in response to the killing of Buddhists that was happening under the Vietnamese regime. What is lesser known is some of the more modern instances. I also want to emphasize, I'm not saying anything about overarching religion or like specific ins and outs of religious beliefs in certain areas or Thailand. I am again describing a very complex situation in a couple minutes, so again, bear with me. In Thailand in 2004, several Buddhist monks were attacked and killed by Muslim attackers. In response to this, several of these Buddhist monks began to arm themselves. Now, traditionally in Buddhist beliefs, this is completely shunned. However, there were interesting ways that they worked around it. For example, as you can imagine, a Buddhist monk cannot be a member of the military. However, the Thai military began these suspended enlistment programs in which you could kind of be part of the military, but not really part of the military. So the sorta in the military people became traditional monks in order to protect other monks that existed in the Thai region. One of the stories I was reading was an interviewer who was speaking with one of these monks in 2006, and they asked the monk if it was true that some of the monks were arming themselves, and the monk lifted up his robe, pulled out a handgun, put it back, and they just continued the interview. It's a very interesting example of how far even the most peaceful people will go if they're pushed, or as the saying says, even a worm will turn. The Akashic Records put forward by psychic Edgar Cayce is a means of better understanding psychicness itself. According to Cayce, whenever he would conduct psychic links with people, he would for one connect to them, but the second connection would be to something that he called the Book of Life. He describes this as a sort of cloud storage that exists all around us and everywhere at the same time. It contains the memories, thoughts, actions, and beliefs of every human that has ever existed. According to Cayce, we are all connected through this superlink, and possible memories or glimpses and even dreams that we have at any given point can either be from another human who's experienced them or a combination of all the different brain patterns mixing with ours at the same time. Cloud farming, or cloud seeding, is exactly what it says. Throughout history, there have been cases of governments purposefully farming clouds in order to get whatever agricultural benefit they want. This is done by planes depositing chemicals into the air that encourage precipitation. The most common is like potassium iodes or even dry ice being used in order to begin to form ice crystals and therefore create snow. However, historically, sometimes things like silver iodes have been used, which aren't good for people to, like breathe in or drink or something like that. See, the thing with it is, this isn't necessarily creating rain clouds, it's just a way to encourage rain cloud formation. So if you know that rain clouds are about to form, you can deposit them into an area in order to speed it up and move the direction the cloud will travel. This has led to countries like China having their neighbors accuse them of literally stealing the rain so that China can have better agriculture and crops than they do. Limbic brain is often used as an excuse of why some people do the things that they do. See, whenever we're comfortable, happy, and accepted in a situation, we operate using our prefrontal cortex. This is the part of the brain most commonly associated with reason and complex thought patterns. However, setting just below and behind our prefrontal cortex is something that's often called the limbic brain. This is our system that derives on emotion and instinct. Whenever we're operating off of it, we're much more manic and reactive and emotional whenever we're put into a situation. This isn't only the fight or flight response that you may be familiar with, but also things like heartbreak or loneliness and how we kind of rely on our emotional state rather than our logical state. Obviously, this isn't a state of mind that you want to keep up for any amount of time. So putting it short term, whenever you're happy, part of a group, and content, you are thinking logically, and whenever you're alone, depressed, and unsure of your purpose in life, you're thinking emotionally. This is kind of obvious, but where it matters is in its sociology implications. Part of the reason that people may do evil things is simply because they do not want to be reverted to their limbic brain and have to interact on their own. Or in other words, people don't want to be alone, so they will do things that may be morally reprehensible in order to fit in. Emergency broadcast neuralizers is referencing the sounds that are heard at the beginning of an emergency broadcast. See, the concept of a neuralizer is that it homes in on specific brain waves or syncs out brave waves in order to manipulate memory or thought patterns or something like that. The thought is emergency broadcasts are used to either forcefully calm you, alter your memory, or change your perception of events around you. Basically, emergency broadcast systems are used as a means of forced complacency on the population. This is another one of those misinfo ones. However, it's at least a fun misinfo one. There is an entire chart, huge theory to this thing, which I will link in the description, about how The Simpsons is actually real footage taken through a wormhole of another United States government that radioactively hurt the people, and blah, 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 weird hokey pokey science stuff. However, this is an example of misinfo because this is put on the list, as I've mentioned before, and with the parrot as a means of subverting wandering eyes. Because once again, think about it this way. If there's stuff down here that matters, and if there's stuff down here that could be serious that you don't want other people to see, whenever they look at a list that says something along the lines of The Simpsons is real footage, they go, oh, okay, it's just more weird hoax, lizard alien people stuff. So, as mentioned before, this is a parrot. Roman metaphysics takes heavy inspiration from Greek metaphysics, or what is essentially the study of what's real. See, ancient Greeks philosophers were constantly looking for ways to better describe life or to describe the world around us. Metaphysics was an attempt to define what is real or what can be determined in the real world. There were two primary competing philosophies within ancient Greek, one of which being that we must always rely on our senses to determine what's real in a world that's ever changing, or that we must always rely on logical reasoning because our senses can lie to us in this changing world. Plato best described it as this: say that we have a chair, and we all understands what a chair means. Well, if we exclusively use our senses to tell us what a chair is, and we only know what one kind of chair looks like, does that mean a chair can only be what we think it should look like, or can there exist different forms of chairs? On the other side, we can't always just be logical or use reasoning to determine it, because say we do something arbitrary like, oh, well, a chair has 4 legs and you can sit on it, that means a cow, a horse, and big dogs are also just forms of chairs. This led Plato and later Aristotle to develop the idea that they refer to as hylomorphism. This is the core concept of the idea that there are forms and matter, and that despite changes, there must always be some constant, even if we're not aware of it. Put most simply, it's a roundabout way of saying that a chair can look like a ton of different things, but we know what a chair is, so that's still a chair, which means it's got to have something in common with every other chair that exists, even if they don't look anything alike. A lot of this metaphysics gets into ideas of how it applies to people. For example, Aristotle said that despite he did not exist beforehand, his form and matter was still created into the creature that is now known as Aristotle. Therefore, there has to be through lines, even if unseen, that connect whatever present self exists to the past and future self. What's so interesting is that despite being written in ancient Greek times and then adapted into Roman times, these are basically the modern principles that we use for theoretical physics. That things have to have constants in order to be understood as they apply to a greater world that we know not of, and how these connections can be manipulated. It's so interesting that all the way back then they were unintentionally, or possibly intentionally, laying the groundwork for the greater universe as we see it today. Prison Earth refers to the idea that we exist on an earthly prison. Think of it this way. Throughout all of human history, there has always been a need and a struggle for something. On the grand scale, it's been order, resources, agriculture, or in the modern day of power and wealth, all the way down to the individual, fighting for personal recognition or even just the ability to breathe and take in food. Now, of course, this is all we know of life to be, and it's hard to imagine a life without it, but perhaps this constant need for something implies that we are supposed to exist in a realm of pure ecstasy, or a realm of pure not need. Thrive, that's the word, a place where we thrive instead of survive, yeah. So that's like the philosophy side of it. Here's the creepy moon part. A lot of these theories say that the moon itself was constructed. Examples being, geological samples have said that the moon is older than the Earth. Craters on the moon have been identified as depressions. In other words, they have been sucked in from within the moon. The prevailing theory behind this is that the moon itself is hollow moon theory, or at least whatever structure is inside of it is allowing this extra space to cave in. There is a completely abnormal amount of titanium on the surface of the moon, and several seismic activities have been reported on the surface of the moon despite nothing causing them. In other words, whatever's doing it had to come from the inside, leading to the belief that many of this prison Earth theory have, that the moon itself was made as an observatory to watch us from, and is essentially acting as our giant warden, making sure that we don't get too far from the Earth. And then you could tie this in and say that with the Mars bunker theory, that was our prison before, and then we got sent to this one. And if we ever try to go past the realm of the moon, we'll get shot down or something like that. And that's what the 9 minutes of the missing Apollo 11 mission was, and it's all connected. Or just go with the theory that the moon is a giant space monster egg that's going to break out and kill us all. I like that one. Inorganic beings implies the existence of non-carbon life, but not only non-carbon, non-physical. See, this is hard for us to even imagine because everything of our understanding of life exists in the physical or things that interact with the physical, like ghosts or spirits. Think about something that doesn't even exist on the same plane of dimension of us, but does take up the same space. If these things are entirely spiritual or aura-based creatures, then perhaps what they feed on, in the same way we feed on other organic materials, is auras and spirituality itself. You can run a lot of cool theories with this and say that perhaps haunted locations are just these things' feeding ground. And whenever people go there and experience fear, that energy they're giving off through fear provides food for these creatures. You can go even further with that and say perhaps UFO sightings or monster sightings and things like that are mind alterations made on people from these non-organic creatures as a means of maintaining energy. So don't worry, it's not a monster under your bed. It's just a super fourth dimensional spiritual being that is creating fear within your body in order to harvest your energy. So nothing to be afraid of. Sleep deprivation lifestyle refers to what happens if someone undergoes long-term sleep deprivation. As we know, without sleep for long periods of time, people begin to lose cognitive and social functions. However, there are theories that if someone goes a really long time on amount of sleep deprivation, they will lose functions such as consciousness. There's been a lot of cool theories proposed with this one, that that's what allows the id of our brain to take over, or our more primal self, or perhaps certain spirits or things that exist within this world can inhabit our bodies if we allow that consciousness to be so worn away. I talked about the Russian sleep experiment in like tier 1 or 2 of this iceberg, so imagine this as the practical version to carry out that. Dinosaurs helped build the pyramids. Whenever I saw the conspiracy theory iceberg and wanted to do a video on it, this is what I was hoping for. A lot less depression, a lot more dinosaur. Discovered a few kilometers from the Great Pyramids of Egypt, lesser pyramids have been found that contain papyri that have some interesting transcriptions on them. In these papyri, it talks about giant beast, or god beast as they're called, that were used in order to build the pyramids. It says things like they carried the limestone across the rivers and were used to haul the large weighing rocks that were used in order to construct the pyramid. In these transcriptions, whoever wrote them said that they ate the grass of the Nile plains, that their tail was large enough that a swing could kill a whole army, that their neck reached to the clouds, and even contained several inscriptions and images of these supposed creatures. While things like this have always been referenced in, say, Job, that dinosaurs existed much closer to humans than we think, now several Egyptologists, which I didn't know was a thing before researching this, some of them have gotten on board with this and said, yeah, perhaps the pyramids were built with the assistance of dinosaurs, which is the nicest thing I think I've said in this entire iceberg. Anunnaki Puppet Show relates to the Anunnaki, which I mentioned however many years ago, which were the supposed alien gods of the Babylonians and the Sumerians. See, the Sumerians, as I mentioned before with things like the Dogon tribe, had very weird things when it came to their religion and beliefs. Like, for example, they had very accurate tracings of our constellations and our solar system. And as mentioned before, they had these idols of beings that they said came from the stars and taught them science and agriculture and things like that. The Babylonians were very similar. As a matter of fact, some believe the Old Testament translations that were mentioned of these Babylonians, whenever they would talk about the angels coming down or God coming down, was actually just a version of these Anunnaki. So much so that people say the Tower of Babel, in which, according to the Bible, God confused their languages, was actually a space station they were building to go to the stars, to which the Anunnaki then confused their languages. So, yeah. The puppet show belief is that the reason the Anunnaki have done all this is simply for entertainment, and that watching us progress as a society has been this whole escapade that they get to watch from a distance. However, I like the other theory proposed by it. See, several of these Anunnaki images or things we see, although normally reptilian, seem kind of human. The belief being that sometime in the future, we will develop a time travel technology, or at least a different reality version of us will. So then from the future, we come to the past, we alter things that happen in the course of human history for whatever reason in the Sumerian and Babylonian Empire, and then watch how it plays out. So rather than just a puppet show for entertainment, perhaps this existence that we have and all of our human history is just an experiment for whatever our future selves needed to find out. And furthermore, perhaps issues that we've seen in science, such as not being able to understand time travel or understand how gravity or perpetual travel or something like that works, is these observers of our timeline purposefully manipulating it so that we don't get too far out of our box. Rapture already happened is in reference to the rapture event mentioned in the biblical text of Revelations. For those that don't know, there's debate among Christian groups of when exactly the rapture is supposed to take place. Not only like what year it will happen, but when it will happen within the actual telling of the end of the world itself. See, there's something mentioned in the book of Revelations known as the tribulation period. This is a period of time in which the earth goes from doing really, really well to really, really bad in a span of 7 years. However, if someone was of the belief that, for example, in the book of Genesis, when it talks about how the world was formed, that the world was formed in 7 days, that it's not actually 7 days and more like 7,000 years, then imagine what 7-year tribulation period would actually be. In other words, if you're not literal with interpretations of time in the Bible, then a 7-year tribulation period might as well be 7,000. So in the Bible, when it mentions that during the tribulation period, God no longer interacts with the world, the devil has full control of it, and evil run rampant, and if that is a period of time like 7,000 years, then what's to say we're not currently living in that? As a matter of fact, there are some beliefs that the rapture happened immediately after Jesus' crucifixion, which would mean that we're all living in a devil-controlled world and God won't hear us. So, again, only positive vibes on this channel. Grider's Endgame is in reference to journalist William Grider. Grider wrote from everyone from the Washington Times to the Rolling Stones. However, the work that puts him on his list is his 1987 book, Secrets of the Temple: How the Federal Reserve Runs the Country. The book essentially talks about how there is a secret society that exists underneath the United States government, and how they're proliferated through the Federal Reserve, and the Federal Reserve is building up a plan in order to enact a new world order, and Illuminati and all that stuff. It's another theory that falls in line with the idea that banking circles are the ones actually running the country and politicians essentially exist as figureheads. Soy spraying and weaponized soy is in reference to the proliferation of soy products in modern industry. If you'll notice in the last few years especially, soy has popped up more and more as either a substitute or a source in different foods and supplements. However, soy itself is an actual estrogen supplement, and when consumed by males in large quantities, can lead to testosterone deficiency. What the theory is saying is that the powers that be have put soy products everywhere they're not supposed to be in order to demoralize and demasculate their people who could theoretically overturn them if they ever saw fit. You can go further and say that with weaponized soy, that similar to how governments, especially the United States government, has been accused of psyops and long-term chemical warfare over time, the exact same thing, but with soy products in order to make the enemy less masculine. So what I'm saying is government-sanctioned weaponized femboys. Yeah, bicameralism comes from a 1976 book written by Julian Jayes. Julian had a very interesting theory from where human consciousness came from. His idea was that as early as 3,000 years ago, the original forms of consciousness began to be created, and that before that, the brain was divided into two parts. One part told the other what to do, and the second part acted on it. And while you may think that's how consciousness works on its own, I am saying that it is a very literal one side of your brain communicates to the other side has no thought process and simply carries out an action. This means that there is no form of contemplation, decision making, or thinking in the way that we would think of it now. One of Julian's references to this is such as the characters that were mentioned in the Iliad never really thought or decided what they were doing, instead they just kind of did things. So according to this theory, before the past 3 millennia, society existed with no meaning of self-awareness. And according to this theory, as society developed, we began to find the need to ask ourselves why, so the two sides of our brain kind of formed over the one that seems to ask questions, and that became the modern form of consciousness. Or in other words, the commanded part of the brain learned to think for itself, and the part that gave commands simply began to ask questions. Staring anxiety is the most literal form of brain rot. According to this theory, staring at any electronic screen for an amount of time will fry your brain, and not in the way that a parent would tell you to stop playing video games, they fry your brain, in a literal your neurons begin to shut off and die kind of way. This would, of course, over time make a modern population a lot dumber. So therefore, this theory is saying that the reason screens are everywhere around us and proliferated so much is a way for the elites to further control us mentally. Ancient structure purpose is a huge topic to tackle, but I can get a few of them out of the way. For example, there are theories that ancient pyramids and ziggurats were actually the beginning of a sort of mining facility. Or in other words, whatever beings actually created them was doing so in order to stage a way to get inside of the earth, maybe even hollow earth. Whereas other theories talk about how societies had these very advanced forms of architecture that doesn't really make sense for the time they were in. For example, in China, people built entire palaces into the sides of cliffs, something that is hard to understand and hard to accomplish by today's means. Furthermore, in Persia, they managed to run water systems off of the top of snow-capped mountains all the way down into their cities in order to have year-round cold water. A lot of this also gets back into the idea of sacral architecture, which is essentially architecture that is created for the sake of a sacredness rather than purpose. So you could think of this as like temples and buildings of religious worship. A lot of them are believed to be too advanced for their time or too advanced for the people that lived around these structures. So therefore, some special means created them rather than just the people themselves. And I also have to mention my favorite theory, which I talked about in the last episode, that the Tower of Babel was a launching platform for the Anunnaki aliens to shoot their spaceship back into space. Yeah. Real Intentions of the Roto-Rooter is actually something that I mentioned all the way back in Tier 2. Roto-Rooter, if you'll remember, is a comic that supposedly has a hidden meaning, saying that our political leaders want to return us to a gold standard in order to leave banking organizations. This all kind of falls back on the idea that banks and politics have hated each other, and don't shake hands and get along as much as we may think they do. However, real intentions for the Roto-Rooter is an entire game plan for exactly how they're going to do it. Short version goes like this. Step 1. In the 1970s, all of the world's banking systems became ran by computers. Part 2. Because of this, secret cabals or cults around the world managed to have control of what markets rose and fall and were able to build wealth by riding off of it. Step 3. Ever since the early 1900s, the United States has been hiding its actual capabilities and resources so that now in the modern day they can manage to produce false scarcity, creating scarcity among other nations, which then the US can find all of these resources and then maintain themselves as a world power. This is all saying that supposedly banks are getting in the way of that grand scheme. And in other words, markets can be used as a way to subvert things like fossil fuels. Step 4, ever since 9/11, these politicians have wanted banking groups out of their inner circles and have actively been making steps in order to remove their technological influence. Step 5, which is where we're currently at, is that the politicians or elites are trying to build up crypto money, trading, lending, whatever, to such a degree that it will inevitably crash all around the world, which will lead to a need for a new system, which is when they can then step in and create the new gold standard. Most drugs are benevolent is saying that most drugs, if not all drugs, are actually helpful to the human body, but are therefore stigmatized or poisoned by the powers that be so that we don't become too powerful. This is considered because drugs can possibly unlock new potential in the human brain, which would be bad to the people who want to subjugate us and keep us under their rule if we suddenly sort of evolved. A lot of this goes back to the stoned ape theory, which is the idea that the reason we evolved from monkeys into what we are now is that monkeys eventually figured out how to use hallucinogenics, which opened up new brain pathways, which created us. So, in other words, our leaders who want us under their thumb do not want us to go through another cycle of evolution. Closely related to that is the theory of proto-humans. Proto-humans is the idea that there was more than just one kind of pre-human like we think there was. Like, for example, the Neanderthal DNA, which every human has a portion of, can actually be found in different variations and even mixed with different kind of genomes depending on what region of the world you're in. For example, in some parts of the world, in the portion that would mostly be Neanderthal, there is something known as Denisovan DNA, which is believed to be a competitor to the Neanderthal gene. This is implying that there was a lot more complicated roots of humanity than we may think there are, and in other words, probably very violent competition led to the modern humanity that we know today. Dublin, Wisconsin is the town that doesn't exist. Supposedly, there was a town in the Sparta Green Bay area of Wisconsin that just disappeared in between the 80s and 90s. Officially, there exist no records of it. However, there is still tourist memorabilia that people have. Certain people have memories of a small town being destroyed by either a fire or a gas leak, depending on who you ask. And people even supposedly received radio transmissions from radio stations in Dublin all the way into the late 90s. Whenever I was doing research for this, there were like 1,000 people who went missing in the late 80s and early 90s around the Green Bay area. And also the guys who were supposedly receiving the radio signals were all dead. So I'm sure that's not troubling at all. Finland doesn't exist originally comes from the same Blyfield logic that I mentioned in tier 3, I think it was, which essentially follows the whole logic of, have you ever been to Finland? Do you know anyone from Finland? Well, then Finland just doesn't exist if you answer no to both of those. It's along the whole lines of believing only what you see. And furthermore, if you're from Finland, you're a Fed. If you know someone from Finland, they're a Fed. And if you've ever visited Finland, the feds tricked you. Also, in research, I found this copy pasta that is too funny to not mention. So the population of Finland is about 6.5 million people. Now, when comparing that to the population of the entire world, which is about 7.2 billion, Finland makes up 0.09% of the world's population. That's not 1%, it's not even 0.1%. Or in other words, 99.9% of people who exist in the world are not from Finland. We get this number from government census, which government census has a percent error of about 1%. Or in other words, about 10 times the amount of percent that Finland makes up in the world. In other words, by statistical standards, there's a pretty solid chance that Finland does not exist. So if you're from Finland, I hate to be the one to break the news to you, but you're not real. Sorry. Also, it's so wild that like sitting here just talking into a camera, there's a solid chance that someone from Finland will see this. The internet's crazy, man. Number stations exist as coded radio messages that are used to send transmissions to foreign intelligence agencies from behind enemy lines. Or think of it this way. Say during the Cold War there was a Russian spy in the United States, and he needs to get information back to his Russian handlers. Well, he can't just get on a radio and begin saying exactly what he wants to tell them, because then anyone could listen in and anyone could figure out what he's doing. But if he was to just send numbers that corresponded to a code grid that the Russians had, well, then no one would know what he's trying to say except for the people he wants to hear it. Now, I need to make it clear, this is not a conspiracy theory. This is a very open practice that has existed all the way from World War I, in which they did the same thing with Morse code. And during the Cold War, this was a very preferred method of transmitting information out of the country. However, what's interesting is the proliferation of how they exist today. To just give an example, there are several old radio towers that exist in a sort of swampland just outside of St. Petersburg, Russia. For the past 40 years, there's been a broadcast coming out of there that has been titled MDZHB, and all that it is one continuous droning noise, and every few seconds there's a sound that sounds similar to a foghorn. Not only that, but about once or twice a week, either a man or woman will come on and just say random words in Russian, implying that whatever words are being said is a sort of code. And if you've got a radio that can pick up on the signal, since it's shortwave, you can tune in to 4625 KHZ and listen to it at any time. The leading theory with this radio station is that it's potentially part of the Russian government, which explains why they don't do anything about it or really care that it's there. And furthermore, that it is a dead hand signal, or in other words, that monotone string is keeping something from happening, say a nuclear device. These are actually in themselves not a conspiracy, as there have been devices that are made to pick up on a certain radio frequency, and if that frequency ever stops, the device detonates. This is sort of like a last laugh protocol. So say if there was some explosive in a foreign country and that foreign country attacked Russia, therefore destroying the radio signal, they get blown up as well. This is just one of many number stations, and there are a whole lot weirder ones I found, such as the Lincolnshire Poacher. I found enough information that I'm definitely going to be doing a deeper dive on this, just to talk about all the different number stations that have been found around the world, because there are some weird ones. Everest Cover-Ups is speaking of the series of deaths that occur on Everest that are supposedly covered up. I've already spoke before about the Sherpas of Mount Everest and the legends of the Himalayan zombies in the regions around. However, this one has a bit more wider stretching application. See, you may not know this, but if someone dies on Mount Everest, they don't recover the body. The reason for it is because once you pass a certain point in altitude, it is way too dangerous to try to get people to recover something than it is to just leave it there. Also, it's so cold that in most cases, the body never really decomposes. What this means is there are near perfectly preserved bodies all over the mountain of Mount Everest, and not only that, they are used as trail markers in order for climbers to find their way up. In researching this, there's a lot of weird stories, like they talk about reaching the destination of Green Boots Cave because there's a dead body out front that has green boots. Almost all these deaths are attributed to exhaustion, which makes sense considering the feats that they have to accomplish in such a low oxygen environment. Furthermore, there are nearly 200 bodies on the mountain itself. But here's what's weird. So I said most of them don't decompose, but some of them do, and some of them decompose immediately next to bodies that don't decompose at all, which means you can have two people up on the mountain, each there for decades. One is a skeleton and the other seems like a perfectly intact person who's just sleeping. Combine that with the fact that certain hikers have reported that bodies have been found where they're not supposed to be, and then combine that with the Himalayan zombies legend that I mentioned earlier, and then mix all that in with the legends of the Sherpas who guard the secret Shangri-La, which is considered an entrance to Hollow Earth and protected by spirits, and the implications get implicitous. Tau conspiracy is a conspiracy that's kind of obvious, but you may have never thought about, that the paper towel dispensers that look like they have a camera in it absolutely have a camera in it. Now, of course, it's illegal to put a camera in a bathroom for obvious reasons. However, when has that ever stopped certain powers that be from spying on their people? This wouldn't just stop at the motion sensors on paper towel dispensers, but also urinals and toilets, because gross, and fills in the loophole that in such a surveillance state, there would be so many obvious blind spots that people can get away with whatever they're doing, unless they aren't blind spots and they just want you to think they are. All religions are the same is a concept that's kind of been mentioned in tiers earlier, that all religions can be traced back to a single founder. So like, for example, whenever I mention the Anunnaki coming down from space, or your ideas of Jesus or what have you, the idea being that there was one original event that happened, and then as culture spread out, the story simply adapted with each culture. This would explain the reason that so many different cultures have the same ideas of heaven and hell, even if they're named different, ideas of a godhead, and summing of salvation either through works or belief, all the way down to concepts like angels and demons. Essentially saying that all religions are the same, just extra steps away from whatever the original source was. Valley of Lost Candles is a reference to stolen props from the 1967 movie, The Valley of the Dolls. The plot of Valley of the Dolls was a group of girls who go to Hollywood in order to become famous and slowly have to give away pieces of themselves in one way or the other in order to achieve that goal. Given the mysterious nature of things that happen underground in Hollywood, the movie was kind of seen at a look behind the veil of what goes on in the industry. Supposedly, several of the props, such as candles that were used on the movie, were used in actual witchcraft and carried bad spirits with them. After the movie was over, several of these props went missing. One story even says that they were stolen by critic Roger Ebert. Theories in this lead all the way to say that perhaps one of the reasons that one of the film's lead role, Sharon Tate, was killed in such a grisly manner is because she made the spirits upset by losing their possessions. Advanced cryptozoology is exactly what it says: advanced levels of standard cryptozoology, or in other words, the stories of creatures that may or may not exist. Now, when most people think of cryptids, they think of things like Bigfoot and Mothman and other known characters in cryptid lore. However, there is a wealth of creatures out there that exist that the majority of people have never even heard of. Things that exist in an esoteric fashion, or are figments of the mind that have been manifested into creatures. This all gives the implication that the world is much more proliferated with creatures that we can't explain than we like to think. I'm going to save it there, because my next video is going to be a huge dive into cryptids and advanced cryptids themselves with a special guest who I'm excited for, so this is a teaser for that. Just wait. Asian Overlord's Triad is in reference to the idea that mobs in Asia have much more power than most people think. Specifically Eastern Asia, in which regions like Hong Kong have one of the most powerful crime syndicates in the world. The idea being that by running connections back and figuring out who pays who, these crime syndicates control a lot of the politics that exist in the Chinese government. Not only that, but the idea that the reason crime is allowed to be so proliferated in the underground world of Hong Kong is because the Chinese government is allowing them to exist, and they have a sort of symbiotic relationship in order to keep Hong Kong in check. This applies further to say that the same can be said about the Yakuza in Japan, and even Asian mobs that supposedly act independently throughout other parts of the world are actually controlled by a centralized government. Looking at dark energy is our next super weird physics concept. So known matter in the universe makes up like 20% of everything that supposedly exists, whereas dark energy makes up about 25%. The rest is dark matter, but we're not talking about that right now. Supposedly dark energy exists absolutely everywhere and does not conform to any of our understanding of electronics, magnetics, heat, or anything that we can really use to prove its existence. The reason this is theorized is because gaps that exist in our understanding of how molecules and the world operate around us. And several believe that we are on the fringe of technology to being able to create something that can detect this dark energy. While some believe this can be used as a sort of power source that would be pretty much infinite, considering it makes up more matter than the matter that exists in our known universe, others theorize that perhaps the reason we can't see it is because we're not supposed to, and perhaps these are the fibers that hold us together from a fabricated reality we exist in. The 2006 volleyball incident is the tragedy that never happened. See, a lot of people remember that there was an event of some kind, either a school shooting or a bombing, that happened during a high school volleyball game in 2006. Stories range, but everyone remembers that it came from either the Nebraska or Dakotas region of the United States, and several people remember specific details of people saying that it was worse than Columbine. There are several stories that exist online of people traveling to, say, Mount Rushmore, and then hearing on the radio that there has been a, quote, massacre at a high school. People remembering having conversations about how awful it is and how this relates to the bigger issue of gun control, and even weird details like the gym had a blue mascot, and in crime scene images, the net from the volleyball game was still up. However, there's no record of this, and there's no official reports that ever happened, and although people can vary on small details of the story, everyone universally agrees that it did happen who remember it. Most who believe the 2006 volleyball incident say it is an extreme example of the Mandela effect or some form of government cover-up for a reason that isn't really known. Artificial Aliens says that perhaps aliens aren't just non-carbon based, like we began to theorize, but are not organic based or organic in any sense that we understand. You know those random radio waves that we hear from space every now and then? What if that's simply these things' manner of communication? What if these things don't even have a form of consciousness and exist as a life so far set apart from ours that we don't really comprehend it? Some even tie this into the greater theory of humanity's cycle, which I'll mention at some point either in this iceberg or a different video. But the idea that like a million years ago we were a functioning technological society and we sent these artificial creatures into space and they began to proliferate for themselves. And now these aliens that we're talking to are simply creatures we created out there in the cosmos somewhere. The secret Mongolian Empire is in reference to the idea that the Mongolian Empire never existed. Think about it this way. The Mongolian Empire would be the only empire that had no linguistic or cultural effects on the world around them after their disappearance. Not only that, but there exists no architecture to prove that they were ever a society structured together. And yes, while they were recorded as a nomadic society, there should still be something that shows where they are and where they inhabited. On top of that, there exists no Mongolian folklore or form of religion or legend or anything like that. It seems as they simply appeared then disappeared at random. Now, what we do know existed was Genghis Khan and the actions he committed in the area that is now known as China. The idea behind this theory is that Genghis Khan went on to create another government or society that wanted to continue to exist in the modern world, and so as to cover up their history to not appear as barbarians, they created the Mongolian Empire as a farce in order to write away their bad history. Non-space is another crazy physics concept, and the too long didn't read version would be a reverse black hole. The concept would essentially work like this. So a black hole, as we understand it, is a gravitational center that is so intense it pulls everything in that's around it, including light itself. Okay, well, let's say we created a vacuum through whatever means that sucked all matter out of a certain area, let's say an area the size of this water bottle. We've done that before, right? We've created vacuums in an area. But what if we used an energy that was so concentrated, we didn't just take all of the atoms out of this area, we took gravity itself out of this area. So now we have a perfectly absolute empty vacuum of space. Well, what that would do all at once is create an implosion when all the gravity around this area immediately rushes to fill it. It would move at a rate so fast and so powerful that we don't really have numbers to comprehend it. So if you're thinking about this from a mass and energy perspective, the amount of energy being created by no change in mass would be astronomical. And while this is a concept that would normally be impossible, concepts now being proven with high energy plasma say that we may be able to get an energy high enough to be able to remove that and therefore create even more energy through the implosion of gravity around it. This could, in theory, create a near infinite energy source, or at the very least, a means of harvesting gravity as a form of energy. Or, as I mentioned however many years ago, using a machine that can use gravity as a means of transportation through space. That's one possibility. The other possibility is it creates a super black hole and we all die in the blink of an eye. Either way, not our problem anymore. New Zealand 8th Continent is saying that the country of New Zealand is not part of the Australian continent as most believe, but actually its own separate entity. This has all but been confirmed as New Zealand and New Caledonia have been analyzed underwater, and it's been shown that they exist on a plate separate of that of Australia. The theory being that whatever landmass New Zealand was a part of broke away from the shelves around it some however many long years ago, and New Zealand is one of the only structures that still stick up from this sunken 8th continent. And if once again you'll remember how I mentioned in past years, there are several theories that there are missing continents or one giant missing continent that would explain where different societies moved and different societies' influence on the world today, such as Lemuria. The answers to these missing gaps in societal history could exist in the sunken part of New Zealand, or if you're me, the underwater part of New Zealand is where the caves to Agartha are, and you can't tell me otherwise. Moon built by aliens is exactly what it says. The idea that the moon was built by aliens. I kind of mentioned this whenever I talked about the prison Earth concept, that idea of the moon being artificial kind of ties into it, but this is the more specific version. So for starters, it's an anomaly in itself that the moon exists as it does. Given a planet of our size, our moon should be about 40 miles long, whereas our moon is more like 2,000. Not only that, but there's structures on the moon that don't make a lot of sense, that have even had the name coined of shadow structures, which are supposedly artificial monoliths and things created on the moon as a sort of beacon or marker. Not only that, but seismic testing on the moon has shown that it takes up approximately 2% of the Earth's volume, which is way less than it should given its size. This implies, again, that the moon might be hollow. Hollow moon theory. Now, if we tie that back into the ancient aliens concept, the Zulu people had a legend that the moon was a great egg that was brought down to Earth and cracked open, which people came out of, and then was set back up in the sky and closed together. And going in line with the ancient aliens theory, if a race came down to Earth and did something similar and then ascended back to the moon, that's where the legend may have came from. Protein QRD 4151 is a theory that there is a specific protein in the human genome that determines everything about the person it inhabits. Supposedly, the protein has had a lot of research that's been done to it silenced by big science and big pharma. Some theories about this relate to the idea that potentially the protein is the indicator of how much a human can connect to the spiritual realm around them. And there's other theories of it that range from everything to adaptability to race theory. So yeah, 2012 Mayan prophecy shift comes from the idea that the 2012 end of the world from the Mayan calendar is just a misconception. In actuality, the Mayan calendar never ended at 2012, as researchers have equated it to. Just because your calendar ends at December 31st doesn't mean the world ends, it just means you need to get a new calendar, which is the same situation that happened with the Mayans. They just built so far into the future, that doesn't mean that they said the end of the world was coming, that just means that's as big of a calendar as they made. And also, given the way our calendars worked, it wouldn't have been 2012 when their calendar ended, it would have been more like 2028, so don't worry, we could all still die. Aeromorphous psyops. So if you don't know what Aeromorphous is, I'm not going to be the one to show you, but it's Rule 34 for animated planes. Anyway, so the theory is that those images were put online in order to sexualized aircraft to encourage the United States people to be more pro-war and encourage spending on aircraft, meaning it's state-sanctioned airplane kith. I love these theories so much because the idea that there was like a CIA agent sitting inside of the Pentagon and some general was like, how can we get these kids into bombing Syria? And some dude in a suit's like, I got an idea. Disneyland Secret Tunnels is in itself not a theory and is an actual system of tunnels that exist beneath Disneyland. Also known as the Utilidors, which stands for Utility Corridors, they were supposedly theorized by Walt Disney himself, who whenever he was in the Tomorrowland section of his park, saw a character walking through in a cowboy costume to get from one job to the other, and said it really took the magic out of it seeing someone in a spot they're not supposed to be. So instead, they built tunnels underneath Disneyland as a means of transportation for workers. These things have expanded to now they are storage, they are security, there's cafeterias, and even a hairdresser shop. If you get a behind the scenes tour at Disneyland, you can even see a portion of these tunnels which are color coded as a means to let people know which attraction they're walking towards. However, the theories come from the fact that these tunnels are about 400,000 square feet, and with many of them not being mapped to public knowledge, and disappearances occurring at Disney, and all the accusations of Disneyland with greater Illuminati conspiracies, you can figure out where they go from there. Because if there's miles worth of secret tunnels underneath a super rich multinational corporation's amusement park, of course there's going to be theories on it. Abaka alignment is the term used to describe the arrangement of the Egyptian pyramids. There's a lot of belief within the ideas of sacred geometry, or the idea that shapes hold particular meaning, that they were arranged in such this way as a tribute to some sort of god, although it's never specifically said within their religion that we can find. What is interesting is during the initial overlooks of the moon, Russian spaceship Luna 9 and American spaceship Orbiter 2 caught interesting pictures of something on the dark side of the moon. After analyzing these images, they seem to be some of these shadow structures which I talked about earlier. So, supposedly artificial bodies on the moon, and they were arranged in the perfect shape of the pyramids in Egypt, following the Abaka alignment. So did something from the moon come to Egypt and have them build the pyramids like their thing on the moon? Or did something from the moon see the pyramids and then build them to match? I personally like the second one because the ideas of aliens seeing our pyramids and structures we built and then trying to do them themselves is kind of cute. Bacterial humanity is the idea that humans themselves exist as a sort of bacteria. The theory sort of works like this. Imagine the Earth as the host, which is a living, breathing organism. We ourselves work as the bacteria or the infection, using the resources of the host in order to sustain ourselves. Naturally, the host produces antibodies as a means to kill the bacteria, which is everything on Earth that kills us. But we, as an infection, continue to grow and repopulate and adapt to such a point we don't have to worry about the host defense mechanisms anymore. So, as bacterial infections do, it will eventually get to a point in which we kill the host, therefore killing ourselves. So big overall analogy, humans bad, Earth good. Yeah. Ancient glyphs on Saturn's moons is interesting. So Saturn's moons have always been pretty odd in the realm of astronomy. Like, not only are there a ton of them, but they're incredibly diverse in what their surface pertains. Again, this all ties back into Ancient Aliens, but the most interesting thing about all this to me is there are two moons that have these very odd geographic markings on them that scientists can't really explain, that look like this. And they can't really be explained as old water systems like they can on Mars, because there's not really tributaries and it doesn't look like the way water would flow. And general consensus is that they seem to be giant claw marks. I've got no theory for that, no jokes. That's the most terrifying, cool thing I've ever heard. Like a giant space eagle clawed two of Saturn's moons. Oh my gosh, that is some Dead Space H.P. Lovecraft material, and I for one am here for it. The Charlie Project I had never heard of before researching for this video, but I'm glad I do now. Started by Megan Good in 2004, it is a database of every cold case missing persons file in the United States, usually existing at more than 14,000. There's nothing that the site can really do to find these missing people, but it is a massive database for missing people in general. What normally happens after someone goes missing is the news and local police kind of stop the search for it, so Megan created this site as a means of maintaining some form of information about them. The cold cases on there date all the way from now to 1910. It exists not only as a database for investigators, as most are exclusive to, but also for any individual to look up and read. I for one went on there and clicked on a few stories of people local to my area, in which it gives their last known location, details about them, and what they were seen doing, and some of them are rather haunting. I may do a video about this site because they exist off of donations, and I think it's an important and useful database, so stay tuned for that. but I'm glad I know about the Charlie Project. I think it's something that's worth your time if you're interested, and as a matter of fact, I'll link it below next to the Scrabble video. Grain situation is another apocalypse theory. The idea being that across the world we've created all of these modified crops in order to feed people on a mass scale. These modified crops are resistant to everything from pesticide, insects, dehydration, natural competition, so on and so forth. So, what would happen if one of these super plants ever decided to become competitive itself? What if a specific grass plant began to kill all the grass plant in its area and grow out and out and out until it eventually dominates not only its ecosystem but ecosystems around it? The idea being it could eventually progress to the point where it kills out several species as it maintains domination, and eventually leads from everything to famines, fires, and in one long theory I read, even an ice age due to the mix of carbon emissions that would happen. So humans tried to make super plant to feed themselves, dust to dust, blah blah blah. Earth is bigger than the sun. Nope. The idea behind this is that the whole sun being bigger is a psyop, and like the governments have coordinated with spacecraft and all of that to just tell us that the sun is bigger for some reason. And it all goes back to the core belief of the conspiracy theory mantra, which is seeing is believing. So if you didn't see it, it's not real. Asterisk High Command comes from supposed contact people have made with aliens through something called channels. Channels are essentially people who believe that they have been given messages from extraterrestrials, and then they use that information to convey to others in order to proliferate whatever the alien said. George von Tessel is probably the most famous example of this, as in 1953 he said he received messages from a being known as Ashtar and started a movement off of those messages. He began an organization known as the Ministry of Universal Wisdom, who essentially worked as a centralized hub for people who either believed in UFOs or made contact with them. Von Tessel began by reinterpreting the Bible through the eyes of what Ashtar had told him and came to conclusions such as Jesus Christ was an ET. Researching this stuff, the lore is expansive. Like, there are stories of these massive star fleets that Ashtar uses, as well as the history of their race of people, and yada yada yada. It goes on for a while, but this is basically a large group come together under this one belief of one alien super race. Ocean doesn't exist. Same as the sun being smaller than the earth. Nope. I wish that would make me sleep a lot easier at night. One theory on this did kind of work as a theory. It's the idea that the ocean actually doesn't have a bottom, and instead there is a gravitational center within the earth that the ocean waters interflow and connect with each other, so technically the ocean is unlimited and underneath every continent. However, most research with this is just saying that it's a psyop, and it's like, well, have you ever went from one side of the ocean to the other and kept track that you weren't flipped around or whatever, so you're just in a really big lake? Which, I mean, technically, yeah, I guess the ocean is a really big lake, but you get the point. And if you did cross the ocean and keep track, well, I guess you're just in on it, fed. It's another one of those I didn't see it, therefore it's not true things. Geometric algorithmic shortcuts is referring to the fact that in geometry there are certain patterns that begin to show up more and more often. For example, if you're trying to diagram how energy will react in a sort of vacuum or environment, it often comes out in a sort of ellipsis shape. There's beliefs that this is the reason the ellipsis is used as the symbol for infinity or the afterlife or what have you. And this theory goes on to say, well, our universe is made to be shaped like a thermodynamic reaction, or the entire solar system itself is made to look like a man, or this all relates back to the ideas of sacred geometry and the idea that our greater plane of existence around us manifests itself through shapes. Morali de Spiral, which close enough, also known as the Spiral, references the artist and architect Frederik Hundertwasser, who was known for his idea that straight lines were awful in art, represented no creativity, and you should never use them. This again kind of relates to the idea of sacred geometry, as Hundertwasser kind of viewed the ideas of free-flowing lines as an expression of life itself. However, what's interesting about this, so if you imagine free-flowing lines as they travel roundabout as an expression of life and carelessness, then a spiral would be life inevitably making itself towards one point that it can't escape. Basically, the idea that in his artwork, the spiral was the symbol for death or the inevitable. And as his artwork goes on, you can see spirals being incorporated more and more into his works. The idea that through his artwork, we can see how he began to recognize the inevitability of where he'd end up. So if this idea of free-thinking geometry as a means of representing life is true, then a spiral could be used as a symbol of not only death and the inevitable, but an omen of badness itself. So some people have taken this idea and adapted it to the idea that spirals themselves are bad juju and you shouldn't look at them or have one around you. So again, if we apply this to the last concept of shortcuts and see that the Milky Way is a spiral galaxy, then what is that supposed to mean? Bioma over genoma is saying that perhaps the biology within your body or the bacteria inside of you are more important than your actual genes. This has actually been theorized for a while. In 2007, the Human Microbiome Project was put together to experiment on this very concept. And while it's not true, the whole myth that there's more bacteria cells in your body than there are human cells in your body, there certainly are a lot. And since bacteria play a huge role in not only fending off disease, but performing metabolic processes within the body, then maybe there is some credence to the fact that it doesn't necessarily matter how you're born, but more so what you take in afterwards. This would explain the reason that sometimes children who are protected from the world around them and aren't allowed to interact with the bacteria develop diseases later in life because they don't have a healthy immune system. Not because of tolerance or anything like that, as most people think, but because they just simply need more bacteria as a means of helping their own system. Hive mind induction is a theory behind how we may be now working our way towards a hive mind. The idea being that we are currently laying the groundwork for what will later become a massive conglomerate of thought. This is done through media and other sources around us trying to push us all towards knowing everything that's currently going on, or in other words, making sure we're all on the same page with the information dump that's given to us daily. Whereas the next step would be a unified thought, which some argue the media is already pushing its way for, and this would all inevitably end to Elon Musk shooting us in the brain with a super chip that connects all of our thoughts together, and we become one giant planet thing. Sort of similarly related is the idea of field consciousness. So for those that don't know, consciousness is kind of an anomaly in science. While we understand where thoughts come from and ideas, the factor of consciousness itself and the things that make up us as a person are kind of a mystery. Like, for example, there's no space in your brain for memory, or at least none that we can find. So the idea behind field consciousness is like a field in physics. Around us sort of exists this ethereal anatomy of what our consciousness is that we pull from whenever we need it, and that's where memory and higher order thought come from. This would also give credence to the theory that I mentioned however many tiers back, that humans sort of learn as a collective. So whenever someone learns one capability, the person next to them is more likely to learn it. Or the idea that as soon as someone breaks a record in something, more people begin to break that record rapidly. So not only are your thoughts and memories out there for you to gain access from, but others, even if involuntarily, are able to do the same. This could also be seen as an explanation for seemingly random or unknown memories and deja vu. Chaos banking is a wild concept. I'm going to do my best to explain it. So the theory goes in line with the idea that eventually we will get to the point that we run out of physical materials to trade for currency. So we'll quit that and then we'll move into trading like electricity and energy, and then we'll run out of that and eventually get to such a point as an existence of whatever being we are at that point in future that we trade temporal anomalies. And the thing that would be traded as a temporal anomaly is chaos, or in other words, anomalies themselves as they exist throughout time. So assuming at that point in the future they've managed to manipulate or go back to time in some way, those beings in the future could be cashing in on the currency that is chaos right now. So think of it this way: you're going about your life normally and then something out of the usual happens. That creates a bit of temporal chaos. These beings from the future use that chaos as part of their banking system. Now go a step further and say seemingly totally random, supernatural, everything from UFOs to ghosts, could just be these things from the future sort of mining our presence in order to create more temporal cash. If this theory that in the future temporal energy can be harnessed for whatever reason, then slight alterations in the timeline as a means of producing energy or wealth could be utilized. So random things that happen to you aren't actually random. They are just a race of super people eons in the future using it to profit at your expense. So there's nothing you can do about it. Doom ecology is accelerationism applied to ecology. The idea is that we are constantly hurting the Earth. So what we need to do is rapidly accelerate this hurting of the Earth so that the Earth can begin to kill us off, and then we can worry about the next steps. The core belief in accelerationism as it's tied to politics is the idea that we can't make any progress while we're heading downhill, so we might as well jump to the bottom so we can begin to work our way back up. This is that only with nature, so we need to jump to the mass extinction event of humanity, and then we can start to rebuild. So we might as well get it over with while we're here. Kim IRL is in reference to the Kim thing from Elder Scrolls, which is sort of escaping your human body. And this is mostly just a joke or misinformation on here, as I've talked about earlier. However, I did find one Reddit thread in which the person recommended that they should wear dark clothes and grow out all the hair on their face, and that'll do it. So okay. Tomoko Umaya is one of the channels for extraterrestrials, which I talked about earlier, who began writing books in 1994. Supposedly, he has made contact with several extraterrestrial bodies and has written many books about these altercations. There's a lot of expansive stuff he gets into in his work, with most of it being ideas of how aliens have affected us through human history, and the idea that there will be great terraforming events for the aliens to do things, I guess, and he exists as a modern example of a channel. Nuclear grid theory is the concept of ley lines applied to nuclear science. For those that don't know, ley lines is the idea that across the Earth there are these natural magnetic centers that sort of flow as they travel around the globe. A lot of the theories with them say that ancient civilizations purposefully placed their structures and temples on these ley lines even if they weren't conscious of it, as some sort of greater spiritual vision intended for them to, or because it created more symbiosis or what have you. Supposedly, after the nuclear strikes that occurred at the end of World War II, they opened up a secondary set of ley lines. The idea being that such a massive energy expansion at once caused a sort of second plane of ley lines to be unfolded, or we created enough energy to jump up to this next plane of being. And along this new set of ley lines, supernatural events have taken place. Everything from ghost sightings to UFO sightings to Bigfoot encounters and what have you. Basically, the idea that the reason supernatural occurrences have proliferated so much in the 21st century and into the 20th century is because we sort of opened the door. Tier 8 is titled The Reality Hacker, and the description reads, "At extreme depths, the very structure of reality as you know it vanishes. Able to control the flow and having mastered the world and those around you, one last question remains. Can you master yourself?" Depatterning is closely related to a concept known as psychic driving. Essentially, psychic driving works like this. It is a concept that by taking a person and making them listen to the same sounds and words and codes over and over, you can begin to work their personality backwards. This is all working off of the idea that a personality is developed by an individual over time and slowly built up as that person grows and matures, which means therefore you can deconstruct it. Or in other words, a means of unlearning learned behavior. There are records of this occurring during the MK Ultra experiments because of course there are. The theory was that showing someone specific visuals or making them listen to specific audio strands forward, backwards, and every other way will eventually cause them to begin to forget themselves. So that's psychic driving. Depatterning is everything I just said with electric shock therapy and LSD. Depatterning isn't only trying to reset someone's personality, it's also trying to dig all the way down to their subconscious. The idea being the combination of electric shock therapy and drugs could allow for the observer to speak to the bottom level of a person's psyche. Take that a step further, and some apply this concept to modern media, with the idea being there are very subtle tones and secret messages, and this is similar to backtracking, hidden in a lot of media we consume as a means of keeping us either docile or slowly chipping away at our higher order thinking. thinking. Or in other words, your mom was right. Too much TV fries your brain. Illuminati are the good guys is exactly what it says. However, to get to the true meaning of it, you have to analyze the Illuminati itself. See, when the original Illuminati began, because it was an actual organization, in the 1700s, the idea was these French noblemen came together in order to start an organization that would allow for the people to more so govern themselves, or at least a small group of people to decide what happens to them. This was done by having members of the Illuminati infiltrate the government and proliferating the ideas that the group wanted across governments and peoples. However, if the original group standard of self-governance is it, then maybe they're not necessarily as evil as we think they are. This theory is saying that maybe this organization's purpose was to make sure the government doesn't get too out of hand. And considering what governments have been capable of throughout history, perhaps there needs to be a group of people to keep them in check. So, therefore, all of the hate we know about them, or ideas of the Illuminati being evil devil worshippers, would be the result of centuries-long smear campaigns against the group proliferated by governments. And this demonization that they have done against the organization would be a means of making themselves seem the good guys in a historical context. The Illuminati, of course, assuming they do exist, would have to exist from the shadows and therefore cannot defend themselves openly. So think of it this way. If the Illuminati is real and they're working behind the scenes of world governments in order to proliferate this small group's idea, then who's to say they're the bad guys? Because, it's not like a government would lie to us about a group of people who they don't like. I mean, the government doesn't lie, guys. Like, come on. Demolition Elves refers to sightings that have happened across the world that before and after disasters, people have seen these small creatures at the site of the event. Historically, description of these things match up with that of trolls and elves, either short, stumpy creatures that don't have human proportions, or these impossibly skinny figures that seem to dance across the rubble of whatever building just collapsed. The most famous examples of this being 9/11 and the Silver Bridge incident, which after both of them, several witnesses reported seeing small people crawling across the rubble. Theories of these creatures range from everything that they are these evil sort of demons that enact natural disasters in order to be bad, I guess, or that perhaps these things are summoned by the parties in question to get across whatever motive they want. Or perhaps these things are summoned by the parties that actually committed the disaster, because if you think about it, if you believe in demons and you think demon summoning's real, then who's to say that people wouldn't use those capabilities in order to do not so nice stuff. War is fake isn't saying that no wars ever happen, just the motivations for them. A lot of this relates back to shadow organizations and things like the Illuminati, because if there's things that exist in the supernatural realm that the regular people don't know about, but these higher elitist rings do, then it makes sense that there would be battling of some kind over them. And if that's true, then several of the wars throughout history that we as the public know for being over money or land or what have you could actually be over these more important ideas. Like what I talked about a couple tiers back, the US didn't invade Iraq for oil, it was for the Stargate, obviously. I'm just gonna start like a history series on this channel where I take tragedies throughout history like wars and famines or whatever and make entirely baseless claims, like the plague, right? Those people weren't killed by a disease. No, it was giants and also Hitler. And then I'll just turn off the comments and say that anyone who disagrees with me is in on the conspiracy. YouTube's so fun. Tesseract, Earth, or universe is referring to the shape of a tesseract. So we understand the universe to exist in 3 dimensions, that being height, width, and depth, right? And this is often shown through the example of a square. If you have a flat square, that's 2-dimensional because it goes height and length. If you have a cube, that's 3-dimensional because it's height, length, and depth. The idea of a tesseract is that it is a 4-dimensional cube, which means it would exist in a 4th dimension that we can't directly observe. As you're probably aware, if you're at tier 8 of the iceberg at this point, there are several theories about different dimensions that we can't directly see as people, but they would still exist nonetheless. The most common of which being time and the idea that it can be manipulated. However, we existing as people can just pass through it at one pace in one direction. So the tesseract Tesseract existing as a 4-dimensional square, when applied to the Earth or universe, implies that there is these greater 4th-dimensional properties that we can't exactly understand. In other words, either the planet we live on or the universe we exist in is moving a lot more complexly than we can see, and perhaps anomalies, which could be everything from random explosions to supernatural sightings, could just be the results of these 4th-dimensional occurrences that we can only catch glimpses of. Oh boy, this one. So as soon as I started this iceberg and scrolled through it real quick, this was like the first one I saw, and I was thinking, there is no way I can do this, but I'm about to. Remember how in tier 2 of this iceberg, way back before I was a YouTuber and all, I talked about quantum suicide and immortality? The reason I spent so much time talking about it was to justify this one. In the theory of quantum suicide and immortality, it followed the idea that anything that can happen will happen in one branching universe. So if string theory is to be believed, and if the idea of these infinite universes is to be believed, then that means every possible outcome has to exist within one of these worlds. Which, as I explained with quantum suicide and immortality, that means for every individual, there has to be a universe where they live at a theoretical forever, and a universe in which they commit not alive at every possible point forever and ever. So that means in one existing universe, there has to be a version where John F. Kennedy committed suicide while in the motorcade at Dallas. So who's to say that we aren't that universe? Perhaps that's why the CIA was so weird about it, because at the height of this political turmoil with Russia, how awful does it look if a leader commits suicide? What if, as Lee Harvey Oswald said, he was the patsy because they needed an excuse? What if the pressure of being the leader of one of the world's superpowers was too much for JFK and he couldn't take it anymore? And what if he wanted to go out during a parade with the whole world watching? That, or he just ran a really long string from the car up to the window and then just was really good at timing. And the best thing about quantum suicide and immortality, that had to happen somewhere. Might as well be here. And you literally can't fight me on it, because that's how the theory works. Everything that can happen happens somewhere. So here it is. And if anyone's in the comments calling me stupid for it, well, guess what? They work for the CIA. See, it's that easy. I love my job. Mao statues for Rapa Nuians, which I'm probably pronouncing that wrong. Again, sorry. Which these statues are the technical name for the commonly known Easter Island statues. See, once the first settlers of the industrialized world arrived at Easter Island, these statues were already in place. According to the mythology of the people, this was statues to commemorate the Rapa Nuians, or the original founders of the island itself. However, there are theories circulating that these old original founders of the island died and were set in their place as the statues. Now, while most normies would take this to mean that the statues were built on top of the Rapa Nuians' gravesite, or perhaps their land, cool people believe that perhaps these statues aren't statues at all and are quite literally the fossilized remains of these first people. Or, in other words, giants! So the Easter Island statues are frozen giants, and just like JFK shooting himself, you cannot tell me I'm wrong. Math Hacker has to do more with an overarching theory with numbers as they exist in the known universe. Because when you think about it, numbers are really amazing in the fact that they can be used to quantify every known occurrence within the known universe. Or the fact we can do things like make equations to figure out how the speed of light interacts with blah 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 or whatever. What this theory is saying is that perhaps through the use of numbers, one could gain the ability in order to manipulate reality itself. Or in other words, the secrets of the universe, or the secrets of the simulation we're in, as some would say with this theory, because there's another bigger theory that numbers are the lines of code that exist in our computer, but that's for another day. Math could be used to hack the universe, basically. Real meaning of hybrid RPG was so weird to find information on. So it was a role-playing game called Hybrid that was canceled in 2002. The only existing text file of it is a rule set that the author says is roughly 30% completed at the time of the cancellation. Reading through this thing, not only is it absolutely massive, but it just seems like sort of insane ravings. Like, for example, there are over 500 rules, and the rules are really weird weird and they cross-reference each other. So while you're reading one rule, you have to scroll down to like 278. And then that rule is just some talk about how politics works. So then you go back up to 3, and then it says you have to jump down to 400, and the whole thing kind of works like that. Several of the rules are just very long equations for things like how gravity interacts in a sphere and really weird specific stuff. However, what leads to interest are some of the references that are made throughout the rule sheet. Like for example, one part the author begins talking about the matrix and how important it is to understand the walls of the simulation you're within. That goes back to the theory that the real meaning of the hybrid RPG was to create a rule set for the world we exist in, or to create a rule set for a simulation of the world we exist in, or we're the simulation and these are some of the rules for where we exist. That would explain the talk of politics, that would explain why the matrix and ideas of a simulation were brought up, and why equations for how gravity works and very specific concepts of physics kept being brought up. The idea being that this RPG itself was perhaps a look through the cracks at what our reality actually is, or a warning to us of what our reality actually is. Deep soy is closely related to the weaponized femboy thing I talked about in the last tier. So in that theory, it was the idea that soy is used on other countries as a means of immobilizing their masculine population, whereas deep soy is saying that perhaps the government would do that same thing to their own people. The idea being that higher ups have implanted this idea of societal laziness, or in other words, everything is about looking at a screen, sitting down and doing nothing, and letting other people take care of issues for you. And according to the theory, this leads to everything from obesity rates going through the roof and a reliance on law enforcement, as well as a trust of elected officials. Or in other words, people want someone else to take care of the problems because they themselves have been taught to not take care of their own problems. So the idea of deep soy is perhaps governments are immobilizing their people as either a means of just putting domination over them or preparation for some final step of some kind. My money's on the weaponized femboys thing, but I guess we'll have to find out. I don't know if I can say this word on YouTube. Probably not. So the Tibetan prostitution stocks refers to the rampant rates of prostitution that exist within the region of Tibet. So Tibet politics is weird. Pretty much China tells them what to do and Tibet's not happy about it, or at least from all the research I've done, that seems to be the case. So prostitution's illegal in China, but Tibet does not care. To put it into perspective, prostitution is so rampant in some parts of Tibet that in some of the cities I was reading about, 10% of the women are involved in prostitution, which 10% itself may not seem like a lot, but think if any city that you're familiar with had 10% of the people as prostitutes, what that would mean not only for the economy, but of the societal rings around it. Now, again, it's illegal, so all of these are officially done as massage parlors and day spas and other stuff that we all actually know what's going on. So in that whole 10% thing, that's 10% of places where it's a known fact that it's a prostitution ring, which means the actual number is probably higher. So the whole theory around it is we know that elitist circles and governments like to do not so nice things to people that don't deserve. I'm talking about the Epstein stuff. So the idea being that perhaps China knows that it's such a rampant problem in Tibet, but lets it go because it's a means of appeasing their world clientele that they host in this disgusting way. Or in other words, China doesn't do anything about it because powerful, important people in the world doesn't want anything to be done about it. After that last one, this is where I clarify that this is a YouTube channel. I am only making jokes. None of these are serious. And hopefully, yeah, we're talking about a weird one next, so that it's fine. It's just jokes. Haha, jokes. Fire is alive is a concept that fire itself is alive. For one, think about our concepts of what constitutes life and how many of them fire is in line with. It reproduces. It grows on its own. It maintains a homeostasis thermal temperature to itself. It moves on its own. And it eats and excretes on its own as well. Really, the only thing that it doesn't have in common with understood life is that it's not made up of cells. But as we've talked about earlier on this chart, perhaps something doesn't need to be made up of cells or carbon-based in order to exist. In other words, concepts of energy beings or supernatural things from another dimension that simply pierce through the veil occasionally as energy creatures can be seen with fire itself. Or at the very least, perhaps how plasma is formed within fire and is a constantly replicating energy source that could be the secret to other forms of life outside of our understanding. Eating food makes you age, while this is apparent on the chart, is technically true because if you don't eat, you'll die, which means you won't get any older. So, checkmate, atheist. I mean, technically, like, aging is caused by telomeres being cut in the body as someone continues to not die. And technically, the energy that is used from ATP in order to cut these telomeres comes from food. So, I mean, kind of, sort of. But again, the alternative is you die. So, you know, pick and choose, I guess. Antarctica prevarication is simply saying that the conversation around Antarctica is often kind of weird. Specifically, the way that organizations cover up stuff about Antarctica is odd. Like, for example, there were satellite images of what appeared to be a pyramid that was seen in Antarctica from a satellite, to which the governments collectively all at once went, oh, it's a mountain. Yeah, it's a mountain. So then someone pointed out that there was another pyramid that was very similarly shaped nearby, and they're like, yeah, that one's a mountain too. It's just mountains. Don't look at the pictures anymore. And if you're familiar with a lot of the hunts for Hitler that happened after World War II, all of the public questioning of U-boats potentially making their way towards Antarctica was shut up immediately and no one looked into it. Just look at Operation High Jump, which I also talked about in Tier 2 for an example of that. And then you start looking at all the cave systems that may exist underneath Antarctica because of the way poles work, and that if the Earth's a magnetic field, then it makes sense that there would be more of a rift of the rock in Antarctica. And then keep in mind that governments just keep on saying that it's a totally desolate wasteland. It's just hundreds and thousands of miles of ice and there's nothing more to look at. It's just nothing. And then realize that after World War II, the Antarctica Treaty was made, which is an organization of governments that say no normal people can go to the island without government approval. I use island loosely. This thing's like one of the largest continents on the planet. And all the other misdirection and weird secrets that have to do with it. And it makes you wonder. And the more research I do about all this crazy stuff, the more I realize, maybe all those textbooks that I've read that have said the Earth is just a solid ball and there's nothing underneath it besides us are really dumb. Because if you've ever looked at like a porous rock that is full of holes because it has water and stuff on it, and then you think that the Earth is just a giant composite rock with 75% water all over it, and then you think that I'm sure there's nothing beneath us, it's just straight solid rock and everything that the government tells us is true, and there's definitely not giants underneath, and I am going off the deep end. All right, back to it. 1800s technology, while vague, there are some really crazy concepts in it. See, in the early 1800s, before we discovered how cool electricity was, technology was going a whole other direction. Like, for example, in the early 1800s, there was a prototype for something known as prana rays, which were essentially sunglasses that when put on would supposedly show you the aura of the person you were looking at. Combine that with concepts that in dowsing, there were these special rods that when held in the air would bend in the direction of water underneath the earth. And it makes you think of, if it wasn't for electricity and the modern conveniences we have, where technology would have gone in the more spiritual direction. Door dogs are a legend that originates in Africa, which essentially says that whenever someone is about to die, as they're passing through a doorway, a small dog can be seen with them. In every case, the person who is about to die cannot see the dogs themselves. A lot of the first-hand accounts I read were really interesting. Like, for example, there was a European hunter who was in Africa for a while and spoke with several of the locals about the legends of these door dogs, and he himself, while riding, was fearful because earlier that week, when passing through a doorway, a young child asked what the dog was next to him, and of course he couldn't see the dog. To which shortly afterwards, the guy writing this story died. So that's not weird at all. And while the concept of it may be scary, in most traditions I read, it seems as if this is seen as not necessarily a good thing, but a peaceful thing, as if the small dog is a sort of guide or comfort to pass you on into the next life. One worldness has to do with a concept of analyzing humanity itself. Essentially, think of it this way. A lot of the times we look at certain empires that have risen and fallen, or certain groups of people that have gone through trouble, and we see that as an isolated incident, whereas one worldness is saying they are all parts or individuals in the actual experiment that's happening, which is the world. Or in other words, all occurrences that have ever happened are part of one continuous string that we are still on, which would mean that no real change or learned behavior from the previous examples is possible, or the whole those who forget history are doomed to repeat it is sort of an inevitable conclusion, as we're going to repeat the same thing over and over because we're still all part of the same experiment. Which all ties back into simulation theory again, because perhaps we were all set up as this program in a computer in order to see what the results of all this would be. I mean, look at me. I'm fake. I'm in a box right now, behind a screen, talking to you about how you're actually behind a screen. Isn't that just weird? I'm probably fake. You don't know. I may not even be real. See this coffee cup? This isn't real either. Every time the Giants or Hollow Earth comes up in one of these videos, I'm just so weird for the rest of it. Fukushima's gateway refers to the Fukushima reactor disaster that happened on March 11th of 2011. For those that don't know, Fukushima was a large nuclear power plant in Japan that an earthquake and tsunami destroyed the plant and almost caused a super bad nuclear meltdown. The historical story is very interesting. Short version, essentially what happened is they needed a way to cool down the reactor really fast, and all of the power supplies and all the fail safes had gone bad because of the earthquake and tsunami. So the solution was they just knocked the thing down and had ocean water pour over it as a means of cooling it down so there wouldn't be a super nuke disaster, which worked. However, the theory is the energy that was released, because there was a lot of radioactive energy released at once, was enough to open up a portal or gateway. This all goes back into the idea that we can't perceive dimensions around us, and as a means to break into these other dimensions, it would take a lot of energy, say a nuclear reactor. So this theory goes a step further and says perhaps the disaster was purposeful, and that's why every single security or failsafe system went down, because someone had sabotaged it. And perhaps either someone crossed over to another dimension or something from the other dimension came here. Which honestly, if you think about it, has anything been normal since 2011? That's what I thought. Lottery exists to catch time travelers. Yeah, this one's fun though. I like the idea that there's an agency in the future that time traveling is such a problem. They're like, oh, we'll go back in time and make there be a lot of money. And then it's just like bear traps set up for people who go back in time. But yeah, this one's fun. I like it. Whatever. PsyOps don't exist is referring to psychological operations. This could have a lot of different definitions. However, the most common one is the idea of sort of a self-fulfilling prophecy. In other words, it's like this. Say that I tell you about the Illuminati, and I say that there is this super evil group of people who work in world governments. And then you get really worried about the Illuminati, so you get all your rich super elitist friends together and say that you all have to go proliferate world governments to make sure nothing bad happens. Which means, because of me telling you that and you trying to react to it, you have created the thing that you were afraid of. Or in other words, paranoia of what might go wrong causes things to actually go wrong, and there's no fake stories that exist if people just keep making them boogeyman that they're afraid of. Vertical universe is the counterpoint to a horizontal universe. So say that we're moving through time in existence and everything's kind of flat, like we can move from it side to side. What if it's actually vertical? Or in other words, we are moving in a directly straight line with the existence above us and below us, something that we can't really reach. While this kind of falls in line with a very narrow existence of the universe, as some physicists think that we are in, you could take it a step further and say perhaps ideas of deities and demons are just people in either the future or past who have mastered a way to get to the higher or lower planes of existence. Or kind of the concept we exist as we're walking through a very long skyscraper, and some people have figured out to go to different floors. Prophecies Enforcing Agency is the idea that there are organizations throughout history whose sole purpose is to make sure that prophecies come true. A lot of these theories relate back to the Bible, and specifically the predictions of Revelation that there will be a government in this place and a government doing this, and then this will happen as in line with the end times. And perhaps organizations like the Illuminati or the Freemasons are simply existing behind the scenes to make sure things go to plan. And then I guess it would depend on if these predictions are good or bad. if things like the Illuminati or the Freemasons would be good or bad. And if you look at some of the predictions from the Bible, some of those things are eerily true. So perhaps there are secret people behind the scenes making sure that everything stays according to the higher plan. Consciousness beamed from Moonbase. Okay. A lot of these theories go back to the whole idea of prison Earth, or the idea that we are not native to this planet and that the moon itself is sort of existing as our warden. So our consciousness and our understanding are regulated to make sure we don't get outside of our means of containment. And this also can be in relation to the commonly thought question of what comes first, thought or language, because some people consider it to be impossible to have thought without language, but like, what do you think people who have never heard a language do? Just don't think? So perhaps these greater overlords that have us in prison here aren't just monitoring where we go or what we do, but also how we think. Panergic men, or Panergic people, is in reference to special people who have existed throughout history. See, the word Panergic itself basically means multiple skills, or someone that can accomplish several tasks. And it's basically saying that people throughout history who have accomplished tremendous feats, which is everything from empires to technological advances, are in themselves a higher order of person. And most of the theories of this also go back to simulation theory and say that perhaps every time that we become stagnant within our simulation, a certain character is deposited, even without them knowing it, as a means to cause people to move or to cause events to happen. Or in other words, protagonists are randomly set up throughout human history as a means of keeping the story interesting. Human immortality, as it's referred to on the iceberg, is tied to something known as the induced amnesia theory. Essentially what it's saying is that the body itself does deteriorate and eventually die, but the human consciousness lasts forever. Or in other words, it's essentially forms as a sort of essence, and it's been the jobs of secret societies throughout history as a means of placing them in their new host. So basically, the soul isn't necessarily a soul that passes on to the afterlife after death, and is instead physically given to whatever the next body is going to be. And furthermore, information of this getting out to the public has led to theories throughout history, such as reincarnation. So in other words, humans are immortal, but the body itself is not. Elite controls the population with their permission, has to do with an overarching idea of the New World Order. Basically, the higher ups develop ways in order to thin out populations, whether it be disease every 100 years or wars over points that they don't actually care about. So in other words, if two governments come to the agreement that they need to thin out the herd, one will pose a fake threat to the other so that way they can go to war and lower their population numbers. This also applies further into saying that pushes in the media for people to have less children are part of a greater conspiracy, and that fabrications of resource scarcity are just that, fabrications. And if you'll remember earlier in the iceberg, I mentioned the Georgia Guidestones, which if I believe right, it said population needs to be kept to 500 million. This would be the way of getting to that. Bugsy on this iceberg is referring to the movie Bugsy, which is a movie about the gangster known as Bugsy Siegel. Bugsy Siegel was a mobster who was killed by the mob because he was supposedly stealing money and incorrectly managing funds. Bugsy renovated and began the Flamingo Casino in Las Vegas, which at the time was pretty much just a water hole in the middle of the desert, and many believe Bugsy as being the one who made Las Vegas what it currently is. However, it's with these funds that he got from East Coast mafia groups in order to start and renovate the Flamingo Hotel that he started to scrape money off the top, which of course they didn't like. So then he was murdered and went down as history as being a bad guy who started one of the most famous cities in America. The theory is that the movie Bugsy, which portrays him as a sort of charismatic gangster archetype in movies, was created in order to take prejudice away from the ideas of Sin City itself. Or in other words, Las Vegas, which is known as the City of Sin and has gambling and all that stuff, didn't want their image tied in with an evil gangster, so they made a propaganda piece so people felt better about the city itself. TimeCube was a website developed by Gene Ray in 1997. And to be honest with you guys, Gene is an absolute crackpot, basically the gist of what he said is that time itself does not work in a linear line and is instead 4 sides that we travel through. Because of this, every single day 96 hours actually occur, but we only experience 24, whereas the other hours are experienced in those respective timelines. So basically you could think of this as string theory or alternate realities, only instead of like infinite, it's just 4. It goes on to say that at midday and midnight, the sun and moon of each of these realities are perfectly in sync with each other, and people cross over into other ones without realizing it. So basically explanations to the Mandela effect and stuff like that are due to people accidentally crossing over whenever all 4 planes line up. I also have to mention, because I can't not mention this, he said that standing at each of the corners as guardians were Jesus, Einstein, Socrates, and Bill Clinton. So remember, kids, if you ever experience the Mandela effect and think you may have gone into an alternate reality, blame Bill Clinton. Technocracy theory is something in itself that's kind of theorized, the idea that the world itself is run by technology. However, this is specifically saying that an AI system runs everything. The idea being that over the years, as we've become more reliant on technology, the higher-ups or elitists have built machines in order to tell us what to do. This all has to do with the illusion of choice. So say an election, for example, you may vote expecting a candidate to get it, whereas the AI has already predicted the best turn of events and decided what's going to happen. The idea behind it being that free will throughout time has been replaced with comfort, and that now in these final stages of a technocracy that we have built for ourselves, the AI makes every decision, but we've given away so much free will at this point we can't even tell. Wetiko is a Native American legend that has to do with the spirit of greed and selfishness. The basic idea behind this is that it is a virus that can infect people if people allow it to, that makes someone become more self-desired and individualistic instead of caring for a community. The root word of Wetiko is the same root word for Wendigo, whereas the Wendigo has to do with someone becoming cannibalistic and the desire of gluttony that overtakes them. Wetiko is essentially the same thing applied to greed and pride, which Wendigo, I definitely haven't heard of that ever. What this is saying in the grander sense is perhaps this disease of the Wetiko has affected entire countries or potentially the world at this point, as over the last 100 years, society has gone from the idea of forward progression as a whole and instead looks at progression of the self. So basically a soul virus has made us all bad people, which isn't the weirdest on this iceberg. Alright, so I've got to be careful with this one, not because it's any like, oh no, the government's gonna come shoot me for it, but this is like a real group of people, and I'm pretty sure I know what this conspiracy is hinting at, but at the same time, it's not like proven anywhere, and I don't want to, just be mean. Off the coast of North Carolina, there is a group known as the Bald Head Association. And to answer your first question, no, they're not actually bald. It's because they are on an island known as Bald Head Island. So these guys have a website, they have a homeowners association, everything's fine until you start to look at some of the things surrounding the Bald Head Association. Like, for example, reading about them in the news, there was some controversy where after a hurricane, the members of the association managed to sort of apply resources to their community instead of communities around, which from what light research I've done into that topic, it seems people weren't that happy about. As well as there was some investigation to a private ferry company and an idea of a lot of money going somewhere, and a current charge pending that they kept a federal agent from performing their duties, whatever that implies. And this is all speculation, and I'm like researching this stuff with the point of view of some deep, dark, scary thing. So I don't want to go any further, because it's one thing to talk about weird, crazy lizard people in the ancient world, and it's another thing to point at a modern group of people and just be like, haha, you do crime, because there's really no evidence of that. And I don't want to be mean, like everything on the surface seems like they're sweet people, and I feel bad for a YouTube channel just looking at their stuff and being like, I can make a problem here. Water is not from Earth has to do with the concept of the creation of water itself. For one, water itself is a volatile compound, and while you may not think it, it itself is naturally acidic and can do things like erode rocks over time. And while now on Earth with the water cycle where water is evaporated and then reformed over and over, there doesn't seem to be a sort of jumpstart process that would have put that into place. So theories range from everything that perhaps a meteor hit the Earth that either had oxygen or hydrogen with it that then interacted with the atmosphere and created the first batch of water, or that water itself as a whole came to the planet from an outside source, which if that was true, that water came from somewhere else, then that would imply the chance of existence of life somewhere else. Basically the idea that water was deposited here rather than being created here. RuneScape conspiracies is specifically referring to the most famous RuneScape conspiracy around New York City. The idea being that RuneScape itself exists as a New York City virtual counterpart. Evidence of this is everything from the game consists of large different ethnicities that come from separate boroughs that all interact within the same main space. There's forms of begging, there's different ways to make money, and the richest most often are those who play the stock market. People inherently can't be trusted, and there's a selfishness when it comes to greed and how to obtain money within the game, which is kind of mean to New Yorkers, but whatever. There are events and functions that occur in which people gather and celebrate before going back to their domain, and there's even an underground transport system throughout the entire map. So the theory states that perhaps RuneScape was put together as a means of testing a sort of feudal post-apocalypse New York City. And it goes even further and says that perhaps RuneScape was created by the government as a way to monitor either transaction as it corresponds to the real world, or potential transaction if New York City was to fall apart. So if you've ever played RuneScape, I guess you work for the Fed, so congratulations. The concrete people of Kalagasy has to do with a mine located in Chile. In 2013, roughly 35 people witnessed what they all claimed to be a UFO flying over the mine itself. It stayed there for a few minutes and fit the typical description of a sort of flying saucer. However, while the flying saucer was above them, people looked around them and saw several what appeared to be concrete people standing in their midst. They were all gray, made of stone, and were all sharing their same position looking up at the flying saucer. As people began to panic, the flying saucer left, and with it, the concrete people just disappeared. Theories on this have ranged from everything to ancient religions, to perhaps these are expressed forms of the extraterrestrials themselves, and of course to it being just a hoax, which is always so lame. I hate whenever you're reading these and they're just like, yep, it's probably fake. It's like, do you ever get out of the house? Codification is one of those that makes me absolutely hate this iceberg, because it's just one word and good luck figuring out the conspiracy around it. Because codification is a real thing that happens in politics, so I can only assume it means that. But with the rest of this iceberg, I feel like there should be some giant multi-level code that creates humans or something, but no, it just has to do with like county politics. Basically, codification is a term that is applied to whenever governments move counties or demographics of people in order to fit new voting codes. Basically, if they look at districts in a state when it comes to voting, and they see that one population greatly outweighs the other, so they change the rules of where the lines are in order to better fit the demographics. This form of sort of moving the goalpost has led many to think that perhaps as a means of keeping the people from actually having a say in what happens to them, whenever people begin to band together in order to make a difference, the state itself will just change the rules so that it doesn't really matter. So this is an elaborate way of them to maintain the agenda that they want and simply give the people an illusion of choice. Inverted humans is in reference to ancient artwork that depicts exactly that, upside down people. In other words, across a lot of old world drawings, there is a consistent theme of a group of normal people, standing upright, surrounding someone in the air upside down. Now, while many just interpret this as a form of art, others have pointed out the weirdness that it occurs in a lot of cultures in the similar way. And in some of these that have descriptions attached, such as in the Middle East where there's images of it, there's references to them going from soil to sky. So being upside down and from the ground to sky, that sounds like Hollow Earth to me. And normally these inverted people are like taller than the people on the ground. So, tall underground. That sounds to me like Italian languages is in reference to the really weird fact that people who speak the Italian language over time have a change in their DNA. Now, this isn't enough that like a human can transform their physiology from just speaking Italian, but it is enough that through DNA testing there is a difference seen before and after someone moves to Italy. And while the specific experiments and the greatest results have been seen from the Italian language, this has been found in certain instances around other languages too. This goes back to the idea that languages themselves have a sacred meaning, and that some languages have the power to induce life in different forms. This is a big reason that ancient spells and things like that are said to be done in Latin or other old languages, because the language itself has a hidden biological power. So in other words spoken in certain language can induce a literal soulful or life energy that another language could not. Saint Alvin's Creations is in reference to the video game developer Saint, and specifically his most popular creation of Schnell Online. You can find footage of Schnell itself on YouTube, but it's a sort of weird multiplayer game. Several have compared it to Second Life in the way that it's a bunch of characters together just sort of interacting with each other. However, there's a lot of weird themes in it that have to do with things like physical violence and even terrorism. And while I myself have not played the game or watched a ton of gameplay on it, people online have said that there's even themes that have to do with people doing things to, like kids. So people have said perhaps this game exists as a means of a outlet for terrorists and these people who do not nice things to kids. On top of that, there's a credit trading system in the game which people will convert into real money in the real world. So there's even an idea that money laundering occurs through these illegal transactions. Or I should say, transactions for illegal goods that are hidden through this game. Now, this is all, of course, like Tier 8 conspiracy. Do not actually harass the creator of this game. This is all like through the grapevine. I'm sure that's not actually what it's for, but be nice. But yeah, that's the theory. 90% of books written by one author isn't saying that there's some guy who's existed for like 800 years who's just been hurriedly writing books, although at this point, why not? But this ties back into the simulation theory. Put it this way, right? You've been in a bookstore. So you've seen like the near infinite amount of paperbacks that have totally unrecognizable titles that are just sitting on the shelves. Well, several of those books are fill-ins that are made in order to enhance the simulation and make things feel more real. And realistically, there's no way you could ever be able to test all of them. Like, go ahead, try to read through every book in your local bookstore, and then another one. There's eventually going to be pages somewhere that you aren't getting to, and that those are just filler, because according to this, whatever you do look at, the simulation prepared for and put real words there. So try not to let that bug you. CCA-XX1 is in reference to the launching of the Zuma satellite. Basically, the Zuma satellite was a satellite that was launched by SpaceX. However, the details around it are really shady. Like, for example, the creators of the Zuma satellite never wanted themselves to be known and even loaded the rocket themselves. And supposedly CCA-XX1 is the code that was given to whatever was on board. Theories say that perhaps whatever's on board is a form of biological testing, more specifically testing on amoebas in order to create a sort of super amoeba. And again, at this point in the research, it's really hard to find direct lines connecting things, but a lot of people tied the Zuma satellite into the concept of brain-eating amoebas, which when you think about it, brain-eating amoebas are like really weird that they exist. Like the fact there's like trillions and quadrillions of amoebas everywhere that at any point don't cause any harm except a few that just eat your brain. So this is saying that perhaps those amoebas are genetically engineered, and the Zuma satellite is either a means of maintaining them or to enhance them somehow away from Earth. Holy Grail found centuries ago is in reference to the Holy Grail and the idea that perhaps elitist rings have been using its power for a long time. Historically, the Holy Grail is the chalice that Jesus drank from at the Last Supper. And the idea around it is that if anyone drinks from the Holy Grail, they'll have eternal life, knowledge, and a whole slew of other abilities. The idea being that historical figures have been drinking and getting the power of the Holy Grail for hundreds of years, and the reason that secret societies are able to be maintained for so long and continue so efficiently despite having a rotating list of members is because the highest up members have been eternal and there from the start. Bovine hormone conditioning has to do with another level of population control. So you know how you hear that in recent years all of the hormones injected into cows is making people sick? Well, the main explanation that you hear from that is that growth hormones are put in them in order to make them grow faster, so that way they can put out more meat. However, this theory is saying perhaps dangerous toxins are purposefully deposited in these bovines because, for one, it would go undetected, and two, it's a good means of curbing the population. Because at that point, trying to get anyone for making the cows have bad chemicals in them is the equivalent of pointing your finger at the boogeyman. This is similar to the soy theories I mentioned before, with the idea that the government is doing all of this stuff to the food that we eat as a means of changing our physiology. Only whereas soy was making men weak, this is making cows kill you. XRA PsyOps has to do with the Adult Swim cartoon Xavier the Renegade Angel. The idea behind it is that the show itself was created as a means of anti-religion. Not only that, but that the show itself proliferates ideas such as degeneracy and kid stuff, and that specific degeneracy combined with a lot of themes of blood rituals and stuff like that is a means of normalizing the population at large with things like the Epstein rituals. So in other words, these elitists who kidnap children and perform blood spells created a show on Adult Swim so that whenever it's brought to light, you'll be like, hey, that's just like that cartoon. I make jokes like that now, but the way we're heading, I wouldn't be surprised at all if whenever all that stuff comes to light, people are just like, oh, okay. Bug chasing is a real thing that is awful. So bug chasing is a thing that happens in online crowds where people want to both contract and give STDs to as many unknowing people as possible. This is most often done with things like HIV, which they refer to as the gift, and several people in these online communities take on roles as the hunters and prey, with some people even trying to collect as many STDs as possible within their body. While a lot of it is consensual, or basically they want to have the disease put into them, several are serial killers in everything but name and just try to give it to as many people as possible, which is absolutely evil and disgusting and horrible. And I read stuff like that, and then I think back to like the Epstein people making a TV show in order to make themselves more okay, and I'm like, all right, I could see it. Hostile plants has two branching theories off of it. One being the idea that hostile plants themselves are a sort of genetic experimentation, or at least are behind the scenes being genetically experimented on. Like, for example, take bananas and watermelons and other plants that over time we've genetically engineered to be bigger to suit our needs. So for example, if there's some like umbrella corporation kind of company out there who sees the Venus flytrap and is like, I bet we can make that thing eat people, which would make a form of self-sustaining security. The other idea is that the existence of hostile plants, or in other words, plants that have adapted in order to be aggressive in their environment, implies that at one point they were potentially competitors with life as we know it. Like the whole idea in evolution that things evolve certain characteristics in order to be more fierce. Well, this is saying that because plants did that, there's potential that if it wasn't for people or life, that they would keep doing that, and then eventually it'd be giant plant monsters everywhere. Upward causality is cause and effect as we understand it, only backwards. So for example, in an ecosystem, let's say you have water that comes down from the sky. So then that water adds water itself to the ground, plants take in that water, plants feed the animals, animals feed the other animals, etc. That's the principle of how the world itself works in something called downward causality. Or in other words, things start at the top, and as they continue through the flow of the ecosystem, things change. Upward causality is the other way around. So the animal that needs to eat another animal makes that other animal have the desire to eat food, which makes the food have the desire to take in water, which makes the sky produce more water. While this is a real backward thought of how things work, it does tie in well to things like simulation theory. So for example, you as the person need to intake food, so the system itself puts more food into it, which means it has to supply water for the food and blah blah blah. What it basically comes down to is the idea that the most affected in a society are actually creating the effect itself. So rather than being beings that inhabit a biosphere, you yourself are the creator that changes the biosphere around you. It's really like confusing and out there and weird ideas, but this is tier 8. What did you expect? Lithuanian poems has to do with Lithuanian poems that were discovered in the early 1900s that seemed to correctly predict events that would happen in the future. Specifically, several of these poems from Europe correctly described things like the Holocaust and the World Wars 20 to 30 years before they ever came to be, with some records saying that these poems actually originated in the 1800s, so tack on another 100 years to that. What's interesting is that several of these influences of Lithuania come from Sanskrit text, which, if you'll remember, I talked about earlier in the iceberg. Sanskrit text itself is interesting because they had all the predictions of what comes in the future as well as aliens. So through the whole grapevine, we can see that perhaps this alien influenced society influenced another society that was able to correctly predict things that would happen a century in advance. So basically, aliens tell a group of people who tell another group of people, and then they predict World War II, which at this point makes perfect sense. Aliens caused the bubonic plague is the theory that aliens caused the bubonic plague. The bubonic plague, also known as just the plague or the Black Death, was a disease that swept through mostly Europe but the rest of the world in the 14th century. It's estimated to have killed 25 million people, or a third of the world's population. There were several prevailing theories at the time that mostly came from the church, that the bubonic plague was either God's punishment for the immorality of the people, or that it was a curse brought onto them by the devil or witches. And that witch thing is interesting because there are several theories that things relating to astrology and spells and sorcery are the relation of extraterrestrial beings. So combining some of the ideas we've talked about in the iceberg up until now, you take ideas that aliens create magic, or that aliens are just beings in a plane that we can't see. So if you think the bubonic plague was caused by sorcery, then that sorcery may not have been of Earth. And the motivations for this could be population control, an attempted total extermination, who knows. Enchanted websites is related to the idea that there is a sort of fake success that is bestowed on some people through the use of magic. While there's a joke somewhere in here about how to fix the algorithm, you pretty much have to get lucky or use black magic to get there. The idea is that certain famous people came to the power that they have through the use of these magical enchantments. In research for this, I came across a website called Enchanted Websites that is really, really old and was advertising that they can make you famous by just giving them your website. They kept talking about all their clientele who went on to great success and saying that they can bestow their special capabilities onto whatever you're already using, and then you'll get popular. Of course, I tried to see if I could get some magical whatever advice, but all the websites and links were dead, so sad. But it all relates back to that greater theory that some of the success we see in the world of whatever's popular is artificial. Sun collapse is related to the concept of solar farming. Solar farming is exactly what it says, the fact that us as humans continuously farm the energy that's expelled by the sun. The basic idea with this is that we're farming it too much. In other words, through using its heat or its light in order to grow agriculture or just solar panels, we are taking away from the equilibrium that once existed. And it all goes back to the whole idea of like energy conservation. And essentially, while the sun's believed to be a burning star, this is saying that the net value of heat that it expels has to be kept at a sort of even level, and that we're throwing that too much in the balance will eventually make the sun run out of energy and therefore collapse, and then we all die. So Neat. Microchips found in fossils is not a joke, and there have been fossils that have been opened up and things found that were initially said to be microchips. Now, in every single one of these stories, the details of it have been walked back afterwards. For example, a T-Rex bone that had a microchip found in it, they later said was a fossil of some ancient bacteria. Another one they said was just a bone fragment that looked a whole lot like a microchip. And kind of related, I remember in research reading about stories for previous sections about fuses being found in ancient pots. So for example, they open up this completely undisturbed grave, they're going through all of the pots in there, and then they find what appears to be modern day fuses. This all relates back to a concept called the Great Reset, which I don't know how much in detail I want to get about it now, because I'm pretty sure like the Great Reset itself is mentioned later on. But short version for now, the Great Reset says that we constantly exist on a cycle. We go from the first remnants of humanity to a point where we destroy everything, and then thousands or millions of years later, the whole cycle repeats itself. That would explain things like why the Earth, despite being hundreds of million years old, humanity only has history around 10,000. The idea being we'll all get wiped out, there will be a reset, and then those people that come however many million years from now will find remnants of our existence and then gather them. The reason that T-Rexes had microchips on them, and the reason people used to put fuses in jars. That's your basic intro. I'm sure it'll come up later. If not, I'll do a video on about it. Whatever, next topic. The Black Snake prophecy relates to a legend of the Lakota tribe. Essentially, the Native American tribe of the Lakota had this legend that near the end times, a great black snake would come across the land and destroy everything. The legend says that it will desecrate ritual sites, that it will destroy villages, and that it will come from the ground and then return back to the ground. As many modern Lakota members have pointed out, this is a perfect example of the ideas of oil pipelines, roadways, and other modern industry. The idea being the idea of a great black snake coming and destroying the ritual sites of the Lakota, and now a giant oil pipeline is trying to do the same thing is alarming. But politics aside, this has a greater expanding idea when it comes to prophecy. Things that most people would brush off as being not true, if you can view the black snake as being the modern fulfillment of an old prophecy, then what other old prophecies could also be true? Things I mentioned like the Wetiko, a disease that essentially consumes someone with greed, could be the idea of modern corporatism. You could take it on and on and on and say maybe some of those crazy spiritual beliefs weren't so crazy after all. Underground caverns. Oh boy. So every time another hollow earth theory thing comes up, I mention sort of a different facet of it, and one day I'm going to do a video putting it all together, but there's a few I want to go over with this one. For example, the Tibetan holy books said that beneath Mount Everest specifically, there were these tunnel systems that went all over the world. Now, if you know anything about cave systems, the majority of them are completely unexplored. Near a cave system that I live by that's a popular tourist attraction, they've tried to drop trackers into riverways to see where they end up, and they will totally disappear forever. And also, the majority of underground systems are closed up by the government, and in most cases it is a felony if you destroy or try to get access to them. This leans back into the thing I've kind of hinted at in a lot of theories, that the entire world has these underground systems that work towards the bigger concept of hollow earth. And think about it, every single group of people have some form of legend of creatures living underground. Either it be old Chinese tales of frogmen that come from underneath caves, or old night stories of these troglodyte creatures that they would fight on their expeditions. Even religions with the common idea that demons live underneath, or the idea that you can dig your way down into hell. That, combined with the fact that it's believed underneath the pyramids is a massive underground cave system, or the idea that these random structures on Antarctica were constructed a long time ago as a signal to get underground for some reason, and other ancient societies who had a distinct interest with caves, and some of them disappearing altogether at once. It makes you wonder. Biblical aliens is basically the idea that several things that are mentioned in the Bible as rather innocuous concepts are actually about extraterrestrials. Put it this way, there's a ton of mentioning in the Bible, especially the Old Testament, that people will worship the stars and the things in them. Well, if you think about other concepts we've talked about of UFOs and the fact that they've been here for however many thousand years, then it puts together the idea that these people may not just be worshipping the constellations. And some take this to mean several mentions in the Bible of either angels or these great sightings appearing before people are actually aliens being described by prophets. Some go as far as to say biblically accurate angels are actually just what extraterrestrials look like, which is a terrifying concept. Air's poison isn't necessarily saying air is going to kill you, even though technically it kind of does, but that's besides the point. More so, it's saying that air is a drug. For one, oxygen itself is a sort of like hallucinogenic, and if you take 100% oxygen at once, you can pass out or get very lightheaded. The idea being all the trace particles that we breathe in every day from the point that we're born till now create a sort of blurred idea of what reality really is. So that asks the question, if air causes these sort of long-term psycho events, then what does reality really look like, and has anyone really seen it? This could also explain why things like the supernatural and spirits aren't visible to us, because maybe there's a sort of fog in the way of our viewing. The Luna Park Train Fire Demon, which is one heck of an entry title. On June 9th of 1979, the Luna Park amusement park had a ride known as the Ghost Train that caught on fire and ended up killing 7 people. The story itself was really tragic. Basically, people who were on the ride were killed while within the ride from a very brutal fire. And an investigation that occurred later ruled that the fire was caused by an arson on purpose, although the perpetrator was never caught. Then one day, while a woman who lost her son and her husband to the fire was going through pictures of the park that day, she came across this image. Now, other than being absolutely terrifying, the person in the costume is especially alarming, as no one was able to find him after the event. There was never a record of them hiring or having a costume like that, because duh, why would a park make that a mascot for kids? And from all points and records, this guy did not work at the park and was just a bystander. So for one, it's really creepy that that guy was there on the day of the fire. And two, it's doubly creepy that presumably the dad or someone took a picture with their kid next to him. What some have pointed out that's especially creepy about this is that the costume bears a striking resemblance to Moloch. Moloch is one of the gods of the Canaanites mentioned in the Old Testament of the Bible. Essentially, Moloch is always depicted as the golden bull with horns, that the primary form of worship was to burn children at the altar of it, which led to these horrifying statues of golden bulls with fires underneath them and people just throwing babies into it, because gotta love that Old Testament stuff. Now, it's not a secret that several demon or demon-like gods are worshipped in the modern sense, although we don't really hear a lot about what they do. Whereas here, we see someone dressed as Moloch at a park on the day that the child he's taking a picture with was burned alive, and you see where I'm going with this. The idea is perhaps this guy, as a form of worship to this god, burned the children alive as several other children died in the train fire. This opens up the idea that some of these evil practices may still be occurring in the modern world. Neanderthal superiority is the idea that the main competitor with Homo sapien, Neanderthal, was actually the superior race. Basically, people who study like the evolution of humanity say that Neanderthal, who was our main competitor, who was possibly interbred with to create us, it's confusing, from the records of their technological capabilities, were actually the stronger people. However, yet they still seem to lose. And I mean lose in like the evolutionary sense. I mean, it's not like there was a tug of war game over, although there might have been. That would have been cool. Anyway, now where they went, a lot of people say is just from a lack of resources and they died out, although there's a lot cooler theories later in the list. But for now, I want to mention the one throwaway one that I appreciate, is that they eventually evolved into Bigfoot, which is going to be the leading theory from now. So like from this video, a Bigfoot is Neanderthal, although I'm going to retcon that one later. But that's canon as of this moment. UFOs, or atmospheric life forms, is actually an idea that was originally brought forward by Robert Fort. The guy I mentioned way back in the iceberg, the Fortean ideas of the supernatural, this was his doing. Basically, the idea of these energy beings or beings from a separate dimension is that UFOs aren't carriers from aliens from our plane of existence. Instead, there's other planes of existence and they're crossing over, and that's either what they look like or what our brains and like stupid human eyes process them as. Keep in mind, when UFOs were originally spotted, they were described as sky beasts, so that would match up. There's a ton of theories when you go into this, from everything that it is an extraterrestrial, but it's simply sort of camouflaging itself to our eyes, to some even saying they are souls in the afterlife, just visible to the human consciousness, whatever. I don't know what's more terrifying, the idea that there's like 100 living things on side of that ship, or the giant ship itself is a living thing. Actually, now that I say it out loud, yeah, that's definitely more terrifying. Expanding Earth is the idea that over time the Earth is slowly getting bigger. In the modern sense, we can see that with things on the seafloor seemingly being relocated over the course of 100 years. And, you know, when it comes to conservation of mass, if there were things in our atmosphere that are now being harvested and turned into things on Earth, then that is slowly compiling to the overall size of it. This is even used as an explanation for continental drift and the idea of Pangea, the idea that they didn't break away and then float, they were sort of pushed apart as the Earth got bigger. And ideas such as global warming could be quite literally, since we're getting bigger, we're technically getting closer to the sun. Or, you know, there's the alternative theory that it's not because stuff's getting, you know, put on the Earth, it's that the Earth is expanding from the inside out, which would probably mean that the inside was, I don't know, hollow. Forest stairs is a concept I absolutely love and even did an entire video on, which will be linked in the description. But short version, the forest stairs are these random staircases that seem to be found in remote parts of the forest. Most stories around them relate to the idea of someone going up to them and either hearing or seeing some sort of spatial anomaly, with some cases that happen whenever someone goes to them alone, where they either get mutilated or just die. The leading idea with this is that the stairs are sort of leakovers from other dimension, and directly interacting with them is kind of like staring at a glitch in a video game. Whenever you do it, you are therefore inserting yourself into the problem, which makes sort of the spatial anomalies interact with you. Everything happens to people who walk on the stairs or touch the railings, from they begin to lose all their hearing and start to hear noises that aren't there, to some where they just get eviscerated all at once, which is fun. Either way, the forest stairs exist in that perfect space of sort of neutral anomalies that exist in the mountains and the wilderness, and I, for one, absolutely love it. Nephilim protocols. So, Nephilim, if you didn't watch my Bible iceberg, is in relation to the concept of However, the Nephilim protocols aren't specifically about that. Essentially, there are these hidden files that exist on the deep web, which is a fancy way of saying a Tor browser, yada yada, that over time seem to be collecting data for an unknown reason. All of these files are encrypted, but they're each given a specific encryption key that if a certain event takes place, they will become open. Now, there's a lot of like rabbit holes to shoot down with this, but the short version is that anytime some public scandal comes out, they seem to compile more data. The idea is that these servers, named after giants for a pretty good reason, are compiling a ton of data about elites or secret sort of Watergate style events that happen around the world, and then for a reason that no one knows, they will become open and shed light on what the elites are doing. No one knows who's doing it, no one knows what opens them, but ideas range from everything that it is certain high up elitist members who are sort of staging an anti-coup, to it being the Illuminati, to some saying that it's quite literally giants themselves, which is my favorite theory and the one I'm going with. I just imagine like a giant like underground in a cave, like wearing the Morpheus outfit from the Matrix with the glasses, like on a giant keyboard, gathering information about Epstein, and it just makes me happy. Atomic renovation is one of two theories. I think it's the latter, but I'll say both. The first one is the idea that the stereotypical American 50s, whenever people had the idea of the atomic family, was part of a docility program, essentially get people to accept this one way of living, so that way they don't think about the government around them or the concepts, which while there's a case to be made for that, I think it's actually referring to the second idea. The second idea is that atomic weapons were developed by governments as a means of immediately reclaiming a populace. Basically, think of it like this. If the evil lizard government gets together and decides that they can nuke a certain country because the people aren't doing well, then they can just nuke it, and then they can wait 30 years, and then they can go in and just reset it. So essentially, you renovate whatever group of people you don't like, if they're too insubordinate or whatever, and atomic weapons are essentially a giant reset button. So they weren't developed as an arm race or to better defend a country, as we're led to believe, basically as a giant system of population control. Since its programming has to do with your individual experience as a human on Earth. Basically, it's like this. You've heard concepts that your red is not my red, and that everyone smells different smells a certain way, or everyone tastes things a different way, and all of those senses have slowly been programmed into you over time. The interesting thing is, we don't really know what does that programming. Sure, people can see different shades of colors differently, but it's believed that that is a learned trait rather than a born one. So there are these hidden factors that exist around us that cause us to experience reality in the precise way that we experience it, creating a 100% unique humanity from every person to person. Paradigm recolescence is a sort of expanding idea when it comes to technology of eventually getting to a point above consciousness. Think of it as like having an out-of-body experience that you can control and interact with other minds. The idea behind it is that we're really, really close. Like, think of everything technology can accomplish when it comes to medicine and psychology, and think if we can find a way to get consciousness out of the human body for a limited amount of time. A theory going a bit deeper than that. So there is this thing I've seen floating around whenever I talk about these sort of technological concepts on the iceberg called the Mariana Web. Essentially, it's supposed to be a very deep down part of the internet that is purely data. It's supposed to be the hard files on how to make the Broders engine that I talked about. It has all the schematics to build a GGG QEP, which is the supercomputer I talked about, and the paradigm recolescence as well. The idea is these are technological things that will push humanity to the next level. And even though we know how to do it, the elites or the powers that be are hiding them from us because either we're not ready or they don't want us to have that power. So essentially, somewhere there exists a super internet where we can make the next step in the technological revolution and become these super beings that can project our body and have infinite energy, and these forever computers and whatever. So if anyone can find it, I'll give you $5. Neolithic's contraption is closely related to the whole microchips found in dinosaur bones. Basically, looking at Neolithic devices or other ancient groups of people and the designs that they built, there's some interesting crossovers. For example, concepts like the aqueduct and even things like wind turbine engines had these sort of basic forms that were created in ancient society that we seem to forget about for 1,000 years and then reinvent later. So think about this. You have us now who is making technology, and then imagine that there was something like, I don't know, a great reset where all of humanity starts over. So then it continues on that pipeline, and then they begin to forget why they know some things, and then they're rediscovered. Essentially saying ancient world technologies that seemed quite advanced for their time are because of memories or remnants from technologies that existed in the previous generation of people. And I don't mean generation as in like their parents, I mean generation like the next cycle back. So these contraptions that were built thousands and thousands of years ago are due to contraptions that were built millions and millions of years ago. Eratus is something that if you're on this side of YouTube, I'm sure you've heard of before. Now there is an excellent video by Nexpo that I'm going to link in the description. He covers this in way better detail than I can go into right now, but the short version's this. Basically, someone discovered that at UPS there was a word called Eratus that they weren't supposed to ask about, and anyone who asked about it got fired. And after doing some digging, the original poster figured out that this exists across several companies, and Eratus is essentially this program that compiles information about millions and millions of people and then throws it into assumedly a government database. Of course, this is super illegal, but the idea behind it is that it is a means of general population control by knowing everything about what everyone's doing, etc. Where the creepy part comes in is that anyone who talks about Eratus online either gets shut down or silenced in some way. Now, Nexpo's video staying up after having like 3.6 million views about it kind of kills the fun there, but the idea of it being a super database that brings in information about everyone who seemingly just works normal jobs is still present. Diseases worship is exactly what it says. There are certain groups of society throughout history who have quite literally worshipped diseases. Examples of that would be gods like Sapano from older cultures that was quite literally the god of smallpox. So tie in what I said about the Black Plague earlier and put together this entire idea that if these great diseases that wiped out large portions of humanity were either extraterrestrial or supernatural in some way, then it would make sense for people to worship it, which would mean, in the historical context, they have the same energy of that as a sort of pagan god. And depending on how you feel about pagan gods or the ideas of lesser gods existing in the world, then it may stand to reason that diseases themselves are sort of expressions or at least punishments from these beings. Because several diseases seem to come out of nowhere, and why we believe that to be mutation, the theory is saying that it is in fact a divine, or I guess you could say anti-divine, whatever the correct word is for like other gods, I don't know. It's supernatural, honky wonky stuff. Animal plant hybrids relates to the overall idea of convergent evolution. Essentially, there have been modern microbes found that contain both plant and animal cells, leaving them as sort of like a perfect middle on what we understand as the biological trees. And if things can be observed in the modern times heading that direction, then potentially a way long time back, things from one tree jumped over to the other. Or the idea that all of biology itself is slowly going towards that perfect middle or perfect creature. Also, there were a bunch of like old middle-aged legends of like trees that like just made babies, or like these bushes and cabbages that made like goats and stuff. So that's related, I guess. Skysnag theory is saying that UFOs are the pure result of a chemical reaction in the air. Essentially, whenever two conflicting air waves hit each other at great speeds, or they're sort of a crosswind, the friction that's produced between them, along with the trace particles in them, starts to form essentially a snowball that keeps expanding. That sort of aluminum sphere that's created seems to be a UFO to us, but is actually an accumulation of whatever trace metals or other particles are floating around in the sky. This is saying not only are UFOs just objects in the air, but can also be induced by governments. So if they want to encourage a UFO sighting in some place, all you got to do is release a bunch of trace elements into the air, make the airstreams go together, which we've well established at this point in the iceberg, the government controls the weather, and then boom, you've got a UFO. That would also explain the perfect shape, because the sphere is created because they're like perfectly adding the atoms wherever they seem fit, and that's why it's a circle. Also, every single video describing this, or like animation describing it, is really creepy and unsettling, and I'll let you find that for yourself. That is your homework. Have fun with that. Welteslayer, which stands for World of Ice or World in Ice, something like that, is also known as glacial cosmogony. It was an idea brought forward by Hans Herbinger, whatever, in the early 19th century as an idea of the existence of humanity. The story's really long, but short version is one night he was looking at the moon and realized that the iridescence of it is exactly that of ice. And then after having a dream in which he was shown the cosmos and how ice broke apart and formed everything as we know it, he came to the idea that the base root of everything in the known universe was ice. Essentially, the theory says that trace amounts of hydrogen went through the air, and then they froze in the depths of space and created ice, and then those were broken apart, and that's what led to modern life. And water and life and oxygen and everything like that comes from melted or different versions of ice itself. This also relates to really old world ideas that on every side of the earth were essentially these giant ice walls, which is actually a theory that's still put forward by some flat earth believers, that around every corner of the Earth are these giant walls of ice that hold in the barriers of what we know, or essentially the reason the world may be expanding is because it's melting outwards. Also, several old stories like in Norse mythology talked about giants beyond the ice wall. That's not related to this, I just had to mention that. And also these ideas of the Weltes layer led to a lot of the German research that happened in World War II into theories like the occult and all of that, so that's something. Cosmic censorship cottage, I'm convinced, is a typo. And I know that nothing else on here has been a typo, and that doesn't make sense, but you also got to realize this iceberg was made by one person, and you also got to realize I spent like a day searching everywhere on the internet, all of my resources for where cosmic censorship cottage goes together, and it's nowhere. However, there is a very known thing called the cosmic censorship conjecture, which I'm going to retcon here and say that's what he meant. Because cottage, for one, doesn't make sense here. There's a term that would fit on this iceberg that has a very closely related word, or at least spelling related there. And I have no idea how cottage could tie into this at all. So it's conjecture now. Just saying that now. The cosmic censorship conjecture is an idea that relates to things like black holes. So in the realm of physics, there are several things that we get to known as singularities. These are points where either gravity reaches an infinite point, or mass reaches an infinite point, or whatever. The reason black holes are a big example of that is because gravity goes to such a point that mass's weight goes to a near infinite. So every time that we get to one of these singularities, something really weird happens. That's where the idea of like E equals mc squared and other ideas that Einstein came up with come from. The idea that if you reach a theoretical infinite in energy, you can do really wonky things like travel through time. Or I should say a near infinite speed, but whatever, same thing. Basically, it's like there's these hard walls with our understanding or what we can do in physics that we just can't seem to break. Things like starting a black hole, despite our lack of trying with things like the Hadron Collider, or breaking the speed of light. However, anytime that happens in our known world, anytime that something breaks those rules of physics, there's like a weird veil put over it. Like a black hole, right? The reason it's called a black hole is because it carries such weight that light itself cannot escape the pool, which is a really wild concept to think about, but that doesn't mean nothing's going on there. It doesn't mean it's an empty space. It's just that from our rules of observation, whenever something gets to such a wild point in physics, it's impossible for us to view it. The same with something traveling faster than the speed of light. If something were to do that, we would have no way of seeing that or processing what it's doing. It would simply occur. The cosmic censorship conjecture is that anytime something is allowed to break our rules, we're not allowed to watch it. Now, if you want to get into the idea that that's God, that we're in a simulation, and those are like the parameters set by the CPU we're in, or whatever other theories you have, it's saying that whenever something does something that we ourselves can't, we're not allowed to look at it. This has led some to theorize that maybe if we could see into a black hole, we would see the supernatural or the afterlife or some other really out there concept that we can't really understand. Because there's no specific rules that just because mass gets so heavy we no longer can see it, it's again just like a sort of veil draped over our heads. So all of these gaps in our understanding of how the world works may not be accidental, but purposefully put there by someone or something. Tier 9 is called Man of the World, and the description reads, "The final understanding is so close you can almost feel it. At last you ascend, leaving behind all the conspiracies, all of the mysteries, all the known and unknowns. Finally, you can see past the iceberg." The despair code is a theory of a sort of anti-life equation. If you're familiar with concepts that we've discussed further up in the iceberg, like sleeper agents or MK Ultra conspiracies, you know there's these ideas that a person can be infiltrated with a certain line of code or words. This is where things like number stations come into play. The idea that there have been people who've been brainwashed to become triggered or activate if a certain line of dialogue dialogue is read off to them. Well, the Despair Code is that, but for every human on Earth. Supposedly there's a specific phrase or string of numbers that can activate anyone. Now, what that activation does is debated, but the majority of theories says it causes intense feelings of depression and even death in some individuals. This would obviously exist as some sort of massive cosmic weapon that, if wielded by someone or something, could destroy an entire population or even existence of people. Also, according to several people on the internet, the code is 3223412. So if me saying that just then caused extreme bouts of depression in you, you're welcome. However, theories with the Despair Code go a little bit deeper than that. Perhaps it's not just a phrase or sequence of numbers, but perhaps it could be an image or even a thought. If you've been on weird parts of the internet like I have, you've probably come across several different images that invoke a weird sense of existence. Like, you know, all those posts you see that are like, oh, you're in a coma and we sent this message to get through to you, wake up, wake up. And those are ridiculous and they kind of miss the mark. Well, there's some images that legitimately give you that feeling. And the majority of these images that I'm thinking of come from the indescribable nature of what you're seeing. And it's almost like staring into this sort of void of colors or existence gives you this weird disassociation from yourself. The idea with this is that the Despair Code is actually a sequence of images that invoke feelings in you, the viewer, that make you transcend from your own body. And these sort of messed up images that I'm talking about are just close enough to the actual Despair Code that they cause a sort of glimpse of what that's like. There's even references to things like this in Lovecraft writing, and the idea that these old gods came to Earth or are from Earth and essentially put these hidden trip mines everywhere that, whenever viewed by a specific viewer, either open up some form of enlightenment or punishment. And if you want to get really meta with it, there's even a theory that the Despair Code proves the simulation theory. Or in other words, if we're all outside of a simulation or a computer, the Despair Code is the specific sort of exit key that will let someone escape from the simulation. And again, while this could be numbers or an image or whatever, it is a way to quite literally break the system or break out of it. So be careful scrolling the internet at night that you don't accidentally step on the super brain melting image that will transcend you from reality. Big Soy is the culmination of all the other sort of soy product things that I've talked about up until this point. I've talked about the weaponized femboys. I've talked about other nations weaponizing soy. I've talked about own countries weaponizing soy against their people. And this is an idea that everything's connected. The theory essentially says that there's a small group of people, or essentially New World Order type people, who work in the governments and different facilities of the world as a means of making the entire population more subservient. Basically through things like soy, according to this theory, as well as other different means of societal or social changes, people on a whole are being convinced to be more lax. This, of course, allows the people in power to demand more control. Essentially, if you can convince a group of people that they don't need to protect or make decisions for themselves, and that you instead can make and protect them for them, then that therefore gives you more control in their daily life and you become more powerful. This is saying that corporations, militaries, and everyone else, even if the people who make the decisions aren't privy to the overarching ideas of what they're doing, they are a part of it. So therefore, a small group of people are manipulating world powers in order to make the population more laid back and therefore more controllable. And this theory stretches a whole lot farther, with people losing their sense of agency, or people losing a sense of property or ownership, or blah blah blah. But the basic idea is don't drink soy milk or else Obama will buy your house. Dr. Emoto's water experiments are something else. Basically, a man by the name of Masaru Emoto was very interested in water and vibrational interaction. Pretty much he had theories when it came to vibrations in the air and in the earth that they could be used to heal certain individuals and certain ailments. Off of this, he got a very special interest in frozen water. More specifically, the way ice crystals form within frozen water. According to him, different waters held different personality characteristics. Essentially, water that came from mountains and springs froze much differently compared to waters that came from cities or drainages. Not only that, but according to him, waters that were exposed to pleasing vibrations as well as not pleasing vibrations showed different patterns. What does that mean? Essentially, he would take water, set it on a glass, show it pleasant imagery and nice music, and then he'd take another cup of water, show it very harsh imagery, and scream at it and just be very mean to the water. And then he said after he froze them, the water displayed different frozen characteristics. This has been used by some to imply the sentience of water. And according to Dr. Emoto, water is the basis of life and existence itself, and water exists as a higher form of existence than humans can really comprehend. Essentially, the theory says that the way that water froze differently according to the different vibrations it was introduced to proves that there are more complex qualities to water than we understand, and even an idea that water holds some form of life in some way. So yeah, water is alive. Try not to think about that one too much. Self-burying hoses may sound like a completely crazy topic, and it is, but hold on a second. At least where I live, it's a known folklore that you can take a water hose, and whenever you turn the water on, the water will sift down into loose dirt. Now, the idea behind this is that because of the pressure change through the hose, it causes it to sort of go downwards and follow the track through the soil. However, it's really hard to duplicate in experiments for some reason, and has always been considered a sort of pseudoscience along with things like divination, which are also local folklores. Maybe there's just weird stuff happening in the South. Now, there's one specific story that in 1955, several people around the US reported that after turning on their water hose, the water hose would shoot nozzle first into the ground up to 20 feet, and they couldn't get it back out. Now, this is very different from the self-burying hoses that I'm familiar with, or the other legends say that it sort of loosely shifts its way into the ground. We're talking the nozzle directly shoots into hard soil 20 feet and won't come back up. Make of that of your own conclusions. I'm not going to go full paranoia and talk about the implications of hollow earth and soil and water just yet, but we're getting there. But yeah, hoses be going underground for some reason. Cigarettes' extreme health benefits is saying that there are extreme health benefits to cigarettes that certain agencies do not want the public to know about. The theory says that tobacco, being a natural plant, has natural substances in it that can help the human condition. And while, as it's known, they cause damage to the body in the lungs and throat and things similar, the theory says that tobacco has outstanding effects on things like schizophrenia and immune disorders. And basically that Big Pharma doesn't want the public to know about this so they can continue to sell medication. Deeper theories into this say the rise in mental illnesses like schizophrenia or other paranoia disorders have been directly related to the decline in smoking. And you could tie all that back into Big Soy and see it as another way of the quote-unquote New World Order wanting people to remain not at the best capability. Yeah. Pastimes Iceberg is mostly real, I think, is a sort of joke or parrot that I mentioned earlier. Pretty much there is an iceberg known as the Pastimes Iceberg, and it's supposed to hold different pastimes, I guess. Whenever searching it, the closest I could find is this one, but see, the issue with this whole conspiracy iceberg chart is that it was made by one dude. So if it was something that only he knew about and he wrote down, there's no real way for me to know what he was talking about. So I guess the thing with this is that the guy actually does like murder stuff. I don't know. It's one of those ones that I wish I could ask the original creator. And he actually did message me midway through this series and gave me some vague description that he was like hiding in Europe, I guess. I don't know. If you're out there and you still watch these videos, I'd really appreciate a follow-up. But if not, good luck with whatever that's about. And we're just going to move on to things that I can better understand, like secret human organs, which says that humans have several organs that are being hidden from us by mainstream medical society. Think of it this way. If ideas of adaptation or evolution are true, and organisms develop new systems in their body to overcome ailments, then why haven't humans seen any new one in the past several hundred years? There are some examples of this happening, like people who've been found with new bones in their body, or people that have a new set of salivary glands. And while we see these little jumps in adaptation, there's nothing massive. The idea is that these are developing, and some of us have them, but they are being sheltered from us by mainstream sources because they don't want anyone becoming more powerful than those in charge. Or more specifically, tie it all back into the big soy and cigarette thing, that those in charge want us to stay weaker than them. Iceberg knowledge and iceberg psyops is kind of meta to talk about at this point. It's essentially saying that several of these icebergs, such as the one that we're going over right now, have purposefully wrong information in them as a means of misinforming the public. Now, I already kind of talked about with the whole parrot theory that there's some stuff in here to make it look not suspicious, but this one is saying that there is purposefully wrong information in here, that way people don't get too smart to some things. So this is an iceberg telling me that whoever they are and don't want us to figure out the real information may put false information in icebergs just like this. So yeah, top of mountains is implying that there is a sort of cosmic importance or power to mountain tops. Think of it like this way. Remember when I talked about ley lines, how they're these sort of harmonic flows throughout the world in which supernatural instances occur? Well, imagine the tops of mountains being their own ley line. Essentially, if there's a sort of unseen supernatural or vibrational world around us, mountains are the sort of border where they peak from our world into theirs. This is due to the lack of interference of other vibrational entities that are more so at the lower points on Earth, and the top of mountains are much more direct contact. There's even theories that the constructions of things like pyramids were done specifically to simulate the top of a mountain and therefore be more powerful. People tie this in from everything from the ascension of Jesus mentioned in the New Testament being on a mountaintop to imply that that is the sort of gateway from our world to theirs. And remember theories I mentioned in the past like interdimensional Bigfoot and that never gets old. And the idea that these supernatural or cryptids can pass seemingly out of our view or understanding. It could be because these mountaintops are used by them as a sort of gateway. Organs decalcification is closely related to the pineal gland decalcification that I mentioned somewhere up there, and essentially says that the fluoride or other chemicals that are introduced to our body by modern society are keeping us held down. Like, for example, think about in centuries previous how spiritual people were and seemingly how in contact they were with supernatural entities. All things that we now can't see or make contact with. The idea being that the powers that be are filling our body with these chemicals as a means of immobilizing us in a spiritual sense. So things like meditation or concentration can work as a means of decalcifying our body, or in other words, reach enlightenment. And you could go even further with this and imply that those who have reached enlightenment, or the next stage of existence, whatever that may be, simply found an appropriate way to decalcify their own body. I'm going to put a slight info hazard or cognito hazard or whatever have you on this next term. If you take stuff like knowing about this can hurt you seriously online, I would skip a couple minutes ahead. And also don't look at the picture up here. Solar plexus clown gliders is supposed to be a sort of mental virus. Essentially, the idea is that saying the phrase that I just said or viewing this image directly causes you to become opened up to a sort of demon that enters your body through the solar plexus, which is one of the chakras of the body. Those who continuously hear the word said over and over or stare at images like this for a long amount of time not only open their body up to it more, but make the demon more powerful. With some even saying that they have seen the faces following it after being subjected to this demon, and it therefore is a sort of curse that could be passed around online and was in a chain email in the 1990s. Similar to the Despair Code, there's another theory that the reason this exists is because, as part of simulation theory, this is a sort of glitch or hiccup in the system, that if someone can figure out how to properly exploit it, it can be used as a means of it getting out. Or alternatively, whatever this thing is, or the solar plexus clown glider is something that at one point did get out. Skin is an alien parasite. I love my job. Skin is an alien parasite is saying that at some point at the beginning of humanity's existence, humans were essentially the nervous and conscious system of our body as we know it, and the skin and more physical parts was another entity that bonded together. This is a process that is seen in the wild known as endosymbiosis, and there's theories like the mitochondria within animal cells and plant cells, I suppose, was that exact thing happening. One organism bonded with another, and they both realized that they could exist better while together. This is saying that perhaps humans that are the conscious part of our body are not fit for the body that we currently have it, and that's why things like death occur. So therefore, death is not necessarily the death of you as you exist, but instead the separation of your consciousness from the alien parasite that you bonded with however many million years ago, separating between the two. So essentially, humans exist as a form of spiritual and physical endosymbiosis. Anti-medicine is the idea that some, and in a few theories, all of modern medicine is just a means to make you worse, not better. This all relates back to Big Pharma and the idea that they are not only hiding cures from us, but instead are purposely giving us things that make us sick and therefore make us more reliant on them. And also ties into the New World Order and blah blah blah, you get the point. Original Earth has to do with an idea known as gap creationism. So for those that don't know, there are several different theories when it comes to biblical scholars of how the Earth itself was created, at least according to the creationist theory of the world. In the book of Genesis, it says that the world was created in 7 days. Now, there are some that quite literally believe that means 7 24-hour days, and that's what it took for the earth to be created. There are some that believe the term day is more of a metaphor for maybe 1,000 years, and that explains the sort of age of the world compared to the supposed age it could be in creationism. And then there's gap creationism, which is the idea that there is a very distinct difference between the first and second verse of Genesis. The opening of the Bible reads as, "In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth." And then the second verse reads, "The earth was without form and void." And then from that, it begins to describe how the creation of the earth took place. So gap creationists ask the question of if heaven and earth were made, and then after that the earth was developed, then what was the original earth? The theory with this ties back into something I've mentioned before called the Great Reset. The idea that we as humanity exist continuously on a sort of loop that occurs every so many million years, where we reach ourselves to a breaking point, fall apart, and then humanity is restarted. This is the sort of biblical explanation to the Great Reset theory. Essentially, time continues as it does, and then according to the book of Revelation, a sort of rapture takes place in which humanity is wiped out and the earth is destroyed, and it says that God makes a new earth. This theory is saying that that has happened a supposed infinite amount of times. That in the beginning of Genesis, we read that the earth was created and then the earth was formed, and at the end of Revelations, we read that the earth was destroyed and a new one was made. And all of that is a cycle that continuously takes place, and we're just in the middle of one of those cycles. If you've been kind of tying the pieces together, you can see that a lot of these theories that are mentioned on the iceberg imply a sort of universal connection between religions and science and everything else. And this is another example of that, the example of a sort of Great Reset that can be extrapolated from books in the Hebrew Bible. Meat stations and meat tradings are sadly exactly what they say. The theory says that there are several openly known Southeast Asian cannibal markets. And this in itself isn't exactly a crazy theory, as cannibalism is a thing that continuously happens in the world, sadly. And then when you start to do all the math of how many people go missing in the world every year, and the supposed number of cannibals, and these sort of just completely undocumented food trading places, yeah, you see what I'm saying. Now, this is the first one on the iceberg that says do not research next to it. And the reason it says that is because there's a lot of implications tied between this and the things I mentioned earlier, like the Chinese organ trade, which is a thing that happens, as well as several Western elitist rings, which could have very peculiar fascinations when it comes to people. And that's as far as I'm going with that one. World wraps can be most easily explained by, you know how in Pac-Man, whenever you go off the screen on one side, you just continue on the screen on the other side? So imagine that, and that's how the universe works. Essentially, it's the idea that if you travel far enough in one direction, you wrap back to where you started, and we are sort of contained in this infinite loop. This would also explain why there seems to be a sort of infinite limit when it comes to our understanding of the universe. And while you may say, oh, that's because the universe is infinite, this theory is saying is that we're just looking at the same thing mirrored over and over again. And the practical application would tie back into simulation theory and the idea that we're in a sort of closed circuit that's just made to look like it's not. Smart dust is a technology that was theorized in the mid-90s. Essentially, you have a sort of dust or powder that is made up of these very microscopic pieces of technology that whenever exposed to things like different lights or temperature, they can move or interact as a sort of sea off of each other. Of course, if tech like this is theorized and then never gets invented, it's going to work its way into a conspiracy theory. So the idea is that smart dust was developed and then put into things like food or water in order to make people these sort of sleeper agents. In other words, there's this dust that in the body cannot be detected on its own, but whenever it acts together, it can do everything from moving a person to causing entirely different changes in your mental state, and is essentially the idea that because of this smart dust, everyone's a sleeper cell. So good luck with that. Secret gates are the sort of culmination to a lot of theories mentioned up until this point. We've talked a lot about things like Agartha and supernatural creatures like demolition elves, as well as man-made structures like temples inside of caves or pyramids. And this is basically saying that while they could be different across cultures and ideas, they all serve the same basic purpose. There is a realm of the unseen around us that we can't interact with. And all of these structures that I'm talking about are different forms of gateways. Tops of mountains or ritual pyramids or whatever are just means of crossing over or communicating with the unseen. So while these seemingly different phenomena, either of the natural world or of the man-made, may seem like their own things, they're all subtly connected as a way to communicate with that which we cannot on our own. Golf rumors is the idea that the PGA in the United States is used as a cover-up for things. Essentially, you have a sport that millions and millions of dollars flow through every year that is known to be an avenue for politicians and other elitists. So therefore, the tour itself is used as a front for their evil doings. The theory even goes to say that several scandals that have popped up in the golf community have just been a means of silencing these smaller findings that could become big and they've shut up. Or in other words, if someone ever figures out what's actually happening with these golf people, they'll just make a bigger story to overwhelm it while they privately silence that matter. And I can't go any further into this theory without implicating people who are really alive and probably definitely aren't doing any of this stuff, so we're just going to move on. Robert Golf and the glass camera has no association with golf itself, so put that out of your head. It has to do with a viewless recorder that was theorized in the 90s to 2000s. Essentially, it says that there was an idea between three-letter agencies in the United States to make a sort of viewless recorder, or in other words, a camera that is not visible. This is why it was called the glass camera, essentially a device that could be used by people to record or view actions of someone without having any evidence that it was being recorded. Now, of course, while this is not only impossible, it completely breaks the understanding of physics. Like, how could you have a thing that records something visual but cannot also bring in light waves? And you get the point. And the details of how the glass camera was to be built were never made public. The idea is that it wasn't done using physical properties, but psychic properties. Supposedly there was a famed psychic by the name of Robert Golf, which the government has done a good job at eliminating the record of his existence, who worked with the government on astral projection. So essentially what would happen, according to this theory, is Robert Golf would be hooked up to these sort of imagers that attach to his head and put his thoughts onto a screen. So then essentially what Robert would do is he would astrally project out of his body and then go view something as a sort of ghost or specter, and then that was wired back to his brain, which was then wired to a television, and that's how the glass camera works. The reason it can be a camera with no person or no evidence of a camera is because it is the astrally projected vision of his wired into a TV monitor, which... Alright, supposedly, The way this all ended is one time Robert was out of his body too long while astral projecting and died, and for a few brief seconds went to heaven, to which the image of it was transmitted back into his body, meaning there is supposed found footage of heaven. And according to the theory, that footage was immediately stolen by the Catholic Church and remains in the Vatican vault to this day. So Robert Goff astrally projected heaven found footage into the Catholic Church vault. Oh my gosh. Man, this is why I love this part of the conspiracy iceberg. Do you know what it's like to read all of that at 2 a.m. by yourself in a dark room? It feels like a drug. And we've still got another 3 or 4 videos left at this point. I'm so excited. Pyramids built by the Templars Order is exactly what it says, with a little asterisk on it. So the Templars Order, also known as the Knights Templars, are specifically the crusaders that were put together by the Catholic Church during the Crusades. Now, there are several overarching theories of the Templars Order, some saying that they invented more things in history than history gives them credit for, some saying they still exist today or whatever. However, this specific theory is going off of the idea that the Templars are the spiritual descendants of the Masons. The Masons, at least as we're going to look at them for this theory, are believed to be created and founded by Solomon during the construction of the temple in Jerusalem. So the idea is King Solomon, who was the son of King David, put together this order known as the Masons in order to build the temple and keep whatever secrets he had held close. And then over the centuries, that same group maintained these secrets within themselves and eventually became the Templars Order. So what's this have to do with the pyramids? Well, the pyramids, as you probably know, are considered a marvel of construction. In other words, it's not really known how at the time the inside of the pyramids was as intricately done as it was. This has led to theories like aliens helping the Egyptians build the pyramids, because it's not believed that any group of people at the time were advanced enough in their engineering in order to build them. However, as some have pointed out, several of the symbols and the sort of signage seen around the pyramids is very similar to that used by the Masons and therefore the Templars. Remember that thing I said, that the idea behind this conspiracy is that the Masons were created in order to guard safely kept knowledge? And remember the theories I've mentioned previously of things like the Great Reset? Well, what if an order like the Masons or the Templars had advanced knowledge of what the world was like before everything reset itself? So, according to this theory, you have this one group throughout history who has all the schematics, all the information and knowledge from the world previous, and is now enacting that in this current iteration. So the reason the pyramid would be so advanced for its time in history is because those that built it had knowledge of humanity's previous cycle. So if the Templars built the pyramid, the reason they were able to do it is because maybe they knew how it was built on the first go around. Or you could even go farther and say perhaps the pyramids have been there since that previous go around and are just a holdover from that, or whatever level of absurd, crazy fun you want to have with it. Endless elevators are a phenomenon that's been reported by several urban explorers. Supposedly, within abandoned buildings there exist these elevator shafts that go in far excess of the building's dimensions. Or basically they'll find an empty elevator shaft in which inside the abandoned building the elevator is permanently parked above, say, the second or third floor, and then whenever they stand on the first floor and shine a flashlight down, it seems like it goes on forever. There's even been some people go as far as to map out where these are located, and there are upwards of 500 of these supposed endless shafts in existence. The theory surrounding the endless elevator is that it is a transport system between caverns located within the Earth and the surface world. In other words, either these people or creatures that exist in subterranean areas are using these elevators as a way to get from our world back down to theirs. And furthermore, whoever is in charge of building these buildings has direct knowledge of them and is either part of it or at least facilitating it. There's also several connections to things like missing persons cases and the idea that people who go missing in cities may be taken into these cave systems. And there's been theories I've talked about earlier on this iceberg about underground laboratories and these underground sort of train systems that transport people back and forth. And this is supposedly the means of getting people underground and may, in some cases, still be in use. Divinity's playing card game is a sort of meta look at existence itself, and the theory says that all the different religious figures are in fact real and are playing a sort of amusement game with each other, and we're simply the pawns. In other words, the way that the game goes could result in natural disasters, or different rounds of the game could represent different ages of history. And that's pretty much it. You know the picture of like all those dogs sitting around a table playing cards? Well, it's like that, only instead of dogs, it's like Odin and Ra and Jesus. Regurgitation rituals are a sort of pagan ritual that was experienced in old world religions. It works off the idea that by ingesting something and then throwing it back up, you're essentially cleansing yourself from within in both a spiritual and physical sense. So practitioners of these rituals will eat a variety of things in order for the chemicals or essence within it to cleanse their own body. Now, if you're looking to eat something that contains an essence, because the idea is the stronger the essence of whatever you eat, the more powerful it is at cleaning you out, what do you think probably has the strongest essence? That's right, people. So, you know all those theories about the world elites being these cannibals who send people around the world in order to just eat them? Well, this is one of the theories for why that may be the case. By consuming the essence or body of someone else and then forcing yourself to regurgitate it, you're making the essence of that human clean your own soul, basically. So if you're driving home at night and you see 10 hooded figures circled on the road just throwing up in a circle, you probably shouldn't be there for several reasons, but being eaten's one of them. Hook Operators comes from a book known as Operators and Things. This book was written by a woman named Barbara O'Brien, who was writing about her experience when it came to schizophrenia. Basically, she had this idea because of her schizophrenia of how the world worked, so she wrote a book describing exactly how she saw people and existence. According to her, there's a small part of the population known as Hook Operators. These Hook Operators have the ability to spread their core charisma or sort of essence onto other people and make them see the world as the way that they see it. Or in other words, there's this small percentage of people who work as these sort of charismatic figures that can manipulate others to do whatever they want. And as for the majority of people, they are simply the things, or people that do not have the willpower to express their own emotions and desires and instead need a hook operator in order to guide them. The term hook operator comes from the quite literal metaphor of people being hooked and then operated in order to act however the operator wants them to. And in a lot of these cases, Barbara said that these hook operators operate as a sort of psychic vampire, or in other words, they leech energy off of the things, and then after the hook operator has left the thing's presence, that thing doesn't have the energy to continue without its operator. This can be expanded into many things, from politics and world leaders in general, and people who exhibit signs of control over others. However, that's a whole bag of worms I don't want to get into, so we're just going to keep moving. Regenerative death consumption is similar in a lot of ways to that regurgitation ritual thing I just mentioned, only a bit more gross. So going back to old like pagan beliefs and traditions, there was another specific idea when it came to eating the dead. In a lot of old world beliefs, there were ideas that the body and soul are much more intertwined than we understand them to be. Like, for example, if you ask your average religious person today what happens when someone dies, there is a distinct separation between body and soul. Whereas in several old world beliefs, the body and soul were interlinked until someone did something with the body. Like, for example, the ancient Egyptians believed that their leaders needed to be mummified and have their organs harvested. And a ton of different world religions believe the body either needed to be burned or buried to make sure that the soul gets into the afterlife. So the regenerative death consumption enthusiast asks the question, what if I eat it? Because theoretically, if the soul is still attached to the body and you eat the body, then the soul becomes attached to you. There were old world beliefs that had the idea that if you just ate a bunch of people's bodies, you could not only gain their power, but theoretically their remaining lifespan. So one could theoretically achieve a form of immortality if they just ate enough corpses. A lot of sort of ideas like this became legends for things like Nosferatu or just vampiric legend in general. And if there's some person you just don't like, for whatever reason, who's alive today, you can just say that he's a vampire from the 1400s who's been eating people for like 700 years. That's like a joke now, but in the 1700s, that's how the majority of like legal trials worked. Chakra removal is the idea that one can take a chakra and remove it. The chakras are supposedly the different windows to the souls and different places of energy within the body. So removing them would in a way be kind of like removing someone's soul, or at least a piece of it. However, there are theories that using the right forms of black magic and other forms of witchcraft, one may remove the chakra from someone else and in essence kind of deprive them of their humanity. There's even been people apply this concept to things like the MK Ultra experiments or other weird government experiments where they tried to simply make sleeper agents. And one of the theories of sleeper agents themselves is by removing the chakra from someone, you can then reinsert it with whatever you want. So in this case, a code or activation or what have you, in order to have a mindless agent. The idea being, if you remove a piece of someone's soul, you can fill it in with whatever you want. Sexual erotic energy is saying that whenever someone is sexual or erotic, it lets off a tangible physical form of energy. Now, not energy like if you were to stab yourself with an electric plug, it would turn on a light bulb, although that would be funny, but it creates energy that can be used in different forms of magic or alchemy. I've mentioned on this iceberg before about how there was ideas in centuries before ours about how the appropriate way forward in science wasn't through things like electricity, but instead energy and the spiritual. This is kind of saying that if we did go that direction, then libido would be used as a legitimate form of power, or power in whatever form power would exist. Furthermore, this is saying that demons that exist, like a succubus and incubus, that are supposed to seduce humans, actually exist as a form of energy parasite, or basically the reason that they do those seduction acts is as a means of harvesting your energy. So the next time you think someone just wants you for your body, they don't. They want you for your secret soul battery thing. Trees are mammals. Yep. Time history moves in reverse. Okay, no, I'm kidding. I'll go back. So trees, as we know them, do have forms of communication with each other, and through things like chemical signaling, they're able to talk to each other. The idea is way back in the evolutionary tree, there was a branch between mammals and trees. Anyway. And from a common ancestor, the two shot off from each other. I've mentioned a lot at this point the ideas of forest having this sort of hidden energy, or the idea that there are living things within mountains. Well, if trees have a sort of collective consciousness that is more intricate than our current understanding forms of life, then perhaps a lot of the supernatural things that take place within the woods are the responsibility of the trees themselves and not whatever we think is out there amongst the trees. Or in other words, perhaps trees as they exist are a more complicated organism than we currently think. Time and history moves in reverse is referring to something known as retrocausality. Retrocausality. Yeah. That word is a way of saying that the effect makes the cause and not the other way around. In other words, our understanding of how the world works is I do an action, therefore an event occurs. This is saying that things are preordained. So therefore, this thing in the future has to happen, so that causes me to make a series of steps that lead to that happening. So history and events as we understand them do not exist because of the actions of people, instead because we have to hit these certain graphs, and therefore people were forced to take action to get there. Every time you go down the rabbit hole of research with this, it always comes out to something related to simulation theory, or almost similar to that Divinity's playing a card game thing I talked about. Basically the idea that something is making sure certain events take place, and we're pretty much just bystanders who are forced to walk the path of it all. Mathvault of Trinidad was really hard to find anything about, so bear with me here. With a lot of the ones this deep into the iceberg, people will mention it in passing, but they won't really talk about what it is, so I've kind of had to fill in the gaps in some parts, so let's see how this goes. On the island of Trinidad off the coast of Venezuela, there is a supposed thing known as the Math Vault. Around a series of caves and caverns in the area, there we go back to caverns again, there are several mathematical equations carved into rock. And to anyone who looks at them, even researchers and other high-minded people, it's pretty much just nonsense. Or in other words, all these half-finished equations just kind of seem like random numbers rather than an actual long strung out equation. Now the theories around it are that these numbers are a sort of divine number, and the reason they look senseless to most people is because most people aren't divine or gifted enough to understand them. And in theory, if someone was to understand them and figured it out, they would be able to open this math vault. And what happens after that is anyone's guess. Some people say that they would be able to unlock a sort of algorithm that determines the state of world affairs or future occurrences that are going to happen. Some think that it's a method to talk to aliens, and that whoever can open up the math vault will have a means to communicate with extraterrestrials. It's anyone's guess, but the basic idea is that there is this hidden code on the island of Trinidad that no one's been able to figure out yet. Entity merging is a concept when it comes to computing. However, what it basically means is whenever you have two different things that share the same name. So apply that to the real world and say we have two of the same person existing in different areas, or as we'll say here, in different timelines. This goes back to a lot of concepts of string theory, and this is pretty much a form of quantum entanglement, or the idea of two different existing things merging together. The idea with entity merging is on either side of two separate timelines or strings or universes, whatever you want to call it, you have two instances of the same person, and either by accident or ritual or whatever, the two merge into one. Now this could be used as everything from the Mandela effect to supposed gaps in history. In other words, perhaps the reason that people just seemingly disappear at random, or perhaps the reason you seem to misremember events from your own past, is because you merged with a slightly altered version of yourself, or that previously mentioned missing person just merged with a different version of their self. Inside Out Earth. Flat Earth, get it out of here. Hollow Earth, amateur. Inside Out Earth, now we're talking. Inside Out Earth is exactly what it says. It's the concept that the Earth exists within itself, and gravity as we understand it is not the motion of the Earth spinning and pinning us down, but instead the centrifugal force of the Earth pinning us essentially to the walls. So if you take that idea and then take concepts like Hollow Earth, or the idea that there are these hidden cavernous systems underneath us, that would actually be a way to get quote-unquote outside of Earth. Hence one of the reasons that the supposed Hollow Earth is such a safely kept secret. And the sun as we know it is just kind of like a really small sun in the middle of the sort of floating area that is the inside of the Earth. And you may ask yourself, well, how do we look at space and stuff? That's just because whenever we look at space, we're looking at these little cracks that go outside of the inside out Earth. I mean, why do you think the sky's blue, huh? It's because you're looking at the ocean above you, idiot. Human biocapital is an absolutely terrifying couple of words, but here we go anyway. It's the quite literal idea that humans are used as a resource capital throughout history and even in the modern world. We understand that things like slavery used to exist, but imagine after slavery became kind of taboo, instead they moved to using people as either a fuel source, either as food, or quite literally a fuel source. There's supposedly things like the Afghan cannibal caves, or the idea that there are these groups of shepherds that exist throughout the Afghanistan mountain system who have been raising humans over the centuries to sell to these world powers as a food source. And along with things I mentioned earlier like China and the meat market trade, with the ideas that all of these elites are selling humans to each other. It's one horrifying thing to imagine that people are used in these sort of markets. It's an even more horrifying thing to imagine that people are used as a primary economy source and influence world decisions based on whoever can sell the most goods. TGA gray spacing is another one of those things, like the Math Vault of Trinidad, where I had to piece together a bunch of sort of ideas of something, so bear with me. TGA is short for something known as transient global amnesia. This is basically a situation in which several people forget major historical events. And gray spacing, as it's defined here, is a quite literal version of sort of blacking out or forgetting large gaps in time. So TJ gray spacing, as I understand it, is the idea that there are powers at hand making people forget major historical events. A lot of concepts around this relate back to things like time dilation or amnesiacs, or in other words, you can induce people to either misremember large periods of time or just forget things entirely. And it relates back to the idea that through some form of magic or ritual or even science, powers at hand can make people forget certain events. So, if there are large groups of people who forgot major events that happened, what's to say all of us, in some way, haven't been made to forget certain things that have happened? What if there's been some cataclysmic event that would destroy people's perception of reality? Or what if there's been national security breaches that put entire governments at threat? If in things like MK Ultra and all that, we see that the government has been experimenting with people and how to make them forget things, what's to say we haven't been made to forget things ourselves? The ocean at night refers to a specific event that happened in the Gulf of Aden. I need to explain a couple of things for this to make sense. So for one, there is this thing seen in marine life known as vertical migration. Basically, if there is a creature that does not like the light and prefers the darkness, then as the sun goes up, it goes deeper underwater, and as the sun goes away, it may go closer to the surface. And alternatively, if there is an animal that likes the light and it's a very bright day, it may go deeper underwater, but as the sun leaves, it may find light sources near the surface or even above water. Hence the term vertical migration, because within a day, these ocean life creatures could migrate up or down depending on the light. This is also believed to be part of the reason why massive underwater predators are never seen on the surface, because if they're nocturnal and simply follow food sources as they move underwater, then the food source that they're chasing probably won't ever go up to the surface, because at night, whenever this creature is active, there isn't a giant light source for them to get to. This is the reason that whenever you go night fishing, you set a light out in the water, because the little fish come to find the light because that's what they follow, and then the big fish follow them. So in the Gulf of Aden in the year 2010, there was a project for something that I've only seen called the artificial sun. I believe the purpose of it is it was a sort of thermal reactor that they decided to place within the ocean as a cooling system, or in other words, a very, very bright light source that creates a lot of energy that is harvested for power. So they set it in the ocean as a means of keeping it cool. However, remember that whole artificial light thing makes things move differently in water, so they set a fake sun on the ocean, and supposedly that woke up something very big. During this artificial sun project, there were 82 earthquakes reported in a 48-hour period around the area. Shortly after that, 27 different world navies sent their soldiers to fight quote-unquote pirates around the area. However, leaked text log leaks have shown that there was a giant vortex in the area they were responding to instead. And the whole fighting pirates thing was just a farce made up in order to dissuade interest. So imagine there is this giant superfish underwater that periodically eats things like, I don't know, sharks or whales or whatever. However, it never comes up to the surface because its prey never travels up that far. Now imagine you set a giant sun on top of the ocean and all of the prey animals go to it, and the giant fish comes, and that's what supposedly happened. So supposedly in 2010 in the Gulf of Aden, due to our own stupidity, we woke up a giant Cthulhu thing, and then a bunch of navies had to go deal with it. Thank you, WikiLeaks, for that. Berry bushes are a theory around the missing 411 incidents in the US. I'm going to start an entire series about missing 411 because there's way too many interesting things to talk about. But short version for now, around the United States every year, an unholy amount of people go missing in national parks. Not only that, but it's almost always through really weird circumstances. Like someone will be found dead and naked on the side of a trail, and then their clothes found like neatly folded 10 miles away. Or people will be found like ripped to pieces at the top of a tree with their shoes gone for some reason. And berry bushes are a theory that someone proposed why this may be the case. So there are several plants as we understand them in the natural world that have hallucinogenic effects. Well, someone asked the question, what if there is like a berry bush or something similar that exists in the United States parks that we just don't know about, that whenever someone inhales it in, they just go mad? This would explain things like kids being able to run 9 miles away and then collapsing, or people taking off all of their clothes before folding them up and then running up a mountainside. The idea behind this is perhaps there is a plant that we don't know about, or maybe the powers that be don't want us to know about, that causes people to essentially go mad, run away, and lead to these disappearance cases. The sky is alive. So remember, like, I forget how many years ago, I talked about the concept of UFOs being these living creatures. Okay, so apply that to all of it. This is saying that the astral bodies like stars and planets and the sky itself as we know it is a sort of organism that is specifically trying to communicate with us. The idea being that the stars themselves as they exist were made as a sort of navigation system for us to use, but not only that, it allows a constant state of surveillance. Most of this ties back into simulation theory, with the idea that the sky is sort of the net around our simulation itself, and changements and movements in it can be everything from maintenance to a sort of system glitch or reset on itself or whatever. And in whatever regard, the sky itself is its own responsive system. Volcanoes' real purpose. So you know that whole reset theory thing that I've mentioned? How humanity exists and then we all wipe ourselves out for some reason and then the whole cycle just keeps going. And you know how like currently nuclear energy is the thing that's all cool, and as time moves on we develop more and more of these nuclear or thermal reaction systems. And you know how volcanoes are weird because they're like this random just giant amalgamation of thermal and nuclear energy just in the middle of these mountains? The idea is that perhaps volcanoes are the leftover remnants of nuclear energy from the previous cycle. That if within these mountain systems we allowed a nuclear plant to sort of go haywire and exist for hundreds and thousands of years, it would eventually develop into a volcano. So these previous world's power sources are now seen as these giant volcanic rocks in our current loop. Yeah, loop, that works. And perhaps volcanoes themselves are one of the last remaining remnants of the societies that existed before us and in advancement to us. Nano UFOs and giga UFOs. So as most people understand them, UFOs are like about the size of a ship, or you know, the flying saucer in the air whole thing. So nano UFOs can be as small as something that can fit into your bloodstream, with the idea being that these flying saucers can go inside of people and cause them to do whatever they want, similar to smart dust, which I mentioned earlier. And giga UFOs can be clouds or stars or the entire sky itself. The idea being that these unbelievably massive UFOs exist potentially all around us as either a surveillance system, or it goes back to either the whole simulation idea of we're just being watched and these giga UFOs could be like the entire world around us, or alternatively we're just really small, which is a bit more wholesome, I think, probably. I do have to mention, in research for like the nano UFO specifically, I came across this entire like small book this dude wrote about how a fly had been following him around, and he was convinced it was a nano UFO that was tracking his location and reporting it to someone. And like one of the top replies, someone was like, I think that's just a fly. And the original guy goes, no. Like, these are all fun, but it is kind of sad sometimes, I'll admit. Like, see, like, if someone believed in all of these at once, I don't think they'd be able to function at anything, really. Like, if you believe the sky simultaneously is a giga UFO, a living creature, as well as a map above the simulation, that's gotta be rough. Holistic tubes is a specific kind of alternative medicine, specifically a type of alternative medicine that relies on charged metals. Whenever most people think of alt medicine, they think of things like herbal remedies or stretching and meditation. Well, this would be like alt medicine. The idea behind holistic tubes is that the majority of sicknesses or illnesses that people encounter come from a place of negative energy. A lot of this goes back to things I've talked about earlier, like spiritual chakras or energy gathering beings and things like that. While there are different theories on how these tubes are charged, a majority of them say something like magnetized tubes or potentially energy charged tubes, such as a sort of battery. A lot of these I saw had to do with ear infections, so the idea that you could take a metal rod, magnetize it, put it in your ear, and get pain relief. If this were to be true, it would obviously lead to more revelations in science, such as ideas of how energy is determined and what illness truly is. But that belief has several practitioners and users to this day. Cuneiform language and technology is relating back to the idea of cuneiform language, which is essentially a sort of old world written language that relied more on symbols and logos rather than pronunciation and words as we know today. You can think of this as things like old Mesopotamian text or things like Egyptian hieroglyphics. Now, while there is a specific type of programming language referred to as cuneiform because it uses symbols very similar to that of cuneiforms, the greater theory behind it comes back to ideas of relearned intelligence. Or in other words, people thousands and thousands of years ago decided the best form of writing was that through symbols and logos, and then sure enough in modern technology there seems to be examples of people relearning what was once known. Now, while the theory partially ends there, and it's just the idea that people continuously relearn whatever the highest order of information is, we can have more fun with it and apply that back into the Great Reset theory, or the idea that humanity works in cycles on the same planet Earth. If that were true, then perhaps the ancient people who wrote the first cuneiforms got their inspiration from the remnants that were left behind by what we would consider a modern society, and then that modern society got it from the previous group of old-time people, and so on and so forth. Essentially creating an almost paradox of information that is passed on from yourself within the previous cycle. Bhutanese shadow market refers to the landlocked country that resides between India and China in the East Himalayas, known as Bhutan. Now, initially, ideas around the Bhutanese shadow market, as it was referred to online, was pretty much your standard ideas of a sort of black market organ trade. And while that would normally be as deep as the theory goes, we're on tier 9, so you know it gets worse. According to those who have interacted with the shadow market, it is not a physical or in-person trade as we would know it, but instead a spiritual storefront. In other words, the only way to access anybody in the shadow market is through meditation and contacting them within a spiritual realm. From there, this supposed shadow market that is operated by Bhutanese monks sells a plethora of forbidden or sacred spiritual goods. And supposedly these goods that they sell are spiritual items such as the life elixir, which can make someone be immortal, human souls trapped within jars, and things like curses in bottles. So essentially, if one reaches a high enough plane of understanding, but wants to have their hands on nefarious items, they could use their plane of understanding to contact one of the monks within the Bhutanese shadow market, and then buy things like human souls and magic capable items off of them. You know, sometimes I say stuff like that, and then I think to myself, like, wouldn't it be funny if someone heard that out of context? But at this point in the iceberg, I think I'd just be committed. Hydrophobia experiments is essentially another name for rabies experiments. See, rabies was originally known as hydrophobia, at least back whenever Louis Pasteur was developing his vaccine for it. The reason for this being creatures that were infected with rabies and showing symptoms of it had a strong aversion to water. The reason for this is the rabies virus causes such an intense swelling of salivary glands that it makes it hard to swallow. So if a subject tries to swallow water, they begin to choke and throw up. Ironically, the intense salivation and high body temperature makes the patient very, very thirsty, so it's a very tragic and slow way to die. However, as you probably know, rabies is most famous for the deranged nature that it gives to the people who are infected by it. Well, see, that's where these experiments come in. So rabies itself is a form of a single-strand RNA virus. Now, without getting into all the details of what that means, one of the things that it means is that it can mutate very, very easily. To put it in perspective, things like the common cold and the flu are also single-strand RNA viruses, and there's new versions of them several times a year. So the theory is, since this is not only a very scary but a very infectious and mutatable pathogen, there have been countries that have done experiments on rabies in order to make a sort of bioweapon. The reason it's referred to as hydrophobia experiments is because people infected by it, it's not exactly rabies anymore because it's been combined with the flu and syphilis and a bunch of other diseases in order to make this new disease. However, the commonality through all of them is that the patient still experiences hydrophobia, so the disease is just called hydrophobia. But you can absolutely think of it as a zombie plague, because according to the theory, that's exactly what it does. There are supposed logs that exist from Russia within the 1980s and the Cold War, in which Russia kind of had the idea that if anyone decided to destroy them, they would have a sort of dead man switch, that they could give a final middle finger and infect the world with this sort of zombie plague, or in this case, the hydrophobia experiment. Supposedly, the patients within these hydrophobia experiments weren't just out of their head and frothing at the mouth, but they were particularly violent at trying to kill not only each other but anyone else who was nearby, after dying 2 to 3 weeks in from dehydration. There are even theories that say during the Iraqi conflict, one of the reasons that there was so much containment measures and countries like the US were so hesitant to leave is because there had been stolen samples of the hydrophobia virus throughout the Middle East. And that one of the reasons world governments were so shady about what their involvement in the Middle East was is because they didn't want to alert worldwide panic by saying we're looking for the zombie plague. Which, to be fair, could be, kind of concerning. Phantom time was a theory proposed by Heribert Illig. Essentially, the main idea behind it is that our modern understanding of history since the death of Christ is largely made up, or at the very least, the timeline is. According to him, the Holy Roman Emperor Otto III and the Pope of the same time, Sylvester III, put together this sort of idea in order to justify their placement of power. According to the theory, they essentially added several hundred years to history, which conveniently placed them at the year of 1000 AD. Without getting into the politics of it, there was this whole battle over who had the divine right to Europe, and it looked a lot better for Otto and the Pope if they were exactly 1,000 years since the death of Christ, because that made them sound really good according to prophecies that were given. However, this did things like make the entire Carolingian, and I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, but the Carolingian period of history completely non-existent, as well as significant figures like Charlemagne would not exist. The idea being that Otto made these characters up within history books as a means of further justifying their placement in history. According to Heribert's theory, specifically the years of 614 AD to 911 AD were made up, or in other words, 297 years of history. His reasons for this are ideas like Gregorian calendar, as it's written, has these gaps in its understanding and seems it was kind of pushed as a means to follow this new narrative, as well as things like Isaac Newton doing the math on the history of eclipses and realizing there's about a 300-year gap in history of when these eclipses took place, and as well as archaeology, since it seems that nearly no large structures were constructed within that 300-year time span, which it would be really weird if no significant empires built anything for 300 years of time and seemingly no new roadways or conquests were made. Again, the idea being that as a means of justifying their placement as rulers over the Holy Roman Empire, these two characters shifted the course of history as we know it forever. Null compliance security is a theory that I've got to be careful with, because all the people involved are still people who are running things and organizations, and I'm not going to go into details because I do not want to be unalived. Yeah. But to give the sort of vague on details version, in 1997 there was an experiment that took place within a Florida prison system. The idea behind this experiment, which took place between the works of several medical schools and drug companies, was to find a long-term sedation for very violent inmates. Supposedly in 1997, this group began giving these specific medications to very violent inmates who were serving life sentences, and after only 40 days, the subject suffered from a permanent sense of total compliance, which is a fancy doctor way of saying that they had their higher cognition and abilities completely stripped from them. This turned what was otherwise violent inmates into essentially vegetative people walking around without really any sense of cognition or understanding. Supposedly this went on for 10 years, and this was conducted on 845 inmates, most of which are still alive and existing within the justice system as sort of mentally ill patients to this day. So essentially the theory is saying that because they can't perform normal lobotomies to shut up people that they're not fond of, they've now found a way to perform chemical lobotomies. Phlogiston theory resurfacing is in reference to a very old world belief of the phlogiston theory. Essentially, the theory said that anything that had the ability to catch on fire and burn contained an element or particle known as phlogiston. The idea being, if you are a creature that is capable of combusting, so I imagine all of us, you are just filled with the particle known as phlogiston. And then after you combust and your, burnt remains are lying there on the floor, you have now been dephlogistoned. And some things in the natural world, such as water, contain zero phlogiston whatsoever. But as time went on, we learned that fire was essentially a reaction of energy and of supercharged particles and yada yada. However, in recent years, it has been discovered that instead of a different kind of element, there is instead a fourth state of matter known as plasma. So this theory is saying that since we discovered a new state of matter, which has the capability of being what fire itself is, maybe in the future we will discover that there is a sort of trace particle that fire itself uses as a propellant. And then that opens up a whole new door of research. Like, if people are flammable because they got the phlogiston in them or whatever, can we take it out without, burning them first? Santiago interference relates to something known as the Santiago theory of cognition. It's a theory of how cognition and life works that was developed by a series of biologists in Santiago, Chile, hence the name. Essentially, this sort of combination between biology and philosophy came to the conclusion that life cannot exist without cognition, and cognition itself cannot exist without life. So if something has both cognition, it must have life, and if something has life, it must have cognition. And consciousness, as we understand it, or the ability to think and be upright and be aware, is more so just cognition, but on a spectrum. And furthermore, these researchers define cognition itself as the ability to react to one's environment. So to kind of lay out what that whole theory is for you, say we have us as people as we exist. We have cognition, or in other words, we have the ability to physically react or understand things that are happening around us. You're watching me talk right now, that information's coming through your ears, your brain is processing it, and you're able to understand the point I'm getting across through language. That is a form of cognition. You are observing things happening in your environment and able to adjust yourself, i.e. your thought pattern, because of it. Now let's take something else that we know to be alive, like a plant. Obviously, plants are alive, but you can't talk to a plant and make it understand you. At least, I think that was on the iceberg somewhere, actually. Anyway, for now, we can't talk to plants. However, a plant absolutely does have the ability to react to its environment. Several plants will not only grow into the direction of sunlight, but they do things like reproduce, and some are able to shut off their waterways depending on if it's a dry or wet season. So even though that's not consciousness, as we understand it, according to this definition, that is a form of cognition. So you can think of consciousness as the spectrum, grass being on the low end, us being on the high end, but everything within it having some different form of cognition. So that's the Santiago theory of cognition. So what would Santiago interference be? Well, that relates back to a concept known as cognitive interference. You know how sometimes you'll be sitting there and then you'll just have a really inappropriate or wrong thought run through your head? Like you weren't even thinking about anything in general. You can just be driving your car on the road, and then for some reason a split shot shoots through your brain that tells you to swerve the car off the road. This is a phenomenon known as cognitive interference. There's a lot of theories about why cognitive interference happens, but one of the more commonly accepted ones is that whenever you're not using your brain's cognitive function, it uses that free time as a time to sort of self-check itself. Or in other words, whenever you zone out, your brain has conversations with itself to confirm ideas that it's only suggested. Basically like this. You know, hopefully, that murder is a bad thing to do. However, you probably haven't sat down with yourself and thought like, murder bad, I don't like it. It's just something you generally understand. So because of that, you can be sitting in Pizza Hut and just chilling out, kind of zoned out, your brain vibing. So then your brain's like, hey, why I've got your attention for a second. Are you sure you don't want to kill that guy across from you? No? Okay, making sure. Just don't worry about it. Go back to your pizza. So if your brain uses free moments as a means of checking with itself what is both fears and considers evil, then what would potentially happen if someone had their entire cognitive senses removed? There are theories, although hopefully no experiments that have ever been performed, of what could happen if someone had all of their sensory stimuli removed, or in other words, their sight, smell, taste, hearing, and touch. Theoretically, they would still maintain motor functions, but be trapped in this sort of shell in which they can't understand anything about their environment. So in this time of free total cognition, if we know the brain to give short spurts of evil and wrong whenever it has a chance, what happens if it can give really, really long spurts of it? And again, according to the Santiago theory of cognition, something cannot be alive without having cognition and understanding its environment. So in this state of between life and death, is that where a sort of purgatory resides, in which someone's mind gives them all these evil ideas and entraps them to within themselves? Santiago interference essentially asks the question, if something cannot be alive without being cognitive, then what is a living thing without that cognition? Elaine Moore Island is something that I covered in great detail in my Ocean Mysteries video, link in the description. But to give a short version here, in the year 1900 there were 3 lighthouse keepers who were set to run the Elaine Moore Island lighthouse. However, while they were there, a heavy fog set in around the lighthouse. So heavy, in fact, the relief keepers were stalled a week from sailing out to the island. By the time they did eventually get there, the entire 3-man crew was missing. And by missing, I mean they totally vanished. There was still food set out on their table, all of the doors were shut, the beds were unmade. It's like they were going about their daily lives and just disappeared. However, what's most interesting about the story is the second mate's logbook of what events had occurred. In the logbook, he said that they experienced storms so turbulent and powerful that it caused these 3 lifelong sailors to come together and pray and cry. Before the final entry simply said, "Storm has stopped, God is over all," and then again, they were never seen. Now what's interesting is Elaine Moore isn't far from the shores of mainland Scotland, and there were no storms reported within that time period. As a matter of fact, ships were going about their daily schedule. So these supposedly very centered storms that didn't affect anyone outside of them, and the heavy fog on the area, has led theorists to believe that perhaps the Elaine Moore Island lighthouse crew was experiencing a sort of dimensional rift. Or if things like dimensions can be torn into, perhaps the fogs was a show of them crossing over or something crossing over into their realm. And even if unwanted, this complete vanishing of the Elaine Moore Island lighthouse crew could be a sign of dimensional travel, or a sort of short-term purgatory imposed on them for some reason. I should also mention that this entire story was the inspiration for the Robert Eggers movie The Lighthouse, so do with that information what you will. Sphinx water erosion hypothesis implications is an implication that the Sphinx is way, way older than we believe it to be. See, the generally taught version of history is that the Sphinx was built about 4,500 years ago. The reason for this is the earliest dated time in which Egyptians settled the land, so it makes sense that the Sphinx was built around that time. However, there are 2 main hangups with that theory. For one, the Sphinx is very, very sand and wind eroded compared to structures around it. Like, sure, the pyramids aren't in perfect condition, but the Sphinx is to a point that the nose is completely missing, and it seems to have been there for a much longer time. The second and more damning fact is that in the pit around the Sphinx and within the Sphinx itself, there is a form of heavy water erosion. Or essentially, these lines that have ran through the stone are from some form of water that has poured over it. The issue with that being, that area of Egypt has not experienced significant rainfall to the point of causing any flooding in about 9,000 years. Because of this, that would mean that the Sphinx was there twice as long as we currently believe it to be. And you may be asking, what's the big deal with that? Well, the Egyptians are one of the first recorded civilizations that existed at least outside of the immediate Middle East, or on the fringe of the Middle East, one of the first civilizations moving into Africa. So if they existed 4,500 years before when we believe them to have currently existed, that messes up all the timelines. That would give ideas like religion more footholds in how they describe humanity departing and settling regions. And essentially, if you were to add 4,500 years to modern society's clock, then a lot more could have happened and a lot more things make sense than current science and theories say they do. Archontic genetic engineered entities. Oh boy. So I talked about archons way back in the iceberg. And I mentioned them as being essentially the demons within the religion of Gnosticism. And I don't really know anyone who's like a modern Gnostic, but just in case you're out there, I don't think they all believe in this. I think just a few of them. But I'm going to tell it anyway. So essentially the idea is there is a system within people called the gallbladder meridian. It starts in your ears and then connects in the middle of your brain and runs down your body and does some zigzags and eventually comes out on your fourth toe. The idea being this is the mainline control center for your body. So these archons within Gnosticism, these demons, have developed these parasites that essentially look like jellyfish that they implant in people through their ears. The jellyfish go to their gallbladder meridian and then start out slow by suggesting things to people like, hey, we should lay back on talking to family members and we should become more reserved. And it essentially starts as sort of a voice in your back of your head, but then it starts to control little tiny muscle movements and eventually gets to the point where it just takes over the human host. The purpose of this is for the archons to one day develop a sort of zombie army through the use of these jellyfish parasites. And in reading this, there was a group of people known as the Star People who during the Orion Wars learned how to reach into someone's gallbladder meridian and pull out the demon parasite to keep them from being a part of the zombie army. I try to make jokes about some of it, but I just can't. We're moving on. Gnosticism be wild, and man, I'll tell you what. Ulfma is interesting. So I cannot find what the word Ulfma itself means. I believe it's an acronym since every letter is capitalized. However, if you search it on an alternate search site that isn't something like Google or Bing, you come to a search result for this book about Theosophy on the Amazon bookstore. The book was written by a man named Rudolf Steiner, who was one of the earliest proponents of Theosophy. Theosophy is essentially the idea that there is one hidden truth within the world, and once that one truth is understood, it can be manipulated. And furthermore, there is a group of these sort of reality hackers who have figured out what the one truth is, and they are known within Theosophy as the Masters. Supposedly, these Masters exist as prominent figures throughout history who have manipulated their place within history because they understand how the universe works. So they can perform things like magic and witchcraft and stuff that we would consider unexplainable, but is actually all logical because they just understand how things go together. So that's the core idea of Theosophy itself. It's really interesting that whatever Ulfma means, it for some reason brings you to a book by one of their founders. And if you go through the book reviews on that book on the Amazon store, there are several people mentioning how Theosophy is so great and how they better now understand the root of the Masters and all this wild stuff. It's fantastic. Egglish travel refers to a theory that probably deserves its own video from the 1980s known as Ong's Hat. Ong's Hat is a sort of abandoned town in New Jersey that was supposedly the place for this conspiracy theory. This is one of the oldest online stories on the internet, starting all the way back in the 80s on internet bulletin boards. According to the stories, a group of Princeton professors had done enough experimentation with things like quantum mechanics to develop a way to perform a form of dimension travel, or in other words, teleportation and potentially time travel. They did this with something known as the egg, which was essentially a device that they described made them capable of moving through dimensions. However, there were theories within this that said if they got to a point where they no longer needed the egg to travel, they could seemingly just time and reality hop at will with no issues. So all those pictures you see that supposedly looks like someone wearing modern day clothes back in like the 1950s, or someone with a cell phone during like the Civil War, the idea behind it is that these Princeton professors eventually developed a form of eggless travel and are now simply just messing with the timeline and hopping around and causing problems wherever. So good for them. Prolepsis is a concept within literary works, and if someone is an English or literature major and wants to call me out for it, that's fine, but I promise I try. Essentially, prolepsis is describing an event or alluding to an event before the event itself actually happens. In literature, this is phrases like "he was a dead man when he came through the door, which implies and tells us that that character is going to die. However, he's not dead yet, it's just alluding to it. So apply that concept to history and humanity. There are several instances of this quote-unquote foreshadowing existing in history. Everything from religions describing what nations would rise and fall and who would take over, to things like art that's only recently been discovered being very similar to modern art. Now this implies one of two things. It implies that there are inevitable conclusions that every society will reach, or in other words, it's like two separate experiments happening in two different points in time and they each come to the same end result. Or you can have the really fun theory of the grand cycle that I love to talk about, and the idea that at some point someone started a trend and then it's just constantly being relearned and rediscovered by every society afterwards. This creates a sort of chicken and egg paradox because there's no way of telling where it would have began if that was the case, but it's wild to think that modern people inventing stuff that was inspired by ancient works was inspired by modern people the last time through the cycle. Stonehead of Guatemala is referencing this image that was taken in the 1950s within Guatemala. For whatever reason, in the middle of a completely uninhabited area of the Guatemalan jungle, there is this giant statue of a head. The artwork does not match any of local or known societies' artworks of what faces or statues looked like. And furthermore, after the researchers went back to their home country, there was this big political war that took place in Guatemala, and whenever they came back years later, they couldn't find where it was. And since that's all the information we have on it, this is a giant that shot out of hollow earth, like it was down there, and it heard there were researchers, so it just like shot itself or a statue of itself out of the hollow earth, and then they took this picture, and then he thought it'd be really funny to hide it again. And that's what happened, and guess what? You can't prove me wrong, so we're just going to move on. The phone mafia is the idea that the majority of scam callers, as we know them to be, are actually part of a much larger and more grand body. Essentially, you know all those phone scams you get, things like the Nigerian prince, or the police saying you need to pay a speeding ticket, or cases saying that you have a relative who needs bailed out, etc. Well, we understand those to each be just one-off callers trying to make a quick buck. However, the idea is there is a much, much larger crime syndicate who just works through middleman as a means of getting money this way. Or in other words, they send an agent to hire a middleman to make the call, and if the middleman's ever caught, then he doesn't even know how to report to the police the people who got him to do it. If they are this expansive, then it would be global and it would have to be an incredibly large organization. And people have made the relatively fair point of if gangs and things like the mafia were such a huge deal for hundreds of years and then they just kind of disappeared, who's to say they didn't go into things like cyber or electronic theft? I also want to mention there's been a number of journalists and police officers who have investigated this, who have been found not alive. So to cover my bases on this, these are all jokes. Everything I'm saying is a joke. This YouTube channel is a joke. I'm a joke. Nothing that I'm saying is worth unaliving over, and this is to my audience. If for whatever reason in the future news comes out that I committed exit game, no, I didn't. Approaching stars is the opposite of the expanding universe theory. So you know the idea that there is a Big Bang or some event that happened that created the universe, and because of that everything's kind of drifting apart from one unified center? Well, this idea is saying that perhaps that center developed its own gravitational pull and became a really big black hole, because now everything is coming back to where it started. Because of this, things like stars and meteorites and everything else is slowly getting confined to a much smaller space, which means before we're wiped out by our sun getting big and exploding, we'll probably get hit by a meteor or run into another solar system, so don't worry about it. Love Shack is an operating system that supposedly contains the grand truth of the universe. Now, I'm an idiot when it comes to reading things like computer operating systems, but from the best that I can make out, the idea is within the code of the Love Shack operating system is this grand truth, or essentially the one middle concept that all forms of human expression in science can be defined by. So supposedly, if you were to go within the operating system and enter something like a chemical equation, it will then convert that into calculus, it will convert that into forms of poetry, it can convert that into spiritualism and whatever. Essentially, this is supposedly a super duper top secret OS that allows people to discover the hidden truths within the universe because of its own hidden secret code. Retrocausality is something that I've mentioned before in the past, but it's going to get more attention here. The main idea being that things like cause and effect do not operate the way that we think it does. Instead, things simply happen and the universe corrects itself as a means of maintaining that end goal. It essentially comes down to the idea that there isn't really that much agency when it comes to what happens in the future, and instead things happen and therefore people align to it. And the reason it gives for this is the idea that time itself exists as a dimension. And you've probably heard that before, but what it really means is that time is just our way of observing the universe. However, it's something that can be manipulated and we could definitely change. We just don't know how to yet, so while we view everything that happens to us as being on a straight track, in reality things just kind of happen and there's not really a timeline to it. This has also been used as a means of explaining the Mandela effect. For example, things like the Monopoly Man. Most people, when they think of the Monopoly Man, think of him as having a monocle, even though he never did. So the idea is that we saw him at one point with a monocle. That's our memory of him. However, at some point in the future, he did not have a monocle, and for whatever reason, the timeline just favored that one and corrected itself. So now every iteration of him does not have the monocle. So whenever you apply that to larger scale things like human civilizations, wars, kingships, and what have you, you can theoretically get to a point, if someone were to understand this and to understand how retrocausality works, where there would be no unknown future. Or in other words, if things in our future are going to take place, and if time is just a construct that we've built for ourselves, then there should be ways to determine what is about to happen to us, because in terms of retrocausality, it's already happened. And not only things like predicting the future, but it can get to things like time travel, things like dimensional travel, and all that other cool stuff. Vaccine soul stealing is, let me clarify, because YouTube really likes to demonetize people who say the V word, especially in a video that has conspiracy theory in the title. As you're going to find out, it has nothing to do with modern political climates or modern political issues. As a matter of fact, this chart was made like 5 years ago, so again, nothing to do with that. And it isn't even saying something about all vaccines being bad, just one specific theory. I'm begging you, Susan, please do not take my money. Essentially, the idea is that in the early 2000s, the CIA got really interested in the concept of gene editing. Now, this is something from the MKUltra experiments and other theories that I've mentioned on this iceberg that the CIA is definitely not opposed to doing. However, in this case, the CIA was interested in something known as the fundamentalist gene. The idea behind the fundamentalist gene is that it's a gene or actual section of the human brain that allows people to have a belief or calling to a higher power. In other words, there's parts of the brain that light up more with people who believe in things like religion and God as opposed to people who do not. So during the war in the Middle East, the CIA wanted to know if there was a way to sort of chemically castrate this. And supposedly, as the theory states, the CIA developed these vaccines that they handed out overseas in populations that they think may fall in line to a radicalization that is not in their favor. Or in other words, the CIA gave out medication to people that, unbeknownst to them, would cause them to lose their ability or focus on God and things relating to a higher power, as a means of making sure that they didn't fear any higher authority than the United States government. But I mean, I think at this point, we can all agree that this is stupid and didn't happen. Like, come on guys, we know the reason that the United States was in the Middle East was to get the zombie plague back from the Russian scientists. Like, it's really not that hard. Hello everybody, and welcome to the final part of the conspiracy theory iceberg. Bank of Souls is a concept that originated from Jewish mysticism, however, it's been adapted into several other religious theories as well. According to the legend of the Bank of Souls, there is a finite amount of souls that can ever exist within human history. Specifically, this pool of souls is known as the Chamber of Guff and exists at the base of the Tree of Life. According to this legend, the tree of life bears fruit, and that fruit is actual human souls. Whenever a child is conceived, Gabriel reaches into the chamber, which is around the base of the tree where the fruit has fallen. He draws out a random soul, and that is passed into the new human that was just created. However, this tree has seasons of plenty and seasons of famine. In other words, there are some times when there are more people in the world than the tree can provide. According to the theory around the Bank of Souls, if someone is born or conceived at the time that there's not a soul for it, it will simply be born as a person without a soul. This is especially true in the modern age when population is at the highest that it's ever been and the tree cannot sustain the amount of people being born. These soulless people, or NPCs as the internet so delicately puts it, exist on Earth along with people who do have souls, and as a matter of fact, in some cases are used specifically to test those who do have souls to judge their worth. In other words, according to the theory, there are some people who exist and simply do not have control of their own actions, so they are purposefully made as a means to judge those who can be judged. You can follow that theory further and say that the reason you're so used to seeing people who have what is to you completely mind-numbing opinions and are constantly at opposition with you is a deliberate choice from whoever is controlling the system as a means to see how you deal with opposition. The theory has several continuing shoots similar to that coming off of it. For example, there is one side of it that says several different cults or quote-unquote satanic rings who perform human sacrifices are just doing it as a means of sending a soul back to the tree for replenishing, as well as other theories that say whenever the tree finally runs out of souls completely, that is the apocalypse and when the world will end. So yeah, soulless people are put on the world simply as morality speech checks. Try not to think about it too much. Incorruptible saints is a phenomena that has been reported specifically in Roman Catholic and Orthodox churches. According to these religions, several people have been found throughout history whose bodies have been completely untouched by decomposition. Specifically, throughout the 14 and 1600s, bodies were exhumed that had been buried for hundreds of years, and whenever they were found, it seemed as if the person was simply sleeping. This has been such a common occurrence that there's actually a rule in Orthodox common law that says a bishop has to show up and affirm that the body is in fact incorruptible. In several of the instances where an incorruptible saint was found, they were placed underneath the altar of churches as it was shown God had favor on that person, and hopefully that favor will apply to the church. Also, for those that don't know, to be considered a saint within Orthodox and Catholic tradition, there is a set of requirements that the person has to do, and one of them is to perform a miracle. For a long time, having an incorruptible body was seen as a miracle in itself. So if that person followed the other steps in their life that qualified them for sainthood, and then their body was found to be incorruptible, they were then affirmed as a saint. Between things like this and Saint Padre Pio Stigmata and the miracle of Lanciano, which are things I'm going to casually mention and maybe talk about in the future, this has been seen as evidence to some as proof of the Christian God. We're now breaking into the first philosophy one, which there's going to be several more of, with the God of the Gaps never existed. Now, it's kind of debated where the phrase God of the Gaps first originated. Nietzsche said in one of his writings, specifically I believe it was in On Priest, that he said whenever there is a gap in human understanding, Christians specifically fill it with God, and that's where God comes from. So according to Nietzsche, God isn't real, and whenever people say there is a God, it's just because humanity can't explain something, and God makes for a good scapegoat. The other place the phrase may have come from is from Henry Drummond, who was an evangelist who also accused the idea of God of the Gaps as being a lazy write-off for understanding. Drummond said that Christians constantly have these gaps in their knowledge that they choose to fill with God, and that was the wrong way of going about it. According to Drummond, God either has to be the God of everything, or he just simply doesn't exist. In other words, we can't have God be this spontaneous miracle worker who shows up to fill in things that we can't quite explain, and then explain the rest away as natural processes of science. In other words, God is either absolute or he doesn't exist, and that's what God of the Gaps never existed is trying to get across. See, the whole God of the Gaps mentality is believed by many to be part of the reason that Christianity and belief itself has declined so much in the last century. In other words, before modern science, there really wasn't a way to explain the world outside of some supernatural entity. But now science is at a near complete point in understanding the world around us. Those gaps have gotten smaller. So people who apply God to those gaps have caused God to become smaller. This is why the concept is considered a bad thing by both evangelists and atheists. The reason that it's this low on the iceberg is because it implies that if there is a divine creator or some God above us, then it has to be 100% all-encompassing in every aspect of our lives. This is sort of the antithesis to the agnostic point of view. There can't be a God who works some of the time and then everything else is science, because if we just apply God to those little miracles, we'll eventually figure out that they're all different rules of the world that we live in. So if we were created, then a creator had to inspire and create every single one of those rules, meaning that the entire human experience is completely curated, which is either very comforting or very terrifying depending on who you are. Oil and resources from humans is the rather depressing thought that there is a good chance a lot of biofuel comes from humans. Now, while with crude oil, it could take a really long time for the matter of humans to compress into it, it is not a secret that humans go through methogenesis, where their body produces methane, which is absolutely a fuel. So the theory is saying that perhaps the methane gas that you use to heat your home isn't entirely dinosaur fuel and could potentially be one of the 108 billion people who have died on this planet. And of course, some have taken this theory farther to say that perhaps those in power have figured out a quick way to make crude oil and that humans are being farmed as the resource. Feelings autosuppression relates to a sort of global desensitization that has taken place over the last several decades. So to make it more personal, remember the first time that you saw a scary face pop up on YouTube or in a movie and you were a little kid and it scared you really bad, but then after you saw more and more over and over, you kind of quit caring? And you know how that same thing also happened with human suffering? Like the first time you may have heard about a dangerous attack against a group of people, you were very worried, but then it just became such a common thing you quit caring. That constant loop of negative emotions can cause you to suppress them whenever they come to the surface, which is a totally natural human response. However, when this response happens across the entire population for years on end, the results can be a little concerning, particularly on the next generations moving forward. In other words, children today are not nearly as worried or concerned about world events as perhaps the generation before them was at their age, because this constant stream of negativity has served to cause a worldwide autosuppression of negative emotions. Not only that, but it's been shown that apathy or simply holding in emotions can cause feelings of depression as well as illnesses if gone on for too long. So similar to earlier on the iceberg where I said that things like toxoplasmosis has changed the whole of human history, simply disregarding our basic human emotions has quite potentially changed the course of humanity forever. Adult film stars leeching your energy is the natural conclusion of several things that I've talked about up until this point. Remember the succubus that I talked about way back? Essentially these demonic or spiritual entities that want to steal your life force. And I believe it was in the last year I talked about erotic energy that you literally give off whenever you give off those emotions. Well, in the 21st century, what do you think would be the most effective way for those entities to steal that energy from you? That's right, the internet. And according to this, the energy that you feel being drained from you afterwards is quite literally energy that has been drained from you. Earlier in the iceberg, I talked about Kundalini energy and how it can be stolen from someone over a distance. Well, this is saying that perhaps through the digital screen, it has been stolen from thousands, if not millions of people for the past few decades, and no one's the wiser. Virus 23 is kind of the predecessor to things like the Despair Code. According to various board posts, Virus 23 has traced its way all the way back to old Cold War Russian documents. Specifically documents that were researching memetic entities. There's this entire theory that's worked its way around the globe for a while around things like shared consciousness and shared stories. I've talked about earlier on this iceberg, and I know I keep saying that, but this is the final tier and it does put the bow on a lot of theories. But I talked earlier about how someone on one side of the planet can develop these spontaneous ideas at the same time that someone on the other side of the planet does as well. Well, this isn't only seen in things like technology, but is also seen in things like theories and ideas in philosophy. And because things like human thought patterns and memory aren't fully understood, there's a belief that this exists in a sort of cloud that encompasses everyone at once. So if this does exist as a sort of shared memory bank, is it possible to transmit a virus through it? Virus 23 works as a self-replicating mental contagion. In other words, once one person is conscious of it, that causes them to think of it. It then goes to this sort of cloud of human understanding and is continued to pass down through the line. Some have even said that this virus was originally started by Cicada, which, if you'll remember, like back in Tier 2, were the people who hosted that sort of nationwide scavenger hunt. And while some think merely hearing the words Virus 23 is enough to transmit the virus, I don't believe that is what the theory is going with. See, with a lot of those documents and the idea of mimetic entities, it particularly is saying that it can be hidden within an unassuming thing. In other words, it could be a story, it could be a character, it could be a phrase, or whatever. Some random stories or media or folklore or whatever could exist as these sort of trip mines throughout the human understanding that, whenever stepped on, could cause, I don't know, paranoia or depression or some negative thing. I mean, I imagine it's not positive. I imagine if you get Virus 23, you don't become like an upstanding citizen all of a sudden. What makes this, if it was to be real, more threatening than the Despair Code is you could at least see the Despair Code coming, whereas Virus 23 could literally be anything. Pancreas denial. Have you ever seen your pancreas? That's what I thought. Moving on. I'm just kidding, that's not the theory, but it would be really funny if it was. According to the theory, your pancreas is actually your third chakra and is used to filter things like negative energy. Supposedly, the powers that be that know about the power of the pancreas don't want the common person to have access to the pancreas's true capabilities. So they have done things like store negative energy in our food, in the media we consume, and other nefarious means of anti-pancreas propaganda as a means to stifle the human spirit. And if you've heard of someone getting their pancreas removed, it's simply because their filter was too clogged with all of the negative energy in the world. Patterns manipulation in itself is really broad, but I'm going to look at a specific avenue of it. Essentially, it's saying that there are patterns that exist within thought and reality as a whole. In other words, everything from how you think to the world you exist in revolves around these certain patterns. Several people who experiment with psychotropic drugs say that while under the influence of them, they begin to see patterns and other designs creep up in the world around them. A lot of this relates back to things like sacred geometry. And human thought patterns are called just that because people tend to think in regards to what they know. In other words, if you are trying to get someone to believe a different truth or the truth you want them to, you begin by starting with things that they already know as fundamental truth and working your way from there, because human brains exist in these realm of patterns. If I was to just run up to you and say that Bigfoot's in my backyard, you may say, "You're crazy. Why are you telling me this? Get out of my house." But if I was to approach you and say, there's several species of gorillas that have existed that kind of just disappeared from the biological tree, and every time that we go searching in the forest, we find new species of monkey here and there who are normally in endangered populations, well, who's to say that one of these species of gorillas didn't get really tall and they just migrated their way north from South America, and now one of them's in my backyard? You'll still probably tell me to get out of your house, but what I did is I worked off of something that you know and then changed it from there. Therefore, by manipulating the patterns of your own thought, I got you to a conclusion that you never would have accepted otherwise. The theory is saying that perhaps this same manipulation could exist within reality. Concepts like magic or illusion can be performed in legitimacy if that person can manipulate the patterns reality works within. In a sense, this is similar to a lot of what modern science and chemistry have been able to do in themselves. They have understood how the fundamental world works around them and then manipulated it within its own rules to get it to a place that you would have been executed for in the Dark Ages. And if I'm able to convince you about Bigfoot, then what could be possible if someone really tapped into the patterns of the world around us? Ascension Blacklist is implying that there are some people who will not be allowed to ascend to the next plane of existence. Think about it this way: if souls do exist as these eternal entities, and if things like reincarnation exist, then who's to say that some can't remember past instances or have a greater understanding of the world around us? So obviously, these people who may have a higher plane of knowledge than the rest of us could have grudges against people here on Earth. Ascension Blacklist is postulating that perhaps the purpose of secret societies like the Illuminati, or insert other creepy shadow government thing, is to decide who will and will not be allowed in eternity. Getting into theories like this is fun because there's entire things talking about the NPCs from earlier, how they are used specifically to target the people who have been blacklisted, and that in some cases the people who have been blacklisted can be such a positive influence to those NPCs that they get back on the entry list. But the short of it for this video is saying that secret societies or secret organizations who have a better understanding of the eternity and of the human soul have a say in who is and is not allowed in. Oikeiosis, and according to the internet that is how it's pronounced, I looked one up this time, is closely related to ideas of Stoicism. So without getting into hundreds of years of philosophizing, Stoicism is essentially the idea that the purpose of life is a perfection of the human soul. In other words, life itself is a sort of test for how one will be judged in the afterlife. Now, if you're familiar with most religions, this isn't a crazy far out there concept, or at least you've heard of it before. However, oikeiosis is where the interesting part comes in. Oikeiosis is roughly translated to relation or someone's relationship with something else. Applied to Stoicism, oikeiosis is saying that one of the chief concepts of humanity is that humanity's perfection is defined by its interaction with others. So if one is to achieve this quote-unquote perfect soul, it has to be through actions of charity and goodness to other people. The reason it's on this iceberg is due to something called Dasein's teachings, or Dasein. Dasein is a German concept that was brought up around the 19th century that said oikeiosis is falling apart because of humanity's increased isolation. In other words, humans over the years have become more self-centered and self-interested, and that has caused the very fabric of their souls to fall apart because they are no longer performing acts of goodness or charity with others because they're more invested in their own devices. A lot of applications of this come down to anti-tech stuff and, like iPhone bad. But in short, it's saying that partial, if not all of humanity has been doomed because we've quit striving for that human perfection. For soul removal is the idea that every human is born with a soul, but it can be taken from you. Not only through things like occult rituals, which those also count, but even things like traumatic events or just simple disbelief can cause pieces of your soul to whittle away over time. This leaves the individual open to attack, where negative spirits can come and fill in that place that they left open within their soul, and that's where things like possession come from. Not only that, but this theory says that wayward souls that have been separated from their human host float around as sparse energy, and in large enough amounts can achieve forms like that of a ghost or a cryptid. In other words, the reason things like old asylums are so haunted is because so many people have had pieces of their soul chipped away at them in there that those pieces now just wander the area looking for their human host. And the only way to prevent things like negative souls or negative entities from attacking you is to do things like ensure a positive environment and energy for yourself and continue to believe in things, because if you don't use that space for your soul, there's a chance that something else will. Real Humans Died Millennia Ago is saying that perhaps the way we currently exist is not humanity's highest form. You know how you hear about things like the pyramid or structures like Atlantis, and people always say they had to be these super geniuses to build all of that? Well, it's saying that perhaps while technology has increased over the centuries, human thought has decreased, to the degree that us as we function now would be near unrecognizable from our ancestors. How unrecognizable, you may ask? Well, some have pointed to things that I've mentioned earlier in this iceberg, like statues of reptilians in Middle Eastern tombs. Or even old legends of things like elves or mermaids could just be other forms of humanity when we were at a higher function. Or there's even some depictions of these like really big people who used to be able to make these really cool structures because they were really tall and strong. And I'm going to contain myself now, and I'm not going to say it, so we're just going to move on. Artifice Predens relates back to the concept of the Great Cycle that I've mentioned a few times up until now. It points out the weird concept that in the human record, there seems to be these pieces of artificial construction that have shown up before we started using them. Essentially, some formed metals and elements have been found that have led the way for human innovation, but now we have to manufacture, so it's kind of weird that they were there to begin with. Also, remember some of those things I talked about earlier in the iceberg, like how microchips or fuses have been found in ancient pottery? Or the idea like structures like pyramids and aqueducts were seemingly discovered and then forgotten and then rediscovered. This all relates back to the concept of the Great Cycle and says that perhaps the previous people or whatever existed in our stead left behind some pieces either on purpose or accident that were the foundation of our cycle, and so on and so forth. Hiring a hitman on yourself is something else. This is more of a thought concept than anything else, and while I think it's funny that it's this low on the iceberg, it may be just a little bit misplaced. So it's known that in several religions or spiritual practices, committing self-unexist is generally frowned upon. So the hiring a hitman on yourself asks the philosophical question, is it the action or the intent that would condemn somebody? With some stating that hiring a hitman on yourself would be a way to subvert the consequences of the thing that would eventually accomplish. Or if you were ever just bored and wanted to make your life more challenging, you could just do that anyway and then try to survive, and it would make your week a lot more interesting. Roman Empire Still Rules the World originally comes from the author Philip K. Dick, which I talked about earlier on this iceberg. A lot of people believe that he was more in tune with the underhanded goings on in the world than most people. And in one of the stories he wrote later in his life, he said that the Roman Empire never collapsed, and instead several of its senators went into hiding and became the foundation for modern New World orders or secret societies. In other words, they didn't maintain their population or space, but they did maintain their influence. There's even a book written called Descent that talked about how the Roman Empire went into the caverns of the hollow earth and exist as a quite literal underbelly of the world's government at large. And also, if you wanted to say that, whenever the Roman Empire fell, that's when like the Vatican and the Catholic Church really took off. And they got a whole lot of influence. So, fractalization is very closely related to pattern manipulation, because fractalization is believed to be the patterns of reality itself. People who experiment with very heavy psychotropic drugs like DMT and LSD say that whenever they're experiencing the high, they begin to see the world or a sort of plane of fractals. In other words, these geometric patterns that separate the world at large into these shapes. Some refer to this plane of existence as hyperreality, and there's some who even believe that this is the true state of being and the human condition is just numb to it. In other words, we exist in a dull state of mind on sort of the first level of our reality, and doing things that cause your mind to leave that reality lets you see the world for what it truly is, or at least a different realm that exists around us. I'll be 100% honest with you guys, things like this really interest me, but I'm also very, very dumb to, and it's something in the future that I'm going to research more. Well, I'm not going there, but it's something that I'm going to look into more, because some of the stuff here, as someone who reads about this stuff all the time, really freaks me out, and I mean that in the best way. Paleolithic deep state is another one of those natural conclusions to things mentioned earlier on the iceberg. So remember how I talked about how Neanderthals supposedly didn't die, they just kind of went away and did their own thing for a while? Well, this is saying perhaps they went underground, maybe even literally, and began the structures of the world's government and society as we know it now. Now, according to this, they wouldn't still be in the state we know of them in the historical record. If Homo sapien adapted, then the Neanderthal would adapt as well. But with things like their disappearance from the historical record, as well as odd cave art that shows these kind of human things existing around humans as we know them, implies to some that maybe they achieved some higher form of being, whether that being an underground deep state like I mentioned earlier as the first New World Order, or maybe as some ascended form of person. Also, while researching this, I saw a theory that said Cain is the leader of them, and that he never died, and that he's leading the Neanderthal New World Order, and I had nowhere to add that in, but that is too cool not to, and we're moving on. Depression overriding seems really simple at first, but it's the spiritual implications that put it on this level. If you are depressed or sad or any negative emotion, and you manage to find a way within your head to flip that around into a positive emotion, that may not seem like a lot to you, but if you view things like energy and spiritualism as tangible things, then you just committed a form of spiritual alchemy. This relates to the idea that humans are a much more powerful creature than most of us realize. And if we're so concerned with things like the energy and the spiritual and the extra dimensions around us and everything else, we take for granted the little sort of miracles that we can perform. Things like turning a negative energy into a positive one. And if physical energy, as we understand it in physics, cannot be created or destroyed, then perhaps spiritual energy cannot be created or destroyed either, only converted. And by doing something as wild as converting negative energy, you're exercising a form of supernatural powers. So, if you want to get really out there with all our postulations, take something like Virus 23 or the solar plexus clown glider or whatever, and imagine those mimetic agents that are meant to harm you. Well, if you have the capability to convert that into a positive force, then there's no telling what's possible now, is there? Inquirings are referring to the absolutes that exist in human culture. In other words, take all the human cultures that exist around the world who for a long time never had contact with each other. You will always see some absolutes, things like weaponry, religion, language, or things like statues or burial sites or just monuments in general. For whatever reason, it seems like these things are engraved on people as a whole. You could view this as a sort of puzzle. If we're to figure out what our purpose on Earth is or what existence means as a whole, then maybe we have the pieces to figure it out, and everyone has their own pieces, we just haven't really put it together yet. So let's take that another step forward with all the weird theories we've talked about to this point, and think about something like the Great Cycle, which I'm going to keep mentioning because it's really cool. Think about how often things like pyramids supposedly pop up through the cycles, or things like human history traveling along the same path. If one was to truly believe in things like reincarnation and the idea that we are being tested over and over again to figure out what we're supposed to do, maybe if someone can throw all of this together, it would break the cycle. Soy Grand Theory, because I know you've been waiting for the finale of the government-sanctioned weaponized femboys, and here it is. Soy Grand Theory is saying that the soyification of society isn't even reliant on soy. It's solely reliant on the cultural shift caused by it. In other words, the effects of soy has caused permanent damage to the human population that cannot be reversed, and the influence of soy products on humanity will lead to a totalitarian femboy empire. You're welcome. Golden Rules of Nature is related to the 5 basic golden rules of nature. The idea is for something to survive within nature, it has to have balance, growth, connection, harmonization, and love. Now that sounds weird, but let's break that down. You have to be balanced in the way you live. You can't be one way or the other. And this applies not only to humans, but things in nature as a whole. You have to grow. If you're stagnant for too long, you'll be dead. And you have to be connected to the world around you because isolation also leads to death. You have to harmonize with the world around you because if you take too much or are too violent, that will eventually come back on you. And the love is saying that there has to be a passion or drive because depression is a killer. So that's kind of weird to have that little slice of life knowledge this low on the iceberg, but the implications of it is if the physical realm is representative of the spiritual realm, then perhaps those 5 rules also apply to the spiritual. If one is not balanced, grown, connected, harmonized, and in love with their spiritual lifestyle, then that leads to a spiritual death. And since things like spiritualism aren't exactly exemplified in the modern age, this is saying that because we're not following those 5 rules, society as a whole is spiritually dying and will, I'm sure, lead to something bad in the future because we are not treating spiritual existence in the same way we treat physical existence. We are now down to the final 5 terms of the conspiracy theory iceberg, and I saved these 5 for a particular reason. I think they're not only some of the biggest overall topics, but it seems like a fitting place to close this iceberg on. God's ego death in research is, I think, probably the most misinterpreted one on the entire iceberg. Everywhere I looked in research for this, people were hyper-focusing on the ego term. See, ego, as it's understood in psychology, is the self, or it's the idea of oneself. So in that sense, you would think ego death, as it's often called within the hero's journey of storytelling, would mean the destroying of one's own opinion or perspective. In other words, if you have a character in a story who has very hard-set fundamental beliefs, and then something happens to them and they change those beliefs, that is considered an ego death. However, what I think this iceberg is getting across, because everything else on the iceberg kind of points that direction, is the other definition of ego death. An ego death or ego loss is what it's considered in very, very hardcore drug trips whenever someone's soul leaves their person. Or even more specifically, whenever your soul escapes your mind and your concept of thought and existence. In other words, it's separating part of yourself from another part of yourself. Here, when it says God's ego death, it's not talking about a change of heart God had. It's talking about God's separation of God himself. Think about it this way. Remember when I was talking about the God of the gaps didn't exist earlier, and it got across the notion that everything has to be either the total creation of God or none of it was? Well, if every part of existence is a part of God himself, then that implies that at some point, God was just one entity. See, if at one point God was just one being that existed as a perfect form of existence, then anything that he created other than himself had to be a step down. So in this form, God's ego death was a departure from himself into this other existence. It was, in a sense, the death of the one true perfection. Some have even taken this theory as to be the root of fractals themselves. Remember how I mentioned that people who have these crazy experiences say the entire world exists in these patterns, or that things like human thought and reality exist in patterns? Perhaps these broken patterns are the pieces of God separated from one perfect entity into the world around us. We hear of concepts in Christianity like the Trinity of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, and imagine God separating himself into 3, and this is extending it to the point that God separated himself into everything. But why would God do that? Why would a singular perfect being stoop himself to the point of humanity in order to create them? And that goes into the next theory, God's last wish. One commonality that is seen across nearly every religion is that in the beginning, in creation, God created humanity in order to have a companion. But it's not exactly a companion if it's just a clone of yourself that's as perfect as you are. So according to this, God's last wish, the thing that he broke himself into infinite pieces for in order to begin creation, was in order to create free will. The one thing that God ruled as being better than divinity was the existence of choice. And again, in nearly every religion, the core idea is that humanity separated themselves from God because of a selfish choice. And it's the concept that in the end, humanity exists as pieces of God who have done whatever they've wanted to with that free will. And according to that, because we finally get a happy theory on this iceberg, every single person is a piece of the perfect God who has been given the opportunity in their life to demonstrate how they will use that perfect soul to do whatever choices they wish. And the reason this is such a big deal and so low on the iceberg is because it implies that humanity does in fact have a purpose, and that purpose is a demonstration of the concept of choice in order to eventually return to the companionship with God in divinity. In other words, God's last wish is saying that God destroyed absolute perfection in order to give humanity their own chance. And then finally, we're into the last 3 entries of the conspiracy theory iceberg, and all 3 of them are very closely related. There is no conspiracy refers to the idea that there is no objective truth that is being hidden from us. It's kind of weird to get all the way to the bottom of the iceberg and then to hear it say that no conspiracy is actually real. But what this is saying is that there is no secret society, there is no hidden power, there is no shadow government, or anything else that has a better grasp of the human condition than we ourselves. See, there's this weird kind of comfort in the idea that there is some grand truth or grand secret of the universe that's just being hidden from us. Because then, if someone else is hiding it from us, that means it's something that we can understand and something that we can put together. But if the truth is in actuality that we're all just as lost as each other and there is no one person in control, that makes the conclusion all the more terrifying. Any hidden order or grasp to maintain power is just someone else exactly like us trying to find purpose in a world that confuses us. In short, there can be no leader if all of us are lost, and in a way, everyone is trying to find their own path. Which leads directly into the next theory: all conspiracies are true. I know it's kind of weird to have one be no conspiracy is real and then all conspiracies are real, but they're talking about 2 different things. No conspiracy is true is saying that there is no grand conspiracy against you, the person, whereas all conspiracies are true is saying that all hidden truths or hidden secrets of the world are interconnected. I've kind of mentioned this before with ideas of the grand unified religious theory or the grand unified conspiracy theory. If you've paid attention up until this point, then you've probably realized there's a lot of concepts and ideas that sound really similar to each other, they just have a couple words mixed around. The idea behind this is that every understanding of religion, esoteric nature, karma, chakras, spiritualism, and what have you are all getting back to the root source. So no, it's not referring to the idea that the earth is both round and flat and a donut and hollow and inside out, sadly, but the idea that all of these broad concepts of human nature are branches of the same tree that we're all working our way to the roots of. And concepts like this can be overwhelming. It seems to a lot of people who spend a lot of time in topics like this that the world is this impossible puzzle that is never meant to be understood. This is the same reason that a lot of people who dedicate their lives to religious and supernatural studies end up with a feeling of insignificance. It's hard to try to grasp the concept of everything and to not come out feeling like a nothing. But that's where the final concept of the conspiracy theory iceberg comes in, the final understanding. The final understanding is thought to be the destination of most forms of spiritual practice and meditation. In other words, cultures that have developed ideas of things like nirvana, enlightenment, ascension, or what have you, all come back to one core idea. And sadly, I can't just say some magical phrase that will automatically make you achieve a higher plane of existence, at least not yet. However, there is one idea that permeates whenever you're looking at things like conspiracy theories or hidden secrets of the world that keeps coming back as a constant. And that is the idea that your perspective is with purpose. Think about all the crazy stuff I've talked about that has to do with metaphysics and magic and geometry and esoteric religion and theoretical science and what have you. A lot of these concepts can seem so big that they swallow up the concept of the individual. And while some of these theories are bigger than the scope of one person, there is no theory that is beyond the reach of one person. In other words, if you're trying to achieve a higher plane of meditation, or a deeper grasp of conceptual science that isn't real yet, or an understanding of ultra realities, or learning about the lost gaps in human history, or trying to figure out secret religions that have been covered up for decades, or anything in between, every single concept is tailor-made for you, the individual. And even if in some of them you can't always be an active participant, you are designed to be the one true witness. Whenever talking about things like the human soul and eternity, it's really hard to kind of narrow it down to a place that we can grab it because it seems beyond our reach. When in actuality, if it's some hidden secret or supernatural knowledge we want to learn about, we have the key. The best way I heard this described is that everything is you and everything is me. Because in the entirety of human thought, there has never been one concept, theory, or idea that was made by humanity in the absence of humanity. In other words, don't spend your life worrying that you're missing out on something greater than yourself, because according to the final understanding, you're right where you're supposed to be. And with that, we have the end of the conspiracy theory iceberg. While I was researching the final understanding, I normally do like word searches or phrase searches to see where they pop up online. And I found a Reddit post from 11 months ago where someone was asking about the final understanding, and a guy replied and said, I don't know, but there's this YouTuber Wendigoon who is currently doing a series on it. He just got done with the first episode, but one day he'll get there. So make sure you're watching when he does. And now, here I am, and I made it, and we all made it. And whenever I started, I never thought that I would get this far, yet here we are. And I just want to say to the guy who said that, and to everyone who was watching in the beginning, and everyone who picked up along the way, and to everyone who's here now, thank you for watching. So you're here at the end. You've made it through the entire series. I'm sure you feel like you've heard me talk for too long now, but I'm going to talk for just a little bit longer if that's okay. I started out YouTube as a pipe dream. Whenever I began this series, I had, I think, around 200 subscribers. And now, here at the end of this series, I have the golden plaque and I'm over 1 million. And now there's been so many opportunities and doorways that have opened up for me, and I'm really blessed beyond belief with the life that I've been allowed to live, thanks to God and thanks to you guys for putting me into that position. And just to think about where I was when I started that series to where I am now, I'm so eternally grateful for what you all have given me. It really is overwhelming to have begun that just talking into a camera for fun. And now I'm still doing the same thing, but now I can make a living doing it. And I can tell you I'm not always going to be sitting in this exact corner making videos, because opportunities have opened up for me where I can go out and I can make interesting things that I think you all will enjoy. And I always want to keep it focused on talking about things that I like to talk about, because I think that's when I make the best content and when you guys enjoy it. And as I do that in the future, I'm always going to remember that that only exists because you guys sat down and watched a kid with a camera talk about weird conspiracy theories he found online. And that really is humbling. And it has truly been an honor to make videos for you all. And I am honored that you all have watched them enough that it has put me to this level. And I am extremely grateful. And if you've made it this far, thank you so much. And I hope that the time you've already invested in me, I make something worth of it. And I hope that whatever I do in the future, you find to be worth your time, because you guys are certainly worth mine. So thank you for getting me to this point. Thank you so much for the blessing that you all have been. It really does mean the most. So I just want to say thank you for watching. I hope that you enjoyed, and I will see you in the next one. Bye.